He's talking about something he's really passionate about. So, yeah. But that was really interesting with Witzit's thing. The only person who got the money, because he was offering $100, was a flat earther. That was hilarious. And they kind of set him up. And I think, I don't know if he gave them the money back. Or, I think he did. I think he gave him the money back because he already knew the answers because he'd been watching him, he'd been watching the tour. So that was funny. I think there was one other person, possibly. I think there was somebody else who was kind of watching him as well and who was just sort of waiting for him to sort of ask somebody in the crowd. But beyond that, nobody got the very simplest of questions. I was trying to think of that, the simplest one. I think that was it. I might have messed it up a little bit. What were the others? I can't remember. I mean, the tilt, that's quite a tough one, really.
Rotation at the equator. Speed.
Yeah, 1,000 miles. Yeah, that's... yeah. How fast? 66,000 miles an hour. They weren't going to get that one. So 67. The tilt, I think, is 23.5.
And you know why it's 23.4 or 23.5? Do you know the reason that it's that way?
Go on then, Jim.
There was a asteroid some people call a planet 4.5 billion years ago called Theia, Thia, that hit it just right and tilted it at 23.4 degrees so we could all vacation in Florida in the winter. How you like that one?
What? Wait, wasn't that the moon, though?
I guess it became the moon, but part of it's still in the Earth. I like that, man. I like that.
I'm sure I looked into that though, and that weren't like mainstream. Is that official story now, or? It's ridiculous talking like this, I know, but I'm pretty sure I looked into that, and they were still like, "Well, it's a computer model. They're not exactly sure," that kind of thing.
You realize that would have hit us a little bit big. That Thea would have hit us a little bit bigger, a little bigger. That we would have tilted at 30 degrees instead of 23.4, and then we would all be vacationing in North Carolina instead of Florida. I just want you to know that.
I can't think of it, but that was that was a brilliant thing, that tour. I enjoyed it.
You know what's funny? You tell a physicist that, or somebody who's into their astronomy fairy tale, you tell them it was Thea 4.5 billion years ago, and they'll start shaking their head on, if they're on video, they'll start shaking their head. Yeah, that's what happened. Jeez. I'm dying, man. Oh my goodness. You tell them, you know what? To believe in your fairy tale, you got to believe a massless photon. Massless, Massless photon has to travel 13.7 billion years over 86,600 quintillion miles with 18 zeros behind the 600 to reach your eye on Earth. And they're shaking their head yes as well when you say that. It's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, the timelines get me as well. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes, I don't know if this is the same with you, but certain things with my brain, it just won't. And it might be because I'm an idiot. But certain things, my brain just goes, no. Like, it won't go there, right? Like, 14 billion, 1 billion years. It's just hard to even imagine 1 billion years. Or these massive time, like a parsec, 3, whatever it is, light years. I don't know. Time travel, that's another one. My brain's just like, nope. Brian Cox tells you different, though, but I don't know.
Andy, do you know you're traveling through time right now?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, Andy, I want you to know that my life is so worthless that I actually have this right here in my notes. This is how pathetic my life is. According to Hubble's law or Hubble's constant, we are traveling in an ever-expanding universe at 73.3 kilometers per second per megaparsec. And a megaparsec is 3.26 million light years.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That's a big number.
Yeah, and so if you do the math, you do the math. Math proves the ball. If you do the math, that comes out to 400 times faster than that massless photon is traveling. Throughout an ever-expanding universe. The speed of light, or the photon, is 186,200 miles per second, not hour per second. And so our ever-expanding universe is redshifting 200 times that, but the galaxy Andromeda, which we all know about the Andromeda galaxy, is blue shifting toward us. Oh, I love it, man. I tell you what, I love it. I am so smart. I am smarter than any of you flat earthers, because I know we're red shifting, except the galaxy Andromeda is blue shifting. Ha ha. I'm smart. You're dumb. Huh. Yeah, I know something you don't.
Yeah, to me as well. I mean, I always like that thing that Rumi said, where we're all drawn to that one thing, whatever. And I ain't really figured that out. What one thing for me? I think it's probably spirituality. I always like that. Although I put that down a long time ago, and I'm still interested in it. Don't get me wrong, but I really, it's like celestial navigation. I know a little bit about it because I've been around this topic for a bit, but I'm not that interested in it. In fact, I find it quite boring, if I'm honest. I can follow along with a little bit.
Okay, mic check. Mic check, please.
Yes, I can hear you.
Cool, thank you.
Oh my God,
Roofy.
Oh my God. Oh my. Hey, Roofy, I got a question for you, Roofy. Mayhem and a bunch of us ask questions when they come in. We have 3 questions. One is, show us 8 inch per mile squared, or drop over distance. And the second one is, prove rotation of the Earth. Third one is, you can't have gas pressure without a container. I have one for you, Roofy. I want you to answer this one for me, because you're a multimillionaire. If you made 8 digits one year and 6 years ago, I want you to answer this one thing for me, please. Can you prove to me a massless photon, a massless, not MASSLESS? Can you prove to me a massless photon in space-time? Please.
No, I have no idea.
You have no idea. You know all about refraction and angles and theodolites, but you don't know about your relativity and the massless photon in space-time?
Correct.
Come on, Roofy. You're better than that. You've had like 4, 5, 6 years to learn all this stuff, but in 4, 5, 6 years, Roofy in Australia has learned angles.
We just heard Andy talk about how he's not interested.
Good job, Roofy.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, funnily enough. He's not drawn to that. So,
Yeah.
He could probably follow along with it because he's a smart guy, but
Smart guy. I think we give Roofy way too much credit.
Well,
anyway, I didn't intend on staying. I just had to get my new account permed up. That's all. Catch you guys later. See you.
All right, dude. Oh, I was pissed off. Thought you were going to drop some globe proof.
I tell you what. After talking to Professor Parks a couple Mondays ago, it's just like, he's a really nice guy and all that stuff, but he spews the same nonsense that they do, on Discord and TikTok. He spews the exact same nonsense. He just does it in a nice way without, being condescending to us.
Why did the ISS fakery one not go? That's weird.
I seriously think Mayhem should add a fourth question. I know his 3 questions are really, really, really great. Drop rate over distance, Earth's rotation, and can't have gas pressure without a container. Mayhem, you need to add a fourth one for me. Prove massless photon in space time. We should add a fourth one. That should be the fourth one. I just can't wait. I just can't wait for them to go. What?
Yeah, it's good that you're drawn to that stuff, Jim. What else do you like? What else do you like to look into?
I like looking at fairy tales. Oh my goodness. Oh, I tell you what. I thought grown-ups grew out of Santa Claus fairy tale Tooth Fairy like a long time ago. A long time ago. Maybe they didn't even believe it. But you know what? They took one fairy tale with them 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years in their life. It's called the Globe. They took the Globe fairy tale with them. They never gave it up.
Yeah, I always give you credit because you're sort of I hate these terms, but you're a boomer and you saw through the moon landing. I mean that alone is worth giving you credit. I think.
I believe, Andy. I was a believer. You know why? Because I was a conservative Republican, and my American flag blew in the wind on the moon, and it was all about patriotism. Because we beat the communists, the Russians, to the moon. I was so happy, man. We beat them.
You must have been a child though, right? You must have actually like been the kid, like black and white TV. That's what it's like. That's what I'm assuming anyway.
You know it's funny, and it's fun. Apollo 13 supposedly had the problem, in space, outer space, and they made a movie about it with Tom Hanks, and all the famous people. So obviously, if Hollywood put famous people into a movie, it had to be true, right? The thing had a little problem out there on its way to the moon, and they came back, and this guy on CBS, I don't know if he was talking to Cronkite or who he was talking to, but he literally goes, he holds up a piece of paper. If I had camera access, I'd show you. If he holds up a piece of paper, a thin piece of paper, and goes, okay, they have to come in within this width of a piece of paper. If they don't, they come in too shallow, they will go off into space. And if they come in too steep, they'll burn up. And I'm sitting there 19, whenever it was, 70, 71, 72, whenever Apollo 13 was. And I'm sitting there going, uh-oh, I sure hope they come in that little width right there, that piece of paper. But I found out that, hey, because we're an open system, we can go up, all the way into outer space, no problem whatsoever, right? 10 to the negative 17 torque. But when we come back, we have to come in within that little piece of paper, or we burn up or go out into outer space and die there, or die in a heat, in the atmosphere. So I love it. I love it. The things that I used to believe, unbelievable, man. Unbelievable things I used to believe. I won't go into that. I'll wait for another topic. I was going to talk about virology, but I won't. But I used to believe that crap too. And so it's just like, oh my goodness, the eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We are all born into a prison system we cannot see, therefore we cannot get out of. But once the veil is lifted, there is no turning back. And one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself is the ability to think for yourself. Don't abdicate your thinking ability to somebody on TV, which I did and everybody else mostly did. So yes, I was in the den with my dad in July 20, 1969, watching TV in a black and white with my dad, and saw it all happen in real time. I was so proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Yeah, I mean it's powerful, that isn't it? The patriotism. Yeah, what an emotional heartstring that is to tug on. I get that.
Oh my goodness, that I used to love that green. The first time we went to Kings Island, not Kings Island, Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio, a long time ago. Daughters were probably, they're 31 and 28 now, so they were probably 11 and 8 or 12 and 9. And they used to have this. They used to have at night at 10 o'clock, which would have been Eastern time. They used to have this 20, 30-minute fireworks show. It wasn't fireworks. It wasn't like July 4th. It wasn't that extravagant. But every night they'd have it, and they had a big screen, a real big screen, and they'd sing "God Bless America." Whoever sang that, I forget. The one lady sang "God Bless America." I don't remember her name. And they would have. They put Ohio State and Michigan and Notre Dame up there, and people who were rooting for them that all cheer. And at the very end, they always sang Lee Greenwood, God bless the USA. And then when that was over, the little fireworks from the lights, they were on both sides of the people could sit or lay down and watch everything would go off. And I remember saying this to my daughter, and I remember this. I walked out of there with my daughters and my wife, and it was just like, you know what? You can't be a Democrat and watch that. Or, seriously, I said to myself, only a Republican would appreciate what we just saw. I actually said that to my daughters. And it's just like, I'm just going. I was so into this Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative thing. And, back when I first voted, it was Reagan and Carter, and Reagan good, Carter bad, right? And then in 2016, it was Trump, almost the savior of the United States of America, and Hillary, almost Satan, right? And so it's just like, and then you realize, in 2020, that it's all a bunch of crap. And I believed a bunch of crap my whole life. So I sat out 2020. And so it's just total crap, man. So if people want to talk politics, go ahead, fine. But I'm not engaging because it's crap.
Just reminded me of a video. I've seen it before, but I saw it again on a Spacebusters video. They used to play the Star Spangled Banner. I'm sure they did. Did they do it with ours as well? I can't remember, but they definitely did in America. They played the Star Spangled Banner at the end of when the broadcast had finished and all that. And then they'd put little messages in the lettering. And apparently it was called, I'm not exactly sure. I think it was called Operation Naomi, but I'm not 100% on that. But it'd say like, trust the government and stuff like that. Have you ever heard of that? Very odd.
Well, you don't necessarily trust the government, Andy. Trust the Republicans. You can.
I'm familiar with what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Also had a binary pixels, so the pixels that would in a color out of our spectrum would also, I guess, trigger certain things as well in the screen.
Yeah, buy Ultra, buy Naomi. What the hell does that even mean? I'm just watching the video now.
You talking about the one by Spacebusters?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually pretty decent. That was.
I'll post it.
Yeah, it was. That was actually really good. So Yeah, I've liked every one of his except for, forgive me for saying this, I liked every one of those except for the ones that he did one about David Martin and looking at the patents and stuff like that. Anybody can issue a patent to anybody. If you're, I mean, is the patent office going to turn down Anthony Fauci? And so, when he goes for a patent, and so when Einstein supposedly started his life in the patent office, 6 or 8 years, however long he worked there. When he started his work in the patent office, it's just like, okay. I mean, he knew exactly how to do things. I don't think he really knew how to do anything, but we're told that he did. But so when David Martin went on about the patent office and all these patents, it's like, guys, David Martin started a business in the late 1989, and his company logo, if you look it up, David Martin's company logo is Illuminati. It looks just like Illuminati. I mean, go look it up. And some people say it looks like a Mason symbol, but go look it up and tell me if David Martin is on our side with this thing that happened the last 39 months. That's all I got to say. Looks like we have a little dead time here, so I'll try to fill it a little bit. Little history. 1887, we had Michelson Morley. 1892, we had Lorentz contraction to try and make Michelson Morley, because we shortened the apparatus with the light going with the motion of the Earth, so we had to shorten it a little bit to make it look 30 kilometers per second, not 6. Then, in the late 1990, we got Planck's constant. Max Planck's constant, which is 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34, which if you spell it out, you write out it's 0.33066626. And that's an actual number. And Max Planck said that he did it out of an act of despair because he had to come up with something. And he got the Nobel Prize for it in 1918. God bless Planck. Then in 1905, we got Einstein's special relativity. Then on November 25th, 1915, Einstein published his partial field equations, partial for general relativity. And then in May 29th, 1919, we got 2 expeditions to view the solar eclipse. One was led by Eddington. Then November 6, 1919, we got the Royal Society meeting. Royal Society, real big deal over in Europe. They took 2 out of 35 photos or plates to confirm general relativity. And if you've seen the 2 out of 35 plates that confirm general relativity, you would laugh. You can actually find them And then November 7th, the day later, after Eddington and the boys, told the USA and the UK press that Einstein saved the Earth going around the sun, that he woke up as the Earth mover around the sun. Einstein became the hero to the world on November 7th because the USA and UK press said so. Then in 1925-26, Dayton Miller did tens of thousands of experiments over his life, not those 2 years, but over his life, did tens of thousands of experiments because he believed in a lot of data, and which confirmed Michelson Morley that we weren't moving at 30 kilometers per second. We were moving 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second. And so Einstein, got hold of somebody called Robert Shanklin, and in 1952, Shanklin and others started analyzing Miller's data, and their conclusion, as if anybody would think differently, that the conclusions were consistent with Einstein's special relativity, debunking Dayton Miller and Michelson Morley result. And then in 1955, Robert Shanklin published his paper analyzing Miller's data the same year that Einstein passed away, because Einstein lived from 1879 to 1955. So that is the somewhat of a short history of where we got into special and general relativity, and some could argue that Planck's constant was the beginning of quantum mechanics, with E equal hv or E equal hv. F mean h is Planck's constant 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34, and F is for frequency and V is for vibration, and they're supposed to equal energy. Good luck with that one.
Fascinating.
What do you feel? What do you think about the Constitution, Jim?
Well, we don't talk about virology. I can say this.
Well, let me tell you this. All right, I always struggle because I thought, we look at those moon landings, and Freemasonry seems to be all over it. The fingerprint. Do you agree with that?
What I learned was that Jefferson, Franklin, and Washington, 3 great guys, right, were Masons. Great guys. And I found out that Thomas Jefferson, he wrote Declaration of Independence. And after he wrote it, he didn't free any of the slaves, and he owned 603 slaves, which are actually human beings, over the course of his life. And so, and the fun thing about Jefferson is he married his wife at age 24. She was 24. She died at age 34 after giving birth to their 6th child. Now, if you understand that each pregnancy is about 9 months, then his wife, who died at age 34, was pregnant for 54 months out of their 120-month marriage. Okay. So Jefferson couldn't keep it in his pants because his wife died because he couldn't keep it in his pants. And they had 6 children in 10 years, and she died after giving birth to the 6th one. And then he goes over as ambassador to France, because he was ambassador to France before he was president of the United States, and he had an affair with a married woman over there. And then, if you believe the history books, he summoned Sally Hemings, who was a slave, who was 14 years old, over to France. He didn't have to pay in the United States, but he had to pay her a wage in France, and supposedly had children with her when she was 16, and he was 46. So do you think Jefferson wined and dined Sally Hemings before he had sex with her? I'm telling you, folks, American history we were founded because somebody in Europe, I won't give the name, said we are going to make the United States, we the white guys, because black men didn't get a chance to vote until 1870. And when they did get a chance to vote, in 1875, something called the Red Shirts came along in the South and said, we're going to punish black uppity men who are uppity, and we're going to lynch them. We're going to kill them, and we're going to torture them. And then that morphed into the KKK. The KKK had 4 million members in 1920. They marched on Washington. 4 million members in a population of 110 million would be the equivalent of 12 million today. And Mr. Wilson showed The Birth of a Nation, which is the most racist film ever made in the White House in 1915. So you're going to tell me that America is an experiment in freedom. America is an experiment in white men coming over here and making money. That is all it is. And I used to believe the opposite of that. But the eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Washington died with 121 slaves. Andrew Jackson died with 161 slaves. These people are human beings. They are not slaves. People are human beings. I don't care if you say, well, that's the time, that's how things were back in the early 1800s. No. You do not enslave human beings no matter what.
Yeah, I agree with that. I will say this though: Owen Benjamin made me think very differently about slavery and what it actually is. And there's not that much pressure on slaves, meaning if they get they get taken care of if they looked after well enough. Anyway, I mean, if you think of how Rome did it, the whole point of slavery was to become a citizen. And, well, that was the idea anyway. But my point is, at least they knew where they stood, right? Whereas today, we've essentially got a slavery system, but nobody quite realizes it, except us lot, of course. Which is brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
What's fascinating about the Compromise of 1850, where you had Nebraska and Kansas came in, one slave, one free. They keep it even, right? So we wouldn't have a civil war. They also had something called the Fugitive Slave Act that went along with that. The Fugitive Slave Act said that if somebody from the South, if a black slave from the South went to the North, like Pennsylvania, because I think Maryland was kind of like in the middle, but Pennsylvania was, a quote free state union. That if a slave escaped from the South into the North, that the South, people in the South, had the right to go into the North. They had a chance to, in either individually or get a little posse or whatever, and go find that slave and then bring them back. And you know what else was interesting? If they just happened to take a black person in Pennsylvania or whatever who was free, who lived there, accidentally brought them back too, because they assumed they were in the South, it was okay. This is the United States of America that we sing about in God Bless America, that we sing about in Lee Greenwood's song. If you don't think that the Dred Scott decision, 1857, a black is 3/5 of a human being, and you don't think the fugitive slave law was totally wrong, 1850, 1857, if you don't think that was totally wrong, and that was because that was the sign of the times, and that's how we just thought back then, good for you. Because I used to think like that. No more. Just like I used to think we lived on a ball. No more. Just like I thought that tiny invisible microbes cause illness, disease, and death. No more. No more. We are going to wake up and we are going to see what things are reality. We're not going to live on a little fairy tale called the United States of America. We're going to see it for what it is.
Are you still using your outlets in your house?
Yeah, I'm ranting for him. Yes, he is.
I just asked what the point of the question is if I'm using my outlets in my house.
You're enriching.
Hey, I did get rid of my TV cable in February, so I'm saving $51 a month there, and I'm not enriching Comcast. So that's cool.
That's just a silly comment. It is where it is interesting though how they got us completely entangled. Yeah, our way of living is completely entangled into enriching. Like for instance, make more sense for people to grow vegetables and fruit on their land instead of hedges and the stuff that we can't eat. For sense, I guess. Yeah, they got nurseries selling hedges and all other kinds of stuff other than I would think would be more beneficial is nutrition.
So it was 200 years or not? that first one, they weren't sure. Is this one? Are they more sure on this one? Because 200 years, that's a lot, isn't it? You know? I mean, you're going to have a mark on your back of your hand and in your head by the time this 200 years is up. Yeah, I've always thought that, because I think about the Constitution in America, especially, way more than I think about American politics than I do UK politics. I never think of UK politics, ever, because, you know, I always remember, what was it, Billy Connolly who said, don't vote, you only encourage them. I always like that. So anyway, I always think of American politics more than I do UK. And I don't know. I don't know. I think the idea of putting I think that's the idea of it anyway, is putting the rights and the power in the lap of one person instead of groups, into the lap of the individual. Right? See, when I think of that, I can't, for the life of me, think how that's a bad thing. Well, I was listening to this other guy talking about it, and he was like, "Yeah, but it's still groups of people telling other groups of people what they can and can't do." And I'm like, "Yeah, I see that, but you have to build on something, don't you?" And like, there's a brilliant episode of Crow 777 where he talks about the Bible and law, and they literally go hand in hand. I had no idea. I mean, I kind of knew that anyway, but not to that extent. The episode's called something like "A Baby Was Born and Then Some Stuff Happens." I think that's what the episode's called. Yeah, you can't separate the two. So, I don't know. I just think if you're building a society, you've got to build it on something. That's what I always talk about with, because the guy I talk to, he's always talking about the Bible and how it was just the propaganda of its time, coming through the Roman Catholic Church and all that stuff. But then I listen to people like Rum Boston Bear, and I find his testimonies very moving. And I think, well, and this is funny because he was in the same room, well, this other time, on a different occasion, on another server. And the same guy who I always argue with, he was going down that road. He's got a lot of Gnostic beliefs and whatnot. And, I just had to say, to what end, though? To what end? Because anytime you study a philosophy, quite simply, it should be to make you see that, well, to help you with life, to make it better, and obviously to make it easier when times are difficult. Right? That's very simple. And then you listen to someone like Rum Boston, and he's doing that. He's doing everything that a philosophy should do for you. Like he's giving him gratitude. Gratitude is highly underrated. And so that's why I kept saying to the guy, the guy I always argue with, I'm like, to what end? What's the end of it? Enlightenment, he says. Okay. Enlightenment? What's that? Please. Because I was looking into that a long time. And, I don't know. I had this profound thought that we're in I remember I was in GeoServer and I was trying to hash it out. I should probably think these things through a bit better. But it was a bit off the cuff. And it made me think like that enlightenment's a bit like the Tower of Babel, like a back door to heaven. Like when it hit me, I thought that seemed really profound. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm just being an idiot. But I remember thinking, there's something to that. I don't know. All I can say is I recognize my own limitations. That's what, you get people like, I get it, the sort of new age thing where, no, there's no limitations and we are consciousness. And David Icke, I'm thinking of specifically, who I like David Icke, he says some good stuff. But he's like, it's unlimited consciousness and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, No, I recognize my own limitations, and that's a comfortable place to be, for me anyway. I don't know. It's a weird thing, isn't it? This, when I think of faith in Jesus Christ, for instance, and not through works, right? But through faith. Is Christianity the only thing I think that does that? I don't know. It's an interesting topic. I could talk about it all night, but I guess it's not the server's MO, so probably shouldn't talk about it. Yeah, but to me, that's way more important than flat Earth. In fact, to realize who you are is way more important than where you are. Who you are first. I put where you are second on that list.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna just add to that by understanding the Earth, it gives you insight as to like your spiritual self, like that. I believe like to understand the Earth, like gives you heavy insight into your true self, like who you really are, and that's just like one of the reasons why what the Earth is gate kept, because it exposes that there's more than like just your physical body. There's like your whole spiritual realm that they're trying to deny.
What do you mean, like getting in touch with nature or something like that?
They want you to think that you're like you're your body, that like you are your body, and when you die, when your body goes away, you're gonna die. But like what's really going on is that there's like life after death. That there's more to, like, you aren't just your body, or like there's you could call it a spirit or soul or something like that. Like, or David, like you said you called it like a collective consciousness or something like.
Oh yeah. Do you follow that then? Do you subscribe to that, or do you just subscribe to the, I don't know, in situation? Or because I have like different days. Some days I'm like, oh yeah, this is a soul test. The Christians got it right all the way. And then on other days I'm like, no, I don't know. We'll probably just come back around until we finally realize something. So I'm not, I'm not 100% sure on that one.
I'm just convinced that when your body goes away, you will still have a consciousness outside of your body. Like, does that answer your question? Like, I don't know if there's a single collective consciousness or if there's an individual consciousness. Like, I don't really have all the answers, but I'm just convinced that like death is an illusion. That like there is no death. There is like that we're eternal in nature, our true selves.
And what, you just go back to the source then, or something like that?
Yeah, well, to answer that question, like where you go after death, I think that like the Egyptians were saying, like your heart is measured against a feather. Like you have to be unburdened and light, and like just totally unburdened, and maybe like if you were totally unburdened and lighter than a feather, you may go back to source, or you may leave the earth. But if you're not lighter than a feather, you would be reincarnated here, and you'd be stuck here eternally until you ascend out of here. Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea.
Like kind of like the earth is like purgatory or something, and you're not.
Yeah, I've seen that.
You like graduate out of here.
Yeah, I've seen that quite a few times. I'm not so sure about that, but yeah, I've seen that in a few different places. It's funny because somebody mentioned Satanism earlier. I don't really know too much about that. I think it seems to line up with a lot of Gnostic stuff, though, where they think they can know, they think they can cheat their way into heaven and all this sort of stuff. But what I was going to mention, but I didn't, is that the highest degree or level of Satanism is called MAGA, as in Make America Great Again.
I saw that, but you know what? I didn't care at the time.
It's funny though, isn't it? Probably not a coincidence. Just saying.
Have you heard of non-duality?
Yeah, a little bit.
So in non-duality, there's only an illusion of duality, that good and evil are illusionary. So that I think that's not that I'm endorsing the path of Satanism. I like that's not what I'm saying. I just when you say that Satanism is a path to enlightenment, that could potentially be the case if in a non-dual system.
Yeah, I don't think it's what everybody thinks it is. I looked into it a little, but yeah, I don't think it's. I think you get this Aleister Crowley and what's that other guy's name? They did all the sex magic and all that stuff, and pentagrams and all that stuff. I'm not sure that's what it is. Not that I've looked into it too much, but I've looked into all kinds of things. So,
Anton LaVey. Can you explain what you were saying about non-dualistic? What can you elaborate on what you mean by?
Sure.
What your comment was?
Yeah. So, like in electromagnetism, there's like two vortices, two counter-rotating vortices. There's like and they're opposites, but they're also unified. You're unifying both vortices, you're unifying the dualistic system into one. It's like a unification into one thing. So that, like, as above, so below. Like, you can't have the above without the below. Like, you need both interconnected, like, unified to have a magnet or electromagnetism. Like, so what I'm getting at is, like, there's just, like, this oneness. I guess, I've heard David Icke say, like, a oneness and stuff before. Like, I think he's kind of describing non-duality when he's... And if you were to look up non-duality in, like, Wikipedia, it'll tell you about, like, enlightenment and like...
You're not really explaining it too well.
Okay, you're I kind of jumped all over. Okay, in a magnet.
So you're saying in a dualistic system, you're saying it's not dualistic, and then David Icke said
there's only an illusion of duality, but it's really a unification of like good and evil, like work, like unified into one thing. It's like one thing. It's illusion.
Yeah. You said in a non-dualistic world, Satanism could be enlightenment.
Well, he was saying that there is this conversation that you can use Satanism to become enlightened, like as a shortcut. Like, his words, not mine. And I can see how that may be a possibility, because in a non-dualistic system, they're like it's like a duality is illusionary. Is what I was getting at. And so this is the right and left-handed path. There's like the right-handed path and the left-handed path. The path of like destruction and the path of creation.
Yeah. What do you mean it's illusionary? Dualism is illusionary. Can you give an example of that?
Well, I was trying to describe a electromagnetic field, a torus field. Like when you put a magnet under a ferrocell, you can observe this torus field. This is an observable phenomena. And
yeah, I've seen that.
For a torus field to work, you have two counter-rotating vortices, and you can't. And these two vortices are like actually like unified. You can't have one without the other. Like they feed into each other in like an eternal way.
So why is that an illusion?
The only illusion is that these vortices are opposites. They're actually unified.
Well, you said they're counter-rotating.
Right, they have an illusion of being opposite, but they're really unified, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think the idea is that this is why I always think of that with the Garden of Eden, that story, as an analogy, of course, that says, we fell into duality. So before we were unified, and then we fall into duality, where we have, the yin and yang, basically. Alan Watts always talks about waves and crests and troughs. Can't have a wave. You can't have a crest without a trough.
Correct. And you can exit duality just through, like, when you're meditating and like zenning out and entering enlightenment, you're no longer perceiving things in a dualistic manner. It's like a perceptual thing where you just like it's like a perceptual thing where you're no longer judging. It's like you're no longer judging, is this good, is this bad? Like, you're just fully zenned out and you're no longer making any judgment.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
I do.
Things, whether you're meditating or not, if you're meditating, things can still be bad. Things that are bad are not becoming good.
It's a state of unconditional love. You're no longer judging people, or like Jesus was loving unconditionally. He loved his enemies. Like, for example, like even people who opposed him, he still loved them.
Yeah.
And this is a non-dualistic state.
Yeah, but there's still bad things. You don't get rid of bad things just because you meditate.
No, bad is illusionary. That's what I'm getting at.
Bad is illusionary. Okay, so
Everything is
Killing
illusionary.
someone is illusionary. Killing someone, if that's bad, if you go into meditation, then killing someone is illusionary and not bad.
I think that's how these secret societies are justifying doing bad things. That's what.
Manifestation.
Sorry,
Manifestation.
that seems a bit silly to me.
Yeah, you
But
definitely got to
Justin-
be careful. You got to be careful with it, dude, because you could wander off into
It's a state of
into lava.
unconditional love. Like you're loving.
Well, you're not. You're what? Andy's right. You're wandering off into I have no responsibility for what I'm doing because
Yeah,
it's illusionary.
To me, I think of it like a bacteria in your gut. That's it's not the best analogy, but I'll go with it. It's like you've got good bacteria and so-called bad. There's a little bit more of one than the other. I think there's a little bit more good bacteria than bad. I forget which way around that is, but it doesn't matter. It's roughly 50-50. So my thinking was that there's clearly a higher good because we need the bad. We need it as well. It's just as important. And so I found that interesting. That's the way I sort of look at it.
Yeah.
There's a higher good there.
Yeah, there has to be a higher good because otherwise you wouldn't know what is right and what is wrong.
Well, it's kind of like light and darkness.
Yeah, that's why I was questioning what was being said. I was like,
The Bible's the same thing.
Kind of right, you know.
Just like who you are and what this everything is created of is unconditional love. It's just like straight love, like is what.
But there are still bad things. That's what I'm saying. You can't just say they're not bad things because bad things are illusionary. That's kind of a bad way to think. See, it's a bad way to think.
Well, you can't have like creation without destruction. You need to like.
But yeah, Jesus or God's a prime example. They sent the sun down here. Never mind. Bad joke.
I can't hear you, dude. Your mic's muffled.
I said, yeah, God's a prime example of that. He sent his son down here.
Yeah, so he could pay for bad things for us. So
correct, and
it's
he
not
was
illusionary.
God's creation.
So it's not illusionary. Eh?
No, I was saying it was a prime.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have to pay for the sins. Yeah.
Don't stand by the Bible, so yeah, I don't know what to say to that. I was just making a reference.
Well, what did I say anything that was wrong there?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Good.
It's dangerous.
It is.
I'm not talking about you, Couch. I'm not talking about you, Couch Beast. Relax.
Okay,
mate.
yeah. We're good, dude. We're good.
Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't. I was just. I was just asking the question of. He's not even here anymore. Oh, there he is. Geocentric Piglet. I was just asking. We were just having a conversation about bad being illusionary. I just found it a little bit strange. I don't think he wants to talk anymore.
No, I'm still available to talk. I was just like I was trying to think about it.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean by saying that? Like when you go down that path of everything being illusionary, then there's no responsibility for your actions. Yeah? Because it doesn't matter what you do because it's illusionary. It's kind of a cop-out. You think?
I think another way to look at it is the bad is as real as bad things are as real as good things, but in the overall picture of things, they all might just be some kind of an illusion. It's not that when somebody talks that way, they're not saying that when somebody murders people, it's all just, there's no response. But what they're trying to say is that it's as real as the good things, but when you encompass it and put it all in the same envelope, it's almost like the whole thing, the good, the bad, everything, the ugly, could be illusionary. Philosophically.
Yeah, I'm not trying to speak that, because things are non-dual, that therefore you should, misbehave or like a, or not have any responsibility or anything. I think that's not what I meant.
How old are you, Geocentric Piglet?
I'm
Good
30.
name, by the way. 30. Yeah. I mean, when I was your age, I found Eckhart Tolle's The Power of Now, and that really saved my life. I'm sure now if I went back and I listened to it, I'm sure there'd be all kinds of things that I disagree with. I imagine.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, you just sort of grow, it's like a spiritual journey, isn't it? And, well, I don't know, that's a weird way of putting it, I guess. Some people would be, they wouldn't like that way of putting it.
I just read it again, maybe 6 months ago, and I read it totally differently than when I first read it.
Yeah. But it's just what I needed, Timbo, just in that time frame, whenever it was, 2010 or something. It just came along perfectly, and it was like, that's exactly... Isn't it funny how life does that? It gives you what you need, even if that need is something horrible.
like a stepping stone,
Yeah.
Yeah, a kick in the right direction, but not the right direction,
And it might not be pleasant. It might not be a good thing. It might be seemingly horrible. That's the thing.
That's when I started looking into myself, and going, oh, there's some things about myself that I don't like. Maybe I can fix them.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to make a cup of tea. BRB.
So English.
I noticed, Timbo, that it's 8:17 a.m. Wednesday morning on the bottom of the ball. You must have pretty good line of sight to the satellite in outer space to be beamed down here to the United States. It's pretty good, man.
The sun?
Well, in line of sight propagation on a ball, the satellite helps you, because it has to go up to the ball and then goes down to where it's supposed to go.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
It's
so
almost instantaneous.
I hear you you're next door, but I know you're on the bottom of the ball. So that satellite in outer space doing a good job.
That's funny.
Jim, some point tonight. I've been laughing at Jim for the past hour.
See, a line of sight on a stationary plane means, it goes out there a couple 100 miles on a stationary plane, a flat plane. But on your imaginary fairy tale globe, it has to go into outer space straight to the satellite, which is line of sight, even though we can't see it. And then it goes from the satellite down to where you want it to go. So in our world, we just have one line, but in their world, they have two lines of sight. It's really cool, man.
Yeah, and how do they direct that localized signal and then spread it out so the receiver picks it up off that person who sent out a single signal? That's a bit strange too.
Refraction.
Okay.
I think it's all an illusion.
Hey, P-Mac, where have you been?
I've been around.
Been hiding, mate.
Yeah, I did. I went hid in a wee box in the corner.
Dang, what conversation was that then? I was listening in.
Yeah, it was interesting, but
Very strange.
the one about Satanism,
Yeah.
it was. Is he still there? Geocentric Piglet, and it was.
Yeah, I'm here.
I didn't really understand it that well.
Yeah, you were named Pigo Death, right, before?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if everything were frequency, energy, and vibration, like if according to Nikola Tesla, then all you have is like light that is like of high frequency or low frequency, and like you could call that like light and darkness or something like, but everything is still just frequency and energy and vibration. So like that's what I'm getting at, is like there's this like illusion of light and darkness, but they're really both fundamentally like just frequency, light, and vibration.
Yeah, if you want to conceptualize the metaphysical realm in that way, you're still not introducing the human consciousness in between there. So that's another factor, isn't it? Because we're talking about looking at the world in those three ideas that you just brought involved, right? Which is energy, frequency, and vibration. But where does human consciousness interact with that?
That's what underlying all of that is an unconditional love,
but we're failing to address the thing that we're talking about here, which is the human conscious. That human consciousness that is introduced then becomes something that interacts with those energies.
Yes, so like your true self, your underlying self, is like an infinite potential, unconditional love, like it's like pure love, and it's then interacting with a frequency world.
That's not it. Everything's conditional. There's not unconditional. That's a facade.
Upon circumstance.
I don't know who's taught you unconditional love, but that's never been the case. Things are preferably one way versus the other. So if you say something's unconditionally, I would say that the opposite of that is conditional, right? Certain conditions like the world we live in operates with conditional means. So some things favor other things due to its conditions. So things are conditionally constrained. Love is not unconditional. It is conditional. Right? So if you're going to say that it's unconditional, that's without restraint. And that causes chaos. So it's not unconditional, it's conditional.
What would faith be then?
Faith is a gift given by the Creator in order for you to interpret. Hello?
I was just curious what you thought about that.
Yeah, faith is a gift. It's not something that you are. It's not innate to you to have faith. A measure of faith is given to you by the Creator, so you can understand that you can have something, a belief in something that you wouldn't previous. So faith is a substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not yet seen. That's in Hebrews 1. That's what it's described as what faith is.
That's pretty close, yeah.
So
so that's not conditional then?
What faith is conditional.
Okay, yeah.
Faith is given to those who the Creator chooses, whom He gives faith to. So in the same way we talk about flat Earth and the awakening part about it, the only thing you and I can do is plant the seed, right? Whenever they're awoken to the truth, that's totally up to the Creator. Whenever that happens, it's not on your timing. It's not because you have a strong argument for flat Earth that's going to awaken the mind and the heart to the understanding. It's on the condition that God awakens that person. So once that happens, the awakening begins, and then it's because all the seeds have been planted in the person's heart and mind. They now are nourished by the Creator, or they're not. So on a condition that they will be nourished. So yeah, the idea of unconditional love is just it's not real.
So, if I may ask another question, I'm just curious because that's actually quite interesting. So the conscious mind, is that a condition?
The conscious mind is a condition. What do you mean?
Like
it's a consequence of being alive. Because you're alive, there's a consciousness.
But there's your consciousness, and then there's just your conscious, a being consciousness, right? There's a consciousness in your conscious.
Well, the ability to perceive consciousness is also a gift. Yeah, it's a gift.
Okay. All right.
Do animals perceive their own consciousness?
I don't know. I don't know. They might.
No, I'm telling you. Are they? Do they say I think, therefore I am?
I have no clue. I've never really hopped in one of their minds before. I couldn't tell you. But
well, if they were, then they'd be able to discuss the deeper philosophical underpinnings of their worldview.
I always wish my dog could talk to me. It never happens.
That'd be a very clever chicken that could do that.
I mean, dude, I talk to my dog all the time.
So,
he never speaks back.
So there is a lot of them. There's a lot of people who would create doctrines and so forth, but there are never people who stand up for what truth is. So there is the idea that people have these doctrines that others would like to clamor around, but they're basically empty attempts at the truth. There's no real substance there when you actually look into these understandings. Like as Andy and all them were talking about, they're like stepping stones to like the next level of like what you start to graduate your understanding of things to be the next level. So, and people go through processes, right? Some people start at the very foundation of like where they think this is the right thing, and then they move off to another philosophical understanding, and this makes more sense to them. And then, some other people are, I would say, it's difficult because the more simple you get, the easier it is to understand. But the more complex you get, you start to entangle yourself with like too much. Your mind starts to overflow with like you think yourself too wise because you have a lot of these doctrines that don't have any. There's no physical and tangible like underpinnings. You know what I mean? So it's just a lot of words that people are saying, but there's no validity to them.
Yeah, that's why I pressed him deeper on saying that if there was no duality, then good and bad is illusionary. And I was like, I don't even know what that means. Like, it doesn't mean anything.
There are those who would think that this life is just there's no good and evil. It's just life. There's no good life. There's no bad life. It's just life. And so in that way, you can see like there is no wrong or right. There's just life. You can't discern. There's no way to do that because there is no heaven or hell. There's just the experience of life. You're born into this life, you experience life, and then you die. And so people with that mindset don't have anything more to offer other than that sort of. So it becomes more of a nihilistic, more you start getting into like meaningless fallibilism. There's a lot of other philosophical traits to like attribute to this kind of thinking, and then it becomes like a worldview that you have that we're just a big old meat sack with lips, and you try to find meaning in that as much as you can. But there is nothing other than materialistic, nihilistic, thought processes that you have because you can't find any other, let's say a metaphysical, meaning to like what, because like with life, right? You have the physical, and then you have the metaphysical. You have the spiritual, and you have the the physical. So you're dealing with things on a very real way. On the sense of like you experience life subjectively, right? But then there's also the collective experience, which is everybody with you. So you can say, I went to work today. I worked on certain things with my hands, and I built something. That's fine. It's all material things you're working with. At the same time, you can tell somebody that you care about, that you love them very much. And if I was to tell you, how can you quantify the first thing, the thing that you told them you were, well, I got this material, this, wood was this long, I used this bandsaw, whatever it was, you use materials that were physical, and you can quantify things, right, in that way. But when you get into the metaphysical, I really love the person I came home to. How are you going to be able to quantify that? In what way can you measure that? Can you give me a cup of that in any way? Can we paint that yellow? Because you've told me something that you could experience. Yet there's no way that you can put some kind of label on it, or tell me how you measured it. There's no way you can do that, because it's something that all humans have that we can't define or quantify. We can just talk about it in a way that sounds like it seems to be something that we experience, but without a way to measure it. So how much love can you give somebody? Like, you know what I mean? Like, to whom can you love? And so it just becomes something that it's not something we can quantify and then put in a way that we can. So on the one hand, you have the metaphysical side to us, and then you have the very physical side, the things that we can quantify and use in this world. But both states are unified in the same experience. They're both unified in the same experience. So as you experience objectively this world, you also experience this world objectively with everybody else. When you say, I see a red car coming towards me, so does the next person next to you, because there are terms that are defined between all of us who agree upon them. And then we start to say collectively, we understand what things mean, they're defined, we agree upon these definitions, and therefore that car is red and it's coming towards me. So therefore we can experience things subjectively and objectively at the same time. Because, we go through life, and I guess what I'm saying is, like, on the one hand, you saying that it's just only life, that there's no good or bad. Well, you can fall in the category of, like, doing the most heinous or horrendous things in life, because there's nothing that limits you anymore. That limiter that was there before, that was said this is bad, and then you're going to start to say, well, what is telling me? Why is this bad? Is it bad to you? Is it bad to me? Is it objectively bad? Why is it bad? Well, I think of life as just being life. I don't think of anything as bad. I want to do what I want. So therefore, I'm making a worldview where there's no good or bad. How about that? No heaven or hell. We're just meat sacks going through this world. And so you diminish the realistic way that we can actually view who we are in our experience by doing that. And you can take that to such extremes that you can actually believe this is the reality in which you exist. And then you can convince others of that, because people don't want to be held accountable. People want to feel like this life is too hard. Like, what is the purpose and meaning of it if there's only suffering? And so because of such things, you start to wax yourself intelligent in the opposite direction, whether it's a very bankrupt situation that doesn't have any meaning to life. Anyway.
Just the yogis I hear describe this state of non-dualism is like a state of bliss. It's like you're in a state of bliss, or like you're just in a state like a childlike, like just playing, like you're just playing and no longer judging or like conceptualizing things. You're just like present and in a state of bliss.
Ignorance is more like it. It's ignorance. Ignorance is bliss, isn't it? That's what it is. It's being ignorant. And it sounds derogatory, but in all realistic sense of the way you're describing it is ignorance. Ignorant to the fact that there is such a thing as evil, and people who can do that, practice evil. So I'm not saying that people are just evil all the time. I'm saying there's a duality to people, everyone, all of us, everybody that's listening to my voice. You have the capability to do good and to do evil. You can do two of these things, either one. And some days we do both, right? We can curse somebody one day, we can tell somebody we care about them the other. So that doesn't go away. Just because you want to plug your ears and go, la, 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 I can't hear you, is not going to make things change. We can't just alter who we are just so that we can be children mindlessly going through this world. We have to be people who acknowledge these things and understand them, and also live in accordance with the way that we can balance them as a true balance. Because we understand at times we feel upset, we feel mad. Recognize that. Know that you feel that way. Don't dwell in it. So that's not, so it's dealing with things, not completely abandoning them. That's gonna harbor more feelings of like it'll just be storing up. And if you think that you could just flip the switch and turn everything off, like the power switch, that's not gonna help anything. That won't help anyone, because you'll be seeing somebody in pain and in agony, and you'll be like, well, that's just life. Sorry about it, but we all have to go through life. So have a nice day.
I feel like you can still be like non-dualistic and empathetic. Like you don't need to turn off your empathy to be non-dualistic.
Well, everything shuts down when you start going to that level, because you start to reason with yourself, why do I need these feelings anyway? If I'm feeling sad, I don't want that anymore. I want to just be numb to everything, where I don't have to feel pain or happiness or anything. I'm just going through life. Just okay. I'm a child that doesn't know good or evil or anything, just very childlike, and that's extremely dangerous when you start to think about it, because if you start shutting down that way, the thing that makes you human, you're going to negate the fact that you needed these things in life to actually know when, that part of us is there for a reason. And ignoring it, or, not looking in that direction and facing it, that's just ignorance. You need to acknowledge these things.
I hope that's not what he's saying anyway. That's not what he's saying, is it, dude?
I'm saying your spirit, your soul, its natural condition is unconditional, like just a pure state of love and infinite potential.
That's not true.
I mean, we that might well be true, but for now, for here, we're just humans, right? So
that's what I'm saying.
Listen, the human condition comes in.
I always recognize, Andy, the fact that we're just people, man. So going into this other altered state is ignoring the fact that you're human. It's not going to ever change. You're not ever going to be altered into something else until you leave this mortal coil, as it were.
But you're still here. Your true state is not a human. You're actually like your spirit or soul, which is like unconditional love. It's like
that might well be true, and I believe that, by the way. Well, I think we are beings of spirit, yes.
So that spirit is occupying the vessel, which is operating at an illusion of duality.
Right. Well, you hear what Miggy's saying too.
That's fallacious.
Okay, so what's the ultimate definition of human? Like, what is the definition of human then?
Well, it definitely isn't just spirit, because we were put here. Well, here, hang on just a second. Like, I think we're missing the fact that if it is a case that you are physical, right? If we're talking about physicality. Right? You touch yourself on your hand, you feel yourself, it's physical, right? You touch something else, it's physical too. So we live in a very physical world. We are physical bodies ourselves, and whatever is like manifesting within us, right? That we call a spirit, right? That in the essence that animates the avatar, right? So if you're saying that right there is important, I'm not negating that fact, but I'm saying what the essence that's in us, and also us ourselves, make up a living soul. That is in and of itself like what we are in this world right now. That's not like the spirit.
You can't just pick parts of it.
Yeah. It's not choosing one or the other. It's all of it together. It's the experience of the spirit in the body.
Okay, yeah. Is that like your character?
Well, your character has to deal more with like the teachings and things that you deal with in life that shape you to be who you are. So throughout life, your character is formed by the experiences that you go through, but you go through them. You don't ignore them, and as you go through them, you learn and experience. Like, okay, I got my hand near fire and it burned, so I won't do that again. Like there's things that you deal with, right? So and I just use that as an example, but I'm just other things, right? Like I've tasted a strawberry and it's sweet, so I like strawberries now. So there's other things you can experience in life, good and bad.
That's kind of maybe that's where he's going with it. Maybe he's talking more taking more experience on the spiritual side also, because we don't do it very much, maybe, and the physical, you know what I mean? Maybe that's where he's going with it.
It's not. It really isn't. It really isn't. It's contrary to what I'm saying, obviously, because it's like this ignorant style of thinking. I don't know who's saying that. I don't know what a yogi is, so forgive my ignorance on that. But what I'm saying is what you just characterized those people as, people that are just ignorant, like they're just unconditionally thinking that there's no good and evil, there's just like life, and it's like, no, you're negating the fact that something that makes us intrinsically human, and you can't.
I'll be back.
I don't know. I
understand you.
Yeah, I'd like to talk on this a little bit. So I was watching one of Owen Benjamin's. I haven't watched Owen since this whole Kanye West thing. I don't know, but anyway, one of his friends were. They don't call him that anymore, do they? Sorry.
Owen Benjamin.
One of his friends were made by Jim Bob. I understand he's had a bit of he's probably drama just for clicks. I don't bloody know. I don't care. Anyway. So I went over to Made by Jim Bob's channel, and he wears the jorts. I don't know. He seems like a pretty cool guy, anyway. And so he gets this guy. On. Sorry, go on. What? Well, that WAV mixer going to jump in.
Oh, okay. I just logged in. I didn't know my mic was on. I tried to log in silent.
No worries, dude.
Okay, I'm in my car right now. I'm just sitting at home, so
all good.
Let me know if I make too much noise. I'll pull over and try to log out.
Yeah, you can mute yourself, can't you?
Well, I'm driving, and so I've got a phone that doesn't work very well. I have to try to slide half the time. It doesn't get me up to the controls. It's a pain in the butt. I'll go ahead and log out and just mic up if I want to talk. I'll be back.
Yeah, so anyway, I went to watch Made by Jim Bob, and there was a guy he had on the show, because he'd often just do it, like a phone-in thing, people would phone in. And this guy was probably about early 30s or something like that. And I think he'd go into some kind of cult situation, I'm not 100% sure, but he was following some guy, I don't know, but they were talking a lot about scripture, and this guy was all over the place, right? And I always say great spirituality, whatever flavor, points away from itself, always. And I know the Bible does, even though I'm no expert on the Bible. I refer to Miggy or somebody else for that. But I've seen enough of it to know that it does do that. And this guy was just he was like, John 16, chapter 5, and you could tell it was a real burden on him. Ideologically possessed is what I would call it. And I was going to go and leave a comment, right? And that's not knocking Christianity. I'd say that with anything, any ideas, any set of ideas. And I very rarely leave comments, very rarely. But I really wanted to leave a comment underneath this Made by Jim Bob video. And I just wanted to say, look, the last thing you need is more words. These words are hanging on you heavy. What you need to do, have you got a dog? Go take your dog for a walk. Go and sit in nature. Sit next to a tree and be quiet. Be as still as you can. That's what I'd advocate for. Get in touch with your body, because the intelligence of this place runs through your body. And be as still as you can. And that's what this guy needed, because there's that quietness is inside each and every one of us. It's certainly in me, and it's very difficult to start to put it into words, because whenever I enter that space, any words spoil it. I don't want to talk, I just want to be quiet. So there's something to be said for that. Now, Miggy seems to be one of. I mean, I don't. Dude, you seem to have got this. You've got this lovely balance noticed about you. So I think you've got these because you've obviously got this set of beliefs, Christianity. Right? That's obviously the impression you've given me.
Wave, you're hot micing, brother. I don't know if you can hear me, Wave.
And you seem to have got this good balance with it. You seem to have done it right. Whatever that means, you seem to have done it right. Where it's not like that with you at all. And how it should be. Like the strong foundation that you've built the self on. That they talk about that, don't they? Where they say something about don't build it on sand, don't build your house on sand, and all that good stuff.
The solid foundation, right?
Yeah. So you seem to. I don't know. Maybe it's because you're a little bit older. What was you like when you were 30?
Not like this. I was the passion I had for following after God at the time, but I was introduced because I was a pastor for some years, but. That's not to say like it's not a how can I put it? When I say that word, it's like a holier than thou perception, and it's not that. I've none of the people that I've seen in the biblical context were ever looked at as that. They were broken men that needed to be rescued from themselves, and so the teachings that were given to them built them up to be strong men who were wise in what teachings they were given. And so they at the time they were broken, and the reason why they were chosen was because they weren't thinking themselves to be intelligent and wise. They were just like, I'm just like you and me. Like, there's nothing special about me. The only thing that I know for sure is that the truth is with me, and it's like a sword that I carry, and then like whenever it's time to use it, I use it. Like, but it's at the same time, I know when it's time to be, like kind and wise and like. You have to know how to manage that. I didn't know that at the beginning, man. I was all zeal and passion and fire and brimstone. Like I was just, going off the rails. If anybody like now, it's temperance. Like I know when it's time to like get down and like I have to overturn tables. And there's times where I know this it's time to have a conversation. It's just the energy that's matched. So, but I was definitely not that guy in my 30s.
Mayhem, is this mic on?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Hey, Mayhem, can you mute me for now? I can't get my phone to unmute, and I'm going to start driving home, and I don't want to be making a bunch of noise here. I'll let you know when I get home to unmute.
All right. Sure thing.
Cool. Thanks, bro.
But I think the restlessness that people have, Andy, I think it's because when in this arena, like, and I've kind of named it this way, when you find the truth or awaken to the truth that the earth isn't a globe, you have a restfulness about you. It's like the time, like the weeks after you find out the earth truly isn't a globe. Like you go to sleep and it's like a very peaceful, like you feel like the uncertainty that it was where you couldn't know things because everything was already figured out and you felt so minuscule. Now everything is like, wow, the creator that I was, maybe or may not be there. I can now say it's the necessary antecedent for creation. I know that there's a creator. So there's a lot that is lifted off of you from like the burden of like having to do things yourself and kind of like there's so much that you rely on for your own mind to actually do. Now it's like, that there's a source. The source is the creator. And if you could just tap into that source, then things would be like the way they are after you find the truth of flat earth, and you rest in that. So it's like plugging into the source. Like just like any physical means that you go into like a beautiful forest or a waterfall, these energies that you feel because you're there, you're plugging into the source. So
yeah, it's like this is what I keep saying it, and I keep trying to. I'm gonna really say it once, well, in an eloquent manner one day. But for now, I'm just all over the place with it. But you seem to have this thing where you speak from the heart, and it's good. It's along the lines of what you're talking about, where it's not just from the accumulations in the head.
Mm-hmm.
It's something else. It's this other thing, and it's powerful. When you're around it, it's like you're drawn to it, and. I assume I've said this before, but the FTFE and all that. When I listen to these guys talking, it's like a cheese grater on my ears. But when I listen to someone speak from the heart like that, it's like milk and honey in my ears. It sounds so good. So I hope it's the opposite for them. I hope that when they listen to this, because I'm sure they do, I hope they they listen to me and it's like cheese grater in their ears.
Well, because when we come in here, the thing that we actually want people to do is just be honest. Like,
yeah,
I like the authenticity of people when they say, "Look, man, I mean, I don't know too much about this, but I would like to know more." And so that is coming from a genuine place, right? Versus it being like, "No, I think I know what it's about." Like, and you feel this air of arrogance. So it's difficult to actually help someone when they feel, or like when you ask them a direct question and they give you a answer that kind of works around. There's no honesty there. There's no like, no, that's what I meant, or it's for me. I feel like that's like the layers that we have, like in this room, from the people that we care about, like all our friends. Like it takes time to get to know each other, right? But once we do, we kind of, like, I don't want to say let our guard down, but we drop a little bit of that like wall that we have to kind of, that front that we have to have when we talk to people. As in, we don't want people to see us for like being ignorant in subjects and whatever. We want to feel like we know what we're talking about. But I think that we share something very special. We bring to the table is our experiences in life, right? So you, me, everybody in here, we have different experiences. So it's like, I have my interpretation of how I deal with things in this life, but then I don't know what you've been through, Andy. Like I couldn't tell people in here, like, you know what I mean? And you bring something authentic to that, so it enhances like our conversations.
I'd like to ask you a question, ma'am, if I could. Yeah. So that validating like flat Earth and stuff, like is that how something's done along everything you do? Like as far as like your reality, or is what I mean? Like because you guys talk about like beliefs and stuff and everything, as well as being able to prove it or whatnot. So in every the government's obviously lying, correct? So how do you figure out what they're not lying about, what they are lying about, or are they lying about everything? You know what I'm saying?
No. So the thing that we talk about in here is specifically this. Now they could be lying about many other things, but to make a blanket statement and say they're lying about everything, that's just not true.
No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying, how do you demonstrate that? Like, how do you?
It's evidence. So how do you build a case for like
exactly? Yeah.
Well, it's very easy, right? The information that proceeds from what they're giving us, like from the governmental standpoint, we're talking about companies that have to deal with things that the Earth itself is being used in a way that they're telling us, like rocket ships are going up to the moon and rocket ships are going to Mars and all of these things, right? So they're entities within the governmental structure that operate in a way that we understand the government is funding these guys to do certain type of work, right? And which is like sending rockets up, to go wherever, satellites and whatever they do. So we know that they're contributing to this, right? But what is the reality of our existence here on this flat level plane is that we don't see any demonstration of the Earth being a globe in any way, not according to what they're saying. So what are they doing? Because if it's not to deal with like the Earth directly, as we can measure and practically use and perceive it, has nothing to do with a globe, right? Because we've already examined that. So if it's not the Earth being a globe and the vacuum of space is a reality, because it's the second law of thermodynamics violation, then what is it? What are they doing with that company that they're sending a lot of funding to build these rocket ships to go where? You know what I mean? So it's evident that they're not using them for what the funding going to this organization. So we start to say, okay, the facts are that there isn't demonstrable curvature on the surface. The Earth isn't in motion, as in per axial rotation, and it's not the vacuum of space as they've been telling us, because the antecedent to gas pressure is a container. So If we're examining these truths about the Earth itself, then what are we saying about what they're telling us? Is that also true? That they're saying in rocket ships to the moon and the planets and all that? Are they doing these things? Of course not. Because if all of that, what they said was true, then everything that we would demonstrate for our physical and natural world would be real. There would be a globe. There would be no question that the Earth was moving, and the vacuum of space would be a reality in per the way they would describe it. But that's just not the case. So do you see the contradiction that we deal with? It's the evidence we have for the Earth being what it actually is versus what they're telling us. There's nefarious intent for them to actually say that they're gonna be giving us an ISS live stream when they're the geometry of Earth couldn't be as what they would say from the height that they say that they're from. You know what I mean? They're in an elevation in the ISS and looking down on the Earth, and it looks like a globe. And so we say, well, think about how high the ISS is. What is it? 245 miles up above the Earth's surface, and then it's in a decaying orbit for over 20 years around the globe. This is nonsensical. It can't even be possible that they're doing some things like this. So, what are we talking about then? What's really going on? Is it that? Of course not. If that was the case, then the evidence would ensue that whatever they're saying would be evidence to us that we'd know that we're living on a globe. So, the evidence that we have that the Earth is not a globe is good enough to say that whatever they're proposing to tell us from that mindset, from the idea the Earth's is vacuum space and it's spinning around and all this is just nonsensical. So what
lies?
Yeah.
And okay.
So we build off that foundation, Couch Beast. The idea that the Earth is a globe has been demonstrated to be false. So everything that they tell us from that standpoint of it, rockets and videos and all kinds of stuff, like that's just it's a narrative, it's a story, nothing more.
So here's where I'm having another issue is that you have people will bring the Bible in like you do in every which is fine. I have a problem with that, but I'm trying to figure out how that follows into this as well, or in proof or not in proof. You know what I mean? And then when you're using something as evidence, do you understand where I'm going with that or not? I don't. Some people don't know the Bible or whatnot, and then you also have different religion all the way around the world of different books and everything of how things were to them, right? In their country, and we're in America, and it's all collaged together, right? So
yeah, you're talking about the biblical narrative, right?
No, I'm just talking in general because when you get people online, they don't really know how to follow it when someone starts talking about God and blah, 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 and all that stuff.
I'll let Brainshape, because you wanted to chime in, I'll let Brainshape take this point.
Yeah, so I think it's a question of truth, but mainly it's a question of science and faith. So for me, anyway, the main issue seems to be that people have conflated science and faith. So what I find personally helpful about this Discord is that we are sort of separating science and faith, because the knowledge that is tangible and physical is generally not really compatible in that sense, if I were to use that word, with faith, because faith is of things unseen, as it's written. So what I find useful about the Discord is, yes, teasing out what's science, what's faith, but of course, as Mayhem was saying, that once you look at the physical and tangible and testable, falsifiable, then you have to come to the conclusion that, okay, there's obviously big major elements in the world that are not after truth. So then after that, yeah, it goes about seeking truth. You can seek truth from the tangible, physical, falsifiable level. But then you have to think of truth in the greater sense. And that's where that faith and philosophy comes in.
Yeah, that's really well said, dude.
There's separate entities.
What, faith and science?
They're separate entities.
Hey, what, faith and science? Are you joking, right?
That's why. No. I'm just trying to make it abrupt, I guess, so to speak. I
wouldn't say they're totally separate, but there's definitely some sort of delineation, because if they're just joined together, then it makes life very confusing. Because let's say, which is what we deal with. So let's say I think it's a globe, then you just believe it's a globe. Then that's just a faith in the globe. So that's why a lot of globers come in, and they just, the words they always use is believe. Like, I believe it's a globe, I believe. Then they ask, do you flatters believe? So if they just keep using belief in a very sort of flagrant way, then that's not very helpful, because, Paul also writes that, science so falsely called. So understanding the world, understanding truth means that we have a rational capability. So I believe, like, God, the creator, Yahweh, doesn't want us to just have, not to say blind faith, but we need to operate. He's given us a mind, so we need to exercise our mind accordingly. So there is, I think, some element of the human experience in getting to know God where we need to understand there's some rational level, and then there's some faithful level. So, for example, in the laws of Moses for the ancient Israelites, there obviously is some tangibility, like, okay, how they're supposed to do the sacrifices, how they're supposed to handle the animals, how they're supposed to handle their slaves or masters, community, do trade and commerce. So that's obviously a certain rational operation, but that's based on a faith. So because there's based on a faith of truth, a just God, a good and righteous God, Jesus, Yeshua, delivering us from our sins. So therefore, that means that there will be some sort of faith that then drives a kind of like rational operation in the world. But when it gets all confused and jumbled up, I think that's when the main problem occurs, because the Luciferians, the people that shouldn't be in charge, the controllers, they come from that Luciferian faith system, and therefore they created all this false rationality about the world.
Be dangerous at some aspects. I mean, I guess that's what you're saying. You can have a dangerous path toward it with it sometimes, if not known. I guess the path you're going down.
Yeah, so it depends on what how you want to live, but and basically about truth and not being deceived. So if we have a capability to discern truth based on belief or understanding of the world, then we have to operate some rationality. But the corruption occurs when the rationality defines faith, or sort of faith occurs without any kind of rationality.
For me, yeah, that's exactly it. When to discern it that's the thing. Gotcha. That's an interesting thought. I was just, it's like, well, where do you start? Like as soon as you come in here, it seems like everything's just a huge deception, and you're already halfway through your life. Well, I mean, you don't even have a mind. You're having so much change your diapers, until you're about, 4 or whatever, however you know what I'm saying. And it's just kind of interesting how you come in here as a vegetable, almost, and you can easily be deceived as a child, and like they do, NASA and everything else does with all the, the propaganda, toys, blah blah blah, whatever, media, and it seems like it's all one big deception here.
Well, thing is, when I sorry, go on. You no, you go.
Oh God, I'm walking to work now, so yeah, go ahead.
When I first came into this server, I was happy to see QE so I could thank him personally for teaching me what science was, and more importantly, what it isn't. And he took a break after that, I noticed, and we didn't see him for a long time. And I think he probably needed it as well by listening to him. But yeah, because we seem to have put this moniker, this stamp of science on everything. And if you listen to younger people talking, like just in gaming on Twitch, they'll be like, we're doing it for science. And of course, they've got no clue what science is. And I didn't either. Until I listened to QE, I had no idea. I didn't know about all this science, and observing natural phenomena and, establishing a cause and effect relationship. I didn't know anything about that. So it was great to actually come into the server and thank him personally, and I meant it, because that's an important part, I think, of the new religion. Although of course they'd never call it that, is science. is the new religion is science, but it's pseudoscience because they're not following the scientific method at all. That's the thing. That's what you need to recognize.
No, so you're saying the science should be the standard.
Yes, the scientific method should be the standard
in everything that you do, or can you? I'm just getting an idea of how. You know what I'm saying? Like,
science.
How far
the scientific method only operates for ascertaining how and why question of natural phenomena. That's it. There's truisms that are outside of that, like what size is my foot? So I'm gonna use something to measure my foot, and then I'm gonna buy a shoe that's that measurement that I've given it. That's outside of the scientific method, but it's still true that it's a certain size. Do you know what I mean? It's objectively true. I have a size 11 shoe. Do you follow me?
I understand.
So that's outside of using the scientific method. We didn't ascertain that information from using the scientific method, did we? Cash piece?
Are you asking? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were talking to me.
I'm speaking to you. Just
that was rhetorical.
Well, it is rhetorical, but at the same time, like I did want to do want to have a conversation with you so it can be interactive, so you can kind of see where we're coming from. The extent of the scientific method is for observation of natural phenomena, so that we can ascertain the how and why understanding of what causes that effect.
Right. Just trying to understand you guys and where you're completely at with it all. So,
well, can you see where I'm going with it? Like, I just want to know if you understand. Okay. So we have an understanding then that we know now what we're talking about. So when it concerns the scientific method, it's answering the questions of a natural phenomena, how that natural phenomena is causing that effect.
Right. So then I go back to this. When people use religion to put upon like sphere or globe, how does that work then?
What do you mean? If somebody's arguing from a biblical standpoint to something,
how do you combat that? Like, well, you know what I'm saying? Like, where do you? That seems, because both of you totally agree that you can't go there with that. So I'm kind of curious on how.
Can I say?
You can go there with that, but as long as you understand foundationally that it always goes back to when you make statements biblically, like I'm giving you an example, right? If you make a statement in the Bible, that's fine. But you have to then come back to like, okay, the physical natural world would back me up on this. This is my evidence for stating what I am here. It's not just the biblical standard. It's also the physical standard. It's the physical natural world in which the creator that made this place gave us, so that I'm telling you that it's not just this scriptural reference. It's also when I look into nature itself would explain this. So it's something that's self-evident. I don't have to just use scriptural reference. I can just tell you go outside. You'll see for yourself.
But only to say, Miggy, there is no religion claiming any sphere in creation. Any religion.
Okay. Yeah.
Only if you want this heliocentrism called religion, then yes. But all religions, you can take it whatever you want. Take the country, people go in creation book, whatever they're following, and you will find out there is not even one word about sphere.
Yeah, I was just wondering why it's just brought up so much in it, because I was wondering what the relation was.
Why? Because in a religious book it's described the creation, you know.
Oh, okay.
And there is a creation of the world, and there is written something about creation.
Yeah, that's obvious. So if you've never read the Bible, it's obviously talking about creation itself. So.
Okay.
And look at the devil, what he's saying there. I'm not religious, but what he's saying there, it's matching with the reality.
How do you scientifically demonstrate the all of that? Like, I mean, does that? That's why I'm getting confused too. Like,
What do you mean?
Why are you saying? How I prove no motion?
Hold on.
Oh, I'm saying.
Let him just restate it. I want to hear restate your.
I'm saying like how? Okay, so like a religion for say, if somebody wants to come in and bring religion on it, how do you prove their? Does the religion have to have a backing of proof, like it's been proved, or
it's not about religion? I'm telling you about creation. There is some things written, and there is saying that this earth is stationary, for example.
Yeah,
and now I can test that now. Is it stationary? Or is it moving?
It's definitely not moving.
And that means, is it what is written in Bible?
Yeah, I understand that. I get
yeah, but why is written that?
I don't know. That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, but
because it's not moving. It's not moving, dude. That's why it's
I totally, I get it, dude. I totally get that part. I'm just trying.
No, I don't know. Like you're asking the question. If you got it, then you wouldn't be asking it. Like now,
I'm trying to figure out how it got to the Bible. How it got to the Bible, kind of like how we got here thinking, okay, everyone got tricked and bamboozled into that. Well,
what do you mean how it got to the? What do you mean how it got to the Bible?
What? What I'm saying is how did it get to the Bible and then get past everybody else? And then you understand what I'm saying? Like, so okay, it's been in the Bible, so really it should have been. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're talking about since it was in the Bible. Since it was in the Bible, how were they deceived to think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Pretty much. I mean, how did it?
Well, it's simple, right? These guys are taught that the Bible is a poetic language. It's not talking about literal things. It's just using references as, well, those guys who were back then, the horse and buggy guys, they only look at life in their perspective, so they don't know much. But we're enlightened these days. And we know that they were using poetic language to talk about things they have no concept on. Therefore, being in this enlightened age, we can know that the Earth is a globe, and they didn't know what they were talking about. So it's poetic language. Can you see how the deception happens when somebody's taught that way? Now, when they look at the Bible, like, oh, yeah, they're saying the world's immovable, but they don't know they're just sheep herders. That's all they are. We're people coming from Harvard. We know what we're talking about. They didn't, right?
Well, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I know, but then I'm wondering who.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Who? The Bible's been written so many times and all that. And I'm not even just talking about just the Bible itself, right? I'm talking about all the religions. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've read the Quran and all that too. And
all right, so let's put it in a context here.
Yeah.
All right, so you're walking down the street, right? And this homeless guy who doesn't look like much, he says something very true to you as you walk past him, right? Very, very true.
Okay.
He says, "Don't go into that restaurant next door because there's rats that are in the kitchen," right? And you're just like, this guy, he don't know what he's talking about. I'm gonna go to that restaurant next door. Well, you go into that restaurant, lo and behold, you're sitting down and eating, and you see rats running around the kitchen. Well, did it change the fact that he said something very true to you because who he is or who he was when you passed him? Couch Beast.
Yes, sir. I thought it was another. Never mind.
Did the truth change because he's a homeless person on the street who didn't look like much, and he told you there's rats in the kitchen of the restaurant you want to go dine in? Did that truth of what he spoke to you have to mean any different because he's a homeless person who didn't look like much?
Oh.
No, why? Why?
Because I'm not going to judge from what he says. I probably would have believed him, to be honest with you. But
the thing is, what I'm trying to tell you is that you are looking at this from a lens of saying, who are these people speaking of things in the biblical perspective? Like, who are they? What I'm telling you is, if it's true, it's not going to change the fact who spoke it. It's still true, right?
Okay, that's
right?
that's kind of where. Well, no, it's because that's kind of where I'm kind of.
No, what? Like, dude, if people are, I don't care what your perspective on this. You're gonna be wrong if you say that you're gonna go against this. Whoever speaks of truth, you listen. Whoever speaks of truth, it doesn't matter who it is, right? If they're saying something that's true, and you're saying, well, it's because they were from 100 years ago, or they didn't know much, or whatever, you make up your excuse, right? But if it's still true, it's not going to change. So if somebody in the Bible is saying that the earth is immovable, and then today in the Enlightened Age, right, we find out that, well, lo and behold, the earth is immovable because there's no demonstrated evidence that it's moving anywhere. There's no scientific evidence anywhere that anything's natural phenomena that the earth's spinning around. So it's true that it's immovable because it's not moving. And so whoever said that in the biblical reference still remains true in the physical and natural world. It's not moving. Therefore, it is true. Right? Hello?
Yes, I understand that, but the illusion got out somehow.
What illusion?
There is no illusion, man.
What illusion?
Flat Earth. Oh, that's what I'm trying to say. See, so
flat Earth?
Bible is written.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. Wait a second. We're getting wires crossed. What illusion?
Sphere.
The sphere.
Yes, that's the illusion that everyone's under right now.
Right. So what are we talking about?
I'm saying it's written in the Bible, the best book of, the world's best, #1 seller, right? So how does everyone miss that?
Because they've been taught to think that it's poetic language. I just finished telling you this. So their teachers, whoever's tell them, okay, you read that reference in the Bible, said the earth's immovable. They don't know what they're talking about. Okay, I'm a biblical scholar. I've had many years studying this. I come from Answers in Genesis, and I'm telling you, they don't know what they mean. We got astronauts going to space. Okay, so check it out, man. Hold on, Sasha. I'm trying to bring this home. So if you're telling me that this guy is telling you that the earth is immovable and the earth is flat because you bring up a certain scripture, I'm just going to tell you, I'm sorry, but you're wrong because it's poetic language. So therefore, the illusion that they're giving you is that scripture is wrong because it's poetic language. It's not talking about reality as you know it. Do you understand what I'm talking about now?
Yeah, bro, I'm cool, yeah.
All right, so we understand how deception happens. It wasn't that the thing that was said in the Bible is wrong. The person who's a teacher is telling the student that it's wrong because it's poetic language.
The government, correct?
Whoever, dude, we're not saying the government is in the pulpit. We're saying the guy who's in the pulpit is the one preaching this word. That guy, whoever it is, I don't know who it is. Whoever that guy is telling you that it's a globe and it's moving around because we got astronauts and NASA and all that kind of stuff. All right. Has nothing to do with the quote unquote government. It's just some dude who has learned from another dude and who's learned from another guy that the earth is a globe. So it's been like a tradition that's handed down that's telling you to look at the Bible. When you read it and it says that the sun, moon, and stars were created on the fourth day, right? Oh, don't worry about that language. That's poetic. Don't mean that. What we understand is Big Bang and evolution and all, on and on.
Miggy, he thinks maybe that we missed that people like from the Catholic or whatever Christian church missed that. They didn't miss that. They pushed that in a different way. They made the sphere.
Yeah, this is all indoctrination coming from these religions, right? So
yeah, but if you're a real Christian, you cannot believe in sphere. Now, the problem is the religion, Christianity itself, whatever you want to call it, Because
are we getting somewhere, Couch Beast? Because I don't know if it's landing right now.
No, we're good, dude. That's why when he mentioned that, it's like, well, how far do we take it back to know when the deception started, right?
Who cares, Couch Beast? We don't listen. We don't concern ourselves.
Like living in
we don't. We don't. Hang on, Sasha. 1 second, brother. Like, we don't concern ourselves, Couch Beast, with like who did what, when, where, what. That we don't care about that stuff. The only thing we're concerned with is that the agenda right now is that is false because it's a globe and that this narrative is taking hold of people's minds. So we're only concerned with right now. I mean, obviously, when you get into flat Earth, you start researching, you're going to start to find out, the origins of things, right? That's natural from a research point of view. But for our concerns right now, we don't concern ourselves with let's figure out the domino effect of where this all, because if we got to know, what we're concerned with is that the person understands the physical and natural world is not demonstrating itself to them as a globe spinning around in the vacuum of space. El comprende?
Bro, I get it, man. I'm just
that's what I mean. The whole crux of this conversation should revolve around that. Pun intended. We're talking about the Earth spinning.
Only to tell him that has a reason for religions, because in ancient religions and everybody has that depiction of the non-stationary Earth in a closed system, and you have that in all religions, and if you have that in all religions, what that mean? That people from the past were believing in flat and stationary Earth in closed system. And we realize now that we are living on a stationary Earth with a closed system. Why we should now to have doubt about religious to understand?
What you said? Why?
Yeah.
No, you're getting
because
confused.
They're the ones that are deceiving us. You just said it so yourself, the Catholics. So that's why I was going.
Listen, man,
yeah, because you have the institution here, the Catholic Church, and you have the Bible. You need to distinguish that two things,
Right? Yeah, I know. That's fine.
I honestly don't know where the confusion lies here. If we're agreeing, it sounds like we're. Well, it started off that way. You were like, well, why is this and that, and we're just like, dude,
I'm not asking
pretty
why.
obvious.
I'm saying I was wanting to know your opinion on. You told me that doesn't matter, so it's all good, dude. I'm fine.
It don't really matter. The agenda is the only thing that's in play here. What's in play is that people are being deceived because they're thinking that the physical and natural world is not what they perceive it to be, because they can't know beyond their senses what's really happening. So what they're thinking right now is that I have my senses. Outside of my senses, something's happening, and that's where the globe Earth lives. Outside of that. Outside of my perspective, the globe Earth exists. What? How is that possible? If the physical and natural world is detected by my senses, I don't feel motion, I don't see curvature. And beyond that, I don't measure curvature. I don't measure axial rotation. How is this possible? How do we have a globe when the two fundamental things, of curvature and the Earth moving around, are not detected?
And it's written in the Bible.
Yeah, furthermore, right? Furthermore, it's written in the Bible.
Interesting. That's very interesting because it's written there. And that's the book of creation, my God.
Which is, you take a look at it this way. Yeah, some sheep herder a long time ago was telling you base axioms and obvious truths, where now people are still trying to figure out what, all kinds of ideas and theories. But really, the current status of things is that they're just being indoctrinated with deception. Because when it boils down to their whole philosophy of general relativity and all kinds of, they're waxing themselves intelligent because they're using $10 words. It doesn't matter because they can't provide any evidence to substantiate their claims. Dude, so what do we end up with, right? At the very tail end of all of this? A bunch of nonsense, right? That people like to go drone on and on about, instead of having to tell us what the reality of the situation is, which is, what we perceive it to be, what we can measure it to be, and what it's practically used as.
And
you know what I'm saying, Kashbis? This.
Dude, I get you, but I totally get you. I'm there. I'm right there with you, man.
I don't know, man. Sometimes you make me feel like you're not there. The words that are coming out of your mouth, man. It's just like I feel like we're not on the same page.
Do you remember that president of NASA? That SS guy, that space guy, that the father of the space.
Just von Braun. I'm just curious about the source of the.
Do you know who is von Braun? Von Braun, that the father of the space. Do you know who is von Braun?
Bro, he doesn't know. It's too much for him, Sasha.
Wait, hold on.
He doesn't know these things.
No, I'm asking him. Does he know?
let me just bring some context to my friend.
No, because I want to put that context also, Mickey. Why would
I'm hang on, Sasha. I'm talking to Jedi.
Sorry.
Jedi just entered the room. I'm gonna tell him what's going on. Couch Beast was asking some questions about, things about the Bible and the relation to like the physical and natural world. How did we get the deception in the first place? And like I'm telling him the relationship between like the people who are preaching the word or whatever are basically siding with those, corrupted people who think the earth's a globe. So your current pastor or preacher, they're going to be speaking from the pulpit. Thus says the Lord, the earth is a globe, right? And it's like, no, dude, like that's not what it says in the word, first of all. And also the physical and natural world doesn't demonstrate that. So they're wrong. Right. And so, but what they're doing is they're indoctrinating people to think this way. And he's wondering how the deception happens. I'm like, well, it's evident, isn't it? We got it from pastors who are preaching from the pulpit. We get it from teachers who are speaking from a pulpit.
Let me correct you there. That's not what it was. I was wanting to know when I knew all that. I was trying to get to where and when the deception started, and what was the corporate of that, and who started it. That's where I was getting to.
Well, if you really want to go all the way back to the beginning of all things, it happened in the garden, man. When you want to go back to the beginning, so I did that.
No, it's okay, dude. I'm not trying.
What do you mean, no? This is the beginning of all things, right? When the first lie happened, when he said, "If you eat of the
deception of the mass."
Why are you jumping in the middle of my sentence, man? Like, so I'm telling you, you want to go back
later. I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys later. I gotta go. Talk to you guys later.
Suit yourself.
Again, later. Sorry, I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm good for like 12 rounds, so if you want to keep going, we can.
That was odd.
About how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
That was odd.
He's like, I want to know the beginning. All right, Adam and Eve. No, not that beginning. The other one. Which other one, bro? That's where all of it started, right there. Like, what are you talking about?
He wanted the day that everybody understood the Earth was a ball. I don't know. What, Tuesday at 2:30? What the fuck?
It was 2:30. I could remember it now. We were all standing around, not doing much. Like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah.
I yesterday he was in the chat, just attacking the Bible and religion and just saying he was just like spouting nonsense.
He's like, I already get that. I was like, I don't think you do, man. You were asking these questions like you don't know. And I don't know. I know all that. I just want to know the origins. All right, man. So Adam and Eve, not that origins. Like, which one then, bro? Like the one that I said?
Do you remember Cold Sun? Yeah, do you remember Cold Sun?
Yeah, I do. Is that him?
Yeah, that's him.
Freaking Colton. What's up, Jama? Yes. Jama!
How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Pretty good, brother. I was drinking water, sorry.
That was interesting.
You know me. I like it wild, man. But anyway, it was just kind of it was interesting because he came in here kind of like really trying to drill down onto some kind of point that really just, I don't know, it didn't have any, like, there was no reason to have it. It's like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, I spotted him, I don't know, maybe yesterday or the day before. Can't quite remember when. I've been waiting to hear him a little bit more live in the live stream. I think I only caught him in text yesterday, actually, talking about, I think it was definitely something biblical, and I didn't like his stance on it. So, yeah, he seems like an interesting character. Does he think the Earth is a ball or flat, by the way? I haven't even determined that bit yet.
He said he agrees that everything that what did he say? He says it in a very obscure way, dude. He's like, yeah, I agree that it's not a globe, but yeah, I just think it's the reality of things. It's like, you're very generalizing everything, man. Like, what are you saying? That if it's not a globe, then it is
very non-specific Earth.
Very non-specific. He's saying a whole bunch of nothing, and it's just like, well, we can't know where you stand at this point. You're just like,
I don't want to stand anywhere just in case I get tripped up. I get it.
Sometimes you just got to work the body, man, until you know.
Well, if he's going to be talking about the Bible and he's going to be having issues with God and stuff, then yeah, he's going to be an interesting character.
But if you want to know the very beginning, that's way before Adam and Eve. That was from the mind of the devil when he think of being greater than God. That was from a different realm. That wasn't even the physical world. So that thought came from the spiritual realm.
Yeah, of course.
That's
But
the very beginning.
what he wanted to know is like from the standpoint of people being deceived to think that the earth is something that it's not. But yeah, I get what you mean. But this is
Yeah, what I mean, like deception started from there, you know. So if you could deceive the angels, who are we, you know?
But he can't perceive metaphysical things, Jama, much less the physical. So it's like
I see, I get it.
You can't even. There's way too much in front of that. Which it's like, I mean, Sasha wanted to take him there with some points about the origins of like specifically the Roman Catholicism version of like the flavor of globe that they came out with, and I was like, dude, he's not gonna. This guy, he's not in it for the like. It's I can sense someone's being not genuine about it, but I'm using his ignorance as a platform for me to actually get people who might be thinking like him to realize that it's not, you know, because like the truisms that happen, they don't have to be tied to the scientific method. So you can say something like, and I use the example of my foot, you know, measure my foot. It's 11 inches. When you go to the shoe store, I'm going to ask for a size 11 shoe. I'm not going to need to then run the scientific method on my foot. Like, there's no how and why question answer. You know what I'm saying?
You don't need no ID. You don't need no IV or DV for that.
It's a true.
Always a ruler.
Yeah, it's true that my foot is 11 inches. Like, that's what we know. And your foot is whatever it is, you know? But when it's not going to be ran through the scientific method, bro. Like, it's a what
But
is.
to be honest, they're the one that bring belief in science. If you think of it, you know, like there's all this dark matter and all that. You know, those things you have to believe in. And yet still call it science.
Yeah. I understood that they want to push you somehow. Like, are you religious? Are you? And then somehow, if you say yes, and then you are like, okay, I knew it. You know, you are all flat earthers. You are religious.
They
At least you are good to be.
No, they just. I'm ready for it, man. Let's go. Do you think you can handle it? And get in the ring.
He was here last night too, making some really strange claims about laser weapons and how he's seen these pictures of homes just burnt to nothing and cars' wheels melted to the street. And he said the only way that could be possible is if they have some kind of giant laser weapon that they're turning on once in a while. And I'm like, dude,
who said that?
The guy we were just talking to, Couch Beast.
He said that?
He was saying this last night. Yeah, and I was like, dude, that's not. He was like, the only possible, you know, answer to how that's being done is lasers. And I was like, so fire can't do that? Just fire can't do that. he's like, well, no, you don't get it. Don't wheels melted to the street? I'm like, yeah, fire. Somebody else was in here too with me talking to him, and he's a strange dude, man.
Yeah, you know what's funny
He's a
about
strange
fire?
dude. I just yeah.
It melts stuff.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I was trying to the point I was trying to make with him. And I was just trying to help him with his idea of what he considered evidence for something to be true. It was extremely flawed, but yeah, he's a strange dude, man.
I think I heard of something like that. You know, I heard of someone talking about that conspiracy about burning cars and the trees stay green, stuff like that. Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
There's other evidence too of the lasers. Oh, I'm sorry, Miggy.
No, I was just gonna say TOS is telling me that here on the Rumble chat. He's saying, "Oh, I remember that." He was talking about the supposed California the DO weapons, the direct energy weapons.
Yeah.
That I don't know.
Didn't they say it came from the sky?
Yeah, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
He was saying the other reason why it has to be that, and what makes it true is, how can one house burn to the ground, the one next to it not, but the one after that did? And I said, well, have you ever heard of you ever seen an ember get caught in a breeze? I said it happens all the time. It only takes one spark, one ember can get carried away from a breeze, go down the street and hit another house and start a fire. How many times have we seen that happen? It happens a lot. But he couldn't, for some reason, he couldn't accept that it was possible.
I know, but where's the evidence of a direct energy weapon? Like,
well, that's what he was saying. That was his evidence.
Freaking laser beams.
And I said, how many times have you heard of? This actually just happened to a house down the street from me. It caught on fire. The fire department got there. Were there for all day, spraying it with water. They left. A couple hours later, it was on fire again. It's like I don't think you understand how hot fires can get.
But check this out, man. If that was the reality of things, wouldn't you think that would catch the attention of somebody seeing a laser being shot down and burning things? Like, where is the freaking videotape of somebody looking at a laser beam doing it?
Yeah, how would nobody see that?
It'd be a light show, wouldn't it? Like burning all that
You
stuff?
think so, dude? You think so, man?
It's just saying, man. I mean, I'm no special what you call it? Scientist on that, but I'm just saying, bro. What do you call those guys that
rocket scientist?
Yeah.
I don't even know how he got onto that last night either. Because I thought we were having some interesting, good conversations, and he threw me for a loop when he threw that out there. I was like, "This guy," and I had to look at him. I was like, "Oh, I just noticed you don't have a flat Earth roll." It was.
Well, he's got it now. Somebody's giving it to him. Oh no, he don't anymore. BC verified. I was gonna say somebody give him the flat Earth roll, man. They're in trouble. Like whoever give it to him.
He really threw me off last night when he started saying that.
But he was basically asking some questions, and then I would tell him the answer. He's like, well, "Yeah, I agree with you." I was like, "No, you weren't. You were not agreeing with me, man. Can you not hear my hostile voice right now? You were not agreeing with me, so that's obviously why I'm raising my voice. Like you're being obtuse."
We were talking about stars, right? And I was telling him, I'm really disappointed with my P1000 I bought, because when I bought it, I thought, I'm finally going to get to see what a star actually looks like. But then somebody blew my mind when they showed me a dude who uses his P1000 and does close-ups on lights on cell phone towers, and it looks exactly like the images I've taken with my P1000 of a star. So it really threw me off, and I'm like, what am I actually seeing here? My camera deceiving me? So this isn't actually what the star looks like. And you can do it with, I guess, candles too. You can zoom in on a candle, and you'll get the same image that you get when you zoom in on the star.
Yeah, I don't know about that. There was a guy that actually came in there.
Yeah, I think that's been debunked. Well, from my understanding is that we stopped posting that here in the server, those star watery looking pictures. Is that what you're talking about, Paul?
I'll post one of the images I took, so you'll get a clear idea of what I'm talking about. But I think the guy's name is Ron something. He's got a YouTube channel. Ron something. I can't remember his last name. But I went there and
the guy that came in here, right? CB, wasn't that the name of the guy that came in here? Was his name like Ron or something?
Don't remember.
Shit, I could be wrong, man. It was something. It sounded like Ron, maybe. I got it wrong though.
Yeah, I got his YouTube channel somewhere, but yeah, I was just basically going on a rant about I feel like I wasted my money on this camera.
What is that, Robbie
what
Davis
I'm seeing through the lens.
CB?
I don't. Yeah. Do you know who Celebrate Truth is?
So what you gotta do is focus on Saturn properly, and then move your camera around. You'll see what they look like.
You check him out. What's he doing these days?
I found that just perusing the Rumble Live channel that was kind of on the not on the top page, but it was on there, So I was like thinking, how do we get Miggy's channel on the front page? But did you post it yet, Paul? Or have you found it? We had a meeting recently. We had a meeting recently about the blurry, out of focus type of star stuff. I think the admins kind of came together like, all right, look, like we're gonna stop posting that. So I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to directly.
Yeah, that's.
I posted it image, so that's what I see when I zoom in.
So, have you taken a picture of Saturn yet?
No, I haven't.
Learn how to Google how to take a picture of Saturn with your camera. Go do that. You'll learn how to focus your camera properly. Once you do that, you leave it on manual focus and move your camera around. You'll see what they look like.
Well, you can't really do that when you're zoomed all the way out with the P1000. You can't just move it around and find objects. It's extremely hard and touchy.
I have a P900 and I can do it, so I'm sure you can do it.
Yeah, the guy that came. I don't know what we got to look for the. Spake actually brought him in here, but he was talking about this like subject, and he's like, "Yeah, that's just flat earthers are doing it wrong. They're out of focus images."
Well, think about it.
Does somebody have an image of a star with a P900 or a P1000 that is in focus that I can see?
Well, sorry, Mayhem. This is the only device that we see this through. If we get high power telescopes and stuff, we pretty much do get a visualization, especially with like the wandering stars, the closer planets. What NASA kind of show us, maybe not as filled in, but Saturn looks like fucking Saturn and Jupiter looks like Jupiter. It's just the P900 when you don't use it properly. It looks like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been debunked, bro. So it's not. Bunch of flat earthers running around saying that that's true. It's not gonna make it true.
I think like the first year, like my first year, I'd see like the P900 stuff and I'd be like, oh yeah, this is awesome. And now I'm like, why don't we just show like raw, what it looks like through like a decent telescope, like raw without any editing.
Yep. And there is some that are that way. And before it used to be the flat earthers crying out saying, that's not how they really look. They look like this. And then they were posting those images with the blurry. But it's like, it really doesn't matter because like when we see those images, through the correct way to look at them, it's not going to change the fact that they're something that are unattainable. They're not, bodies that you can actually land on. So that's not going to change that just because the image is more crisp or clear. You know what I mean? Like that's not going to change that in any way.
You asking me?
No, I'm just saying, making a statement like the room.
Rhetorical address. Still don't know what those things are, right?
Yep.
Okay, here's my picture of Saturn.
Yep, that's pretty much it.
That's done with the P9. That's done with the P900. You got to learn the trick to focus it. You got to learn the trick how to autofocus it and then hold it if you want to do it that way too. There's two ways to do it. Because I can make Saturn look like that picture you posted.
I mean, it doesn't look that much different. It looks blurry. I don't know.
Oh yeah, but it's definitely not out of focus.
It's not some dance around kaleidoscopic effect, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I'll say this very carefully. I choose my words hopefully right. God only knows what those things are, mate. And like, it can be spiritual in nature. Do you understand? So God
I can
only
agree
knows.
with that. Yeah. Look at Couch Beast. Dude, we're not freaking Santa Rosa fire, stunning aerial video footage, burn homes. Oh my god.
Oh, he was listening?
You're in the weeds with all this stuff, man. Like, what are you gonna like? What? I don't even want to get into it.
This guy I found, he just uses like decent telescopes, and there's an example of like bringing star out of focus into focus.
Nice. Do you have a telescope yourself? 77?
I do not.
I got a small one, but you can't see a lot through it.
I used to have one when I was younger, but I ended up using it as a rocket launcher.
Well, I can actually show you guys on video. Hang on.
Wow, that's cool. That's really cool.
I forgot I'm on camera. Check it out. Wait, let me see if it's showing on my...
I might need a better tripod.
All right. Can you guys see it?
That's part of my problem. I think my tripod is...
It isn't the biggest thing, but it does... It's got the little scope where you can see through it. I saw it online and I was like, yeah, I'm going to purchase it. It wasn't that much. It was like $60. It's called Lightbridge Mini 82. Look. See? Oh. There it is. It came with a few interchangeable lenses and that. It's kind of cool, I think.
Me, Lightbridge. Yeah, I should have bought a telescope instead of that stupid camera. That's for sure.
You said you have the P1000, Paul?
Yeah.
Get those long distance observations, though.
Nice heavy tripod if you're going to do zoomed in thing, any zoomed in photography. And I have a star tracker, so when I take pictures, I set it so it follows it so I can get a good picture.
Yeah, I would love to do long distance observations, but where I live, I was hoping to do it, over bodies of water, but the lakes around here just there isn't a good long enough line of sight without obstruction for me to do that. Really, I think the best place I found was only maybe 3 miles, not even, where I could get from shore to shore without obstruction, and I don't think that's really far enough.
Sure, put your camera 1 inch above the water.
I need to save up and get a P1000, and when I drive up to the Black Swan area, see if I can get the same location just for fun.
That'd be great. You're going to do 1 foot off the water?
Yeah, I'd definitely try to replicate it if I could, but I need to need to add some more hours to get that guy.
You got to work overtime, huh?
Yeah, I've been kind of lazy lately.
Who knows to work in Google Earth?
I didn't hear what you said. What'd you say, Sasha?
Who knows to work with the Google Earth? I need to find out how to make on Google Earth to make a line and find out over the water distance.
Just draw a line between 2 places. You're picking distance. And it'll say pick your first spot, pick your second spot, and it draws a line for you.
Okay.
You're just picking what's the distance between 2 points, and it'll draw a line, and then look on the bottom, and it should show you how flat it is.
Not that I have some old pictures, and I want to go on Google and to see the distance from island to island, because it was something like 1 foot observation, but it's photos from 2010, something like that. And I want to see what distance, because on that photo you can see the other island. I want to know how much is that and how much the drop is.
Should look across with a circle in it or something like that. I don't know. I don't have Google Earth running. My computer's swelling up. The batteries are going to pop out soon, but my new notebook is already it's getting its terabyte drive put in tomorrow, so I'll have my new ones shortly.
When you buy the P1000, is there like an extra lens you need to buy also, or is it kind of good to go when you get it?
The lens is built into it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Point and shoot. Yeah, okay, so it's a ruler on Google Earth.
Yep. Just cruising through Rumble. I found Helio's channel on page. Let me see. So if you go to Rumble and then live streams, view all. Helio's channel's on page 4. That's not bad. The other guy, that Space Lies live stream. What is his name? Hold on, let me look. Look at the chat. He had about 100 live viewers. What is his name again? Celebrate Truth. I'm not familiar with that guy, I think. But he's on the 3rd page.
He kind of like streams like old content 24/7 on his channel.
Nice. Yeah. Well, does he have another name that he goes by?
I don't know. I've just seen him on YouTube.
Yeah. I think they flashed his face on there. I was like, I recognize the face. I just don't know the name. I've definitely remember the name Celebrate Truth. I've seen that before. I'm just glad to be on Rumble. It's kind of cool. I'm just going through the live feeds, just seeing what who all's live and stuff right now. see Alex Stein was on there live. You know, these kind of things could be opportunities to go pop in the chat and say what's up. I did go in the Celebrate Truth chat and mention this Discord. Oh, Miggy, there you are. Page 8 on the live. Not bad.
How many people are watching?
Miggy's channel's kind of quiet right now. There's only like 5 or so watching. Helio's got about 15 watching. Celebrate Truth's got about 100. Yeah, no, I'm just curious to see. One of these days we'll be on the front page, baby. We'll log into Rumble.com and boom, there we are. The top video right now is 36,000 people watching. Something to do with RFK. Let me do a quick search on Flat Earth.
Can you explain this question?
Yeah, quick search on Flat Earth on Rumble pulls up, you know, probably the same kind of stuff you would see on YouTube years ago. No Professor Daves and stuff. They haven't infiltrated yet. Somebody's on here named Robbins Hoodlum posting some videos from Dave's app, but they also have a video called Tupac Shakur and Flat Earth. Tupac is not dead. It's funny.
Hello, creation.
Hey, give it a rest, people.
Is it me or is Paul coming through really spotty?
Yep, for me as well. I'm not sure if Paul, you want to do a radio check?
Yeah, said you're having trouble hearing me? Am I cutting in and out or what?
Seems good now.
Back then, your mic was about as clear and consistent as a Globe argument.
The screenshot I just posted is like the only grabble that I could find. A peace offering to the Flat-Tards, King Street News. But I think King Street News, let me just double check their channel.
I just feel so peaceful after being called a flat-tard.
Okay, well, maybe this channel's a hater. I don't even know what to think. He has a video from a day ago. Flat Earth breakfast. Who will provide bacon? Okay. The black goo is in the Flat-Tards. It was never in the V. This guy's on something here.
I love the fact that he can strawman us without even typing anything. Look at that image.
Yeah, the image, yeah, it's horrible. I mean, I still need to confirm that this guy's not on our side. He could just be trolling with the titles and stuff.
Hey, CB, how'd you get to that the live channels that are active right now?
Yeah, so I'll just go to Rumble. I'm just going to do this live from their homepage, rumble.com. There's, for me on on computer, there's pics, my feed, gaming, live, sports, viral, power slap. There's also UFC, blah blah blah, across the top. So the live is in pink, so I click on the live. It brings me down on the main page. Actually, it doesn't even move pages, so it brings me down, and it only shows like 8 live streams, but there's a view all button, and then so there you got. For me, there's 9 pages, 12 pages now of people live. You were on page 8 last time I checked.
Oh, nice. Because I'm only seeing like home, my feed, history, pics, trending on the left-hand side. Or are you looking at it?
On the left-hand side? Okay, so this, for me, it's across the top. Pics, my feed, gaming, live, sports, viral, power slap, UFC.
Oh, I see. It's on the
Yeah.
top.
I guess I got to turn on some of that power slap.
Well, they got, I think their contract with, they had a contract with somebody on major TV that got canceled. So they wouldn't join Rumble. What's your channel on Rumble, Plum Bob? I got you.
Are you going to go do that? Are you going to go do power slapping too?
Hell no. Hell no.
That'll mess you up. You know that, right?
Yeah, you're just taking like brain damage. Like, yeah, that's a horrible idea. You can't roll with the punches or anything. Well, the slaps.
No, yeah, you're not. That's totally different than getting punched.
Absolutely. I'd rather get, I mean, people are going to think this is crazy, but I'd rather get punched all day. I'd rather be in a real fight 10 to 10, because the way they, I mean, we don't need to get into this, but it's just, you just have to stand there. There's no skill, but it's really clickbait. It's like, gets a lot of clicks and stuff, so yeah, power slap, but that's enough of that. Plum Bob was asking for the link. I posted it in the chat. So anyone that's not familiar, we are on Rumble. Helio's got a channel.
Make
Helio's
sure
got a channel.
Mayhem updates his hashtags to find him, to put power slap in there as a hashtag.
Power slap? What the fuck?
Just put all the damn tags in there. That's funny. So yeah, be sure to follow us on Rumble, guys. Just every once in a while we'll do like an exclusive Rumble stream. You can come kick your shoes off, relax on Rumble. But otherwise, you know, we're always on YouTube, of course. Helio's got a channel, Helio Skeptic on Rumble, and Mayhem 100 on Rumble if you want to follow them there.
And these views on these live channels, man, they're not that big. It's like all brand new. It's like we're on here on this new platform, like, you know.
Yeah, yeah, I'm seeing that as well. I mean,
there's not that much competition, man.
Right, right. And like the top, like I said, the top page is filled with some pretty heavy hitters as well. I mean, Alex Stein's in there, top page. A lot of, you know, RT, some news types of companies. Like, so it's kind of fun that we can brush shoulders up with the big boys if we want to, if we really push it there. So,
and I feel like on this platform, you can be who you want, like not who they make you to. You gotta watch what you say, you know, kind of.
Yeah. Be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. TEOS pet.
I wonder how long that'll last.
I don't know. So far, so good. It seems like because people who get canceled, like for example, you know, love them or hate them, Tate got canceled, and Rumble was like, well, you can, you know, come do your streams on Rumble. And immediately he's had over 500,000 subscribers or whatever. And then he was live the other day when we were live. 500,000 people watching live.
Wow,
those are crazy numbers, dude. So
yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah, that's like by far the hugest live stream I've ever seen. I mean, on YouTube, one of the bigger ones that I can think of is Pat McAfee's show. He does it like a Monday through Friday show, I think, kind of midday for me. And you'll see anywhere from 30,000 or more. And it's not even football season right now. He's more of like a football NFL type of guy. NFL, it's not even NFL season, and he's still getting 30, 40,000 live viewers. That's a lot. So to have a half a million, that's wild. So yeah, Celebrate Truth's channel is he's got 1,000 followers, 100 people watching right now, and he's on the second page of all the live feeds. It's on the second page. So in due time, folks, in due time.
You said Rumble is kind of a new platform. It's only I don't know how long it's been around. Has it been a couple of years or what?
Like 3 years, no?
Let me check.
3 years?
I think like 3 years.
Been that long? Yeah.
I think.
Let's check.
I'm more than certain it's probably 3. Just got another follower. Appreciate you, whoever's doing it. Thank you so much. You're awesome.
Let's see. Rumble founded in 2013.
Oh, wow. It's not new.
But I don't know if it's... I don't know how
well,
long
it's humble
been.
beginnings. I think it was probably trying to get, going.
Yeah.
Like the way it is now. Because a few years ago, it was not like the way I see it now. It's getting up there in like competition, dude, and like why people are going off of YouTube and going to Rumble.
YouTube is great and all. It's like Google, right? Like I'm sure some people use DuckDuckGo and Bing and all these things, but people say, Google that. So YouTube is kind of a lot like that. It's where people just go. They have the app. It's automatic. But it's kind of interesting because the type of people that might do well with a flat Earth conversation, like it seems like those types of people will end up on Rumble anyway. Just if you quick search on Google for Rumble, it's like, oh, where the right is going, where people who have misinformation and all this stuff go. Popular with conservatives, blah blah blah. But as we can see, there's like you can really kick your shoes off over at Rumble. I was watching Fresh and Fit. I told you guys this already, but there was a girl on there just dropping bombs. Cocoa this and global warming that. And I'm sitting here listening like, wait a minute, hold up. I haven't heard a conversation like this in a while. Oh, wait, we're on Rumble. So, yeah. Who knows, man? YouTube might still be forever what it is, but at least we'll have some place to go if we ever want to, like I said, kick the shoes off, relax a little bit.
YouTube is a Facebook now. It's gonna be MySpace soon.
It does kind of have that vibe to it. It's still kind of hot from time to time, but yeah, Rumble definitely has a certain vibe to it from what I've noticed. And I never was really big on any of these other platforms. Oh, BitChute and all this stuff. I think I used them, but I never really was like, everybody needs to go to BitChute. But
BitChute, just same old crap there.
Yeah. Oh, really? I didn't even.
Yeah.
Just Rumble just has a different feel for it, at least at the moment. Who knows? Maybe it's like YouTube when it first, remember when YouTube was kind of popping a couple years ago before the text boxes and all the freaking algorithms and stuff. Like maybe we can enjoy it until then. Who knows? Because like for right now, there's no Flat Earth Professor Daves or Fight the Flat Earth. None of those guys are over there. It seems like I'm not seeing anything pop up. You just search Flat Earth on Rumble.
It's like
the whole first page is.
Yeah, their Rumble is YouTube. They just go onto YouTube and it supports them.
Yeah, because
they can say whatever they want.
I troll the shit out of them. I do whatever I have to say Flat Earth, get them all aggravated. I always get muted though.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick search on Rumble, Flat Earth. The first video, Flat Earth, 21 questions. Second video is 44 government documents, Flat Earth. Third video is Flat Earth versus Round Earth. 8 ways, blah, 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 blah. What if everything you taught was a lie? It's the name of the channel. Professor Dave's, the fourth video. Newspaper articles from the 1800s on Flat Earth. It's the 5th video. So, maybe we could kind of, leave our mark on Rumble, so to speak. Seems like the biggest channel for Flat Earth has 7,000 followers. A couple with 2,000. Yeah, so we hit the road to 100. Now it's a road to 1,000, and then it'll be a road to 10,000. But there's a lot of Flat Earth channels here that I'm seeing.
Yeah, we really knocked that out, man. I'm at 133 right now.
Oh, let's go.
Well,
I see Flat Earth Dude. I've seen some names on here. If you just search Paul on the Flat Earth, is that you? That's funny. Flat Earth Dad. There's lots of Flat Earth channels. But in terms of subscribers, there's folks in the hundreds, and then it jumps up to 600, 700, then jumps up to 1,000, and then a couple. And there's only 1, 2, 3 in the 2,000 area, and then one big boy up at 7,000. God's Flat Earth. Nice. So road to 100 complete. Next stop 1,000. So make sure you guys spread the link, share the show. And then the next thing you know, we could have, left a nice big imprint 24/7 on Rumble. And of course, shout out to Miggy, shout out to Helio for setting the streams up.
What I was saying too is that we could also we could do our own streams. Like we could have something like where I go into live stream too, and then we can have like a conversation there and a conversation here, and it'd be completely separate. So we can utilize the different live streams that we're on. So just making it more diverse,
Yeah. Diversity seems like a good thing, and we always have Helio's channel to fall back on. So that's always there if we want to just stick to the. There's nothing wrong. If you know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, type of thing. But there is this element of trying new things and doing events, having some fun. We did the Effie Faces recently. That was a lot of fun. That's cool. So we can. Who knows what else we can do. There's lots of ideas. I mean, blast from the past. Apparently, there was another moderator who used to just go in other live feeds and, all right, guys, let's go say what's up to them. So that possibility is there. People just making their own streams and stuff. That's always there. We did a link up with Fresh and Fit. So those types of ideas are there as well. So, there's lots of opportunities, folks. It's like, I've said this before. The memes don't make themselves. You have to make it. Terrence McKenna said this a long time ago. Really like this. He was like, stop. He's like, what you should do, it's not a bad thing to consume books, information, media, so on. But what he suggests is, at some point, take the consumption into creation. Create your own memes, your own books, your own videos, and so on. And so, yeah, man, if I get an idea for a meme, who's going to make that? I have to make it. So what Miggy is saying here is like, yo, if you get an idea for a stream, go for it. So, yeah, man, the memes don't make themselves. We have to do that. So that's for everyone in the panel. Like, we all work together here, folks, but this Rumble thing, shoot, I feel like I don't want to like take all the credit because obviously I didn't set up the channels or do anything, but it's like a team effort. Hey guys, why don't we have a Rumble? Oh, Miggy, Helio, they're like, hold on, I guess that's a good point. And they make the Rumble. So boom, manifested. So it's like, what else can we do? What else can we manifest? Fresh and Fit, bam, that manifested. Oh, can we get Dave Weiss on the show? Maybe. Can we get Whitsitt on the show? Maybe. We'll see. But imagine if that manifested, right? So whatever ideas you got, folks, put it out there. Stop hanging on to it. If you have stuff in your camera roll, in your phone, screenshots, I know y'all have screenshots galore. Why are you hogging them? Share them. That's part of why I started my server, is to get people to get those screenshots, get those links, get those memes out of your phone, your computer camera roll, and put them somewhere where other people can access it. Archive it. Put a little tag on it so people can find it. I'm sure there's so many things that you guys have buried in your phones and computers that it's just a screenshot and tucked away. So what I'm saying is you got to get that stuff out, and your ideas as well. If you have ideas in your head or in your notes or whatever, bring them out.
Who's that comedian that became a flat earther who was like kicked out of Hollywood? What's his name?
Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody here is goes to his platform and is a member there. Because I'm surprised he's never come here before. And maybe when he's doing his show, call us up and have a conversation. I'm surprised that hasn't happened. That he's never been around here and nobody's had a conversation with him.
Yeah,
I swear there's people that are members here that also are, what do they call them, bears or something. Yeah, I'm not talking about you. But
no, I mean, no, really, that is me. That was me. So it's like I'm kind of reflecting. I think it's funny, but it's like that is a good point. Why hasn't Owen been over here or whatever? I don't even know if he has a Discord or whatever.
Yeah, that seems surprising too, because he was railing on it for so long, and he could do his show, and as he's doing it for content, he could come in here. That would be if anybody.
I wonder if
because you have to be a subscriber, right, to view his show. I think you have to pay for it, and I'm not subscribed.
Yeah, what is it? Something.tv. What is it? Something.tv. I don't remember. I haven't listened to him in a long time. I'm not sure what he's up to, but I do know that Tate was talking recently about how he got kicked when he got kicked off of. It wasn't just one thing; it was everything. So it wasn't. He's like banks, Discord. He even mentioned he got kicked off Discord. So I wouldn't be surprised if Owen, because he got canceled by Chase Bank and all these other like corporations and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if Reddit, Discord was part of that. So because I've never even heard of a bear Discord. Unauthorized.tv. Thank you, Plum Bob. Unauthorized.tv if you want to find Big Bear Owen Benjamin. So I'm not sure if he even has a Discord or anyone even over there does Discord. Because when he got kicked off YouTube, that's about when I didn't just like give up, but I was just like, all right, well, I'll go listen to him on Unauthorized for a bit, but COVID, Coco happened and stuff, so I just kind of broke off. I ended up spending more time with you guys than I did with the Bears. So, and I have no problem with that. Shout out to the Bears if there's anyone. Telegram. Yeah, I haven't used that.
Yeah, that's where Owen's at with the Bears.
Word.
So that's another platform that they can stream live on?
Well, what he does is he streams live on Rockfin or Odyssey, and then he has the live chat in Telegram, and he communicates with the group from there.
Dude, I can't keep up with all this. There's so many of these platforms and things. Man.
I know, bro. I'm with you for sure. And you were talking about doing a TikTok too, right? You need to link up with our TikTok guy.
Yeah, once I get it set up, man, I'll post it all and let you guys know what's all going on.
Word. Well, check out Super Monkey Ball has a TikTok as well. Maybe you can get a link from him and kind of check his stuff out. I'll put his name in the chat. So I would maybe check him out, send him a message or whatever, let him know you're interested in doing some type of TikTok type of stuff. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. That's probably an area that we're missing is TikTok. I don't even have a TikTok. I'm not downloading it ever, but I'm familiar with YouTube Shorts, and those are pretty popular. I don't know if we even have any. Does Helio have any? Let me check his channel.
Somebody was, my fiance was telling me that they do that on Snapchat now too. They do these little shorts where you can go and you just see random. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. There's so much shit going on. Yeah, everybody's trying to copy off each other. So all these platforms are kind of
so YouTube or Helio doesn't have any shorts. So like maybe if there's somebody, well, we already kind of have Clipcord and stuff, but shorts I think are, minute or so, roughly. So maybe we could get in the habit of making short clips, like smaller clips. Not sure if that's my bag, but if anyone's inclined or wants to do stuff like that, or what we could do is like the people that speak a lot. Miggy, let's just go through the panel here. Sonny, he's not afraid to get on the mic. Paul, Crit sometimes. So like folks like Sasha, even if you need to speak in a TikTok or speak in a YouTube short, make it short and sweet so that we can put it on there. It can be difficult to do, but it's a team effort, right?
Yo, CB.
That's good.
You inspired me with that screenshot message. I've had this screenshot in mind, just a little tidbit. Gonna post. I don't think a lot of people know about it, but in the music video for Believer by Imagine Dragons, there's a split second where they have the AE map in the dude's eye, just randomly out of nowhere. Yeah.
Interesting. Wait, bro, I can't take credit for this because that wasn't from me, but that is really interesting. I'm looking at the eye now.
Yeah.
Well, it was Imagine Dragons, you said?
Yeah, Believer. I don't remember the timestamp, but it's like just for a split second, like after there's like a boxing scene kind of like halfway through it. But like it flashes a bunch of images like in rapid succession, and one of them you'll see the eye pop up, and then just for like 0.1 seconds. So it's like definitely some subliminal messaging going on there.
Nice, yeah. Okay, I see you. Yeah, very good, very good. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This stuff is everywhere, and so like if you see it, you gotta post it. I have in my phone. I might be one of the only people in the world. I mean, I've shared it on Discord, so maybe other people have it now. But I recorded a commercial where they seemed like they were talking flat Earth, man, just point blank. At least that's what I heard. And the commercial's wiped; it's gone. I'll play it so you guys can hear it. But so I have it saved to my phone. So it's like I have to for me to share that for other people to have it, I gotta post it, play it. So I'm gonna do that right now for you guys. But let's listen in to this commercial. This is from Pizza Hut, talking about the edge.
Masterpiece. It comes loaded with toppings all the way to the edge. For the crust, let's keep it real, thin, and crispy. They might not be able to see it, but we'll know it's there. It'll be our little secret. And to finish it off, a delightful sprinkling of garlic and herb seasoning.
I really gotta get going, man.
Tell your manager you took it to the edge.
I don't know that he'll accept that.
The Edge is back with 4 new recipes.
Whoa, crap.
Tell him you took it to the edge. Are you kidding me, bro?
Like what? Why would...
It'll be our little secret.
Was that this year?
No, I think this was, I believe, last year. This is during a UFC pay-per-view. I had to record it while I was watching live.
That's a trip, man.
They even kind of threw in the "I gotta go there" when he was getting too much information. And he realized, just like they do here, the Globers, they come here, they get too much information. Well, I gotta go now.
And no, like they're talking to flat earthers too. Look, like they're talking to flat earthers too, where they're going like they won't be able to see it, but they'll know it's there.
Yeah, you caught that, Sonny? I'm glad that you picked up on that because he's like, he even leans in and he goes, "It'll be our little secret." Like, you motherfucker.
It was wild, man.
Damn, man.
Yeah, and
the pizza's called
then this part, going to the edge, like that little thing we blasted out. Going to the edge. Freaky.
Crazy. I'm gonna play it one more time for anyone that missed it. I'm gonna play it one more time.
Masterpiece. It comes loaded with toppings all the way to the edge. For the crust, let's keep it real, thin, and crispy. They might not be able to see it, but we'll know it's there. It'll be our little secret. And to finish it off, a delightful sprinkling of garlic and herb seasoning.
I really gotta get going, man.
Tell your manager you took it to the edge.
I don't know that he'll accept that.
The Edge is back with 4 new recipes.
I'm glad that whoever picked up on like, oh, I gotta go, man. That's so true. Such like a Glover.
I don't know if he'll accept that.
It's too funny. Too funny.
Wait, that's an original commercial? I mean, it sounded like Craig Robinson.
It is. Well, I have to look up the name. I think you're right about it. It is Craig Robinson, but it is a commercial. Yeah. Let me post the actual clip so you guys can save it and have a look. Let me just double check that name though. Craig Robinson. Yep, that's him. It's him. Yeah. So, yeah. Tell your manager you took it to the edge. It'll be our little secret.
It's there, but you can't see it.
Yeah. So, like, the moral of the story is like, when you will come across stuff, you will see things like, hold up. What, do I need to rewind that real quick? So you need to record it, screenshot it, save it, whatever, and then share it. Like, put it in my Discord or put it somewhere where other people can find it. Because if it's just sitting in your phone, it's not doing anyone any good. So, and I'm speaking to myself here because I'm sure I have a lot of stuff. That's one of my things, dude. When I'm away, if I'm watching YouTube or whatever, especially shorts, if something pops up that's like, oh, I can talk about this on the live stream, or this is related somehow, some way, I can spin it. I love saving clips and then coming back here to talk about it. I think you guys should do that more often. It's a great way to make content because you will come across things online that catch your attention or, pique your interest or has something to do with some topic that we talk about here. So, like, just a pro tip. Like, I'll take the link and share it. I'll just send it to myself. So if it ever gets slow in here, I can be like, all right, well, here's what I pulled up today. So just a pro tip for you guys.
Were they trolling us?
I mean, how many
commercial? Are they trolling Globers with that commercial? I'm so confused.
I don't know. I think a little bit of both.
That's great. I love that. Thanks for playing that, bro.
No problem, dude. Yeah, it's been sitting. It's been collecting dust for a while, so I'm glad to dust that one off. But man, I have a channel on my server called BotVids. I put a lot of videos like this over there. But I mean, how many times have I played Fresh and Fit clips? It's like someone is sounding like a Glober. Even things like that, if it's indirect, you can capture that and flesh that idea out here further. So anyone out there, like you guys, I'm sure you guys do a lot of surfing on the internet, and I'm sure you've come across things you're like, oh, whoa. So, like, save it and bring it here. And then if you're new or you don't do a lot of speaking on the mic, that's something you could kind of riff about on the fly. So I've got countless examples. I could go all day long with clips. So,
hey, by the way, I found the timestamp. I posted in the live chat the music video for Believer.
Word, I'm gonna highlight that. That's a perfect example, Critical. Like, that's a perfect example. It's like when you're watching something like, oh, whoa, that didn't look like quite right. Let me just go back real quick. So, and the fact that you said like it even has to be in a slower speed to see it, like that's, yeah, it's worth grabbing sometimes and at least talking about. So,
yeah, put
Yep.
there intentionally.
So I have
That makes you wonder,
another
though.
example. Yeah, it does make you wonder. Yeah, it does make you wonder why it's there and who puts it there. Because we kind of talked about like how to tell the truth last week. Sometimes it's very hard to be just upfront and direct. As much as I like being direct, when it comes to dealing with the truth or telling someone the truth, being direct is hard because people don't typically react well. So, you know, that quote that's like truth in the media, or what is it? Truth in the media, fiction in the news. So it's like they put the truth in stories, or they put it somewhere else where it's not so in your face or direct. Like if someone comes here, we don't just shout at them the earth is flat. You sort of have to wrap that up into something else, either an argument or Socratic method or whatever. But same thing goes with like this music video that Critical Inception is talking about. There's ways to put the truth out there without just saying it. Sometimes you can't just say it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's up to folks like us who have our they live glasses on to be like, okay, I know what that is. Let me grab that and I'll share that with other people who don't see it. So yeah, there's lots of examples. That's a very good one. It's not as good as the one. Well, it's better than the one I was about to play, but it's just an example of how certain things can relate to even just our server or things the way we do things in this Discord. So, for example, we're talking about dusting off the arena. If you're not familiar, we used to have another VC. It's just below us here in the live stream called the Arena, where it'd be a little bit more formal. Couple people debating. You've got a moderator. You've got some referees. You see the text chat that's called Coliseum Seating. So it's like the folks who are in the panel right now listening to me talk would be in the Coliseum seating, watching, and so on. So it was just a different part of the server. It's been under construction for a while. We've been patching up holes and revamping and whatnot. So speaking to that, I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip.
Patching a hole. Speaking of which, what do you think of our glorious battleground?
It's alright. Kinda small, isn't it?
I prefer intimate.
Well, I'm not intimidated either.
Oh, but you should be. Because in it, we shall decide the fate of not only this boring blue ball of dirt and water, but the entire galaxy. So you best bring your A-game, Son Goku. Because the stakes have never been higher. And before you say it, the price isn't actually steak.
I wasn't thinking that.
Yes, you were.
Then what is the price, you monster?
Living.
Okay, well, I love that clip, but he goes, in this arena, we will decide the fate of this boring blue ball of dirt and water. And not only that, the galaxy. And it's just fun to me because, like, that's exactly what we do. People come here to this arena, and what we do is we decide the fate of their boring blue ball of dirt and water and their galaxy. So it's like you'll hear things out there in the media, a show or something. You're like, whoa, that's pretty interesting. So that's a good example of that. But there's lots more that are some more serious and some less serious. I guess that's not such a serious one.
To piggyback off of what CB said about the messages being out there in fiction, we got to remember Flat Earth is not new. And there have been a lot of smart people out there before us who know this information. And they've been putting hints, they've been leaving breadcrumbs out there through their movies, their songs, their books. But they know that if they come on out, that they'd be risking their career, because we know the stigma associated with it. So there are a lot of messaging, a lot of information out there that is in movies and media and in songs. So I just want to piggyback off of that. This is not new. I know we'd like to think that this is new, but it's not. And there's been a lot of people out here before us who's been trying to put the information out there.
Yeah, we need an applause for that. Yeah, very well said. That's a great point as well. It's like not everyone is as vocal as you and I. Me, I don't care. I'll say it. I'll say it's flat. I don't mind rocking the boat. But not everyone's like that. Not everyone's wired to be the same way. And I think that what Max said is a great point, that some people know and they're not trying to lose money for followers or sponsorships, especially if they're in a higher position than wherever we are. Then you could put it in a song, and if someone asks you, you'd be like, "Well, dude, I was just rapping. It's fine." So, like, here's an example. Rich, go they crush the crown and shit. The golden road is promising. Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? Like, fuck it would've changed. Like Kobe, I got an 8 for you. You pray for me, I pray for you. They say the word 360, but what if it's flat? Breaking down, I'm breaking too. Say you wanna change, but keep changing it back. Yo, that's let me get you guys a link. Great song, Dally Austin, Through the Wire. One of my favorite producers on.
Right when you put that on, I found something, a gift from my past self. You know how when you're running out of something and you just that's it, so it's gone. So then, so thanks, the past life, Sonny.
I got you.
I just posted an interesting one from Hennessy. I'm sure you guys have all seen it already, but I always liked this one.
I already knew it as soon as you posted it. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Here's a link to that song, guys. But yeah, Max, I'm glad you said that, man. It kind of just you got me going on that thought. Like, yeah, it's a lot of the truth is in the media. It's mixed in, so that's why I enjoy watching like anime and stuff, because like I almost made a PowerPoint presentation a couple years ago called "Truth Drops in Anime," because I've seen so many shows where it's like, man, these are bombs, like red pill bombs, but they're just mixed in with a story. It's like, so, well, you can't turn on the news and get that same information, those same types of red pill bombs. It's in movies and stuff. It's in songs. So that's why it's crazy to say that, but it's like really important for, like I said, if you have your They Live glasses on, when you're watching, you have to record it or screenshot it or something so we can flesh it out more. I have this screenshot here called "The Blind Man and the Elephant." It's like what I see is all these songs and movies and stories and shows and stuff. They are, to me, like the blind men around the elephant. They're describing this. They're all describing the same thing, but in different ways. So I really enjoy trying to piece together the truth, because, like, dude, this place, this earth, life is pretty mysterious. It's not like all the answers just laid out. And like, I believe in a creator, I believe in a higher power and all that stuff. But I also really like the quote that goes, "It's not nature that is mute. It's man who is deaf. So after hearing that, I don't expect this creator to come down and present himself to me and tell me all the answers. For me, you have to clean the earwax out. You got to put the They Live glasses on and clean the earwax out of your ears and listen. The songs will tell you. The movies will tell you. It's out there. Billboards even sometimes. The message is out there. You just have to not be blind or deaf to see it and hear it. So like that's where the blind and the elephant comes in. I'm watching Attack on Titan and I'm like, whoa, dude. They're trying to tell the truth wrapped up in a story. And that's why I've suggested that show like countless times. If you haven't seen anime, if you if you're like, whoa, anime, that's weird, whatever, just go watch Attack on Titan. You won't regret it. I remember I met this girl and go ahead. Somebody want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, can you drop a link, or is that just can you look in YouTube or anything?
Sure. No, it's not on YouTube. I can get you guys a link. I think someone else put it in the chat too. So let me just find that. But anyway, I'll sell it real quick. All right. So I met this girl, and first time she comes over, I had I just leave the TV on running and stuff like that, and it had some anime on. And she goes like, anime makes me sleepy, blah, 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 blah. It was a shit test. Fast forward, we're dating and all this stuff. And I got her, we're watching Attack on Titan. Couple seasons in, I look over at this girl, one episode, and she's got tears streaming down her face watching the show. So it's like, if you think anime's weird, bro, I get it. There's a lot of weird stuff out there. I can't vouch for it all. But there are a few shows that I would recommend. And Attack on Titan is definitely one of them. So let me get a link for you guys. If you just search Attack on Titan in the search bar, you'll see like it's almost all of them me talking about it. But give me a second. I'll get you guys a link if you want to watch. Yeah, so the idea.
He posted. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And now I was going to go a little bit off topic with the picture that you posted, the elephant and the blind man, right? And this is something I've been thinking about, right? And this is why pictures leave so much to be desired when trying to prove anything or show a lot of things, right? Pictures mean the most when they have some sort of meaning to us, right? Where we can associate some sort of emotional attachment. That's when pictures really mean something to us. That's because our senses work in conjunction, right? We don't just use one sense. They all collaborate to give us an idea of our surroundings. So, the blind man with the elephant, they'd be able to smell it, they'd be able to feel it, they'd be able to sense it, they'd be able to, taste the air around it, all of those sort of other things that you don't even think about because you're using one primary sense, right? But in order for us to understand our reality, all of our senses work in conjunction with one another, generally speaking. And that's why when someone loses a sense, some of their other senses become heightened. And I just wanted to bring that out. So that's all.
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point too. That like when you're one sense is deprivated, another one or deprived. I mean, others can be heightened. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, it's like, well, what sense of ours is deprived? Like I think that's where the mystery comes in. That's where the blindfold comes in. Like we don't know what's going on really. At least I don't. So, yeah. I'm supposed to get you guys a link, so let me grab that. I'll just give some a little bit of background and explain why I think it relates to our journey. But let me grab this link because I'm a terrible multitasker, so I'm just going to post it first, and then I'll explain.
Something else I don't do. I don't multitask. Multitask is half-assing. You know, you're not giving your full attention to something. In my opinion, this is just my personal opinion.
I couldn't agree more. That's why I got to focus on one. I can't do the talking and the typing. I got to pick one. So, yeah. Let me let me do this, and then I got y'all. I'm still laughing though, dude. If you just search Attack on Titan in the search bar, literally almost every result is CB talking about it. It's kind of funny. There's a lot of other people though, so other people have recognized that there's something about it that might be worth your time.
What are you talking about? I'm on Discord. I'm sewing a patch on my pair of pants. I'm boiling some water from distilled water. And I just got done doing half of my floor.
Nice.
I can have like 6 projects going at once, and not all at once though. So like I can do part of something if I'm feeling really well. I can do part of one, put it down, and then go to 2, and then maybe finish 2, go to 3, finish that, go to 4, maybe partly finish that, go back to 1. Do like that's how like I do things a lot of times. But I can stay focused on one thing too if I really just will myself to stay focused.
I got laser beam focus. I focus on one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Yep. That's how I am too, bro. Like I can't do the soundboard and be debating at the same time. I just can't because like the soundboard requires.
Whoa, excuse me.
You're good. Link is in the chat, guys. By the way, should be able to watch it on this website. Don't worry, it's not gonna grab your IP or anything like that. It should be good. But yeah, the soundboard requires a lot of. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, think about how learning an instrument, like I've spent thousands of hours, like that takes a singular focus. So yeah, that's important.
Yeah. Like the soundboard requires good timing. I have to be listening to the topic and know what to predict and stuff like that. So when I'm debating, I'm using those skills to predict, all right, well, what do I need to say next? What are they talking about? I cannot do both. So yeah, it is good to be. I'm like Max. I'm super focused on one thing, and if I try to pick 2 or 3, then they start slacking. I start like forgetting things. So yeah.
Well, that's because I'm a master grasshopper.
Yeah, you get that experience, Sonny. You got that experience. So there's the link, and then I want to post a map as well, folks, so you guys can kind of get an idea of why I think it's relevant.
That would be naive of me to say I'm a master. I'm not.
Hey, no, I experience your experience. So you got that experience, Sonny.
I do have that.
So, if you guys are able to see the chat, take a look at the chat there. There's the idea is that people were born within these walls.
Yeah.
And so that's all they know. That's all they know. And so same thing, it almost applies to the globe. We're born, we're told that this is all the area. This is it. There's no other place to go. We've scanned it all. We know it. So this is it. Here's your little playpen. There you go.
Isn't that a shame?
Well,
no?
Yeah, it is a shame. It is a shame. But the good news is, here's another screenshot. So the main characters find a book. The book details other places that are outside this little walled area. Okay, it says there's fields of sand, water, oceans, and so on, right? And so they're like, wow. Like, if they were to go and tell their townspeople, they'd be like, you're crazy. This is it. Well, why would you think there's something outside the wall? Why would you think there's deserts and oceans? You're crazy to think that.
Yeah.
Okay, so those main characters are a lot like us. We're like, hold on, wait a minute. I think there might be something more to this world, perhaps, than this just little playpen area. Right. So they decide they want to join the military because the military does expeditions beyond some of these walls. And that's starts to get real interesting after that. So Like, and so like we don't talk about giants and stuff very often, and I've never really brought up the show in that regard. But if there are people out there that love the idea of like giants, or is it Nephilim or whatever, this is your cup of tea, because they got all that stuff mixed in as well. But I typically look at it from not that aspect, but that is a really fun to kind of experience, is this idea of like bigger beings and giants and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a really interesting element. But something that's also really interesting is the walls have a bit of a religious cult behind them. There's a religious group that says the walls are amazing, and don't defy the walls. And so, what does that sound like?
Sounds like
our freaking globe. Yeah.
Like
yeah. So it's like, oh, well, don't go past the globe. There's nothing else to think about but the globe. Like, don't worry. Don't climb over the wall.
Aren't you satisfied with the globe? Why would you need to go anywhere else?
Exactly, Sonny. Yep.
Stupid. It's ridiculous. Like,
Makes me think of the 60th parallel.
Yes. So look, if you look at that meme I made where I said the globe equals Attack on Titan, it's like, so we're trying to go past this little area and see what's up. Okay, and so what's interesting here, I'll give it one more thing here, is so this map is limited because I can't show you. Well, I'll let you figure that all out. But you can see in the screenshot there's clearly another ring there. Okay, and so the military, they feel like they suspect there's an issue at the perimeter. Okay, and so they gather up two camps, two military groups, and they basically send one camp along the wall in one direction and one camp along the wall in the other direction. Ideally, they scan the perimeter and find whatever the issue is, and then they can meet up together around the perimeter. You get what I'm saying? They're going around a circle. So if one goes one way and one goes the other way, you will eventually meet up. So, like, does that not sound almost like if we could freely explore this world and we had some dedicated flat earth Navy SEALs or whatever, in a joking way, I don't mean like an actual Navy SEALs, but like some badasses who actually want to explore. That's not a bad idea. Hey, let's go find the perimeter. Okay, and then once we find if there's a perimeter, you go that way, we're going to go that way, and we need to know if it's perimeter all the way around, if it's totally... What if there's gaps? What if there are no gaps? What if there's somewhere underneath? Who knows? But they sort of highlight that in the show as well. They're like, well, dude, we need to go scan the perimeter. So I really like the show, guys. I would recommend it. I haven't watched it in a little while because I'm still waiting. I'm capped out. I watched it all, and there's still more to come. I think at the end of this year, they're going to release the last of it, the last of the last season. But I remember really enjoying it, and it's not like typical anime as well. I'm sure people are like, oh, well, what about boobies and whatever? Like, don't worry, it's not. It's different. I would say it's a little bit more badass. So yeah. So anyway, that's my CB's anime hour. Hope you guys enjoyed. What's going on, Doris? You just popped in.
Oh, just got done with work, or actually, 2 hours ago. I'm just eating now.
Word. Yeah, word. I'm going to pull up some more clips. Maybe I'll load some more clips in the hopper and we can discuss them. Yeah, so we played the Pizza Hut commercial. And of course, we could do commercials all day long, guys. I found the other day, I was looking for... what was it? Well, I have a video on my phone of a commercial that was talking about space rocks falling and hitting your car, and you can get coverage for your car and insurance and stuff like that.
What?
Oh, have you heard it? I played it a couple. I'll play it again here.
Please.
I was on YouTube. This was recent too. Like I was on YouTube and this popped up. So
Those goddamn insurance companies.
But yeah, I'll play it and then I'll explain afterwards. Here it is.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
The last part. He didn't even believe it herself.
Well, what's funny about that, dude, is like, I feel like, say you wanted to claim that some space junk hit your car, that insurance company would turn into a flat earther so fast.
Oh, dude, you're right. Holy shit.
They'd be like, oh, well, due to the second law of thermodynamics, gas pressure dictates that you need a container, and therefore, like I feel like they would be like, well, we need to see proof of the space.
So much money. They probably have so much money, like, okay, I don't want this to go viral, so I'll just give them some insurance. It's a little bit. Because they have so much money. The biggest buildings, at least I've seen in Wisconsin, were insurance buildings.
Yeah. Hey, but you know they only get that money because they don't like paying it out, dude. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I had to go. I won't go too far into this, but I had to sue somebody. All right, I had to sue somebody. Basically, their property had a wall. The wall fell on my car. Their insurance company claimed that it was an act of God. You know, yeah, I didn't even have a lawyer, but I did speak to some friends who were at the university that's close to me and teaching law and stuff, and they were like, they just simply asked one question. They were like, "So who built the wall?"
God.
Did God build the wall? Yeah, exactly.
Well, I won that case so easy, and I actually love bringing this up to Globers because it just goes to show that because the person I sued was extremely wealthy, live in the nicest part of town where all the NFL players live. They live there.
Holy shit! And they couldn't pay you?
Well, they people who get money, they don't want to pay it out. That's the point. So it's like I had to sue. Anyway, I feel like this insurance company would be the exact same way. They'd be like, "Well, you need to prove that that's space rock, and then do you have any?" It's so it'd be really funny to try and claim that
it's petrified wood.
Yeah, they'd be like, "Oh, well, actually, that's petrified wood."
Moon.
Too funny. But yeah, some of the other commercials. Well, these commercials are a good example of because people will ask you, "Why does it matter? Why should I care if it's flat or not?" And these videos are a good example. Why? Because if you knew that outer space was not real, you would never, I don't care how much money you have loaded, if you just wanted to waste it, you would never fall for space junk insurance. I have a skit about selling people a space junk helmet.
You would never vote. I mean, like all those people talking about going to the moon, going to Mars. All that shit.
Well, and then here's another example here, just icing on the cake. Regardless of how much money you have, you wouldn't be gullible. That's the point. Here's an iPhone that let me just play the clip and I'll explain.
Number 1, the Caviar iPhone with a piece of the moon in it. I asked Neil deGrasse Tyson if he thinks it really is a piece of the moon. He says it's possible, but also this is the same company who covered an iPhone in $100,000 of gold and who also made a Cybertruck iPhone, so clearly they have a thing for flashy phones.
All right. So this is a company called Caviar, and they're claiming that they've acquired pieces of the moon, Mercury, and Mars, and they've put them in different phones, and they'll charge you different based off which one you want. But a regular iPhone costs what, like $1,000 up to maybe $1,500. Guess how much they're charging you for a piece of the moon rock on the back of your iPhone?
$4,000,
dude. Like double that. They're charging you $8,000.
Wow.
Okay.
When they get this moon rock? When they get that rock?
Well, we all know they didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
That's
know,
what's
but
actually
I
funny.
know like what their claim is.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I have an article here. They're saying, as it turns out, you could actually buy the meteorites and sell them as well. Even Caviar's listing states that these pieces are gathered from meteorite fallen from Moon, Mercury, and Mars onto the Earth. As per Tyson, since you can buy and sell pieces of rock and meteorite coming from space, it might just be possible that these iPhones have real pieces of Mercury, Mars, and Moon. So they're not even like, even Neil deGrasse is like, yeah, maybe.
How do they prove that? You know, how you gonna verify that stuff came from Mars, Mercury, or the Moon?
Exactly. And so that's the point, is people, you can use this as an example when people ask you, well, why does it matter? Why do I need to care if it's flat? Because you would never, ever be gullible enough to give someone damn near 10 grand for a freaking iPhone, dude.
You know what? I think one of the biggest reasons they try to hide the flat Earth, the sun. They don't want you exposed to the sun. They don't want you staring at it. They don't want you even buy it. They want you to think that it'll kill you.
Yeah, and they want to punish you for going out in it anyway. So they give you sunscreen that gives you cancer.
Put on your sunglasses, folks. Everywhere I look, in cars, everywhere. Everyone's wearing shades.
Yeah. Well, they're cool, man. They're cool now, but
they're hip.
Bro, this is we don't even get into this as much, but that's it's an interesting point that you really have to. This world is not looking out for you. You know, like, you really have to have your head on a swivel. They're going to tell you all types of things, like, hey, you need to take this juice in your arm. We saw the last couple years. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's good for you. You need to do that. Like, wear sunglasses, put on sunscreen. The sun's bad for you. You really have to. It's like literally upside down world. Sometimes you have to flip it. It's like the opposite of what they're saying almost. So instead of your sunglasses, you need to put your They Live glasses on.
Yep. Yes.
It's not the way it's seen. Yeah.
Ever since I've been sun gazing, earthing, like, it's night and day difference. Literally. And then, like, I'm not, like, mentally, I'm not thinking that, like, I'm spinning. Like, my head's spinning. Like, when I used to think that we lived on a globe. I used to think that the Earth was spinning. So I thought, like, okay, I'm moving with Earth, and I'm just trying to imagine that as making me dizzy, because I really couldn't tell which way I was spinning. I tried to always see if my senses could somehow feel it, and I'm like, oh, I think I feel it, but that was just my head. That was either like me being exhausted from either a work or a run, and then me trying to see if I feel it or not. But it's just all in my head. Just keep your head spinning, so you're not really you don't have sanity.
Yeah, man, it's all upside down. I kind of used to do the same thing. I used to force myself to believe. I'd see the sun, and I'd be like, okay, well, that must be really far away, and we must be falling backwards because of the rotation, blah, blah, blah. I kind of had to force myself to think it. Now it's so much more simple. But I do have a clip I wanted to play. It's 1 minute long from my boy Terrence McKenna, kind of touching on what we just touched on, how things are not the way it seems. So you need to, we need another plan, and he'll tell you what his plan is.
Nothing is what it appears to be. Surely you've noticed that. That's A, right? A is nothing is what it appears to be. Well, therefore, complex, difficult, tricky, and mercurial things are even less likely to be what they claim to be than other forms of reality. So, confronted with the endless whispered rumors and doctored photographs and breathless testimony from the denizens of trailer courts and so forth and so on, what is one to make of all that? Well, I think what the message is return to basics. The information matrix has become compromised. The data stream is now suspect. Return to first principles. What are first principles? That's what the 20th century is trying to figure out. Yes, what are first principles? I'd like to suggest to you that a place to begin is the body.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Terrence McKenna.
Oh yeah. The only way you're able to ascend your consciousness is to first start on with the body, and then that's how you work up. So if we don't worry about stuff like if we're not getting enough sun, we're not knowing where we're standing, it's gonna mess with us.
Well, what's beautiful about that, and how it ties back to Flat Earth, I typed in the chat, and I'll go over that in just a second. But when I heard return to the body, it's this thing how Globers will say you can't trust your senses. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. He's saying go back to your body because your body will tell you, okay, well, you look at the sun, you see the sun moving. Good. Done. You can trust your senses, folks. So I think that was a great point that he made. But he also says the endless whispered rumors, doctored photographs, breathless testimony. What does that sound like? Endless whispered rumors. Those are coming from your neighbors, the people that come here and try to tell us it's a globe. Doctored photographs. What does that sound like? Himawari 8, CGI, all that garbage. Breathless testimony from the denizens of the... I forget. He's so good with words. He says the breathless testimony from the denizens of blah, blah, blah. What does that sound like? The damn priests, Neil deGrasse, the experts, the scientists, and so on. Perfect. I love that clip. He starts off by saying nothing is what it appears to be. And so things that are complex and mercurial are even less likely to be what they seem to be. What's very complex and mercurial? Damn globe, 3 wobbles, tilting, spinning, all this crazy stuff. It's definitely not what they're claiming it to be. So, yeah, you really got to get back to basics. Put your They Live glasses on and start from there. Oh, yeah, old dude says his phone's better than the damn $8,000 iPhone. Beams you up. That's great.
We sure as have been compromised a long time ago, and it's still going on.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. He did say that the information matrix has been compromised. Facts. Go to Google, it says men can get pregnant. And so, like, for that reason, I have a lot of I feel bad for new people who want to get into truth topics, because it's not like you can go to your neighbors because they're going to give you the endless whispered rumors. You can't go to NASA.com, NASA.gov because they're going to have the doctored photographs. You can't go to these other places because they're going to have the breathless testimony, and the information matrix has been compromised. So I feel bad for new people. Where are you going to get all this information from? You got to come to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So,
heck yeah, dude. And I could get ever since I've really joined this Discord and others, and just listening to other truthers. Like, I'm surprised I didn't know the shit that they're touting off. It's so simple, so fucking simple. With just outward, just where we live, and then inward. They're usually a lot of priests, or not priests, but spiritual people always say go in, because everyone needs a savior. Everyone needs to have a priest or a pope, and then constantly tout them off, and not speak for themselves and what they experience.
I dig it. So I'm just taking a look at the chat.
The one guy that it was game over for me was when I first started looking into this. When I first started looking into Flat Earth, it was Nathan Oakley. I saw his channel. I saw Nathan Oakley. And then I watched Eric Dubé. And then I moved to Eric Dubé. And then I moved to Santos Bonacci with regards to syncretism. And then I just opened my horizons to fucking... I was watching Jordan Maxwell. Like, I feel like those guys at least are some truthers, in my opinion. At least in their field of expertise.
Yeah. Kind of went through my list of folks as well along the way. Yeah, we have helpers, man. We have helpers that kind of get us to where we are. So shout out to all those people along the way. I mean, the Rogans, the Petersons, I'm sure you guys have all dealt with all those as well in your own.
Jordan Peterson, Michaela, Joe Rogan, and yeah.
McKenna has another good, I don't know if it's a quote, but kind of this idea that you need to gore your own ox. And the way I think about that is how you go to someone like Rogan. You learn for a while, and then you're like, you have to eventually gore off that ox. He can't come with you. You gotta cut him off. So that then you move on. You move to the next thing. And for me, like that happened with several people, from Rogan to this person, to this person, to this person. And then along the way, you sort of have to gore your own ox. And so now I don't really carry, I'm not like, oh, I watch Joe Rogan every day. Like, we make fun of Joe now, but you know, I like him for his UFC commentary. That's what I like him for. But essentially, I don't have those same type of ox anymore, since I've gored them all off. Now I'm my own man. I don't really need helpers as much as I used to. So, like, think of it like gates, right? You don't want to get stuck at the gate. They call these people gatekeepers for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to get past the gate and go to the next one, or whatever. So you don't want to get stuck.
They want you to be their audience, or mainly to be just someone who's just always looking up to and idolizes them, almost in a way, instead of being your own, being your true yourself. They want you to be true to them, but you shouldn't.
I'd say this, CB. Let's all build our own fences and be our own fortresses, be our own armies, and then join together with other armies and go from there. We want to be independent voices, because we're all independent thinkers. We don't want to be part of the crowd, like the Globe crowd or the Virology crowd. We want to be our own crowd with our own thoughts. And then we want to get together and share those thoughts and go share them to the world. And sooner or later, who knows? We might get to 20%. And if we get to 20%, we'll see what happens when we get to 20% of those who believe like we do.
Do you guys?
1 out of 5. Let me. Did you have a question? I wanted to riff off of that just quickly.
Yeah, you can go.
I'm going to try to tie it in, but it's like you said something about a crowd, right? I'm glad we didn't roll up to a crowd of flat earthers. We created the crowd, essentially. So I like what you're saying there, Jim. In the same way that I used to be really into an artist, rapper named Wiz Khalifa. This is way, way back in the day, okay? I went to a really low-key concert. I knew all of his songs way before he got popular, right? What happens when things get popular? Everyone jumps on the bandwagon, and it doesn't become as cool anymore, blah, blah, blah. So when you were saying that, I was just kind of thinking, like, we're early in this flat Earth thing. You know, like... you were saying, like, we form our own armies and stuff like that. That's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, how early we actually are. I know in my case, it's kind of a little disheartening, because I know I don't have that much longer. I mean, I'll go on for quite a while. I truly believe that. I have a lot of life left in me, and I have a will to survive. And so you guys are going to be carrying the torch. I mean, like.
But there's something about the original OGs, though. Like I find there's a lot of beauty in someone doing something against the grain. It's not easy to stand up amongst the masses and say, "Well, I like this thing. I'm going to support this thing," and they're like, "Boo!"
Yeah,
and then have them come around later on. That's what's going to happen.
I was so gung ho about it at first, man. I'm like, people aren't going to care. I thought people aren't going to care who I am. Telling them this, they're going to want to know this as soon as they. And it was a totally it was a totally slap in the face, like to realize no, people aren't just accepting that something that's so radically, even though it's matches what we experience. It's so radically against what people actually believe and think where they are. So it totally backfired on me. And I realized, well, that little evangelistic flat earther had to go. Like that wasn't going to last long at all.
Well, I have a clip that highlights a little bit of the beauty of the original people who kind of start something. And how much it means to the people following. So let me just play this clip and we'll talk about it.
because of probably, I will say, 1,000 anti-establishment people in the last 270 years in America. That's why. And those 1,000 anti-establishment guys fought for you and I, and they've never met you. You'll never meet them. You don't even know what they went through. You don't know how they targeted their families, all this other stuff. You and I are able to have this conversation because the world still has few anti-establishment guys that can't be bought and can't be bullied.
I'm just going to pause it there real quick. He's talking not directly about us, but he's I'm hearing that's us, bro. Like, yeah, we're speaking out. We're losing friends, family, sponsors, blah, blah, blah. We're those original people right now. Let me just continue this here, okay? There's some more.
Power to those guys that are not afraid to fight.
Yeah.
Power. By the way, do you know what is the ultimate riskiest job in the world? You know what's the riskiest job in the world? Position. What is the riskiest position in the world?
Very good question.
It's not a president.
Politician?
Anybody that's loud, vocal, fighting against the establishment.
Oh, yeah.
It's the riskiest job in the world.
Of course, they'll cancel you.
Period.
Yeah. We've seen it.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Andrew Tate, Ryan Dawson.
Yeah.
You know, like if you talk about anything that challenges the establishment and you have a big enough platform or you talk about certain taboo subjects, they're going to cancel you. So, yeah.
The anti-establishment people are the most annoying people in the world. You know why? Because all they do is ask questions. And there's nothing more annoying to the establishment than those who ask questions.
You know, some people might say that what that is also called is getting red pilled.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So whether it's politically, whether it's in relationships, it's like the understanding of like everything that you thought that you knew, maybe it ain't that true. Everything that the government told you, everything that we learned during the last couple of years, hey, you can trust this, trust the science, trust Fauci, trust whatever. Who got canceled? People asking questions. Yeah, I don't know about this. Where's that mask? Where? Hold on. You're telling me the Wuhan lab? Mm-hmm. What? We can't talk about this lab leak? Well, okay. Yeah. You can't talk about the mask thing? You can't talk about... Hold on. Women are supposed to be... everything nice, sugar and spice and everything nice. Hold on. We can't hold these women accountable? Hold on. Women deserve less? Why? Why is that? This is getting red pill. So in many facets, what we talk about is becoming a free thinker.
You guys think that their next thing, like coronavirus, is going to be they're going to try to stage like something like 9/11 or with like some like alien UFO attack?
You did not just say that. We're like out loud. It's like a banned word, bro.
I was going to say, make sure you're careful about some of the code words, but the reason why I played the clip is just because of what we were talking about. So Sonny, we were talking about how Jim we have to sort of be that original military, and that's exactly what he's saying. It's very difficult to ask questions. What do we do? Hey, who measured the curvature? We're the one asking questions, and it's very difficult to do. We're standing up against the establishment, and he said it's a lot of power to do that. So, but just think about what it might look like if Flat Earth goes mainstream. Jim, you said 20%. Imagine if it was more than that, right? So I kind of think of it like, say you discover a beautiful location, a hangout spot. It's got some nice springs, a good view, all the jazz that makes a nice spot. And then you tell your mom, and then you tell your friends, and then your friends tell their friends, and then next thing you know, everybody and their mama has heard about this place. So next time you go, maybe a year later, there's spray paint on the walls, there's trash, things are ruined. So I don't necessarily mind the fact that Flat Earth is it's exclusive, it's fresh still for some people. I do wonder how trampled upon it could be like if everybody starts to become a Flat Earther, because imagine trying to teach, because we do a lot of education here, but imagine like a teacher trying to teach the Flat Earth. I can already imagine people doing weird things like, oh, well, it's a disc and it's this and that and the other. And you know how we're very careful about that stuff here. So I don't necessarily need it to go mainstream, but it would be interesting. So
I just came from TikTok. I follow Troubling Tribune. I he has TikTok, he has Rockin, and he has Zoom and things like that. And so he's on 4 nights a week now talking the truth. And so, and then I saw he was on with Flatman, and then there's Melodome, and it's just so cool that I have the opportunity, to be a boomer, to be able to hook up with people who are 30, 35 years old, and to be able to, chat with them, and maybe, because the movement, I call it stationary plane, other people call it flat Earth. The movement is basically 30 to 40 year olds, 28 to 42 year olds. And I'm up there, quite a bit older than that. But it's really fascinating that, that the younger generation, would be my children, because my daughters are 31 and 28, are actually, taking this and going, hey, we're not going to take this crap anymore that maybe my generation took. And I find it really interesting that I get to talk with people who are younger, like you guys are. I know, Mayhem's in his 40s, JT, Boston Bears 42, but a lot of you are in your 30s, so it's really quite interesting. And I'm learning your language. You guys like to say dude and bro, and
hey, stop the cap, Tim. Stop the cap, dude.
Alan taught me dial it back, bro. If you get a Glober that goes too fast on you or talks to you too much crap, you say, "Hey, dial it back, bro." And
reel it in, dog.
And I never talk like that. I mean, if my family saw me now, it'd be like, "What happened to you?" And so I got Alan, and I got you good folks here. We got Alan, who did How Math Became Reality. You got Austin talking that way. And you got Troubling talking that way, and Flatman talking that way, and Melodome talking that way. And pretty soon it's just like, hey, you're triggered, bro. Cool down. Drink some water. Cool down. Drink some water, bro. And so, I'm 64. I'm old. But I'm starting to talk like you younger folks. And it's really kind of funny, because I think about it and go, never, ever would I say bro, dude, or man. No way. Ever. And now I use it all the time. It's the coolest thing.
Yeah, I love slang. So, but you got to be sure to trade off. You got to give us some stuff from the old days that we can bring back. But yeah, I do love dropping some of the newer slang that the kids use here. I love hearing it too. I've got Mayhem saying cap and all this stuff. I love it. So
I know there's three of us that I know of that are 64. You, myself, and Wave Mixer are all 64.
Hey, I got it. I got a small example. I got a small little group here for you. Calm down, bro. Drink some water, bro. Dial it back, bro. You get there, bro. Your PhD is in pseudoscience, bro. You don't have that kind of juice, bro. It'll be okay, bro. You need to sit this one out, bro. That's tight, bro. You're triggered, bro. Thanks for playing, bro. You got dumber by degrees, bro. It's just a funny. If you're a PhD, you got dumber by degrees, and the more school you got, the worse it got.
I got a slang from I know back then. That's bitchin'. That's bitchin'.
Bitchin'. Yeah, radical. That's rad.
Yeah, radicals is the 60s and early 70s, yep.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. It's good stuff.
CB, how old are you? You don't
29.
have to, 29? When did you find out about flat?
2017 was the first year I even heard the words flat earth put together. So my journey kicked off about 6 years ago.
So, okay, 23 or 24?
Yep, about 23, 24, yep.
That's literally where I'm at, dude. I'm now 24.
Let's go.
That's amazing. So there's going to be a bunch of 24-year-old, like 24 to 30-year-old, like just like you were saying, like coming into this thing right now. That trips me out, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's what's cool about this place, dude. Like we gotta pay our respects to the people that built this place up. Because it wasn't me. I've done the work to be where I'm at and stuff, try to help contribute and stuff, but I did not build this place. So like this place has been set up like a fort for people like Dora and myself to kind of wander in eventually and set up shop. It's a nice star fort against on the battleground.
Yeah, Tartaria.
And we need like all of us, because some of us, we need people that will shore up the cracks in the hull, you know, like we need people that whatever, like
we need people to leave the fort to go and do battle elsewhere. We got all different,
or to make the weapons, or to like or whatever, like sew shoes for the that'd be great.
Yep.
And the greatest weapon is our minds, knowledge.
Yep. That's why
I was just going to say I'd go as far as to say that God helped create this place, not any individual person here. It was formed for a reason that goes beyond any of the individuals involved.
I think someday I've talked to Chris Sparks, who's Heliosorcery, the guy who did that, and he has his group Bible study on Saturday mornings, which is in Australia, which is 7 p.m. here in Central Time, USA. And he firmly believes that God is speaking through people today about what we call flat Earth. That there's actually an awakening today that God is saying, "Hey, I created this place, and it's not a ball, and I want people to know." He actually believes that and says it.
I do too, dude.
Yeah, actually, Aether, I was going to type it in the chat, but I was say it like, I think you're probably on the same page, but I was referring to this Discord, but it's even more beautiful if that's the case, that he was working through people to help build this place up. But yeah, I mean, we got to give a shout out.
That's what I believe, bro.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. But I mean, shout out to all those people that built this place up. I mean, I see Crypto has joined. Maybe you might know some of the OGs and stuff that helped build this Discord up. So, if we want to drop in any names or whatever, we can give them a shout out.
Yeah. A lot of them are kind of in the service.
Well, he's one of them. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can just pat him on the back real quick. Hold up.
Hold on, let me just pat myself on the back. I just reached over and patted myself on the back.
I was about to say, this dude right here is OG though, ain't he?
Is that the British way?
Yeah, I was like the first kind of... No, maybe the second English guy on. The first English guy on here was Matrix Red Pill.
Nice.
You guys have met him. He's definitely OG.
Who is he?
Matrix, Red Pill.
I don't even know if he's still on the server, but he's been here for years.
Mhm. You know, the people that I really wonder who are the real OGs that knew it for decades and were like sun gazing, they just knew their shit. Like, I wonder who those people are.
Anybody who knew that the moon landing was a hoax the whole time. And,
Yeah, but I mean, there's
there was a lady, I can't remember, she's a Russian lady. There's some video I saw a while ago, a long time ago. It was like a young Earth creationism thing, and she was claiming the Earth was like 7,000 years old or something. I'm pretty sure she's was a flat earther too. So there's some OGs out there.
Real quick, guys, there's someone in the VC check-in knows goes. Does anybody want to go and check in somebody?
If that's the guy I think it is, he's pretty big into the spinning space ball.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Maybe it'll be fun.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but anyway.
Well, anyway, just to wrap up the last point, just shout out to the people that have built this place up, because it was here when I got here. You know what I'm saying? And I sat in the back, took my notes, and then I started getting my feet wet, roll my sleeves up a little bit, get to work type of thing. And so I just want to, I want to let people out there, like, if you're new here or inexperienced or whatever, try new things. One of my favorite parts is being able to look back and see other people using arguments that I feel like I came up with. If you look at a still body of water, right, and you chuck something in the water, it'll create waves. You can do that in this server. You can throw things out and you'll see the waves. People talk about water hills and moving houses and stuff, and I'm not even here. It's like, I love that. I really love that, and the soundboard and all these other things. So and I'm no one special. I'm just a regular guy. I'm not even the most technical person in the panel. Might be a little more passionate than some other people, but we all have our own strengths. So we need you guys to contribute to this place, because the people that built this place up don't need to be here all the time. That's what we're here for. So yeah, just shout out to the whole panel, man. Go ahead.
I was thinking today, when people are driving, you'd think you'd feel the Coriolis. You'd feel the rotation. Whenever you're driving a certain way, you could feel almost like a little bit of a G-force or something, but you don't. You never do. Just with driving, usually people like to give the airplane thing, talk about airplanes, but just even cars or even sports. Just
I want to rip off my last point a lither bit more. Ethergris left to go to the VC check-in, but he's familiar with this other show that I've watched called My Hero Academia, and the idea is that everyone's born with a skill or a trait or a perk or a power, and in that show they call them quirks. And so after watching that for a while, it made me start to really reflect on the server. Everyone's born with quirks. It was kind of a chaotic society. Some people were villainous, using their power for bad. Some people were using their powers for good. And a group got together and formed a heroes league, if you will. And it just reminded me of the server, how, number one, some people came together to make this place for us. And now Ethergris was saying that might come from a higher power, which is beautiful, and I could probably agree with that. But it also had me reflecting on how we all have our own quirk. We all have our own skill. I have a certain quirk with the soundboard and analogies. I'm really good with analogies and stuff like that. But where I might be weak, someone else could be strong. And where I'm strong, someone else could be weak. So, that's part of the beauty of this place, is we all come together and we all have our own little strengths. Think of Pokemon, right? You have a fire type Pokemon. That's really powerful. Really works really well against grass types, right? You light the grass on fire, done. but it's also weak against who? Water types. So it's like that idea applies here as well. I might be really good with someone new that joins, and then the next person joins, and I'm not very good with that person, and then maybe Crypto's the right guy to do for the job. So
I thought that old dude was going to confirm the VC check-in for Demose, but I don't know if he heard the conversation that Jim and I just had with him.
Is he good? Are they?
Yeah, he's straight to be VC checked in now. He's Jim confirmed that he knows who he is too. So
okay, yeah, Crypto's up there right now, and if he doesn't take any action, I will. I'll just give him the role. I can move him back in.
In my journeys since I kind of left here in June of last year, my journeys have taken me through Tartaria and ADL, and so I ran into this good gentleman, throughout that journey. So he's one of those.
What's ADL?
The anti whatever Shane called it. I don't know exactly what Shane called it. The Anti-Disinformation League. I think that's what
Defamation League, right? Or is that a?
Well, it's Anti-Disinformation League.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, disinformation, and I think if I don't quote me, I think he got his ADL got nuked today. Somebody complained that he lost his channel again. I think. Yeah, that's what Boston Bear told me. So don't quote me on that.
Copy that. Yeah, I mean, so basically, man, like we need the best of all of you. We need the best version of Sunny. We need the best version of Ether and Jim, and we'll be unstoppable. So we don't need copycats of each other. That's what we don't need. We need one of everyone. Kind of like, think of a football team, American football. You got one quarterback, you got a couple receivers, got some blockers, running backs, tight ends. So we all have different roles to play on the field. But what is your role? You got to know what your role is first.
All right. Let's tighten up. I'm about to play the role of a devil's advocate Glober.
Ooh, let's go.
Devil's Advocate Glober. My goodness.
I will play nature.
Look at there. We got a little spice. I heard a little spice there. Sounded like something Central, maybe South American even. All right.
You're way off.
Can I be nature? Can I be nature?
Elbow.
I heard a voice like that since I bought a tranny. I just thought we should. I don't know. We're not on Rumble yet, so I went ahead and I got into a space where I was like, I don't have to censor myself at all, but we're not there yet, and I know that. So feel free to kick me off if need be. But I do feel like a good exercise in general is to go through like the devil's advocate thing of what any of us would come across as we tried to talk about flat earth with people. And I'm more than capable of doing that. I'm not a flat earther anymore, but I can definitely hop into those shoes and just be like, well, Google says blah, 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 blah.
Oh my.
I don't know if you got it. It was a slip of the tongue, but we got you. I know what you mean, dude. It's not easy.
Sir Edward, as a spinning spaceball believer in the vacuum of outer space, what would be your best argument for the ball?
Well, other than anyone with a brain obviously know that it's a spinning spaceball in the middle of space. Let's see.
I only had a brain.
Oh my goodness, this is too much fun, guys.
No, let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, let me Google why I believe this. I live on a spinning spaceball. Let me Google it.
Yeah, let me Google what I believe real quick, y'all.
Let me Google what I believe in. Let me Google what I believe in. That's so awesome.
And I think the first time I heard QE say it, I think he had probably said it 5 or 10 times beforehand, but he was like, and your alma mater wiki, like it finally hit me what he was saying there. And that shit made me laugh so hard. But yeah, my alma mater Google wiki, it's not even wiki, it's just Google. Aaron Stacks Cheese. Arist. I believe what I believe because there are sticks and there are shadows. I think. Let me zoom in here. Why? Who measured the Earth? Uh-oh, did I get kicked off? I probably did.
I've measured the Earth before.
Who measured the Earth? First thing that comes up is Eratosthenes, and the first person to accurately do it, if I'm just skimming, Pythagoras did it too, y'all. Sons of bitches. And also some guy named Cicero, according to Poseidonus, he did it. I mean, guys, I've got lots of answers for y'all if y'all want to go through them one by one. I even have one that's got a clickbait title: The Remarkable Story of the First Accurate Measure of the Earth. Let's do this one. Can we do this one?
I want to hear it.
Can we do this one?
I do.
All right. Assuming you believe history is real, we have to we have to build the stage, right? Assuming you believe history is real, in 1735, a team of about 20 French and 20 French and Spanish scientists and other crew. We won't talk about Portugal; they don't get mentioned apparently. An other crew departed on a most unlikely quest to sail halfway around the world to determine the true shape of the Earth by measuring the vast distances between mountaintops in modern-day Ecuador.
What?
Have y'all heard this one before?
No. Go ahead.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna put it in the chat. I've not either. Again, I'm just like devil's advocate in here because I feel like we were all just sort of bullshitting anyway. And this is what the people we talk to will bring up when we talk to them.
How far down did you have to scroll for that? How many links on this?
Well, I'll go back. I'm on DuckDuckGo, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the 5th one. The rest of them are about a guy named Eratosthenes.
Yeah. Okay.
What the fuck are they doing?
I have a question. It's saying that he was measuring distance between mountain tops
in Ecuador.
Yeah. How he knew it? What's the height of the mountain top?
I mean, I can narrate this if y'all want to. I've never read it before. It's a Scientific American, so it's going to probably read like a novel.
Tell me what you want to tell me height of any mountain. How you know?
All right, let me skim it. I don't.
Matthew Learns is getting triggered, Sasha. You're triggering Matthew Learns, Sasha.
Sasha, for me to know the altitude of any mountain I'm near, I go to my car and I press this like info menu button, and it tells me.
What that mean, that height? What that saying? Like, let's say 350 meters. What that say? What is 350 meters?
What's a meter? Are you in Spanish?
Okay, that's let's say 3,500 feet. What that mean, 305,000 feet?
They probably got that from a curved line.
Ah, okay.
We would get that. Is that how we get altitude, right?
Yeah, from the curved line, of course.
Let me just to summate what they say here. By measuring the vast distances between the mountaintops in modern day Ecuador, that's probably how they got the thing on my car.
Clearly.
And while doing that, they settled a debate between Rene Descartes and Isaac Newton. And they also paved the way for modern navigation. That's all in the first paragraph, guys. I mean, this is basically science.
I'm sold.
Why doesn't curve today?
Because Lurie Ferrero retraced this Enlightenment adventure in his new book, Measure of the Earth. And
when we measure today, doesn't do that.
Yeah, but PM talked to him about the extraordinary journey.
Cool story.
Yeah. Today, without traveling, you can find out the top of the mountains. You know that Guinness record of the photo, 270 miles. He didn't travel anything. He only make a shot. The problem of this 1,700, they didn't have Nikon. That's his problem. That these guys. If they
Is that Sasha speaking?
Yeah.
I'm glad it's you speaking. They always tell you to stop talking. Keep talking, Sasha.
Because nobody understands drop over distance. That's why my accent.
What is this drop over distance?
Yeah,
I like that on Popular Mechanics. The second paragraph of this is it comes from like a first person, like an FPV, where I'm a naval architect by profession, a designer of aircraft carriers, frigates, destroyers, and other ships. It's like, are you really? You've designed lots of carriers, frigates, and destroyers, and now you're just writing for Popular Mechanics? That's what you're doing?
Stop the cap.
That's my man, CB. Throw another one in.
Well, I was going to say, like, I love how they'll say, well, we sailed on the water and then we knew the shape. It's like, bro, what shape is a lake? And then could I sail on the lake to know the shape? That's stupid.
Well, what's a naval architect by profession? Like,
what?
I'm a naval architect by profession. Oh, are you?
Build boats or like, I don't even know.
I learned the person most responsible for developing that was Pierre Bourgoin, one of the principal characters in the story. I like that they at least acknowledge that it is a story.
Naval architects are responsible for the ship design, including the form, structure, and stability of hulls. Nailed it.
So Pierre wrote the first book about applying science. Where's QE? I need him to come in here. They apply science to ship design. Literally while he was on the mountaintops waiting to make observations. The story just gripped me and didn't let me go. Does that sound like a scientist to you all? The story just gripped me and didn't let me go.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Must be true.
Oh my. Like, are we fucking like?
That's gay.
I was a boy once, and I used to want to get Popular Mechanics because I thought it would teach me something. It was literally just a fiction novel in a 50-page or less thing.
Read that last part. That who was most important person for the. That's it.
I'll say it right now. I learned that the person most responsible for developing that was Pierre Bourgoin. I don't know how to speak French. No. Pierre Bourgoin. Do you want to know how they start the next paragraph real quick? Because I skimmed ahead. It was important from a scientific viewpoint, but more important from a strategic perspective. That's what they said.
What's the strategic perspective?
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at it from a scientific viewpoint, I don't know about y'all, but I've got a bunch of homeboys. When I come to them, they're like, nah, I just Googled it. And they're like, Pierre Bourgoin, he did it from a scientific perspective. Okay? Like, so I'm trying to.
Who the fuck is that guy?
That's their priest.
Why you test for that shit? It's pretty easy.
And the next sentence is, it evolved because there had been a debate about the way the Earth was shaped. They just skip past the shape of the Earth and are like, let's go ahead and talk about how it was shaped over billions of years. Can we just do that instead? We don't need to talk about the actual, like, what it is. Let's just talk about how it got there.
It's like a default type of thing, man. It's sad. You said your friends will kind of just be like, "Well, let me Google it real quick." I literally have a clip. It's like so empty. People do this all the time. They'll just come in and make a blanket statement like, "Well, there's tons of evidence. There's tons of scientists. Everyone proved it." And it's like, but you're not really even saying anything by saying that. Like, what is there that I can critique? Like, you're just painting a broad brush. So here's the clip. I'll stop it halfway through.
There's a plethora of reasons, actually, and the research really exists. And I'm not going to go into all of it. It is almost 1 a.m. and I do have work in the morning. But the research is out there and Google is free.
You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's just saying nothing at all. You know, that's basically what they say. Yeah, when you're reading that article,
Hickman's razor. Or Hitchens razor. It's whatever can be asserted with evidence or without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
I like when we're like, who measured the shape and the drop over distance of the Earth? And they're like, Google is free. That's the answer.
Yeah, I know. And what's stupid too, because it's like, well, do they not consider that the low bar that you just stepped over? Why would you assume that no one else can step over that? Why would you assume that your quick 5-second Google search, why would you assume that no one else had that ability?
That's a funny thing about flat earthers, or I won't say flat earthers, but the perspective or viewpoint that people have of flat earthers is they literally think that like someone just happened to see a title of a YouTube video that was like the Earth is flat, and that's all that flat earther did, and was like, oh yeah, the Earth's flat now. They can't even imagine that there was like another step. So when they step in here, they're like, wait, what the fuck? Like, y'all are what do you mean the measurement? Like, no, you only heard that the Earth is flat and that's why you believe it.
Yeah. The same way they project. In the exact same way that they try to project out their sloppy ideas of what they think a flat Earth would or should or could look like, they also project what they think of you. They're like, well, they it's almost like they think you just, like you said, you just read the title and then poof, you became a flat earther. They're just assuming that it's like a bandwagon thing. I heard, let's all jump on this thing. Can't be farther from the truth.
Right.
It's like they think you just fell off a truck and hit your head. That didn't happen either. So
the reason why they coming as someone who is a flat earther, when I got here, I'll never forget just QE just reaming me, basically. It was like, wait, there are smart flat earthers and there's like engineer flat earthers and there are scientist flat earthers. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not a smart person in any way, shape, or form. But like, I got here and I was like, oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Like, there's some people here that really
did the
even
research.
know the definitions of the words that I pretend to talk about.
The reason why they think you're crazy is because they think that Google or the government or these corporations are their buddies. That they're everyday people, everyone, all humans, scientists are your buddies. You can trust them. They don't have trust issues. They've never been let down with knowledge. They trust the government too much. They don't know what it's really about. And then when you start talking about government, they think you're conspiracy theorists, like reptilians or whatever. It just gets crazy. I don't know.
It's not crazy, first of all.
No, hell no. it's crazy that what's going on that's what's crazy. What's really going on once you wake up to what's going on, and flat Earth being one of them, it's that you start going down the road of just corporations and government and sovereignty and stuff. It's just another one of those things that they just didn't do the research so far. They just see a video of flat Earth. Oh, well, that's just crazy talk. Because there's plenty of people on Google saying that it's not. You got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying it's a ball. You got Bill Nye. I was taught that in school. That's what I trust because that's what I was growing up to. I can't switch.
Yeah. He's wearing a bow tie. Okay, that means you can trust him. Which I've come to understand. I saw a couple clips on Twitter recently, and there were bow ties involved, and it was in a negative way. And I was like, this might be the number one indicator of someone you can't trust is if they're wearing a fucking bow tie. And it kind of made me feel better about being a 36-year-old, almost 37-year-old man and not being able to tie a bow tie, even though I've bought like 4 or 5 of them. It like made, I was like, oh, it's okay. Like, I, as a reasonably trustable person, I shouldn't be able to tie one of these fucking things.
Yeah, it's just pageantry, I guess. I don't know. I think ties look better than bow ties.
When we get on Rumble, we'll just call them fags, but you're right. It's probably about the pageantry.
That's a big one.
If someone could, if a genie was like, I'll give you 3 wishes, but it has to do with flat Earth somehow, I would be like, okay, here's what I want. I want the people that we talk to. I don't want to just snap my fingers and have people just know it's flat or whatever. I want the people that we talk to that come here. I want them, number 1, first wish, I want them to know their opponent. They don't know us. They don't know who we are. They underestimate us. They think we just fell off a truck and heard about flat Earth and just, okay. So they don't know who we are. So then they get here and the conversation doesn't go well. They're sitting on their high horse when we're the ones who have the high ground. So it's like it's messed up. A lot of conversations don't even start off on the right foot because they don't know who they're talking to. So then my second wish would be that they understand that when people bring up a flat Earth to talk about flat Earth, that's nothing different than just the Earth outside. It's almost like they think that we're getting together in a huddle, we're all closing our eyes and like imagining some Earth that's flat. A lot of them think that. So wish number 2 would be that they would just realize like, oh, they're just talking about the Earth outside.
Is that creation we were talking just now?
Yeah.
All right. I've got to address another point, but I'll do it after what you just said.
I'm done. I got to think of my 3rd wish, but go ahead.
Just say $1 million. This is not a fucking hard thing, Creation Bear.
Give the people what they need.
I want these people to get it, though, man. There's no cheat code to this thing, but I do want people to like for real. If you signed a boxing event, right? You signed a boxing match to go fight somebody. Would you not watch film on your opponent? You would want to know what's up before you get into it, right? You don't want to just walk into the event and get KO'd in the first round.
100%. That's why I like the devil's advocate king, because to me I can walk away from here feeling so confident, and then I got a buddy who just is like, well, I just Googled it, and it says that gas can exist next to a thing because of some guy named Donald or some dumb shit. Like, yeah, I totally want him to get it.
Yeah, let's see experiment. Who gives a fuck about this dude?
He measured his experiment in a theory or something like, yeah.
But if his experiment's flawed, then he should be dismissed. But that doesn't happen.
Creation, we're not only talking about wishes. Do you know how to bypass a 3-wish? You have 3 wishes. How would you get all your wishes to come through? Past the 3 wishes.
You use your third wish to wish for more wishes?
No, because that's one of the rules. You can't wish for more wishes, right?
Oh, I don't know how.
Robin Williams taught us that, Christian Bear. You know this.
I was gonna say I know that's one of the taboo rules. I think what it would be. Wish for another genie, Elbow?
No. It's even simpler than that.
No, light more lamps.
Put it on.
No. It's way simpler than that.
Wish upon a star.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
You write everything down on a piece of paper, and then you say you wish that everything in this piece of paper to come through.
Is that how it's done? Really?
Okay, that's the positive karma version, because I was thinking just turn all your friends into genies. And you have unlimited wishes. Just keep going.
All your poor friends, like they were just living happily with their families and shit.
Yeah.
Nah, this is the next 30 years. I'm good. Like I'm happy.
Itty bitty living space.
Like, nah, nigga, you're a genie now. That I've never heard that part about like everything on the paper is true. That's a good one.
Yeah, and you got two wishes left.
Yeah, and then you got two more. Exactly.
You guys know we have a genie.
Dear ChatGPT, make all my wishes real quick so I can have two more wishes.
Yeah. AI. Before we get too lost into the weeds, but it's still about we wouldn't use personally. I wouldn't use a wish to just be like, all right, I want everyone to know it's flat. I don't know. I mean, maybe some people would, but like I think the people that are gonna get it will eventually find their way here. Or find their way to the truth. I feel like there's some people that aren't cut out for it. People aren't made for it. It's a select
some
group.
Of these mongos on our side, mate.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I know some people might agree and disagree with this, but I'm kind of with Timbo on that one. Because
that sounds cruel, but
you're literally. First of all, I think flat earthers, like all the smart globers, already became flat earthers, right? So at this point, we're just scraping the bottom of the barrel. So it's like, do we really need all those guys? Do we need? I don't know if we do. I mean,
but if all the globe earthers became flat earthers, I feel like we would be in a battle against the globe earthers who are like, nah. Like they might know geometry better than QE or Indio or I don't know who else y'all like. What your ranking system is. But the people who know the shit well enough that they're like, nah, the Black Swan ain't shit because of blank, 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 and blank. Maybe not.
You know what would end up happening?
Mm-hmm.
You'd get all the people that don't even care about like evidence and stuff like that, all cheering now for the flat Earth and making speculations everywhere and not having any evidence for it. So it would just turn into the same fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Kind of talked about.
Do you see how reality could do that? Like it would shift and be on the other side, but it's still like the same exact thing.
Yeah.
And now we're the assholes.
I know. What are they going to do?
I don't want to be. We're at Globe Earth debate 24/7 or whatever, and we're just like, you fucking idiot. Like I've got 9 questions for you. Check these out.
Check this out though. Like we have a really skewed idea of like how many of us there are because. Where do we get that information from? We're not going to get a true number, I think, because it's all been kind of like squelched down to like with the censorship, right? So, so it could already be at 20%. How would we know?
Yeah,
definitely.
You're right, Sonny.
It could already be at 20% now. It could be more, actually. And if you want to count the people that are behind the scenes that can't say shit because of their position.
Right.
That are just stuck in there. I mean, can you imagine high level people up in the very high end of any kind of ranking in any kind of corporation or military or anywhere you want to go? What are they going to say? We know they're there, though.
Like you're giving, in this moment where you're talking about them like high-ranking military, you're already giving them some bit of credence that they don't deserve. They only got there because they passed a little test and they made it through 4 years. Like they're not anything special in any way whatsoever.
Listen, there are special people that are eyes are opening across the board, so you can't rule that out. So I'm not saying that they. Yeah, I'm not saying. Well, I'm not saying that they're whatever you want to say about them. I'm not sure where you're going with that, but we know there's people in different areas in a cross section of society that their eyes are opening too, and they're starting to figure things out. So a lot of them can't say anything. That's all. That's the only point I was trying to make. Like a lot of them won't say anything. And probably understandably, think if you're an intelligence agent.
I don't even believe those things exist anymore. Like, is that really like there's someone out in Afghanistan that's just
causing shit? Yeah,
eating croissants. Like, oh, I'm an intelligence agent. Look at me,
causing revolutions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Toppling leaders in other countries. Yeah. Of course they are. They've been dead. That's what America does best. Espionage to like corporate.
But you know that, or you believe that to be true?
They work together, dude.
No,
they signed a treaty. Called the Antarctic Treaty, dude.
The American Fruit Company is one. Where was it? Argentina. Like, I don't have all the facts, but I could gather them for you if you really want to know about it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they've gone into where they wanted.
I've seen all the documentaries you have, and I've read all the same books. Like, I just like, even with all that
quite a
supposed knowledge
that you've read all the same books I have. I'm 65 years old in July. I don't think so. So that's not possible. But anyway, yeah, look into corporate espionage and like South American leaders being toppled. And replaced. That's all that's been going on the whole time. I don't know why that would be a surprise to you.
Yes.
Didn't they do that in like Egypt and Libya and Syria?
I'm getting a phone call. I gotta go. But y'all play devil's advocate.
All right, man. Nice talking with you.
Later, man.
I'll be back.
He's like, I'll be back.
Hey, Sir Edward, I want you.
No, if I was saying it, if I said it like that, I would say, I'll be back.
Okay, well, cool. Just keep me on your toes. No problem.
Sir, he left. Never mind. I was going to tell him Earth's not a ball. That's okay.
He knows it. Anyway. Yeah. So you know about that stuff, right? I mean, that's that. When I started learning about that, how a lot of companies would go into countries and they would just take over.
Are you talking economic hitmen where they go in and they make deals for the resources?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, that's not like that's like documented in. It's probably you just go on the CIA website and.
Yeah, and not only that, the government, like our government, has gone in and taken over many different countries and replaced them with leaders that would, I guess, cooperate with whatever agendas.
That's how we went bankrupt in '33. That's when government started making us U.S. citizens because they're trying to
as mortgage. Yeah.
Yeah.
As collateral.
Collateral. Yeah.
Did someone just say you could go on the CIA website and find this out?
No, I don't think you said CIA.
Not the birth certificate stuff. You'd have to go get your.
No, we were talking about corporate espionage.
Yeah, no, I don't think that'd be on there.
I don't think so.
What did someone say? You could just go on the CIA website.
No, go onto a website about corporate espionage.
Like Freedom of Information Act. Like you can find
Economic hitman is what he's talking about. I think he just said you could go on and look it up, economic hitman, and find.
Well, like I don't think it's a hidden thing that happens. I think there have been plenty of ex-CIA agents saying that they went in and did this.
Oh yeah.
So
but you can't find it. You won't find it on an official website though.
No, but you're misunderstanding. He didn't say CIA website.
I'm pretty sure he did.
I think he did, but he meant it in a different way. I don't know what he meant. I did hear the same.
Okay, well, if he did, then you're probably right on, Jimbo.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I heard it or not, but I
no, you heard it. You heard it.
Okay.
I heard it too.
Okay, so then I'm mistaken.
Right. So all my point was that I think I said you could probably go on there and find it. What I'm saying was like, I don't think they hide from it. I don't think that they deny that they do this. I think that's actually part of their mandate, that they go in and they try and replace. They represent U.S. interests in other countries, and that may be replacing Gaddafi. That may be replacing whoever. Like he was like something was saying the South American leaders, like I forget who they were, Pinochet or
Noriega.
Right.
All of them, pretty much.
Cuba, Fidel Castro. You know, they may even been assets to begin with. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, I think they were.
The main thing that they do is that.
Dude,
that's over
because look, like Cuba used to be a place where the elites would go, like the Hollywood elites and all those people would go and party, like in the 40s and 50s. Well, maybe not the 50s, probably 30s and 40s. So it was probably like apparently because it's a tropical place, you know, so beautiful place to go. And when it used to be open in those days, you know.
Yeah, they were running casinos and everything over there.
Yeah, they were having a big party over there, man.
They keep this
and then
information.
All of a sudden, they just went bang. We need to get the fuck out of here.
Well, that's when enough people find out. They keep the information. You know, they keep it open. They're not gonna be. That's where they hide shit. They hide shit out in the open. That's honestly the best. It's kind of like I kind of look at it like that in nature with like predators. They hide out right in the open. They're ready to kill its prey, like certain insects that blend in and look like leaves. Like I feel like they do that with all their information, their symbols, it's everything.
I'd be willing to bet that they have declassified documents on almost all of this stuff somewhere if you're willing to look for it, like in their repositories. They do some dirty shit, man.
Like what?
The CIA?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what's the dirtiest you think they've done?
Oh, experimentation on like
humans
experiments. Yeah, it's hard to say if it was CIA, but like it, you know, CIA was invented when in like 1950s or 60s. U.S. government, and I'd say the CIA is the
pretty much right after World War II.
Right, like 50s, right? So I'd say CIA is the worst of the government right now. So, and they've probably done the dirtiest shit. I don't know exactly what it would be. Would it be experimentation on its own citizens or other citizens?
So are they the ones doing the chemtrails or kind of part of that?
Like
Tuskegee drug running they were doing out of all the drug running they were doing into America.
Right, they're working with
even before that. Way before that. Yeah, they were bringing cocaine in from Colombia and Bill Clinton. He was part of that.
Yeah, Bill Clinton's a dirty one. Like, dude, how can anybody can defend that guy? Is crazy.
I feel like they're all dirty. Even Trump and Biden, all the presidents. They're all pedos.
You can't get there without them having something on you. So
is the live stream down?
Oh yes.
Okay.
I gotta talk about
No, it's not down.
It's not down.
It's not down. The boys need to focus. You gotta focus.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
back to the topic, yeah. Anybody got anything to say about that server topic?
So check this out. So that was the CIA was created in the same year. In September 18th, 1947, right around the time when Richard Byrd was down in Antarctica, right? And they signed the National Security Act in that year as well.
Do you think his that when he went on television, do you think that was staged, or do you think like they were also alluding to it, like that thing where they hide it in plain sight, and where they have Richard Byrd talk about this thing, and they're like, "Hey,
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think anybody could answer that.
I think you can make. Excuse me, real quick. I think you make an argument that everybody who went with Byrd down to Antarctica for all of his trips were Masons, and they were told that they had to be Masons, and they told they had to be quiet. And Richard Byrd was the spokesman when he got back. Thanks.
Yeah, but why would he let loose all that cat out of the bag about mountains of coal and minerals and oil and all kinds of stuff? Whatever he said.
Are there?
Well, I don't know. That's what he said, though.
Yeah. So you know, if he's a Mason and everybody who went was a Mason, it's just like, okay.
I mean, Mason somehow put the truth, I feel like, in plain sight. Why? What would they benefit when they have a globe model?
It makes me think something funny, though, because look, he didn't die long after that television show on the.
That's right, because he died like 58, didn't he, Sonny? 58.
Yeah, I think so. I think he died in 50.
Yeah.
He basically took a big dump on the globe model when he said that, which is kind of weird because, like, you think, oh, Antarctica, wait, what? It's not ice? That's what the globe model all is. It's a continent of ice. It's just the South Pole. It's cold there. No, it's tropical. It's got a bunch of elephants or creatures, giant creatures, tropical, several civilizations. What?
If it's going to be tropical, I know this isn't Speculation Sunday, but if it's tropical, guys, you got to have a second sun or a second heat source.
Mars. It could be Mars. Second one,
Look, he died in 1957, 1 year before they created NASA. Think about that one. I think they're definitely related. I think all that stuff is all related. That timeline.
There's not tropical. Like what? What are we talking about?
I mean,
a tropical ice place.
When did you say that there was other animals and civilizations there? I don't think he said
We're just speculating off of Byrd. What he said.
Yeah, but when did Admiral Byrd say that?
Yeah, you have to be careful. You got to be careful you don't mix up the crazy supposed diary of his that supposedly came out and showed up in the 80s.
Yeah, from his grandson.
Yeah, so I don't know. You got to be careful of that. But he did write his own books, and I think one of his books was about going into the center in the north, going inside. Like he flew his plane inside the freaking earth. Is what he claims in this book. So my thought, listen, and real quick, I won't make it long, but my thought is he was this Mason, just like probably Arthur C. Clarke and a lot of these authors are probably Freemasons as well. That I think Richard E. Byrd was setting himself up to be the next great sci-fi writer. That's just speculation, though. But think about it. Like that's some crazy stuff that he wrote himself about going inside the Earth. But there's even crazier stuff that other people wrote that showed up in the 80s in this supposed diary, where he saw a dinosaur, where he saw like a mastodon, all these like giant fauna or whatever.
That's North Pole, right? When he went to the North Pole.
Those are all in the North Pole. So
yeah, and everything started going crazy on his meters and his instruments, and then he got soft landed by something.
Yeah,
right.
So all that's from like I don't know, like that's really odd. And then he became the youngest admiral in the U.S. Navy. So why was that? He started his Arctic trips in 1928.
What's more odd is that who funded the expeditions?
Yeah,
right? Rockefeller. I mean, that's all we need to know. Is like the same guys that wants workers and not thinkers. Got a story for you.
Yep. Right? But so the part about him saying that there's this place up there large enough that as large as the United States, that he went to would put him in the middle of the Indian Ocean or something like that. So that's pretty wild. So you got to wonder why they let him say that, or was he being punished for saying it? So let me look up when the Longines TV special was.
Before the moon landing, people could have thought anything, but I'm pretty sure that people understood the Earth was not a ball. Most people, they were still trying to push it in school. You know what I mean? Like this idea, public education.
Blue Jumper is hilarious. Blue Jumper is hilarious. He goes, I might guess that Bird was scripted to talk about this Antarctica that way to set up this discussion today.
Yeah. Well, the pre-moon landing, there was a story about Journey to the Center of the Earth. There are these there's a story about a man and his son that sailed to the north, got lost, started drinking the water, it's fresh water. They got up there and they went into the Earth. The same story that he's telling about Antarctica. It's these ideas pre-moon landing, before everybody saw the moon landing and believed that the Earth was a ball. So there are all these theories about what could be inside the Earth, outside the Earth.
1954 is when he was on TV. And he died 3 years later, strangely in a hospital.
Yeah, and that's still pre-moon landing, and
fell out the window, didn't he?
No, I think that was. I think that jumped out the window was another admiral, though. That was wait a minute. That's a trip, isn't it? Hold on. What was that guy's name? Man.
They're like what, 30, 40 years into making they just, you know what I mean? Like airplanes just came out, right? And they've already done all this, and eventually they went to the moon, right? Right? In like 60 something years they went or 50
and now they're
years,
getting excited about now they're getting excited about sending a rocket up that goes around the moon and comes back. We go, why are you getting excited? We already went and landed there, then reconnected with it, and then flew back in 1969. So
you act like somebody's gonna go like walk on it. You know what I'm saying? Shit, we already took a giant leap of faith.
I think these corporations or governments, they wanted to use stuff like the moon landing, space travel as a boost into giving the public more technology, so they can maybe work more, keep the people working. I guess. Because I feel like it's all of a sudden too much of a big boom of like we progress like a snap of a finger like that, like really quick.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Earlier we were talking about the genie, right? If we had a wish, somebody mentioned ChatGPT. But if you look at technology as the lamp, what is a lamp? It's something that gives you light. You know what I mean? And if we look at what we're building with technology, we're rubbing it. What comes out of it, right? A genie, right? And you can't ask it for anything. It can grant you anything, right? AI.
Is it these corporations or government? Are they the genie? I mean the lamp.
No, AI is the genie. Technology is the lamp, and we as people are rubbing it. Okay.
I think they've always had it. I think now they're just pulling it out now.
They needed people to work. Okay, they need people to build it for them. John D. and Edward Kelly. You have to develop this school system that's going to develop this work system that's going to help us develop the science and the technology to transform matter to energy and energy to matter. It's all just labor.
They're saying Byrd actually became admiral after he flew to the pole in the south. I didn't even know that part. in 1929. So I wonder how did they determine the pole? Adjust the distance? I don't know, man. That's pretty bizarre. So, yeah, Illuminati confirmed. No, just kidding. If he's going to the pole, shoot, what pole? Flying level, Admiral? How are you flying level and flying to a pole? Upside down, by the way.
I mean, these people worship knowledge, right? I mean, light. You know what I mean? So if you think about the sun is light. So it's not like there's an actual pole because there's no ball. But yeah, if you think about it spiritually, you know where light comes from. The ball, the model. You know what I mean? The heliocentric model. The atom, the model of the atom.
Britannica doesn't even say how he died. Wow, that's pretty weird. In a biography.
Yes.
I can't confirm. Obviously, we can't confirm if there is more land, but I have a very strong hunch that there is more land, and that's why they don't let us go past it.
Yeah, that would be the best reason to not allow that out, especially considering the situation with all those countries out in the real world fighting each other and killing each other. But we're just going to agree on this one thing. I don't think so.
They're not killing each other. Those
when you
people
say
in
more
charge,
land,
they're just killing us.
They're just killing us.
When you say more land, Dora, do you mean more frozen land or not?
I think this is a hunch that there is non-frozen land.
Okay, how is it getting heated?
I have a hunch that it's another source, kind of like our sun. I speculated the next would be the Mars.
So how far away? Okay, I've seen that.
That's with more like cosmic egg.
But how does
why Mars and not Venus?
How does Mars
like Venus is the brightest star in the sky. Why Mars and not Venus?
Venus would be, I think the moon. But beyond the ice wall.
But why is it going around us in the sky?
What, the Apollo and the moon, the sun and the moon are here.
So if that's a sun for a different land on the outside of where Antarctica is, then how is it? How is that working? Like what's?
I don't know how the sun works. So I mean,
do you know how celestial navigation works? I think if you understand celestial navigation, you're going to gain a greater appreciation for what the sun, moon, and stars are doing. And that there can't be, you just can't assume something outside of that. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
You know what I'm talking about? Like there's a sun, moon, and stars. We see that. Okay, and they do these things that are so finely tuned.
Yeah.
I mean, our clocks our clocks. It's awesome, but still nothing compared to how finely tuned those things are in the sky. So I mean, those are the only things we had.
Sorry,
and then you see the sun. Yeah, sorry, go Sonny.
I didn't mean to interrupt you guys, but I just wanted to let loose to this last Admiral Byrd stuff. You know what they're saying? He died from malnutrition and dehydration due to Alzheimer's. I never heard that. I thought he died mysteriously of a heart attack or something.
Mm.
Alzheimer's. They could change this shit and we would never know.
That doesn't make sense.
Just back to those outer lands, Dora. Like when you see it's warmer when you're closer to the sun, yeah? Directly under the sun.
Yeah. Like noon.
So just imagine the sun's path. When it's further away from the sun on a further angle, it's cold. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So you need another heat source if you're going to have outer lands. So you're telling me that Mars makes the path of a sun around land outside of us, then I'd be interested in seeing that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would too. I just
Right. So
can't
you
get
have,
past there.
so you don't. Oh, you haven't. Oh, okay. It's just something you've
I mean,
seen
I
on a
sort of
video or
speculated.
something like
Yeah. I saw Martin Kenny with his Cosmic
Yeah.
Egg video.
There's no evidence of any of that stuff, though.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, you may as well
There's
still be on.
There's mythology and what they allude to. That's really all we can go off of in this prison.
Right.
that
But
we're
that's also still holding on to the idea, right? That we're not the only ones out here. We're not special. You know that there are probably other other worlds out there. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter what you make it, right? A ball, a flat, super flat world with pawns in it. You know what I mean? It's still the same idea. You know, it's also the idea that there is no God. You know what I mean? Like, I think
That's pretty like you're really like stringing a bunch of stuff that I don't ascribe to, and there is no God and we're not special.
Well, it's not that. It's about truth. You know what I mean? That when we experience
I agree with
this
what
world,
Bong's saying.
we experience it with our senses, and our senses is the best. For truth, to know what's real and what's not. If we want to survive, it's daytime, go work. It's nighttime, go sleep. All our senses, what we see, and so if we reject the experience that we're having, that we know we're having, then you know what I mean? Are we even in this world? What my point is, like, what's the point of? Because I used to do this. I used to wonder what's like living on Mars. But what's the point of wondering living on Mars when you don't even live on Earth? When you don't even know how to live on Earth? You know what I mean? When I don't even know how to. I haven't even explored or learned anything about where I am. What's the point of wondering what's beyond where I am? You know what I mean? It's kind of the point. Like, we have this here to study. This tells us what is. You know what I mean? What's the point of wondering what is not, what could be, when we don't even know what is? That was kind of my point, I think.
This is sound like speculation someday, a little bit, but yeah. I mean, when you obviously a flat earther, you wonder what's beyond it, and I feel like most flat earthers thinks that there is more land, and that they huddle us up in these cities and.
But what we are, right? It's not we are not like these physical things. There's not I don't think there's an infinite physical world for a very, very finite being like us to explore. I think inside this physical thing that we are experiencing in this world is the real thing. You know what I mean? And that's where everything is. The world is in there, in your mind. You know what I mean? Because
I think there's like something beyond this physical, like especially when you die.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we have to interpret what we are seeing, what we are hearing, smelling, right? That has to be accurately interpreted first in order for us to even speculate about what could be out there. We got to get this right first. You know what I mean? And like listening to a guy say he went over there and saw some awesome things, right? And then believing that guy versus a guy that went up there and saw some awesome things. Like, what's the difference, right? You may as well believe them both.
I don't believe what he really said. I'm just going from my own personal speculation that there is maybe more land.
What brings you to that conclusion?
The way everything is set up here, and I feel these elites would have a place if they are not wanting us to go past a certain wall. There must be another place where they convene. Why are they hiding us? It's kind of like animals with cows. They herd us into a fence. And then they don't want you going out to this other pasture over here. Well,
what gives you the right to demand anything from these people, right? They spent the money to go out and discover these things. Whatever they discovered, that they paid with their money for, can do whatever they want to. Like, why should they divulge any information, right? Like, when somebody is researching, when a company is researching something and they're trying to keep it hush hush, like they don't have to tell anybody anything. Like, what does the public, like, where do they get their right to demand what they're doing in space, right?
Like, what are you talking about? There are no rights.
Yeah, but who are we to demand the truth from these people who are spending their money to figure things out? And yeah, they might be using it against us, but like,
who cares about money?
We don't have a right to just demand information from them. We ourselves can know information, can have the information.
I'm sure they demand information from themselves. So, what does that mean?
Well, I'm saying is, if the creator created a cup for a purpose, right? A cup, right? And then all of a sudden the cup doesn't want to be a cup; it wants to be a plate, right? Like, your cup. You know what I mean? He didn't create us to go do all these things they're doing, right? Or he created us for a purpose. Is it to learn everything there's to learn about the secrets of how the creator made everything? Is it to follow that guy around and find out what he's figuring out about everything? You know what I mean? Like,
that's Glober mindset, trying to follow a priestly person. I agree with trusting your senses.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should hold off speculations until because we just came out of a lie. Like, I've been in this since 2016, and I still feel like I have to learn more about this. It's hard to speculate when I haven't even finished recovering from the last lie.
Yeah, you're gonna jump into another one by speculating there's lands outside of these lands, and the Mars is the sun that goes around.
I'm not believing anyone else's lie. I'm not believing Admiral Byrd's lie. I'm drawing from my own conclusion. This is what you do to animals. These elites view us as property. They bought us birth certificates.
You said I speculate that there's lands outside of our boundary.
I know. You said Mars, I believed a lie. I'm speculating for myself. I'm not believing anyone else's lie. I'm doing this for myself.
You got it.
Of course. Somewhere. Yeah, sure. That's how you get information.
So you're believing someone?
I'm believing in my own.
What
thoughts.
Evidence brings you to the conclusion that there's lands outside and the sun? That the Mars is the sun of these outside lands?
I have no evidence.
He's speculating.
So this is no model. We don't adhere to any model.
So you've just come out of a globe model with no evidence, and you're going to go back into another model with no evidence.
I didn't claim a model.
Yeah, you did. You said there's lands outside.
I was just speculating.
Are you going to let me finish? You said there's lands outside. You said this is what
I didn't say that. I think there could be land outside.
Don't talk over the top of me. What you said was, I speculate that there's lands outside and Mars is the sun. I said, what evidence have you got to support your speculation?
What did I say?
You said because the government lies.
No, I said I don't know.
Pretty much. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So you're going from a globe lie back into another one.
A globe lie? How do you attribute that to a globe lie?
Because you believed in something that had no evidence. Now you've come out of that and you're going to go back into something that also has no evidence. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I don't adhere to a model.
No, don't worry about it, man.
No, I'm telling you, I don't adhere to a model. I don't claim a model.
You're not getting it, are you?
I do get it.
Okay.
Well, what we do know is that
if we look at, for example, what they've told us in terms of the articles and news clippings, for let's say a few hundred years, the evidence or the records, whatever they've published, show that they still believe that, the South Pole was a pole at the bottom of the pole. Now, it appears that towards the invention of the plane and especially World War II, they probably went down there. Not probably, it appears that they went down there to search for, to explore Antarctica and so on. However, after the 40s and 50s, where they were still promoting, at least in the newspapers, that this it's a great land of opportunity with resources. They didn't say more land, but opportunity, resources, research. That seemed to sort of get shut down pretty fast after the Antarctic Treaty and the alleged space program. So it's interesting just to see how that evolved. Of course, yes, what they found is speculation, but we do know that they've changed their policy very radically from in the late 19th century, early 20th century about exploration, resources, opportunities, to then the Antarctic Treaty, and then after that the space program and shutting down Antarctica in the 70s onwards based on quote unquote environmental reasons. Just wanted to share that seems to be the timeline that's published in the media when we look at the records and looked at how things evolved. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
All good, man.
Yeah, because I was going through the newspaper archives and, like the Australian newspaper archives. And of course, back in the day, they reported a lot on US and American news, US and British news. And they did report on Admiral Byrd as well. Like they said, in the US, Admiral Byrd claimed, XYZ. And then so in the 40s and 50s, I think even into the 60s a little bit, there was like, South is the new opportunity. Yeah. But then that changed very radically, and that's just really interesting. Because after that, in the 60s and 70s, is all this space, moon, colonies, Mars, whatever. So the timing seems suspect anyway.
I heard. I also heard that the Pope say president-elects, before the they go down there and consult some kind of deity and find out who will actually win the election / plans for the future. I know, right? Just
what deity is that? Moloch, the owl god? They're
Maitreya. Yeah, the cult of Maitreya. So Maitreya, the guy that killed the bull. The Roman mythological Mithras.
The bull, the Minotaur.
Yeah. Well, no, yeah, it has
King Mythos. Are you talking about, or
that's the name of their god, Mithras or Maitreya, or the entity that they go consult down there. Aliens. So it makes sense that the farther away you are from life, that's where the wastelands.
Yeah, Mithra was the Roman god that was the main god.
Yeah.
Was it a bull?
That's Christmas is based 25th of December is based around that Mithra.
Yes. Christian holy days.
It was before they became Christian, yeah. So it was. Well, it's the religion's called Mithraism. Yeah.
I mean, Christianity is like, Rome absorbed all the other, into it. Yeah, put it all together and call it Christianity. Did you guys know? The Mother Mary. This Mother Mary, the Mother of God. That's Semiramis. That's the moon god. And Tammuz. Osiris. This is the sun god. 25th of December is his birthday. And Mithras. So it's all like a amalgamation or consolidation of all the.
Yeah, they needed a way to make people conform to the new religion, so they added in all the pagan holidays so that people were more accepting about the new religion. New religion. New religion. About their version of Christianity.
Yeah, the straw man version of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there were a lot of myths that had a god with the birthday of the 25th, right? It wasn't just representation of the sun resurrecting itself, coming back up, starting moving back up in the sky.
Yeah, that's you can mix up astrotheology and religion as well. So it all seems to work. How they explain it seems to work with astrotheology. It also seems to work with religion. So.
Well,
Those dates, all those
it up. It could be part of it.
All those dates are significant with, how the sky moves. So yeah.
So yeah, the other cool thing is like there's, Antarctica. Where all the nations, come together, right? And who sits on it? A church. You know what I mean? The the Vatican, the woman that rides the beast. The beast is Rome, and the Vatican is the woman, and this is kind of symbolic of the world, Antarctica. You know what I mean? All the nations.
Oh, Rome still lives.
Oh, yeah. You live in Rome. If you're in the Western world, you live in Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you got the, what are the cities that were Roman? I know we have New York. York was in England. Now we got New York, the Empire State Building.
Well, York was the capital of England at that stage, and they named it New York. It was the main kingdom in England. York.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like how the heliocentric model is like just a full-on religion, and how how it escapes you, man. Like you growing up, me growing up, we're all fascinated with science and space, not even knowing you're in the cult already. Like think you're part of something. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna contribute to help people in the world, all this, you know what I mean? Patriotism they put in you and blind
and
you.
they disguise the church as well as something good, but it's really evil.
It's everywhere, dude. Look at these occult symbols. I just sent 3 pictures in chat, and this was in a town called Cedar Grove.
Damn,
Cedar Grove, like Bohemian Grove, but Cedar Grove, and I got weird vibes from it when I was working there.
Man, that's like a sledgehammer. That's like Bong, please hit me with the sledgehammer.
That's when I was getting into occult symbols. I was listening to a lot of Jordan Maxwell in that time. And
look, man.
it was a mind trip. It was a trip.
Bohemian Grove struck a lot of people. That whole when you see them doing that shit with that owl, if nothing else, at least they're into some weird shit. And if you don't believe in the symbolism, a lot of people have a hard time with that. They're like, that doesn't make any sense that they do that. Like, yeah, but look what they do. They do a ritual every year called the Cremation of Care, and they bus in a bunch of prostitutes. This is documented. that Bohemian Grove got a lot of people started.
Documented?
Yeah, documented, testimonial wise. I don't think you're going to find an official document, but I'm going to say what you're going to find is whistleblowers that work there saying that this is true, right? So, yeah, not that official documents are going to be evidence in this type of forum, because everybody's going to question anything you say no matter what. But, yeah, good enough testimony.
Who's speaking right now?
Glue, G-Lou.
G-Lou, that's not Creation Bear?
No, it's me.
You gotta put some respect on my name.
Creation Bear, can you talk for a second so I can understand?
I just got back from a bike ride. What's up?
You're the first black dude I ever known that didn't sound like a not white guy.
I'm mixed, dude. I'm half black, half white. So you're just.
I don't know who's talking right now. God damn it!
Did you just interrupt the conversation to say that?
Oh, I'll interrupt the conversation to say something way more trivial than that.
Sorry to interrupt, folks.
Also,
like you're all going deep on some Alex Jones stuff. Y'all talking about me? If you know, you know.
You're the frog's down right. Hey, something's in the water, though. I mean, I would put something in the. If I was them, I'd definitely put something in the water.
For sure.
We already know something's in your water bong. Don't worry.
Like, hey,
some little bit of green thing.
We already put shit in the water. Like, all right, let's make sure that's done. All right, what's next on the agenda? You know what I mean? Like,
like more estrogen. We want more estrogen in the water.
Smoking them tweeds and everything.
Anyway, so I'm guessing no Globers. Where's Mayhem at? I'm trying to get on Rumble.
Me too.
Is he going to be the one to put us into the chill chat and we go on Rumble?
Well, I guess I could ask Helio to give us... Well, how would we do that? Because his 24/7 bot is streaming. I'm guessing is streaming to Rumble and YouTube. So Mayhem's got the... Indio has a Rumble and Mayhem has a Rumble as well. So...
We could do like
we could jump in chill chat, but it wouldn't be on Rumble.
Should do like a TikTok Rumble thing, you know, do some cool TikTok videos and shoot people to Rumble. You know, I don't know. I don't know.
We know you don't know. I know you don't know. I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
We can do it anytime, but Mayhem and Helio have the bots that play out to these different platforms and stuff. So we can do it anytime, but if we want to get on Rumble, we need one of the big boys.
YouTube, man. YouTube is not nice to us at all. Like, and I mean, we're like the enemy on YouTube. It's like, man, fuck YouTube.
Well, it does feel nice. I mean, the last time we did go on Rumble, it was like you could kick your shoes off, you know, lean back a little bit. It was kind of nice. I was enjoying it. So,
I mean, yeah, Andrew Tate has 40% of Rumble's viewers, and there's like a million viewers or something like that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to start migrating from YouTube if the big influence starts following Tate's, you know what I mean, lead.
Yeah, we've already seen it.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
When he was live on Rumble a couple days ago, he had 500,000 people watching live, and at the same time we were running live, Mayhem's channel, and there was like 60 people in there. So, yeah, Rumble's the spot right now.
He's got a cool channel name though, eh? Tate Speech. I was like, hey, how long you been thinking about that? How long has that been on the back burner? What do you think about this one? Tate Speech. You don't have enough.
But hey, if anyone wants to throw up another stream, like I know, but in the past we've had other guys do streams besides just Helio. So if there's somebody out there that has the equipment or the know-how and wants to, we could do other places, not just Rumble or YouTube. We could go to Twitter or whatever. We could do Instagrams.
Here's what I think. I think if we start getting more viewers on Rumble, we can just drop YouTube altogether and just start saying whatever we want to say again, right? Because that's why we're kind of restricted. We're kind of on restricted mode at the moment, eh? Because YouTube.
Yeah, perhaps.
So if we get
I think we could. Yeah. Well, I think there's like two elements because, you know, I don't know. We've been on YouTube for so long. We could just keep that going and break off and do separate exclusive Rumble streams. But you know, who knows? There's lots of ways to go about that. But
exactly. Hey, if you guys want to go talk about that, go on the Rumble stream, man. Go to the Rumble stream. It's just the one right next to this, under us. You know, we can have two streams going. What one is, you know, for the YouTube audience and all the, you know, Matrix.
Yeah, we did that. That's how we did it last time. We basically left this channel running, threw a bot video on, just so those who want to tune into the YouTube or just listen to some videos, they can do that. And anyone that wants to participate in the Rumble stuff, you can join us down there. So, yeah.
Boycott YouTube. who wants to boycott YouTube? Yeah, let's do this.
I don't know if I want to boycott. I think we should just leave it up as long as it's like I don't know. It's a big platform, and people will always be on there. So I don't think we need to cut anything.
Do you guys know about Viral? About what's Rumble Viral? It's Rumble's channel on YouTube, right? So what you do, how it works is you can upload a video to Rumble and put it into the Rumble Viral program, but then you have to sign over 100% of the rights to your video so you can get 90% of the revenue from YouTube. So the Rumble Viral channel that Rumble has on YouTube is to help, of course, the Rumble platform grow by getting, because they got a lot of a big audience, right? So it's almost like, you know, making money on YouTube with Rumble, right? They get 10%. You get 90%. Do you guys know about that? Like, yeah.
But I saw Mickey and we're talking about their earnings already. So I mean, they're already making a little bit of cheddar. But there's still ways to go.
Subscribe. It's like free marketing, you know, to a bigger audience. But you know, being Flat Earth, and you know, being that it's YouTube, it's still gonna be, I guess, not. You know, what I mean that. But yeah, it's there. It's hard to grow on YouTube because of all the competitors. You can just jump on the Rumble Viral program, but you can't upload the same video that you put on the Rumble Viral. You know what I mean? For with the, you know, you can't upload that onto YouTube. Vice versa. Yeah, it's branding.
It sounds like you need to start a channel there, Bon.
No, I don't do channels, man. I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah, it won't be me either. I don't have the equipment for it. But so if anyone's out there is listening and you have an extra computer, you know, whatever, Ethergress, talking to you. But if there's anyone out there that wants to do that, that would be a big help. You know, wouldn't hurt to have a couple backup streams or whatnot, or just have the ability to just, hey, let's we need somebody to stream us who can help. So. Hey, Miggy! Get on, dude. Let's go. Anyway, what's going on, panel? See, we're dwindled down to a little bit under 20, but I think we can bump that back up here with some energy.
What's panel's middle name?
We got Sunny, we got Ethergress, Legends, and their own. We got Truth Acknowledged.
Okay. I got a question.
You want to pipe in? Oh, I'm getting rumpus from introducing the panel.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You know, NASA's always at Antarctica, right? What were they doing now? Helium balloons, whatever, but it's NASA that's there.
So what's the question?
Well, you know, people are saying, well, if NASA's there, then everything we think we know about Antarctica must be
there.
Bullshit, yeah.
Uh-oh, you're going to make me post my Attack on Titan meme again.
Oh.
You don't quit watching that sci-fi bullshit. I swear to God.
Now, that's the real shit. There's no outer space in that.
All right, there's no outer space. Although I have been saying for a while, outer space is a dope fictional setting, one of the better ones in my opinion.
I'm not saying it's not.
No, it's facts, bro. Fact. Think of Cowboy Bebop, Fire, outer space.
Yeah, that was good.
Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, outer space. All right, well, here's the anime or the Attack on Titan thing. You said Antarctica.
Yeah.
Look, dude, it's like
Gundam Wing.
That show's fire. But yeah, outer space is a great fictional setting, ladies and gentlemen. Globers out there listening, but just let it be known that it's a fictional setting, and that's it. You can still enjoy it in the movies and whatnot, but that's what it's made for: video games and movies and anime and stuff. Oh, Gamma Panda in the chat. Is that the real one?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Hopelessly incorrect. Well, just
Man, I'm not
anyway,
going
but
to
yeah,
hear this minute, but if he's always
just
got
let it be a
to
fictional
eat,
thing.
sustenance. Good evening, Gamma Panda 2012.
They're not even in the panel. I think they're just clowning, if that's even them.
You know what I think is interesting is the North Pole or going to
Yeah,
I think they don't want us. They fly around it, and I think everyone likes to talk about the South Pole, and that's obviously a flat Earth thing that support the flat Earth. But the North Pole flight patterns, I think that's where the action's at.
Ooh, dude, that's a good question. Question for the panel: would you rather travel inward or outward? Inward towards the north or outwards? Okay, so this thing I posted in the chat. Who's laughing at me right now? The middle
to explore or to prove that the Earth is not a ball.
Explore. We already proved it's not a ball. We already proved it's not a ball. So I'm talking about if we could explore this place fully. Would you rather explore to the out or to the inward? So if you look at the screenshot, essentially we're on that center ring. We're in the center, and we don't really know what's too far out to the south, or I mean, it's not like we're traveling into the north either. But if you had to pick one to go first, which one you headed?
North.
Isn't it Mount Meru the
center?
Center. The magnetic mountain. That's why all compasses point north.
I think we'd learn more about like sun and moon if we did center.
But here's the question, though, guys. What if that's not actually the center? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if it doesn't necessarily the north doesn't necessarily have to be the center point of the Earth? But I get it.
Okay.
But it's just interesting. What if that's not the center?
You know where the North Star is? There. Yeah, let's go there first. That direction.
Yeah,
general direction.
that's where I'm going, so I can see the sun go around me.
Yeah, I think Rick said, and a couple other people said the same thing. They would probably go towards the center or the north. I think that's very interesting. I'll just call it inward. But for me, bro, I think I want to go outward. I want to go out. I want to go outward.
Inward.
Oh, if you knew how cold it was here at the moment, and I'm only at 40 south, then you don't want to go that much further than that.
All right, yeah. My black ass. No, I'm just kidding. But hey, I don't know, dude. In Attack on Titan, the main characters. Well, I don't want to spoil it, but no, I'm not going to spoil it. But essentially, they're like, yeah. I'm not going to spoil it, but I want to go out that way. You know what I'm saying? I want to go out that way. So that would be me.
What if the land they're hiding is somewhere in the Pacific or Atlantic Ocean? You know what I mean? And
yeah, between Australia and South America. What if it's there?
Yeah,
that's really interesting.
Well, what if CB, if you did what Aaron did in Attack on Titan and then just were disappointed when you went outward? And then you went back.
Yeah.
I always thought Atlantis. Is between South America in the Atlantic Ocean, between South America and what's there? I forget what's there. You know what I mean? South Atlantic Ocean.
Isn't there like shipwrecks that like when they go into like certain parts of the ocean, like Bermuda Triangle, there'll be shipwrecks in Cambodia.
I have
and there won't be any bodies on the vessels. It'll be completely like abandoned. No dead bodies.
Can we talk to Gamma Panda 2012?
Is he in
Hell
the chat?
no, they're not even in the panel. They're not even in the panel, bro.
He's just in typing. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Howard.
Bro, but Dora, bro, the shipwrecks got me thinking too, man. Like, who knows if there's places that have been unexplored or whatnot. Yeah, very interesting.
I don't know if I want to go sailing out there.
I don't know if I want to.
You know the Southern Ocean. You know there are waves out there. They get so huge.
Yeah.
I have a question. If you're on an island, if you're going towards the center point of the island, are you going south, or would that be considered north? Or does it matter where it's located?
No, on an island. On an island, there's like there's two sides, right? There's the sea side, okay, and inland side. So so inward and outward. Yeah, it would be similar, like towards the ocean and towards the land.
I got you.
But
Well,
like
the reason why I ask is because in this show that I'm watching, this screenshot I just posted, it's only being released like once a week. So this last episode, dude, they referenced how they were going south to the center of the island, and I raised like my eyebrow almost fell off my head. I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute, how does that work?"
Inner of the island is south? Is that what you said?
Well, I took it two ways. One, it was like totally a globe type of thing where it was the South Pole, but like that doesn't make a lot of sense. I didn't really make that connection.
If you think about it, because east is where the sun rises, so south will always be if you're facing the sun, it will always be to your right. That's south. So I think that's probably whether you're
there's something mysterious about this island. It's not your ordinary island, all right. So I need to do a deep dive on it. I'll do a deep dive on it. But I thought that was really because they didn't have to say that. They didn't have to say we're going to go south to the center of the island. That made me. I was like, wait a minute, how does that work? Because it doesn't make a lot of sense.
It can work if they are on the northern point of the island, and then the inside of the island is south.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'll go back and record that moment. And
or are you saying that island is in the middle of that circle? Is that what you're saying?
Well, okay. So here's the premise, right? Yeah, there's that island there I posted. That's both of the screenshots I posted are from the same show. So the island.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The rings they're describing the three different parts of the island. So you got the outer ring, which is the beach. The inner ring is what they call like the woods, and then the inner area is they call something else. But okay, so it's like a normal setting, right? Imagine we live on our countries and whatnot, and what they do is they gather up these prisoners and they send them to this island. But the island's called Paradise. And so, but it's a mysterious island. It's not, when they get there, it's nothing like ordinary life. It's just very different. So when they were like, whoa, we're going south to the center, that made me, I don't know, just something about that stood out as like, maybe I need to bring this up in Flat Earth because number one, that's so random. They didn't have to say anything about going south, and it didn't make sense. Like as if it was the only other way I could have made sense of it is if that was the South Pole on the globe. But the show doesn't reference any globe or anything like that. So I'll go back and record that.
that the center of the island is the center point of their known world? Is that what they're saying? Because that's the only way it would work. But that would be their south. Wait, what? Oh,
See, that's what I'm saying. It's not even.
In reality, is if they're on the northern tip of the island and they have to go south to get to the middle. That's the only way it works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
But if they're in that circle and this island is the center of that circle, then north is the outside of the circle and south is the inside of the circle.
Yeah, it had me bugging out. I was like, my eyebrow raised up to my freaking hairline. I was like, whoa! Yeah. It made me caught my attention. So I'll go back and record that moment and maybe, here, let me just unmute Wave Mixer real quick. And maybe I'll play it through the bot later on once I record it. And you guys can kind of judge for yourself what you think it's saying.
What show is this?
Ooh, it's the new hotness right now. It's called Hell's Paradise. It's fire, dude. It's so good. I really like this show. But it's like the reason why I like it is some of the parallels to life. Like when you look around, you go outside, it's very beautiful. Trees and the birds and the sun, it's very, very beautiful. But it's also very dangerous. And there's a lot of things going on that are kind of dark and dangerous and that kind of thing. So it's like, is it paradise? So like, okay, so they gather up all the prisoners and they know of this island, but it's not like they go and do reconnaissance there. So what they do is they gather prisoners and they send them there. And the goal is to find something and then, if you can, bring it back. No one ever comes back, though. Only one person's ever come back from the island, and something happened to them, which I won't talk about. But
is that kind of like Australia? Like what they did with Australia? They send prisoners to Australia, and that's how Timbo.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah, maybe just a little bit. I guess I could see how that would be kind of analogous.
Is it 11 episodes? I just looked it up. Is it new
again? I think they're on here. I'll post it in the chat. I've talked about it before. The show's called Hell's Paradise. It's an anime show, so be warned if that's not your thing. But it is very good. It is super good.
I got Crunchyroll, so
it seems like the new hotness. People are like, "This is the new hot show right now." So let me post it in the chat. I want to read the description to you guys here quickly. So let's see. Okay, in exchange for his participation in an expedition to a southern Japanese island where they seek something that is rumored to be found there. However, this island is no ordinary island. It is believed to be paradise. Nonetheless, the expedition team, consisting of members who are all marked for death, discovers that the island is shrouded in mystery and that they may not be entirely equipped to handle what they encounter on their expedition. So I just love how, like, because life is very beautiful. When they get to the island, it's like, wow, it's amazing. This is very beautiful. But then they start to notice how dangerous it is. And I mean, life's kind of the same way, man. It can be very dangerous.
Marked for death. I feel like we're all destined to die eventually. I mean, I don't know. I can see how that's relating to like life and stuff.
Let me get you guys some screenshots in the chat here. It's scoring pretty high right now in terms of popularity. If you look at the screenshot I just posted, it's top 3.
Oh, really? Behind One Piece.
One Piece and Demon Slayer. If you know, you know, folks. I won't take you there, but it is very, very good. So, yeah.
Well, does One Piece have a lot of things like flat with like kind of like allude to like kind of like flat Earth a little bit, or
what's that? One Piece?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it. You have to ask Flatsy Klein. I think she's watching it right now. But one thing I wanted to highlight too is think of what is the name of that area in Attack on Titan, Dora? What's the name of that area?
Paradise
that they're born in. Exactly. Okay, that's interesting to me. It's like people will say that Earth is paradise. People will say that Earth is paradise, and I get where they're coming from. As I've already went over, this is a very, very beautiful place. People are friendly and stuff like that. But there's another side to that, isn't there? And so what's interesting is that, like, there's another show that's kind of popular that has a similar name or idea to this Hell's Paradise thing, but it's just in Japanese. I think they call it translates to Heavenly Delusion. And so this show is set in 2034, so 10 years from next year. There's been a collapse, and the people in the show are seeking someplace called heaven. And so typically when they're referring to heaven, it seems like they're referring back to a time like the time we live in now, like a better time, it seems. But where they're at, like I said, it's collapsed. People are like growing tomatoes and weed and stuff like that, almost like Owen Benjamin. They're out in the fields growing stuff. Society's not booming like it used to be. But there's also this element of people being born within this dome. And some of the children in the dome are curious about what's outside. And so that whole idea of like, well, what's outside? That idea is super prevalent in a lot of shows and ideas. I mean, some people were talking about some live action shows on Hulu or whatever that had the exact same premise. Attack on is the same way. They want to go outside of this known area, and so that other show. Let me get a link to that one.
I'm gonna screenshot it so I don't forget it. Hell's Paradise for sure. I'll definitely watch. So it's 11 episodes. So
it's so good. It's super good.
Is it only one season so far? Or is that the end of it?
Yeah, it's new for 2023, and that's what I find interesting. Is like this idea seems to be on people's mind. This idea of like, well, are we in a paradise? And so, same thing with the other show, Tengoku Daimakyo, or translates to Heavenly Delusion. Let me post a screenshot of that. Well, both of those shows are exactly the same idea. Is this idea of like, is this heaven or is this hell? And so, like, I mean, that's really deep. We don't really get into that a lot here. And I can see how people will come from both sides.
It could be
I've already touched on how it's very beautiful, very dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Who knows? Maybe you make it. Maybe what you create one or the other. Who knows? There's lots of ways to take that. But the idea seems to be on people's minds. These are new shows for 2023, and they're popular as well. So it's like they're gaining. People seem to be talking about this, or it's on people's minds. I find that very interesting. So I'm terrible at multitasking. Let me get you guys a link to this other show. Now, I got to preface that, like, Attack on Titan, I think, is pretty clean. It doesn't have too much of it doesn't really have the extra, like, ooh woo. Like, like some people hear anime, they're like, oh, that's weird, bro. I don't fuck with that. I think Attack on Titan is clean. It's passes all those marks, but Hell's Paradise is good too. I think it doesn't really get into a lot of that stuff. There's one character in there that does a little fan service. But the Tengoku Daimakyo, this other show that's Heavenly Delusion, has a little bit more of the some of the weird stuff. If you're not into that, but it's not that weird, I think.
I've seen. I mean, I'm not that weirded out by chicks making weird.
Yeah, some people
noises.
are. They're like, "What, dude? What?" Yeah, and I get where they're coming from, but actually, let me just try to get you guys a link so you can actually watch it. But yeah, man, we talked about this earlier. Shows are a great way to tell the truth. Or at least put the truth in there some way, somehow. and I'm really enjoying this Hell's Paradise show. It's very good, and I'll try to record that moment when they talk about going south.
A YouTube channel that I'm really enjoying right now is called Mind Unveiled.
Okay.
I just watched their his Powerpuff Girls Homunculi video. That was kind of crazy. And it kind of like
don't get us
like
but how was that?
It was pretty good. He's got a lot of good stuff on Tartaria. Like just like where like everything like he doesn't trust mainstream stuff. He talks about I'm looking at it right now, Christmas, like where it originated and stuff. Cloning factories. Yeah, he goes into like genetic experiments, like that are called.
All right, I got a link. Yeah, you said as soon as you said homunculi, I'm like, oh, oh, more anime. No, Full Metal. Shout out to Full Metal Alchemist.
Heck yeah, I've seen bits of that. I never watched the full thing. I don't think.
Ooh, you might want to drop.
I do
drop everything and go watch that one.
Does that have a lot
That's
of FE in it? Because I saw that a few years ago, and then I don't know what happened. I just never finished it. I don't know what was going on in my life, but I remember it was really good.
I don't think it does FE any favors, but it also doesn't really. There's a couple moments where they show curvature because they showed something above the earth or whatever. I won't spoil that. But Full Metal, easily top 3 for me, best anime, with Attack on Titan's in the top 3 as well. So, but it's not really FE based. Although I will say, the map for Full Metal is more like it's not representative of a globe. Let me just put it that way.
Okay.
I'll post the map here, Amestris. Kind of cool the way they do it. They have Drachma, Jing, Amestris. Drachma would be Russia. Jing would be China. Amestris, America. So that's all there. But they don't ever really zoom out and show you what the whole Earth looks like, which is kind of what we do here. I mean, if you look at the map here, that they don't really give you much more to chew on besides this. It's not like they show you a globe. So Full Metal, I'd say it's pretty neutral. It's not really in the favor of Flat Earth or in the favor of the globe either. So shout out to the writers who did that. And let me get you guys one more link to Hell's Paradise.
I'm looking at your thing. It's right up there. It's almost at 2 million. Is that 2 million views? Yeah, I think. Yeah. Should I
talking about the
watch it?
Screenshot I posted? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's and it just got released this year, and so I've been watching episode week by week. And you like even the first episode, people are like, "Yo, this is about to be something's up with the show." And I agree. There's something about it that is very unique and fresh, and it feels like they're, I don't know, hinting at something. So I really like.
With.
I think so. Let me get a link for you guys. I do have a link here. I'm turning a CB Anime Hour, so for anyone that's not hip, there's some good stuff out there that's worth your time. I don't want to just recommend stuff that's not worth your time. Attack on Titan, definitely worth your time. Okay, so just these aren't light recommendations, but
if you got all the time in the world to watch One Piece, it has like over 1,000 episodes. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I haven't.
I watched. I think season 1 of it. I watched season 1 of it, and that was pretty good. I just need to take a little break because I was watching too much from it, and then now I went to I'm on Fairy Tale right now, and then I was watching. I obviously watched Attack on Titan. That was pretty good. I think it was pretty cool where Aaron just becomes. Yeah, I don't want to spoil that.
I was gonna say, you better be careful. What I want to do is try to, on the side, I'll try to record that moment where they talk about going south. Maybe that'll spark up a little discussion. But yeah, I mean, appreciate you guys tuning in. I don't want to bore anybody on the anime talk, but as long as we can tie it back to Flat Earth, and that's what's cool. Like, I think that the reason why I like Hell's Paradise, and I want to post one more screenshot. It's almost like we live on an island. Although all these countries and continents are split up, we've got Africa and all these continents. This is kind of our known little area. In a way, it's our island. And so some people are like, well, I want to go inward. Right? And I don't knock that. I think that's very, very interesting. And what it would be like inward. But the same thing applies to the going outward towards, outward away from our known area. And so you can see the screenshot. You can see what happened when people started to try and explore outward. Shipwrecks. It's like, and that's part of the show, is like people have a tough time getting away from this island as well. And so that's kind of parallel to Earth. It's not very easy to just, start sailing south for multiple reasons. Even if you took away perms and all that stuff, the treaty, it's not like it would just be easy to just venture out
Screw sailing, dude. Hop in a UFO. Somehow find a UFO, get in it, hop in it, and just start buzzing around. Because when you're gonna reach that ice wall, then what? You're gonna have to walk, carry your gear, or drive with a sled.
Exactly. There's just a lot of things that go into. You don't just go out there. You know what I mean? It's not
freezing cold. Yeah.
So, yeah. Like I said, in a way, we're kind of on our own island here, our little known area. So, yeah, very interesting. It's this island. Yeah, and like Attack on Titan has the same ideas. They both call them paradise. Or do we live in paradise? It's worth asking.
I do. I want to find that video with that ice. What's it called? The ice glacier moving. It's like it was a giant ice movement, and it was almost like something was underneath the ice.
Oh shit!
Oh, I found it, dude. But I don't know if it's a good video. It's the thing, but I think right here. I'll send it, but I don't know if this is a good video. I might find one that has better images of what's underneath, maybe.
Okay.
What is that called?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me. I'm not sure if that's the right way to put it, but I appreciate you guys letting me flesh out some of these ideas. And I would encourage other folks, like I'm sure you guys have ideas or shows or books or things that you in the same way that you could probably riff off of. You're welcome to do that anytime. I think there's lots of media out there that hints at the truth. Yeah.
What really interests me is what in the hell happened to things like Devil's Tower, and these Great Plateaus? I know everyone says about trees and whatnot, but I just wonder, like, how did something take that out? Like, what happened to that? Like mud fossils. That's what originally got me down this
oh really?
This whole yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I watched
I know that really. Yeah, I know that topic calls a lot of people. So yeah, go ahead.
I was watching. First thing I watched was a video called "No Trees on Flat Earth," and that
dude,
did it.
I downloaded that video on my first flight ever. Like my first time flying, I downloaded that video and watched it on the flight. That's an interesting video. Although I will say Nathan Oakley and his whole crew, which I do appreciate Nathan. I like Nathan a lot. They took that video and I think they went through it and kind of held the claims accountable, and I think they debunked some stuff. So maybe it's worth looking back at that. Some people don't buy into the trees thing, although it is very, very fascinating and also ties into the Giants, Attack on Titan. but it is. I'll take that away. And then the same thing with like the giant mountains being trees or whatever. That's equally fascinating, if true, right? So.
Whoa, okay. So at 308, you can see something rising out of the water. Almost there. At 308 on that video. And then it cuts. Maybe
man, where the hell is everybody at? Freaking, we ramped up the panel a little bit. We gained 5. The energy's low, folks. Where's everybody at? Sonny's in the panel. We got Flat Lloyd Wright, the man. Bearded Door's been hanging with us. Shout out to 77. I'm equally interested in, and I will tell you, after watching
ice coming to the surface, yeah, that's all it is.
Boo! No, I'm just kidding.
It's something breaks up, and then the ice floats up to the surface. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see,
boring.
You see, icebergs.
Ooh, you're buzzkill.
Sorry, man.
No, you're good. No, that's good. Good.
I'm just joking.
Look at it like that.
What's up, guys?
What up, Mayhem?
Hey, there he is. You know what time it is?
Sir.
What's up, Mayhem?
What up, Timbo?
Hold on, man. I missed you, brother.
Hi, brother.
Chilling, man. I just I was actually trying to figure out how to defeat the AFK timer on Discord. Does anybody know how to do that?
Is he still there?
Did someone say something?
Yeah. Did you cut out then, or was it just me?
Me? Oh, did I cut out?
No, it must have been my connection, man. If everyone can hear each
I
other,
heard it.
I can't hear anyone.
Was it cut out?
Yeah, that's me.
What happened?
Everyone cut out. I'll have to rejoin.
Well, I think I'm gonna get off.
Yeah, why don't you
boys
look at what Flat Lloyd Wright is posting in the chat. He says
auto keyboard app, have it randomly press a key per set time. I think Helio, something like that. And there's also like this auto clicker, move mouse type of thing.
Really?
All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I gotta get some sleep. It was fun hanging out with you guys.
All right, Bearded. Check you later, man. Yeah, auto clickers are fine, but there's a better way to do it, I think. Here, let me see if the thing that I'm looking at right now is this. I don't know how good this would be, but I clipped that from a channel. Can you guys see that? Hello.
Discord just glitched out there.
Can you guys hear me? Or am I?
I can hear you. My Discord just
loud and clear, man.
Kicked me out of the call.
Yeah, CB, you're chopping
guys
up,
hear me?
bro.
Oh, really? Okay. Let me drop and rejoin.
We got Calm Thing that's VC verified. Calm Thing, are you there?
You know who I am, bro.
That's your boy. That's your boy, Couch Beast.
Yeah.
Couch Beast?
Yeah.
He's trying to steal my thunder with the CB name. How dare you?
What? I did?
How dare you?
I don't know what you're talking about. How dare you?
I'm just joking, dude. I'm just joking.
I was like, what?
The CB. I used to run with all C's and B names. Like coffee, basket, freaking cinnamon bun. It was like I was doing this whole CB thing for a long time. So you came in with Couch Beast. I'm like, oh, he's trying to steal my thunder, bro.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I'm just messing with you, dog. But yeah, Mayhem. Let me know if you said you got something better than an auto clicker. What's that?
Yeah, I put it in the voice text.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look. AFK channel. This is on Discord, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you find that at?
It was in AFK timeout exception is under Discord.
Interesting.
So it's a support for Discord, and they say that you can actually make a channel like that. Well, if that's the case, then can't you just modify this one to where it is an AFK channel, like no AFK?
AFK timeout. I think I know what that is. I don't think we have any channels that boot you after a certain time.
Yeah.
So right now, yeah. Well, our settings should be set to no AFK channel currently, but you're looking to. It's making your screen's going silent or something at a certain point because it's not being clicked.
No, my because okay. I have to be in here in order for my presence to be like heard or the audio to be going through my Streamlabs. So if I'm not in here and I time out, like if I, it'll drop the call.
Oh, I see.
And when I log in the morning, it's like there's enough time that I was just idling that it kicked me from the call. Like Discord does that.
Discord does that?
Says you can only do it if you're the admin, the server.
Yep.
See, like, all right. So I have my own server, so I knew what you were talking about. So we have
creating. I'm reading how it says. I'm reading that instruction actually right here.
Inactive channel.
Yeah.
Automatically move members to this channel and mute them when they have been idle for longer than an active timeout. I guess we could have Indio take a look at that.
Another thing to keep in mind.
But I don't think this Discord has that set up, because if I'm parked in this VC and I just leave it on my computer, it'll be ain't nobody kicking. I mean, I haven't had it boot me out of the call before. You know what I mean? I think a moderator has to manually. Yeah, I'm wondering if that.
It says right here, voice channel that indicates a channel, so you need to start by creating another voice channel.
No. Because the way it's set up currently is we don't have an AFK channel. So right now our setting is set to no AFK channel, and there's no timeout. As far as I'm aware, if you sit in a VC, if this one, for example, we've had people just sitting in the VC for days. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. You have to be manually disconnected by moderator.
I saw that too, but anyhow.
So it's got me wondering, Mayhem. I'm wondering if this is happening. You're saying this is happening through Discord?
Yeah. If I don't touch my keyboard at all, if I just leave it like that, because that's like, I'm running the live stream through me.
Yeah.
So what happens is I get kicked from the call because I'm not active doing anything.
Really? That's weird.
That's weird. I think, dude.
That's weird, dude.
We got to get you an auto clicker.
Well,
I think that would solve your problem.
I can do that. And I know it does, but I feel like should be a workaround.
Oh, Helios says
Yeah,
Is it because your computer's going to sleep?
Nuh-uh.
Okay.
No, because everything's still on. Like I haven't everything should be just normal. That doesn't go to. Yeah, if you're hearing me, Helio, hook your brother up, man. But I don't like the auto clicker stuff. I know. I already know that. Like I want it to be where it's not using that. Like just normal.
Okay.
Like
yeah, got you.
If it's possible, because I don't know why I got kicked. Yeah, I know.
Wait, you got kicked, but Miggy, you haven't been kicked from this call though. I mean, you've been in the call all day, right? I mean,
well, I'm on and off active, so I'm not lengthy periods of time. I'm not I'm. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's
even
weird,
if I'm here, I'm still moving the mouse a little bit. So it
Gotcha.
It's when I'm inactive like all night, then it'll kick me.
I wonder if maybe the admins changed the setting then, perhaps, but because I feel like don't you feel like you've seen people just sitting in the call for like days? Maybe they changed it.
Like maybe they changed Helio, they could use an auto clicker just to stay in the call.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's the only way to stay in the call.
Yeah, perhaps the admins changed it to kicking you out if you're here too long. It's a possibility. Indio, get in here, dude.
If he could just easily
4 hours.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Okay, so they must have changed it
without touching your keyboard or anything. Like if there's no movement, yeah, it'll just kick you. That's what I figured.
It says something here about enabling your push to talk on Discord, and that automatically boots you out of it or something like that. Like defaults it or something.
Interesting. Yeah, well, I hope you guys get that figured out. That would be good. I see Heretic Dubay has joined the panel. What's up, dude?
Yo, just listening in, restringing a guitar. Not much.
Nice. Sounds chill. Yeah, we really got to work on those rankings. And Elijah was saying you were top 7, top 10. I'm like, oh shit, okay. I need to start these rankings, dude.
Yeah, that's a tough list to crack, I think.
Yeah.
Speakers around here.
Well, he kind of brought up the idea that there's like an all-time list, pound for pound. And then there's like the current. I'm like, okay, I can get behind that. I don't even know how I would do the pound for pound list at the moment. I mean, I could throw a few people up there, but I'm thinking current right now rankings. Our boy Heretic's on that list for sure. Easy.
I leave you guys to be my judge.
We got you.
I'm not objective enough about me.
Well, that's where we come in. But yeah, man, we got some great people on the panel who contribute. I love when it's like a starting five on a basketball team. Like some people just work really well together. I feel like, certain people know how to pass the rock, boom, 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 make quick points, get down the field, score, get back on defense. Like Mayhem, Heretic. Who else? I mean, Timbo. There's a couple people who really get the gist of like being on the court at the same time with a couple people. It's not easy.
I really like Timbo's direct style and the Aussie accent to go with it.
Yeah. Like that saying, you can't have too many cooks in the kitchen. That's a good point. But like it also, you have to work together really well. Like, find people you work well with and stick with them. I got Heretic. I got dibs.
Thanks, guys, but I've got no choice over the accent, so I'm not taking credit for that.
With Timbo, you have to wait for the time dilation for him to speak to the satellite in outer space, and for the time dilation to get back to where it's going. There's going to be a little.
I apologise too for sometimes being a little bit aggressive. Sometimes I get off and I go, that was a bit uncalled for.
So when you pass the ball to Timbo, you're not really passing the ball to Timbo. You're passing it to the Bane
Future Timbo.
You're bending to the warping at space, the Bane warping at space time. So you really don't know who you're passing it to.
That's hilarious. Well, Timbo, don't feel too bad, brother.
I lose the cool every now and again. But...
Yeah, I mean, like the whole idea of being in the kitchen, right? The kitchen gets hot from time to time, and the old saying, "If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen." So
I think sometimes I'm a bit hard on other flat earthers as well.
But
I find myself going, I probably shouldn't have said that.
It's good to take short breaks sometimes.
Yeah.
The old familiarity and contempt, sometimes that can be a problem. Just take a bit of a breather, and I find I come back like refreshed.
Facts. I can't say I haven't noticed it as well, Timbo. I will admit that I have noticed what you're talking about, but it's never bothered me to the point where I'm like, yo, dude, you gotta chill out. We all have this. Well, I won't say we all, but I think if you're, it's good to have the good cop in you and the bad cop. You don't want to.
Yeah, I can do both. Depends what mood I'm in. Like when that Aussie guy came in yesterday, I was ready to be good cop,
Mm-hmm.
And he just left. Heretic scared him.
Well, some people can only be bad cop. You know what I mean? And some people can only be good cop. I think it's good to try to work on both. And if you're a bad cop only, try to work on being a little bit a good cop sometimes. Type of thing.
I think I've got. I'm in this kind of stage where, like, people are just shitting me when they come up with bullshit, and I've got to relax. I've got to go. Okay, I'm in this. It's not where I want to be, so I've got to go. Okay, pull yourself up, because you get a little bit stressed in life and stuff like that, and then you start taking it out on other people. You go, okay, where am I at? What do I need to do? Do I need to clear a few things up and then start again, So it's a good sign. Like, it's a sign for me when I know I'm a little bit stressed out. So, sorry, guys.
Dude, no apologies needed. Being aware is like the first step anyway. So, I mean, you're good, brother. You're good. No, I don't think anyone's complaining about Timbo, all right? So, you got nothing to worry about. But yeah, man, like, it can go 0 to 100 real fast, so like that's where all the good cops come in, because I'm the same way. I'll notice, like, damn, I just came at him kind of like out of the blue, but that's where, like I said, some of the good cops chime in, like, all right, well, so they just went over that with you, and do you follow what they're saying, or like, so we all have to sort of work together to achieve the same goal. So I like the starting five reference. Because we're all sort of dribbling down the court, pass, and we're going towards the same bucket. But the problem is when we get somebody that's like takes the ball and starts going down the court the wrong way. It's like, dude, what are you doing, man? Get off.
Yeah, that's the hard part when you have to fight against your own team.
Yeah.
I don't find that ever happens with the guys you're talking about right now. For what it's worth.
I think I won't name names, but like if if you know who you are, like we gotta work in the same direction, right? So always in the same direction. And if you're a lone wolf, if you like doing that on your own, that's no problem. I would recommend then is find time to come and be that lone wolf. Ooh, I think I just found that south part. I'm gonna record that in just a second. But yeah, find time to be the lone wolf if that's what you really need.
Yeah, because there's always times when it's quiet.
Yeah,
there's downtime. Yeah,
it's like that's the time to get like. If you're the person that's like interrupting mid basketball game, like, all right, well, you need to save that energy and bring it when it's dead. Now, that's not the time to shine when we're working together. But there's that. Personally, it's weird because like I don't mind doing some of the lone wolf stuff. You guys see me doing this here for the last little bit. But personally, though, when it's hot, like mid debate. It's funny. The other day, it was just me. And like, I was debating some other dude. I'm like, where is everybody at? Why is nobody jumping in here? It was kind of weird. I felt odd. I'm like, why is nobody jumping in? Like, I got it, but damn. So, yeah, I mean, personally, I like working with other people. Heretic's a good example. Glue, do you want to say something? Go ahead, brother.
Sorry, CB, did you say something to me? I missed that.
No, I think Glue was going to open his mic system. I was just trying to give him room. But no, I was just saying that, I have certain people that I really like working with. So if you see me like debating, don't be afraid to jump in. I'm fine. I can share the rock.
Yeah, sometimes it's just like you don't want to break someone's stride. That's how I see it. Like, like if you're rolling, and because we've all seen that, right? Someone's rolling, someone's they're in a train of thought, and you don't want to break it. And we've all seen people who have broken that. You know what I mean? You don't want to be that guy.
Like you're headed to somewhere specific, like you're trying to get somewhere with them, and then another guy comes in and just takes it way off course. Yeah. It's a familiar story.
Well, Glue. I'm glad you brought that up. And like, what's important about that is knowing your teammates really well. So like, you guys can know things about me. All right, CB, he's good for an analogy. He can probably put an analogy together. Hopefully they'll figure it out. What else? Like crypto. When you were saying like, oh, someone's on a roll, we don't want to break their stride. Crypto is a great example. You got to know when he's in the room, when he's making an example, you got to let him finish. Don't interrupt his point. So you got to really know who your teammates are. Like if it was a basketball team, who's the 3-point shooter? When you kick it out to him, you trust he's going to hit the 3. Or you got the big tall guy. We're going to throw it down the block and let him dunk it. So it's the same way. The same thing applies here. You got to know who's who. Sasha, you're up. Go ahead. If they're saying that pictures from space look like this, then it should look like that on the ground. We already kind of know how Sasha is.
3-point space. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So it's like you got to know your team, man, so you can pass the rock off to them and trust that they'll do what they always do. So yeah, you can break my stride. It's all good.
Yeah, it's sweet when someone throws an alley-oop, right? Like to their teammate and they dunk on them.
That's it,
That's
brother.
always appreciated. Yeah, when you see something like that, when you're talking about when you know your teammates and someone passes it off and then they bring it home. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, well said. Alley-oop. Yeah. See, like we can throw our boy Heretic alley-oop anytime. Mayhem can throw him an alley-oop. So there's certain people that get the gist. So if you're new here, if you haven't got the gist, like sit back, take some notes, but I would also recommend find people that you work well with. Like there's certain people there I really dig their vibe or whatever. Crit. I really like Crit. Jim seems cool. There's certain people that I'm like, all right, I like their energy. I can riff off of that. I can work with them. Go ahead, Central. You want to say something?
Oh, not much. Yeah, I'm a fan of Crit's style too. It's really unique. He kind of does his own thing, so I sort of like stay out of it when he's going because he does a thing that I don't really do. So it's like, okay, I'll just let him take that.
Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he has his own style, and like I can't really add to it because he'll go into history and stuff. So like, yeah, I kind of let him do his thing too. But I do really like Crit. He's one of my favorite flat earthers, and I've been saying that for a long time. So I want to just give him some shine. Big fan of Critspiracy or our boy Crit. But yeah, man, just find people that you work well with. I work well with, in this panel right now. I can hand the rock off to Flat Lloyd Wright, Heretic, Mayhem, Timbo. Like these guys, they're like my starting five. So I can easily just no look pass, boom, alley-oop, easy. So I would recommend like if you're new, try to find people that you also work well with that'll benefit you. And we all don't jive well together either. There's that too. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe if you're familiar with the idea of like alphas and stuff like that, you can't have too many alphas, right? So that same thing applies. Like you got to know who you don't work well with as well, and maybe try to work with that person or avoid. You guys work. I don't know. There's ways to sort of deal with it. Like I've noticed. Mayhem and I have a similar style. Like I can just get on here and just start rolling, and he can too. And so there's times when I have to be aware of that. Like, all right, well, he's doing his thing, so I'm going to play support. So yeah, you got to be aware and have different roles, different hats.
I'm the water boy. You know why? Because water is flat and level. That's why I'm the water boy. Yeah, man.
That's
position has been filled.
Yeah, that's funny.
Imagine a team without a water boy, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you guys be thirsty as fuck. I'm like, they need me out there, coach. Put me in.
Gatorade.
Yeah, every member, every part. It's like a machine. I don't know the speech.
Well, I mean, that is a good point, though, ultimately. I mean, I use the starting five, basketball reference, or there's a football reference. You have a bunch of different players on the field doing different things. So, I mean, like, think of a guy like Blue Jumper. He's in the chat, doesn't come on VC, no problem, but he also DJs, and he does good memes and stuff like that. So we all have different roles to play. So step one, know what the hell your role is. That might be a good step to start with. If you don't know what the hell your role is, then you might end up like stepping on other people's toes and all this other stuff. So know what you're good at and flex on your strengths.
A good meme speaks 1,000 words. Yeah, Blue Jumper. Awesome memes.
Yeah.
Funny memes.
I mean, and also know what you're not good at as well. I'm not the most technical person in the panel. So when it comes down to like getting into some of the heavily technical details of the 9.8 meters per second, I'm not that guy. And I'm willing to admit that. I have no issue with knowing what my weaknesses are. But that's where some of you guys come in. Indio might pop in and he knows about that, or Flat Lloyd or somebody else in the panel knows about that. So that's how we can all work together. My strength might be someone else's weakness, and my weakness might be someone else's strength. So, yeah.
I don't like organizing too much. It's because you start seeing stuff, you shouldn't be seeing, like, I could totally control this if I organize it properly. You know what I mean? Like, how about we just wing it? That's just me, though. You start seeing too much shit, you start thinking things like, I'm the cynic. I'm the pessimist. I'm the guy. I'm the darks. I'm the guy that brings in all the paranoid stuff. Guys.
Yeah, well, man, keeping it fun. I mean, then there's also, we got to give a shout out to the people in the background too, doing their thing. Old dude, CJ, folks like that who constantly are doing, keeping an eye on the server, and they care a lot, and that, that's important as well. So, folks, if you're listening on YouTube, Rumble, if you're in this panel, know what your role is, know what your strengths are, so you can get better at those strengths, and then whatever your weaknesses are, like, we can fill in. So, got you. We all work together, man. We all have the same goals here, kind of.
It starts becoming like a psychology thing, you know what I mean? Like all these different kinds of people and shit. It's like, goddamn.
Well, it's like, dude, the reason why all of these details are so important is because dealing with a new glober, if someone pops in right now, it's a very delicate situation. Extremely delicate. Like you're dealing with a fresh mind. It's almost like you're dealing with a child. So, or say you meet a girl, right? It's a lot like dating. Like if you meet someone, you gotta kind of like take it slow for a little bit. You don't just like dump all over them. I love you, like the first time you meet them. So you don't do the same thing with like a new glober. Hey, it's flat. Like you kind of have to start slow and build towards it. So
I might be guilty of doing that.
Well, maybe me too. But
I pull the rug on them pretty quick usually.
Yeah. I mean, there is that element of like it can kind of go 0 to 100, and sometimes that's important to kind of show them who we are, and oftentimes they have some misconceptions about who flat earthers are. So it's cool to be like, yeah, what you thought is not the case. So I can appreciate that to some degree. I'm kind of like that myself, Heretic. But I think it's very important to keep in mind that element of like, I've said this before, it's like speed dating. If someone new pops in right now, maybe I'm the one to greet them. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the server, blah, blah, blah. And you guys can all tell like, hey, he's not getting along with CB very well. I also need to be aware of that and be like, all right, well, someone else, Sir Edward, maybe he's the better guy. Go ahead. So you guys have to be very keen and aware of like the energies. All right, well, these two aren't getting along. Maybe I need to try and step in. So that's important as well. There's no cheat code. If there was, we'd all just say the same thing. We would just hit the cheat code on everybody. Someone new pops in, up, down, left, right, X, Y, R2, L2, done. Black Swan, it's over. But we all know it doesn't work that way. You have to sort of establish a connection with someone first. Hey, how's it going? The whole Helio routine. How'd you find this place? Blah, blah, blah. But like that is important to some degree to sort of let them know, hey, we're normal people. Hey, how are you? Okay, well, here's some information. So
was that the Street Fighter code?
What?
Was that the Street Fighter code or the?
That's Contra.
Contra was BABA though. Contra's got to be the B. You did XY, man. You did Super Nintendo.
I think that was a GTA code. I think that was GTA Infinite Mini Cheat.
Super Contra was.
Yeah, I know the Super Contra one where you get Infinity Lives. That's a solid one. But I heard XY, which. All right.
I think asking people like, why are you looking into this? Like, that's a cool way to kind of introduce each other, right? Like, why are you here? Like, what made you look into this?
You should be a good flat Earth lawyer. You should be good at asking, like, cross-examining questions. Sometimes it's better. Like Sasha, for example, I get on him. But he forms a lot of his arguments into questions, which can be very good. But also, I do recommend to him sometimes like, just put it in a statement. But like sometimes when you're asking questions, like, "Oh, okay, how did you get here?" Or like, "Why are you here?" You can learn things based off of that instead of just telling them something directly. Edward, by the way, you got some background noise. I want to meet up. Like, what was I saying? Asking questions. Like think of it like a bar, right? Someone comes into your bar. Why are they here? Well, they came for a drink or for food or they're meeting someone. But if they're like, oh, I don't know why I'm here. Well, that's a problem because we don't do that. We don't do that. You're lying or we're going to have to kick you out because we don't serve non-paying customers. So you gotta have a rhyme and a reason for why you're here. That may sound harsh, but I don't buy it when people are like, "Oh, I'm just passing on through." No, you're not. This town is out
in the boonies. Flat Earth is not downtown next to freaking NASA's headquarters. It's way out in the sticks. So you don't just like randomly get here. You had to choose to come here. So it's like, why are you here? Oh, just conducting an interview. And then they start defending claims immediately. No, we know.
This is going for a drive. What, a 9-hour drive, and randomly ended up in a flat Earth server?
Yeah, that I don't buy that for a second. I actually have a clip I want to play that's based off of that.
Yeah. Didn't you see all the signs on the road? Turn back now. You know, like the government put that up.
That's funny. Yeah, you ignored all the signs and still came. So you can't pretend like, oh, I'm just here. No. When I got here, I knew why I was here and what I wanted. I was like, all right, hey, I'm a flat earther. I want to prove that I'm a flat earther. These guys are zombies. They're just walking around with no rhyme, no reason, completely aimless. But let me play this clip real quick. We only serve paying customers.
Good afternoon,
I was looking.
Water.
I was looking for a serious place.
Yeah.
Hold on, Bong.
Well, we only serve paying customers, so you'll have to order more than water. If you're broke, go somewhere else.
That's it. But it's like, dude, this guy walks into this place and he's like, well, serve me. And she's like, well, you're going to have to order something,
Yes.
So Glovers are the same way. You can't just roll in here. Like, can I get you a drink? Can I help you? No.
Intellectual currency, right? It's like Helio said, you have only one job. Give me all your evidence. Yeah, it's either. No, I was looking for a place where I could have a serious debate with real flat earthers. That's what when I heard about it, I wanted to talk to some serious, people who believe this and prove to them that the Earth is a globe. And this was the most serious place I found. And yeah, it was serious. Like, holy shit, what the fuck are they talking about? Actual science? Like, sounds interesting, So it's like, still trying to prove that the Earth is a ball.
This is me when they come in here with no aim or rhyme or reason.
So, can I help you?
I love that show. Can I
help me? Or Jerry Maguire, help me. Help you.
Exactly. True words have not been spoken. I mean, that's a good point, man. Like, you got to tell me what you need. Like,
it's like AI, ChatGPT. You can't just sit there and say nothing. Like, there's the genie. What would you like to know?
Yeah.
What would you like to say to your new god?
It's like the guru in the jungle thing I talk about all the time. He's not coming to find you. The guru's not out to seek you. He's not going door to door spreading brochures. He's nestled up in his spot in the jungle, and if you want to know something, you go to him.
Yeah.
And when you do go to him, he's going to. There's a quote that goes, "A fool who persists in his folly may become wise." So what he's going to do is he's going to recognize your foolishness and send you down a path of more foolishness to hopefully have you recognize that you're a fool. And then maybe upon that realization, you'll be able to become wise. But I love that attitude because I don't have a brochure. If someone comes and asks me for the flat earth, I'm not going to give them a YouTube video. I'm not. I'm sorry. That may be for some people.
Are you sure that's not the plot for The Last Dragon? Only then will you realize the true master. The Last Dragon. He sent him on this quest. It's the the fool from the Fool card. It's that. You know what I mean? Where it's a new adventure. You're so naive, and then you realize, yeah. The hero's journey. It's that one too. The movies we watch. Anyway.
Gotcha. Well, just that's a mentality you can keep in mind, guys. For example, someone came in the other day, and they were like, well, we could barely get them to speak on the mic, by the way. But when they did, they were like, okay, there's so many experiments. There's tons of evidence. Okay, well, all you have to do, you recognize their foolishness and help them unwind them. Oh, okay. What is the evidence? But the problem is, instead, what happened is we started like doing the brochure thing. Oh, well, actually, we have this, and you need to this. Like that's. There's a time and place for us to share the information, but if someone makes claims like, "Oh, there's tons of evidence that proves the globe," let him make him back it up. That's the fool who persists in his folly may become wise. That fool, you take him and make him persist in his folly. Oh, there's tons of experiments? What's an experiment? So that's something we've gotten very good at here in this panel. Oh, there's measurements of the Earth? Oh, who did that? Like, sometimes I get frustrated on my own. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, bro, why do we stop? We need to just stop asking and start telling. But, like, asking questions is a very, very, very great way to get someone to start thinking straight, as opposed to just telling them directly, like, yo, this is what you need to think. You're trying to teach them how to think. But yeah, I mean, I balance on that. That's an internal struggle that I have. Like, should we ask questions, or should we just rip the Band-Aid off and tell these guys directly there is no curvature? But this is the first thing we talked about is being able to tell the truth. Sometimes telling the truth in a very direct way is abrasive. Some people don't like it. They can't handle the truth when it's blunt. So you have to sugarcoat it a little bit, wrap it up in something else. It's almost like go back to dating. Like you know, I love you. I mean, so that's not usually the right way to go about it, even if that's true. You know what I mean? You have to sort of be a little bit more delicate about that. So same thing with like telling someone the truth. You don't want to just be like bombing all over them, dumping all over them. It's flat. Like, why don't you, I don't know, take it slow a little bit. Just keep that in mind. There's a balance between like just being direct and telling someone straight up, there is no curvature. And then dealing with the guy who thinks that there is, you can just send him on a wild goose chase. So there's a balance there. I would go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to jump in and say, like, telling somebody something is far less effective than leading them with questions, right? But on the flip side of that, if they're not willing to be led with questions and they're stiff, then at the end, you may as well just tell them why they're wrong. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Once you realize that they're not listening, they won't listen. They have no intention of listening. They don't care. They came to argue. Then you might as well just tell them what it is and be done with it, right? And spend no more time on it. But until then, like, leading with questions and letting them at least that's planting a seed as a question. Because then they rehear the question in their head. They don't just hear you telling them what things are.
Right.
So, like, I agree with what you're saying. But in the end, if they're not listening, you might as well tell them, listen, you're wrong, you're an idiot, blah, 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 blah. Like, and spend no more time on it.
Yeah. No, I agree. There's definitely a balance. You need to know when, you know what I mean, to do one or the other. And I would say, like, Sasha, if you're out there listening, you're very good at the questions, but I would say add in the balance where you just tell people directly. So, there's definitely that balance. And what's interesting about that, Glue, is sometimes they can accept a direct thing if it's not coming from us. It's kind of funny. Like, same thing with women, almost. It's like a gal will almost accept the same if it's coming from me or her, like a girl best friend, and we're saying the same thing. Sometimes she'll accept it more if it's coming from her. So same thing with the Globers. I've called it everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, or flat earthers can't be right syndrome. So it's like if you tell them, well, they think you're a flat earther, so you're just automatically wrong. But if they hear that same thing from a globe earther, then maybe they'll finally get it. But that's a really interesting observation I've noticed as well. It's like how they just don't want to hear it from a flat earther. So that's why I like having multiple Globers in here at once. Hey, Glober 1 said this. Glober 2, do you agree? Kind of hold them accountable. So if I say, hey, you said you can see curvature from an airplane, that's not true. Nah, you're wrong, you're a flat earther. Then the globe earther number 2 chimes in, hey, actually, just want to let you know that it's not actually true. And then Glober 1's like, oh, okay. So there's that element as well. Is who is it coming from?
100%. Like establishing a trusting source, right? That's a big deal. That's a big deal for everybody. I don't care who you are. Like, there's just people I'm not going to listen to, even if they're right. I'm just not going to listen to them. Straight up. And then if there's people that are are probably wrong, but I'm like, you know what? I'm at least going to hear them out because they've established themselves as an intellectually honest person that has at least admitted when they're wrong once in front of me. And that's important.
Yeah, I like that as well.
It's also interesting when they're not even capable of giving any honest answer to anything, no matter how simple it is, no matter how obvious it is. It's like you can, like, off the bat for someone new, you could be like, post them like something super simple, and it's like, what is this shape? And it's like, and they can't even give you an answer. Then you should just be like, well, maybe you should come back when you can not act like a retard.
Well, the third thing I was thinking about is like how it's said. And we see this with, I'm not trying to call anybody out, but like we see this with women sometimes too. It's like I could say something. I could say the same sentence, right? Maybe if I add a couple cuss words or like, hey, you need to get the fuck out of here. Versus like, hey, look, there's an emergency. I need you to do this. Like, it's the same message, but how you say it sometimes affects people differently. So that's something to keep in mind as well. It's like who's saying it, and then how you're saying it. That's a big thing too. For me, you can hit me with any grain. It's cool. You don't need to sugarcoat anything. Just want to say it direct, blunt. You can be blunt with me. That's fine. But there's a lot of people out here like, oh, you're being mean. Oh my God. Like, okay. All right, well, let me sugarcoat it for you.
That's a personality type difference, right? Like the people who don't like small talk, they want it as quick as they can get it. The people who need a smiley emoji on their Slack message before you ask them for something. That's like very definitive personality type differences that you definitely need to learn. And you can find out how they are like with a couple of quick questions at the beginning that I can't think of right now, but you all know the people that you can't have small talk with, like my friend Bob. Just you can't talk about the weather. You can't talk about any bullshit. He just wants to hear it as fast as he can and be done with it. And then there's someone like my mom. I have to say hi. How are you? How was your day? Before I even ask her what I really want to know. Just different people.
Yeah. That's interesting how that works.
Different people have like different love languages, I guess would be the word for it.
in the way that they feel like they need to be communicated with, or how they feel appreciated. And for some, might be small talk. On the same note with that, though, it's kind of like with what you were saying before, CB. Some people can't receive a message from you or me or anybody else in this panel right now. They'd have to receive it from somebody completely different, who sounds completely different and can explain it in a different way, just because you're you or I'm me, and that's the only reason why they wouldn't receive it from us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that syndrome. It's that syndrome that everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
It goes beyond just the flat earth thing, man. It's just because it's you, or just because it's me. It might be the sound of your voice, or the color of your skin, or just random things you do. It could be anything, but because it's you, they won't receive it from you.
Yeah.
It definitely goes way beyond the flat earth thing, too. This is why a lot of folks are hard to communicate with, because they're not going to receive that information from you, no matter how much you listen to them.
True. Which is a shame to some degree. Although Glue did just make a point about how, like, he was like, well, they might be wrong, but I'll give them a chance. I've said before that it doesn't matter. Sometimes it doesn't matter who's saying it, like a homeless person on the street can say something that's true. I think Miggy was talking about this earlier to our friend Beach or Couch, the other guy with a CB name, trying to steal my thunder. He was telling him that, because I guess the guy had an issue with the Bible, so he was saying, like, well, if something's true, then it doesn't matter really who says it. So there is that element. And it's unfortunate that some people, that they're going to kind of discredit you just because of who you are, even though if you're saying 2 + 2 is 4, they're like, but I just don't want to hear that from you. Well, that's kind of lame, if you ask me.
Yeah. They hand wave away your existence.
Yeah, for me to do that to someone, you have to lose my trust in an egregious way, right? Like, there's no way I would just do that to somebody on the internet unless I saw them post something that was just like so against my value, but like so against my values. But in my life, in my personal life, I have people like that where I'm like, there's nothing you can say, I'm listening. You've already lost my trust. I don't care what you're saying. It doesn't matter to me. But yeah, on the internet, like as far as like we're trying to discover truth, to dismiss somebody or to ridicule somebody without investigation is the height of ignorance, is a quote I like to use in that situation. Doesn't make any sense. Like, if you're really trying to learn the truth and someone has something to say, you might as well at least think about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Ooh, I have a video, I have a clip for that. What happened to those days when you can entertain someone that you might disagree with? That those days are like almost long gone, unfortunately. You still see a rare breed. Someone will come in here and they're willing to challenge themselves, challenge their worldview. I have a lot of respect for those folks. But seems like that idea of like, you can have a conversation with someone that you disagree with. That's like almost being it's like it's been eroded. I think here's the clip, guys. I'll just play through my speaker once it starts. If it wants to load.
Well, I wonder what Sir Edward's issue is. He seems to be...
First few times I watch some of these videos.
Oh, sorry, brother. Hold on. Let me pause this.
You're good.
What were you saying?
I just was making a comment about Sir Edward and what he just said in the live stream voice text. I wonder what his issue is. He got himself put in detention from the bot, though, for a minute, so there you go.
Oh, I see. I asked him to mute up because he had some background audio. Edward, let me unmute you, brother. He's probably in detention right now. Just mute your mic when you're not chatting.
We were just getting some background noise is all. No worries.
Are y'all for real saying that to me right now?
I've been said that.
You've been saying that to me right now? Are you fucking blowing my mind right now?
What's happening? I don't know what's happening.
I am just reading the live. I just got back and sat down in front of my computer, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the server. So don't include me in this shit. I just brought you up, Edward, and made a point that, hey, you're saying something, and I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I digress.
So what got brought up with Sir Edward's name then? What got brought up that brought you into it?
Oh, because what you typed in the chat, bro.
What did I type in the chat?
Well, how do you not remember what you just typed in the chat 2 minutes ago?
No, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you what I typed in the chat.
Probably not going to repeat it, but it's a little vulgar.
What was it that's so vulgar?
The thing in the chat. What? Come on, dude. I'm just going to mute you again. Get yourself together.
I don't even think you're a real human being, Creation Bear, so...
Oh, here we go.
We're all the way schizo at this point. So, like, what are we talking about right now?
This guy's off too many bourbons tonight, huh?
It's like what I'm wondering. What are we talking about?
I got the clip. Let me just play it, and we can riff off of that.
Thank
how
you.
People challenge, like they're not able to challenge themselves anymore based off of their worldview.
The first few times I watched some of his videos, I'm like, this dude disturbs my calm. But I came across some others, I'm like, dude is spouting straight up truth right there. Then I watched...
He's talking about Andrew Tate, by the way.
Others, and I'm like, man, that is stinky tofu. But then I watched some others, and I learned some things. You will learn more by chewing on what you disagree with and working out. Why do I disagree with this so much? One of two things will happen if you have the courage to go through that process. Number one, you will learn something. Or, number two, you will walk away much more settled and much stronger in your original belief. Because you put it to the test and you came out the other side of the test.
Love it. I love that. Globers don't have that trait. A lot of them lack that ability to sort of test their worldview and see if it holds up. It's one of my icebreaker questions that I have in my notes here. I call it fresh and flat. But one of those questions is, what are you actively doing to test your worldview, if anything?
I'm waiting for you to press play on next.
Well, when the next one rolls around, I got you. Don't worry. But yeah, man, it's important to test your worldview, and I think Flat Earth. Okay, how many people in this panel? We've got 22 people, 21 people in the channel, 20 people besides myself. How many of you guys have actually
20 people besides you and me, right?
Well, 19 because we got the bot in here as well, so that I guess they don't really count. But
18.
Yeah,
I'm sure we're the only ones that we count as bots.
Well, the question is, how many of you guys have actually gone out to test?
Hey, Creation,
what you think?
Can I hit you up real quick?
Holy smokes, dude! Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, where are you from?
I'm from Ohio.
Where in Ohio?
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Were you born in Ohio?
Born and raised. Yep, right here.
Did you go to college in Ohio?
Nope.
No. Where'd you go to college?
I didn't.
Where did you go to college?
I didn't go to college.
Why not?
I mean, now I'm in 2023. I'm glad to look back and say, why would you? But unless you're in the STEM field or something like that.
Yeah, I'm just
not for
playing
me, man.
devil's advocate. We'll call it.
It was not for me. Let's just put it that way.
It wasn't for you.
Hell no.
You were born in the 80s, though, right?
90s, mid 90s.
Mid 90s.
Yep.
34.
I'm right on the cut. Yeah, 94. I'm right on the cusp between the year where Gen Z starts and millennials end. So I've always resonated a little bit more with the millennials, though, I will say.
Why?
The Gen Zs, they're just a different breed. I am not a Gen Z, but
you resonate with them more. Why?
I feel like an older brother to the Gen Zs. I feel like I can connect with them. So if like we get a younger kid come in, like I'll try to connect with them a little bit. And you know, I feel like I have a good relationship with the Gen Zs. Not all of them, but some of them, the good ones.
Makes sense. You like to tickle. I get it.
What?
You heard me.
We should probably get back on topic.
We should.
Yeah. Ether. Had to be Ether. Yep. But anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah. Have you, Glue, or anyone, I guess, sorry, this is Edward. Who in this panel has actually gone out to test their worldview?
I do. I feel like I did it in here. You know, I feel like what is that? Just being intellectually honest and like questioning what you believe. That's sort of what your question.
Yeah. I guess I need to be more specific because you're right. We are kind of testing. We've already done the test. We already believed it was a globe, and we tested that. So, but what I'm asking is like, how many people have went out into the field? You know, have you gone out?
Like a physical test, like a laser test or some shit?
Long distance observations. You went and, you know, to lake mirror flash test, like anything. I mean, how many people?
I'm gonna do it in Tahoe pretty soon.
There you go.
Once I get up there, I found a camera my dad gave me. It's been sitting on the shelf, dude. He gave me It's not like the P1000 or what everybody talks about. It's a Lumix Panasonic, but he has all these big ass lenses on it. So I'm gonna give it a shot, and I'm gonna see. Even though I don't know what any of the settings are, I look at the dial. I'm like, there's 9,000 things. I don't know what to do. So I'm gonna wing it, and I'm gonna let it fly, baby. All I got.
There you go. So old dude's asking, what about it? I'm only highlighting this to show that I don't think Globers really are doing this. I don't think they're really testing their worldview. Because what they're doing is they're freaking Googling their worldview when they get here. They don't know what they believe. So, but we already know what we think. We know, you know, we know it's flat. But like, I'm glad to say I've taken the next step, and gone out to test that, to confirm that. I went out and checked. So I'm just curious, like, how many of you guys have... Not that that's a bad thing if you haven't. It took me time. I heard the words flat earth in 2017. I didn't go out to the field and test this until 2021. So if you haven't, that's no problem. And our friend Glue here said he's going to go do this in the future at the lake. So it's great. But I just don't think Globers are doing this. So that's the point. They don't freaking know what their worldview is. So they don't even know how to test it. You know what I mean? They don't know what they would test, how to test it. Like, it's kind of funny, if you ask me. So, but yeah, I mean, I would recommend field sobriety tests as a GED seeker. But I would recommend, though, like, if you get the chance, go do it. And you can combine it with a vacation or something, too. Like, that's one of the beautiful things. Book a trip to the beach, guys. Like, go to the beach. And then you can say, all right, yeah, I did a long distance observation test. Here is the length, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Beach is waiting for you.
I was getting all excited today thinking about going up to Santa Barbara, but I need to buy a P1000 first and just going to the Black Swan site. I was just thinking about that. I was like, just go camping for a week, fucking go there like 5 days in a row. See where the horizon is. It's like 5 days, you know, all at the same times and stuff. That'd be the fucking trip of a life.
Yeah, that'd be sick. I regret not going up there, bro. I was in San Diego. That's where I did my tests. I spent a month in San Diego, and I regret not jumping in the car and driving up to Santa Barbara. I probably could have, but I didn't. It would have been really cool to say, like, yeah,
I went to the Black Swan location, baby. Because people will say, like, Globers will be like, "Oh, it's fake," and like, what's funny about that too? You can use this, guys, but notice how they go full conspiratard mode out of the blue. Like previously they were the normie. They believe in the mainstream. But then you present, hey, here's the Black Swan. These oil rigs are just off the coast of California. They're like, no, it's fake. It's like, wait, what the fuck? I thought you were the normie. What are you doing going full conspiratard all of a sudden? I thought that was my job. Crazy. But yeah, no, it'd have been really cool to go up there. So, I mean, you could do that without a P1000 though, bro. You don't need to get too fancy.
I think I definitely want a P1000.
Yeah, take it. Take it. Yeah. I went with an iPhone. You know what I'm saying? So, but I didn't get any like badass, long distance shots or anything like that. But I was glad to say that I was able to go actually and do some tests, some observations and stuff.
I was doing the coin perspective thing on a table today, but my camera's zoom is such shit that I was like, I swear if I could just zoom in, I'd see it. But my camera's zoom.
That's good though. That's good. Like, it's good that you're doing stuff like that. That's what sets us apart from these globe heads. I don't think a lot of them. I mean, maybe some of them, but I think a lot of them aren't really doing stuff like this. What I see is parlor tricks. You didn't set up that coin thing to like try to trick someone else. You were trying to test it for yourself. But what I see is when it comes to like Globers trying to do stuff like I'm thinking of Jesse Gordon's sugar water fish tank. Like they do stuff like that they're like parlor tricks to try and convince people. It's got a sugar water. I don't know really how to explain this very well, but the atmosphere or the air is kind of mixed and swirling, but in the fish tank it was all settled. The sugar was settled and everything, and so basically he had a rod with 3 pieces of putty on the rod, and he would shine a laser through the water. And the rod and the laser looked like they were bending, curving. But then when he swirled the water up, it stopped. So it's like, first of all, we don't live in sugar water. And second of all, the air isn't homogeneous. I think that's the right word, homogeneous. And so like that, what he did there wasn't him testing his worldview. He's doing a parlor trick to try to sell to someone else. So you did the coin thing. That's not a trick. I mean, it's not a parlor trick, So that's what I think. That's why we're different. So it's good to see people doing stuff like that.
Yeah, well, that's really when they present you with anything, the question is, okay, what's the parlor trick? Because there's always something. It's always like, oh, they're using surface tension to show you how gravity works, or they're assuming the radius with refraction and geodetic surveying and all. It's always something.
Exactly. You got Cavendish. Oh, so what is your independent variable? Mass attracting mass. Oh, okay. So what's the
like contortion bars or something?
Yeah, it's like, what's the naturally occurring phenomenon? Oh, well, these torsion bars. The fuck? That's not a naturally occurring phenomenon, dude. Like, that's what the hell. So that's a parlor trick. Same thing with the pendulum, Foucault pendulum. Oh, look, it's swinging. Oh, but who started that? Oh, well, we pushed it. Oh, well, what keeps it going? Motors, magnets. Like, what the hell, man? This is ridiculous. So, yeah, we were cut from a different cloth than them. I can't think of any. Well, help me out here, guys. But can you think of any flat Earth parlor tricks? Or can you think of anything a flat earther presented to you that was like, this is a joke? Like this was made to trick me, type of thing. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything. Not to say that it doesn't exist. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a couple things out there that were like maybe deceiving.
There are things that are like not good evidence, you know, and they present it anyway.
Mm-hmm. I can think of a few of those. Right off the bat. Freaking horizon rises to eye level, or the out of focus, blurry looking stars and stuff like that. Those are kind of an example of that. But I wouldn't. Would you consider that a parlor trick? I probably wouldn't classify it as that. More as just like a misguided young flat earther or something. I don't know.
Every time someone says NASA means to deceive, I think I kind of cringe when I hear that, because people who don't understand what we're talking about don't care about that. Like, that's one of those things that people kind of throw in, and people go, "What are you talking about?" You know, maybe it is, but they don't understand the symbolism or the background or the in plain sight type of idea, and I think it detracts from everything else they said.
I think that's, to an extent, yeah, I can agree with that, bro. Because they don't know what you're talking about, and then you have to do a complete non sequitur discussion on Hebrew in order to full circle back to NASA, which is a complete waste of time.
Exactly.
Like you can talk about that later, especially after they've already, yeah. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It's that sometimes a bit much is a bit too much.
Well, it's almost like Owen Benjamin has a joke where he's like, I forget what he uses for words, but he'll be like, black swan, black, Negro has an E for 3 is 33. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be careful about doing stuff like that. You know what I mean?
You lose people.
Yeah,
lose people.
Yeah, you do.
Sophistry. It's blatant sophistry.
Or like where like there's like a video of the sun and it looks like it's in the clouds and it's like undeniable proof. It's like, no, it's not. It's an observation, it's an undeniable proof.
Right.
Most people don't know the difference between evidence and proof.
Wait. Because my understanding is that they're the same. Because I think
evidence is that which evidence. I'd say evidence is that which is evident, and proof is that which is provable, testable.
Ooh, we might have to get QE in here, because I think he would say that proof is evident. Evidence is proof.
Well, you can, I guess, have a ton of evidence that ends up building up to being proof, but just because you see something once doesn't mean it's something that's actually tangible and provable. Like, your eyes could have deceived you or whatever. So like, things that are evidence, and then proof is provable, testable. Like, that's why a hypothesis must be provable and testable. And then it goes beyond speculation and theory and contemplation from evidence to that which is provable, testable. Becomes kind of a law.
Evidence can be provable because of its falsity.
Well, I guess that kind of gets into like false evidence or like evidence that doesn't hold. But I think the way I look at evidence is like it has to be like something that's not true. I wouldn't classify as evidence, right? I think some people probably would. Oh, this is evident. Like this is.
It's like you could say it's their personal evidence, but you don't have to consider it as your evidence because it's not evident to you that it's true. But they still have to prove it, and if they can't prove it, then what the hell use is their evidence to anything?
Yeah, there's a lot of people in the chat. I just looked up evidence proof in the server search function, and it's the way it's being used is definitely has two different words. But I'll have to ask QE about that. I think we did. I think he did a bit that was saying that evidence is proof, or proof is evidence. So we'll have to ask him.
Just as proof can.
Yeah, you can't have proof without evidence.
Exactly.
It's like you would say the proof is like a folder that contains all the evidence, and all the evidence must be true.
And then, in order to convict them, you need the proof or the evidence.
Yeah. Everything's all interconnected and it's dependent on one another. There's a structure to it.
For a circumstance.
Yeah, that's an interesting, here's your, let's see. Evidence, evidentia, evidence, obvious to the mind or eye. Nice. All right, what's the one for proof? Let's see. Preve, Old French prueba. From Latin proba or probare, to test or prove. Yeah, we'll ask Uncle QE about that. I'm going to just send him a message right now.
Yeah, like he should come in and we should chat about it, because it's just, that's the thing is, this is what the words literally mean. And when these other sophists come in here, they'll try and say things other than these meanings right here in order to make their arguments. Like, what the, dude, no. And then, like, I understand what QE's saying, though, because you can't have proof without evidence. You need to build up evidence in order to accumulate proof. Like, you have to test things, and you get evidence from your tests. You should be able to have evidence that, you know, agrees with the evidence that you have, because you've continued to test it. Like I said before, like having a folder that contains other things, it's all the same once it's, you know, in the folder. It's all proof.
All right, we'll see if he responds back to that. And I send him a message.
What I see as proof is a cognancy of the evidence, so it's like the backing, like, you know, if you had a hard back, then you have a cover kind of thing.
Whew. Well, it's been a good night. We got 25 in the panel. I think maybe he's probably off to bed. But shout out to the rest of you guys.
Shout him out, man. 77.
Freaking, we got some bunch of Mongos in here, man.
Bunch of Mongos.
Did anybody see the moon tonight? Anybody see the moon in the fight?
It's 77. Andy, back to sleep. Blood's thicker. Bong. Calm thing. Chris M. CB.
Yo.
Conspiracy. Flatsy in the house. G, what's up? Ooh, 25. Heretic. That guy.
That freaking Mongo.
That Mongo. Miguel. Mr. Muffin. Who's he?
Oh, Muffin, you're new.
He's got a newbie. Let's talk to
Muffin. We'll roll through the rest of the panel.
Right, yeah.
And I'll shout out to Muffin.
Quiet nudes. Newsbees. Ross something. System. What's up? The truth. Acknowledge. Timbo. Guy's upside down. Aether Crush. And the old dude is server muted. Why is that?
Shout out to old dude and the whole panel. Shout out to FE dude as well. We got a bunch of dudes in here. Mm-hmm. And Kim. What up, Kim?
What's up, Kim?
Hey, look, it's that flat Earth Professor Dude.
Nice. What up, Kim?
So, hey guys, you know the I don't know what they say is the Milky Way.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Okay, thanks.
The Milky Way. Yeah. What about it?
Yeah. Well, I'm seeing a bunch of like twinkling stars that I don't normally see in the sky, and I grabbed a stellarium out like to see why there's just a cluster of really like twinkly like stars in the sky, because it's not, and apparently that's where I'm seeing where that is, that rift in the.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see colors. I just see a bunch of twinkly stars, like more than normal.
Where's it? North, south, east, west? Which way
south.
are you looking?
South.
Southwest or?
Let me check.
Or south?
Let me check real quick.
I'll go take a look outside.
What
real
is
quick.
Stellarium? Is that an app or something?
You don't know what Stellarium is? What?
Oh yeah,
I've heard of it, but I have another app that I use on my phone called Sky Guide. I can just point that bad boy at the sky; it'll tell me what everything up there is.
But Stellarium works better on a computer. I mean, you can set it up. You can go back like 1,000 years or.
Okay, I've heard of that.
Like it's directly south of me, and it goes off like it starts directly in the south, and then it goes southeast. So it's like the tear in the sky. That's where I'm looking at it right now. It's really cool. It's very twinkly.
The twinkling is really interesting to me. I've noticed that as well. It's like what, and like Globers, man, they come up with the weirdest, crazy excuses for something that's such it's such a mystery for what's happening there. But another thing about the Milky Way too. Imagine looking up at the Milky Way and saying that the Earth is in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I had to draw it.
Really cool though. Like if you pay attention, there is like a cloudiness in the sky. There's no clouds in the sky right now, and where all these twinkly lights are that the Stellarium is pointing out to me, there is like a haziness in the midst of it. So that's so cool. I wish the moon was out. I bet I'd see it better.
No.
You don't think?
Do you see the moon now?
I don't see the moon.
It's gray skies here. Can't see shit.
I just looked. I didn't see anything weird, man. I got shitty observations here usually.
Well, I'm also in Alabama. I know it wouldn't be too different, but you'd have to I guess maybe look.
I'll check it in a couple hours.
It's just super twinkly. Like there's so many twinkly stars that, if I look north, I can see the main constellations that would show me, point me to Polaris. But I'm looking south and I'm seeing this a bunch of twinkly stars, and I don't know. I don't think I've ever noticed this before.
Shout out to MacGyver and YouTube and Green Flowers.
Let me mute up. Hold on, guys.
You're good. I don't know. I've seen the Milky Way. I don't know. When it's really bumping, maybe, I don't know, 10 times. And it just blows your mind, man. You're like, what the hell is that? Especially like in the high desert out here in California, way out there, man. Get up at 2, 3 in the morning. It's just sick, man. Can't believe how.
That's weird, man. Because I've seen the Milky Way from here, but it's south,
right?
Like start of the summer and stuff like that. But it's south when I face south.
It comes up on our southeast over here. It's bitching. Anyway.
It's bitching.
It's fucking bitching, man. You gotta check it out. Do we get to talk to Mr. Muffin? Yeah, are you available to unmute him or somebody? Or
I can. Mr. Muffin, just real quick, I'm gonna unmute you. You're gonna want to take a minute to check out the welcome page, top of the server, important and special info. There's a welcome page there. You're gonna want to check.
He's been on Discord since 2017. And he's been here since today.
Cool.
No more unmute people in the live stream.
Yeah, we just have we're trying to set a standard if we're going to do stuff like that. If we're going to unmute
I always
somebody.
loved the VC check-in. That's where that was my favorite thing to do when I first joined the server. It was like,
Why don't, do you want to check him in? I can just move him up there if you guys want to try to check him in.
I can't like give him perms if he, I can come back and say, hey guys, I got one here, man. But
I can do
I don't have any.
I mean, I can move him. I can do all that from here.
Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever you guys want to, if you guys want to do VC check, I know you guys been checking in people out of the blue lately.
I'm just going to move him into the VC check-in. Anyone that wants to check him in,
yeah, I'll go up there,
give him a shot to see if he's alive. All right,
I'll see if I can get him to talk.
All right, cool. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, just as a heads up, like, I know the admins kind of try to address the whole, like, I'm just going to unmute and chat here. I think as long as they agree to the rules, that seems to be the thing. We still want to make sure they're checked in to some degree and that they agree to the rules and whatnot. So just keep that in mind. I don't think you guys... I don't think it's a big deal for you guys. Anyone out there listening there?
I really hope Mr. Muffin makes it into the VC chat, though. Interested to hear a new voice, see what he's got to say. Maybe he's got some proof that could let us all go home, you know?
You ain't going nowhere, boy.
It's not going to happen. Tonight's not the night, but it might be. We'll find out.
Yeah, we need to. Let's see. We need to do like a little mini masterclass on how to do the VC check-in. I've also been thinking about like rallying the silvers to, just once you become a silver, you now have access to doing the VC check-in. So, like, I want the silvers to sort of step up and be like, "Ooh, yeah, I want to own the VC check-in." The silvers. So. Let me look through the panel here. Systems is silver.
Whose butt do you have to kiss to get silver or valued or whatever? How does that even work? Do you guys have a standard?
I mean, let's see. Let me think. Participation goes a long way. I mean, you've been here in the VC. That's always a good. That's a great way to level up is by participating in the VC. Mainly, I think that's because people can get to know you quicker and all that stuff. So, yeah, a lot of it is just participation, and there's not really a standard. I would say it's kind of just like people see you doing good work, and you're doing good work. So, actually, part of the reason why I got up to gold is because I was doing VC check-ins like crazy. I was like the VC check-in king, if you will, for my little era, I guess. But like, I would recommend find something that you can like that, like be the check-in guy or something. Do something that brings a lot of value, and then people will recognize that. So, the silvers. I think we need to rally up the silvers and be like, look, you own the VC check-in. So and get excited about it too. So, that's for maybe we need to have a meeting with the silvers soon. I think that's actually coming up. But let's take over the freaking VC check-in, guys. And Glue, shout out to you as well. You've been here since May. I think you've earned the value tag. So thanks for being here, brother. You've been a great addition to the team since you popped in. I think I kind of forget. Someone recommended you, didn't they? It came from a recommendation. It was a good one. So, yeah, we appreciate having you, man.
Who, me?
Yeah, I can't remember who. Did someone invite you here?
I don't remember I don't remember a whole lot.
Yeah, well, I remember when you first got here, you were like, yes. It was Conspiracy Music Guru. You got it from his... Then he dropped a Discord link somewhere, right?
Maybe. Honestly, I don't remember where.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I'm pretty sure
it was in the midst of me just looking at everything as like a flood. and then I just joined in, and I honestly don't remember where anything happened, but it's all just been so good. It's like a whirlwind. I'm just woo. Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, well, I think because that was the day that we were speaking to Guru like all day long, and he mentioned that he was going to drop a link somewhere on his, I think on his community tab on his YouTube or something, and he has a lot of followers or subscribers. And I remember, I think it was, I'm pretty sure you're like, yeah, I came in from a link from that, and we're like, yes, that's perfect, Guru, you're the man. I don't know, I might be misremembering, but.
It was probably something like that, like someone like him or someone like because I was flooding just watching so many videos from all right and left. I know like the guy that I was watching that got me looking at everything was Witsit. I was watching just modern day debates, and he was just demolishing these. Like I don't know why they're feeding these people to him, but that's what it was. It was like, dude, he just destroying these people like a pro versus a baby almost. And that was what got me going.
Quiet. All right, you moved us all. Cool, thanks.
Yeah, how'd it go, guys? Well, tell me about the check-in. How'd it go?
I was just talking to him. He's in here. I was just talking to him about how far we can see on a radius of 3959, and I told him we saw stuff. We saw the horizon at 10 miles at 1 foot. So that's where I left it.
Well, dude, Muffin, it's like if you claimed, I'm not sure if you're there, but like if you told me that you were 6 foot, and then when we met up, you look like a tall ass. It's like, so I go to measure you, and there's like 84 inches there. Well, that's your claim that you were 6 foot is wrong. Period. So I think that's kind of what Flat Earth Dude is describing. They claim that the Earth is a specific height, and when we go out to actually test that claim, it doesn't even close.
Right. Not even close.
Actually, I have a question for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So, do you guys? So, all right. Just to clarify, do you guys think the Earth is quite literally flat, or it's like more of a disc-shaped object?
Ooh, let me take this one. All right. Well, let me just because like I could challenge you to draw the shape flat. What would you draw?
Probably like a one-dimensional object. It's just flat, right? Like when. I'm sorry.
Well, let me help you out. Let me just rip the Band-Aid off. It's not a shape, so there's nothing to there. There's no shape called flat, so that's a trick question. So the thing about flat is it's a surface description. So I want you to take 30 seconds. I'm assuming you're in a room right now. Why don't you just, maybe it's dark. I don't know. Maybe you can't see. But like, just think about all the surfaces around you. Your phone, your keyboard, your computer, your walls. Like everything around you has a surface, right? There's only two options here. Either the surface is rounded in some way, like the back of my MacBook has some curvature to it, but the screen of the MacBook is flat. There's no third option. So what we're saying is the surface of the Earth is not curved. It's not rounded. Therefore, can only be the only other option. It's flat. Now, this doesn't mean smooth. Doesn't mean without bumps. I'm looking at my wall right now. I can post a picture. It's got tons of grooves and bumps and paint chips and all this stuff, but it's still a flat wall. It's not a curved wall. So that's the point is, there's only two options for a surface description. It's either rounded or curved, or it's not. So the Earth isn't a shape or a disc or any of these things. We have no clue what shape the whole Earth is. Can't say. I mean, I could ask you, what shape is a lake? What shape is your hair? What shape is your heart? These things don't really have cute little shapes, circle, square, triangle, that you could ascribe to them. A lot of things in nature are very irregular. But we're talking about the surface description of the Earth is definitely not curved. So that's what we mean when we say flat.
All right. Okay. So like, so for you guys, like, how does gravity work, right? Because like the current understanding is that things tend to be pushed towards the center of an object, but like, how does it work for like a flat object? Like, are you just getting pushed down?
I want to address that flat object because I don't think the Earth is actually a flat object. But let's address your gravity question. So I would probably just try to attempt to remove away some ideas that you might have. You might think that something is pulling you down. Do you think something's like holding you down or pulling you down?
Yeah, I mean, we feel it every day, right? Like,
no, I know. Like, well, so that I think there's two underlying ideas there. One is that like something is preventing me, or let me start with this. I have the ability to float or fly. Let's say float, but something is stopping me. So if you take those two ideas away, what are you left with? You can't float and nothing's pulling you down. So I would say that like the gravity is an idea that people have that something is yanking me down, it's keeping me on Earth, which it's like your base axiom for reality is that you should be floating or flying away. So I would say to those people, just take away those ideas and you're left with you just can't fly, bro.
Yeah, what you can look at it like up is up and down is down. Yeah, like that's it. You're more dense than the air around you, so therefore you go down because down is down. Down is not in. You know what I mean? It's like the simplest way, the simplest explanation is usually the best.
What he's saying there, Muffin, is on the globe, they need this gravity idea because supposedly there's somebody antipodal to you. In a rough colloquial term, they're upside down underneath you. So you guys need to be kind of pulled to the center to make sure you guys, but the way we see it, if I told you to raise your arm up and point it to the sky, I'm going to do that right. I'm going to do that with you. We're both pointing in the same direction. Everyone in this panel, if we all raised our arms up, the way we see the Earth, we're all pointing the same way.
I would be too in Australia, mate.
Yeah, even in Australia. So, yeah, so there's all, down is down for all of us and up is up for all of us. So we don't really need something to keep you down on the ground because number two, you're not trying to float or fly away. Your body isn't attempting to like fly off the Earth. So I think you just remove those two ideas. One, you can't float, and two, nothing's keeping you here.
Hey, Muffin found us on Rumble.
Hey, let's go
Rumble.
Yeah, we just got on Rumble fairly recently, Muffin, so glad to hear that. We've had a couple people pile in from the Rumble.
Yeah.
So awesome, glad to have you.
I just got just a little question for him. What do you think flat Earth is?
Pretty much exactly what it sounds like. You just think the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, but you think it's in space, yeah? Like it's the same as the Earth, but it's just a flat thing.
I would assume the Earth is in space, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
well, that's it's okay because a lot of that's
no, that's all right. I was laughing at the record scratch.
Yeah.
I wasn't laughing at you, mate.
No, that's all right.
Let me say this. I have an analogy for you. So I know you can mod stuff nowadays, but back in the day, I had a PlayStation 2. My friends had Xboxes. And okay, so you can't take Halo, right? That's an Xbox only game. Can't take Halo and put it into a PlayStation. It won't load. It's not compatible. So you also can't take a disc or a flat object and load it into outer space. They're not compatible. Flat Earth does not belong in outer space. So I know you've probably seen these memes of like a disc or a floating pizza or water falling on all the stuff. It's all cap. There's not a single flat earther in this panel, in this server, that thinks that garbage. The only people that fall for the disc in space are people who think other people fell for it when it was really them. So like, just don't fall for that. That's propaganda. It's not a real thing. The space pizza, it's cap.
All right.
So I'll give you something else to chew on here. Like the way I see the Earth is probably similar to how you would see all of outer space, right? So, because I used to believe in outer space, but I never really thought that there was you could just leave outer space, like you can leave the globe Earth and then go take selfies from outside, right? So I don't think you can leave, even though when I believed in outer space, I didn't think that you could leave outer space, turn back, and take selfies with it. So that's the same way I look at the Earth. You can't leave. You can't go to this outside place and then turn around and look back and start taking selfies with the flat Earth. I don't think you can look at the Earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand. You don't get that outside view. So that's why you're like, well, flat object. I actually don't think there's an object in reality that you could pick up and say, well, this is like the flat Earth. People are very, very quick to do that. Oh, here's a plate, a disc, a freaking magic carpet. I don't actually think those objects would describe reality as a whole. What object
space for that? Yeah.
So I would say it's the embed of reality. It's not like an object that's floating around in another place. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
So from what I understand, from what you just said, so the Earth it just exists, like it's just there. It's not like a.
The Earth is all there is.
Yeah, I mean, this might be my 2 cents, but I agree with Timbo there. I think that the Earth is the place. I think the Earth is like the existence. It's reality. I don't think you can leave reality, aka Earth. You can't pop out of the Earth and then look back. I would say that's like a God's eye view, a God's perspective. This outside view. You and I are never gonna get that view. It doesn't matter how high up in the sky we go. We can't go out. And we can zoom in all day long, but we can't zoom out our eyeballs and then see the whole Earth. I don't think there's a such thing as seeing the whole Earth. That's my 2 cents. So people will ask you well, what shape is flat Earth? I don't freaking know. I don't know. The only POV I'm going to get is the POV that I have. But people's minds are in outer space often. So they're like, well, but I want to see it from the outside. Sorry. You might not ever get that, if that even exists.
So you don't believe the Earth is flat?
No. The surface of the Earth measures flat. That's something you can test, and I would recommend we can kind of give you some ways to go and test that the surface of the Earth, whether it's curved or not.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things that we definitely don't know, brother. There's a lot of mystery.
Yeah. What do you know about the globe that they give you? Do you know much about that, or you just believe that you just go with what was said or what was taught to you in school? Yeah. Pretty much.
On my personal time, I've looked up some stuff about physics and stuff, but other than that, I don't have a official educated degree or anything.
Cool.
No.
Someone else in the BC check in if anyone else wants to check them out.
Yeah, I'll go up there. I'll head up there.
I'll go.
You want to come up, dude?
Yep. Let's do it.
Hey, Muffin, do you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I do.
If you scroll up a little bit, I put a little, 7 minutes past the hour, I put a little video of, it's like it's the heliocentric model that we're all told, right? So I don't know if you probably don't know all the stuff about it, but it's like that. So we're told the Earth is rotating at the equator at 1,000 miles per hour, that we're orbiting the sun at about 67,000 miles per hour, and that we're being pulled by the sun at around 500,000 miles per hour, and we're moving sideways at over 1 million miles per hour. So these are extraordinary claims, right? These are that you're being told that you're pretty much flying around on a molten space rocket, right? So, and you start to, I'll just encourage you to kind of speculate and, how, is there really any evidence to back these claims? And then just look around you in reality, like, do you experience any motion whatsoever? Like, we're talking about multiple motions, crazy speeds, all happening at once, and you don't feel any of it.
Yeah.
So it's just something to consider. It's like the idea that you have in your head, the kind of Star Trek model that we can travel to planets and all this stuff. So what we experience in real life, there's nothing to indicate that. You look at the stars in the sky; they just look like lights in the sky, right? They don't look like the cartoons that they show us. So, yeah, just something to consider.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to get to a flat Earth, I think step one actually involves knowing what the globe claims are. And I think step two is testing those claims. I don't think you can just jump or skip past those things to just get to a flat Earth. So, like, there is a misconception that flat earthers just like woke up one day and like it's flat. Like, no. A lot of us were very passionate globe earthers, myself included. I was telling people for their birthday, congratulations, like you made it another trip around the sun. And I like genuinely meant that. I wasn't saying that to be funny. Like, I truly meant that. And I was saying that up to like 2015, 2016. So, yeah, we definitely believed in the globe and stuff like that. So it's like the next thing to do is, okay, well, if that's what you believe, go and test to see if that's true. So to do that, you have to know what the claims are. 77 kind of went over some of those claims. One of them being that the Earth moves. I joke around all the time, Muffin. I ask people if they think their house is moving. So, okay. If we live on a globe, obviously everything on the surface of the Earth is moving with the Earth. But I would just ask you, like, in your heart of hearts, deep down, do you think like I'm assuming you're in a room right now. Do you think that room is moving?
No, I would say the room is. I would say the room is not moving.
Yeah. Well, it's like that's another thing too, is because people will say, "Oh, flat earthers, they're so crazy." Like, oh, well, what do they say? Oh, well, they just say that like buildings don't move. That's one of my running like jokes, is that buildings don't move. Okay, so if say I had a treadmill, right? Turn the treadmill on, and I take a little plastic like Monopoly toy house and I put it on the treadmill, on the moving belt, right? Would you say that house is now moving? Or no?
Wait, so if you put it on a treadmill?
Yeah, the treadmill's on.
Yeah.
And I take this plastic toy house and I put it on the treadmill. Would you say that house is now moving?
Yeah.
Okay. So like if you were in that house in a room, you'd be in a moving room. Yeah? So I'm asking you the same thing essentially. Like, in your heart of hearts, this isn't proof, or I'm not going to grill you, but like, do you really think that this place is moving?
Well, I don't exactly think the Earth is flat, so I
That's
assume
fine.
the Earth moves. I assume because everything just moves at the same speed, right? If everything is moving, like,
Yeah, I got you. I mean, I got you, bro. Like it's okay to think that. It's no problem. We're just saying that this place doesn't move. Now let's go to an example. Okay, so you're in the room now, and we flip. You have a ceiling fan. We turn the ceiling fan on. You look up. You see the fan moving. If I would say 0 out of 100 times, if you flip the switch 100 times, 0 out of 100 is the room going to start moving. Obviously, the fan is the thing that's doing the moving. So now let's go outside of the room and we look up at, say, the sun, or let's start with an airplane or something. An airplane flies across the sky.
probably wouldn't say that. You probably wouldn't stop and go, well, the plane's not moving, I'm moving. And yeah, I did have to turn you up as well, but I'm just assuming it's kind of late where you are. It's kind of late where I'm at too.
Yeah, it's like 12.
Yeah, no worries, brother. Brian, you might just want to turn him up a little bit. Well, I'm sure when he comes back, he'll have a little more bass in his voice. But okay, so you're in your room. You look up at the ceiling fan, and you know the fan's moving. You wouldn't say that the room is spinning, not the fan. You also go outside. You see the plane flying across the sky. You would never go, well, that plane's hovering. I'm really moving. But what happens is when people get to the sun, right? We see the sun moving across the sky. If I'm sitting in my house behind a window, and that the sun's going across the window, either the sun is moving or my room is moving. So it's like people will understand that they know the ceiling fan's moving, the plane is moving in the sky, but when they see the sun moving, then they go, wait a minute. They get confused. Because it's like saying that the ceiling fan is not spinning and the room is actually spinning. Or it's like saying that the plane is hovering and you're actually the one moving 500 miles per hour. They're doing this with the sun. They're saying, well, the sun appears to be moving, but that's really the Earth. We're just saying that what you see is what you see. You see the ceiling fan moving? Done. You see the plane moving? Good. You see the sun moving? Done. We're just saying that the Earth doesn't move. At the end of the day, that's all we're saying. This place doesn't go anywhere.
I actually have an interesting question. It actually, yes, you reminded me of this when you were talking about the sun. So for you guys, like, how does that work? Right, like how does the sun move? Right,
that's a good question. I was just gonna say, welcome to the club. We have questions too. What is the sun? What is the moon? What are stars? There's a lot of. I didn't make the Earth, bro. So there's a lot of things that I can't tell you. I obviously can't. We can't test anything in the sky, but we can test the Earth. We can test things here on the ground. So I would just say get in line because we got questions too. I don't know what the sun is. I would love to know, but I can't tell you. I didn't make the Earth or this Earth or this realm, so I'm sorry, I don't have that answer. I don't think anyone's going to have that answer, to be honest with you. I mean, these are some of the greatest mysteries known to man. Before I even got into Flat Earth, one of the quotes I heard was, "The greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars." So I don't expect some other person to roll in here and give me those answers from another man or a woman. I think there's a lot of mystery to life, and that's one of them. What is the sun?
Alex Jones knows. It's definitely a spinning ball shooting through outer space. How dare you?
So, I'm just going to introduce Bones of Doom.
So, Bones. That's a hell of a name, man.
He's a round earther, which I thought
we hadn't figured out whether he actually was talking. Maybe he pear-shaped. No, I was actually.
No, he's all right. He's got a few questions to ask. So, if Mr. Muffin just wants to have a little break, and we can come back to you as well, that would see what questions he's got.
Shout out to Muffin, man.
Shout out to Muffin. Shout out. Big ups to Muffin.
See, when
Bones, you want to chime
talk respectfully to each other, the conversation goes a hell of a lot better.
Facts.
Bones of Doom. You can open your mic and ask away.
How'd the check-in go, Bones?
Bones, how'd the check-in go, man? Oh, he just muted up. Uh-oh. He's definitely on the globe side, man. He knew some stuff, but he was mostly interested in buoyancy and density.
Okay.
Yeah, he was bringing a little bit of interesting language to the
that ties into Mr. Muffin's questions too. So
right. Yeah, that's why I thought I would bring them both in. Hey, Bones, what's going on, mate?
He said he's suppressed. You should have access to your mic, buddy. Let me just double check.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it happens.
Good man.
Hey, Bones, how'd the check-in go, man? How did we do over there?
I think I survived.
No,
I
how'd
think
we do? I'm not. I don't give a fuck. how you did.
My bad.
Just
Y'all seem friendly.
It was good, right? Okay, cool. Carry on.
7 out of 10. Good onboarding experience.
You had an idea about buoyancy density?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, so I have a question for those who believe in the density model of how we are kind of like not connected, on how we are attracted to the ground of sorts.
Oh shit!
And this,
what did we talk about?
And so I've developed this hypothetical question here. So
You're talking about an unproven theory of electrostatics, aren't you?
I'm not talking about electrostatics right here. I'm just talking about pure density. So let's say that there's like a ball of like an indeterminate mass, but it's more dense than the air around it. Let's say that this ball is in a box with said air. Now this box, it's like it's got like the equivalent dimensions in all directions and all that jazz, and it's just filled with air, uniform density air. Where does that ball fall?
Down. Where else?
But where's down in this case? Because I didn't specify like any coordinate plane of sorts.
Directly 90 degrees down from level. That's where it's going to go.
Well, you said the box, right? So the box would be setting on something. And
this box is floating.
Oh, how is it floating?
Okay.
It just
kind of a crazy hypothetical, my man.
Yeah, this box is just floating.
So we've got like an ominous box floating with another thing floating. I mean, this is a little crazy. How do you plan on hashing this in terms of like the Earth?
Well, for one, I'm trying to get at what you guys mean by down in this case. So what is this concept?
What
of
sense a downward bias, right? What sense? Why down, right? That's what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Why down?
We can highlight
as opposed to up, forward, back, left, right.
Why are you a human?
Any other directions?
You know what level is?
How is that relevant to the question?
He's asking an unanswerable question. That's what he's doing. He's asking why is down, why is up. You just go ask the person that made the Earth the way it is. Go ask them. Like that's not.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a question. Nobody in here can answer that. It's just.
Well, let's just so what you're saying is that the ball will go down, but you don't have a solid concept of what down is.
No.
Down is down. Down is 90 degrees from level. 90 degrees down from level. That's what down is.
Well, let's highlight.
Always is, always will be. We don't know the cause of it.
So then, in this case, why is that the case? Can you physically describe what is happening?
In the dictionary.
Yeah, you lift something up and you drop it, and it goes down 90 degrees from level. Yeah. What? So what?
But why is it going down as opposed to any other direction?
Can we just highlight the difference? Because for you guys, like for someone that's Team Globe, right? They're saying that down is inward or towards the center.
Right. Yeah. Normally, when someone means down, it's towards a center of mass.
But that's not normal. I would say that's just the Globe belief.
Yeah.
But
in
reality,
that's what I'm talking about.
In.
Like normally,
I don't know if that's normal. I don't know if that's normal.
Okay. So what people mean when they're on the Team Globe, what they mean by down is
the center.
Down relative towards like the center of some sort of larger object. That's what we mean by down.
Yeah, but for like
in this
so in
case,
terms of flat
it's
Earth,
a relative term.
For flat Earth, brother, down is the same for you and me, regardless of where you are. There's only one down.
So then my question is, why does it go down as opposed to any other direction?
But
I'd like to ask you a question, Bones. I'd like to ask you, when have you seen things be attracted to the center of a large mass?
I see it all the time whenever I drop something.
No, that's not you actually observing the claim, because that's the claim. You're not actually observing your claim.
Actually, yeah, because I know that the Earth is a large, heavy object.
When you have a
ball that I drop, it's a small object.
You're reporting a belief
with very little mass.
Dude,
Now, if we're going with Newtonian physics, with like the two object problem here. That ball is going to accelerate towards the Earth, and the Earth is going to accelerate towards it.
So,
sorry, dude.
baked into that claim is a claim about what the Earth is, right? So let's just go to that and find out how you know what the Earth is. Timbo, go ahead.
Oops. Yeah, no, I just
beg your pardon.
So you need for you to say that because you drop things and they go to the center of mass, you need a ball for that. So what you need for that is you need to measure drop over distance. So have you ever done that to realize that you live on a ball? Or are you just assuming you live on a ball, things go directly down, so therefore they go to center of mass?
So I make the assumption that Newtonian physics is like a accurate representation of reality.
Ooh, Newtonian physics.
Yeah.
Then we're not moving. But anyway, the question was, how do you know it's a ball?
How do I know that it's a ball?
Correct.
Yep.
Well, I can test a lot of things here. How do we know that the Earth is a ball?
Just
I can
one.
go towards. Oh yeah, sure. So we have satellites that orbit.
No. No.
These satellites. No. Hold on.
Well, hold on. Wait.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I didn't finish my sentence.
But here, what we can't do is just scattergun 15 things at once. We got to stick to one at a time. So we can start with your satellite. We got to drill into that. So what you would agree that
I never finished my sentence. You said that there are satellites.
What are you going to do? Hold on. You can't just spam a bunch of things. We know the claim that satellites are in orbit, but that's what we're trying to address now. So that claim is dependent on a radius value because I'm sure you would agree that they don't just spray and pray this technology up into the sky, right?
I agree. They live stream the Earth.
Well,
they're satellites.
Hold on. You're missing the point here. So because they're not spraying and praying technology up in the sky, that means they've measured the Earth to know how much it needs to orbit and so on and so forth, right? So it's based on the size of the Earth. It's based on a radius value. Because they're not just spraying this technology up into the sky and hoping it works. So that's dependent on this radius. So we would need to, that's the foundation of that claim. You don't just get satellites without this globe first. So, yeah, we would need that radius.
How'd they get that radius?
Yeah.
How'd they get the radius that your orbital mechanics claim is based on?
So do you want to go with like a more modern, like
let's go with whatever you got.
Well, brother, if you told me how tall you are, it doesn't matter if your techniques were ancient or modern, but as long as they actually verify how tall you are.
I mean, okay, sure. So after this, I really want to get back to the density problem because I don't believe that I had a sufficient answer for that. But
we're actually
go
talking
to
density problem because you said that things drop to the center of mass.
Right. There's like
how do they do that?
Within Newtonian physics.
Oh, I thought it was attraction.
Well, gravity itself is a weak force.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving how?
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved?
He's googling it. Man.
Well, I mean,
no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is we can observe from two different.
But that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question. Brother.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Going back to the experiment here, there are 2 different like shadows taken at different latitudes, and the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they? And what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that,
okay. So the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that?
Purely speculation.
Yeah, I definitely don't accept the idea, like especially new folks saying like, well, if it was flat, it should be like blah 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 blah. Like. I mean, someone in the chat called it, said insert strawman, but I'm surprised that you're going for the Eratosthenes thing. This is a bit inconclusive. Even the people that have been arguing for Globe Earth for many years now, they don't even use this. It's something people will Google, how do they measure the Earth? And this is like the first thing that comes up. So I'm surprised that you would go for this when people who have been debating for a long time understand that this isn't very conclusive.
All right.
And it's also not a direct measurement either, is it? It's like if I wanted to know how tall you are, I wouldn't measure your shadow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
well, you know what though, it is a direct measurement, just not of the thing that we're looking for. It's a direct measurement of shadow angles, not a direct measurement of the curvature that we're trying to get to.
Yeah, in a linear fashion.
And it's based off of a lot of assumptions as well. It's based off of one, they're going in assuming the Earth is already a sphere. And they're assuming things about the sun and its rays being parallel and so on and so forth. So this whole Eratosthenes thing has been thoroughly fleshed out. It's actually not very... Even if I was Team Globe, I wouldn't be presenting it as evidence for curvature.
All right, so in that case, we can just move off of that and let's go back to the density argument. I still haven't gotten an idea of what down means to you guys and how that physically is represented.
Can I answer that really quick, and then you can move on to something else? Yeah. Why do you have the chromosomes that you have?
What do you mean? Why do I have the chromosomes? Do I have?
That you're asking us essentially the same question. Why do you have the chromosomes that you do have?
I could just point to like evolution and how.
Yeah, but why is that?
Time is the complexity of organisms increased that somewhere along the line there's like genetic information that got passed out.
And why did that happen?
Why did that happen? What do you mean?
Right. And why?
It's like something that naturally occurred.
And why did it naturally occur?
Oh my god.
Do I need to know why it naturally
You see where he's getting at though, Bones? You see what he's kind of pointing out?
What he just said, that's where he's trying to get you. Well, why would I need to know why it does that?
I mean, because in this case, my answer would then be that the reason why it naturally occurs is that these new organisms need to adapt to new environments, and that as these organisms get more complex.
And why is it an organism? Why is it an organism?
Yeah, dude, this has gone way weird.
Why is it an organism?
Right.
I mean, that's the mouth sound that we've produced to name anything that's...
And why did we do that?
We as humans seek to put mouth.
Why is it a human?
In order.
You see the problem? I can just keep why. There's no real answer. It's just kind of like, this is the concept we have. This is something we're just going to agree on.
Notice how when I talk about this, that there's some sort of explanation to things. But when you say something like down, you don't have a physical...
No, but you could... But see, notice how you were just throwing things at a wall.
You're going down a direction of sorts. And you're saying that direction is down, but you have no physical representation of what down is.
Well, the problem is you do, though. You've got a physical... you have a representation of what down is, right? Yeah, but hold on.
Thing that that we can
it's not something that's physically happening though, because when you describe what down is, you're invoking a ball which you failed to demonstrate in reality. We asked you, well, how do you know that it's towards the center of a ball? We asked for stop it. Just stop. Hold on. Just stop. Hold on. Because that's what you did, right? Your explanation of what down is, what causes it, invoked a ball, right?
No, I don't need a ball to talk about Newtonian physics. With the body problems.
Okay, but that's the topic of the server, right? So maybe you want to go to somebody who has a specific claim about what you want to talk about, but what we're trying to do is establish the dimensions or lack thereof of the Earth.
Yeah, we're actually looking to drill into the foundation because I have a picture of a basket of cables. I joke about how this is almost like Glober claims, like a basket of Glober claims. Bunch of USBs and box chargers, all this stuff, and you can plug things into each other, but none of them are plugged into the wall. They don't have any power. It's just a basket of loose cables. So what you're going to try to do, and I'm not trying to be offensive here, but it's like we watch people do this all the time. They're trying to connect USB to a box charger, but they're not actually plugging it into getting any power. So what we're trying to help you do is actually plug it into the power so you can build off the power. So until you actually get to like the Earth being a globe or the radius or whatever, you don't have any power. So this like, well, what about down? What are you going to do? Where are you going to cash that in?
So yeah, the reason why I'm asking what about down is that under my model, under what I understand to be Newtonian physics, I can describe the attraction of two objects going towards each other, and I can describe this force as gravity. What you're telling me is that down itself is some sort of force that attracts some object.
That's not even the globe model, though.
I was going to say you're out of date.
I'm talking about Newtonian physics. Yeah,
I know you are. That's what I'm saying. That's not even the globe model. Their model claims space-time. It's a whole different claim of gravity. And what's it got to do with what we're? What's it got to do with the conversation here?
Space-time is a bit more of a complex thing that has.
It's a totally different claim for gravity.
Interstellar objects. Right. But when we're talking about when we're talking about more basic things like this, Newtonian physics describes pretty well.
Why? Why? And how does it relate back to the server topic? Right? Like, where are we going with this, and how is it getting us back to the server topic?
Well, the topic that I proposed was about density, and y'all's answer for why an object goes down is because it goes down.
That wasn't the answer. You were asking, like, what is down? Well, down is the same.
Yeah, I'm asking what down is. I'm asking for some sort of physical representation.
The ground below you? I mean, why is this so confusing?
Well, no, I'm asking for the physics that quantifies this force known as down.
There is no force, because, like, even in the current, like he was trying to tell you, this whole Newtonian gravity being a force, this is out of date. This is like expired. I mean, I can play some clips for you.
Wait. So it's not a force. If there's an old model that still provides like a good amount of explanative power,
it doesn't. It's not even.
Or like
listen.
Or basic.
George Musser.
Okay.
George Musser is the gentleman who writes for Scientific American. I think he's actually been promoted to the. God dang it. Not the author, but the director of this Scientific American. Here's him talking about gravity, Newtonian gravity.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
And I think I have another one too. It's just real quick.
That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level.
And I think, that's part of one of two.
It's really hard to hear. Just so you know.
Of Newtonian gravity as a force. Gravity is.
Sorry, I mean it might come in low. I have it on my phone, but essentially he's saying that Newtonian gravity, it's not a force, and it's not. We're not even working on the really is level when it comes to this Newtonian gravity. They've moved on over 100 years ago onto Einstein's bending and warping of space-time. So it's not just. Oh, it's more complex. It's been superseded and replaced.
Hey, excuse me?
Yeah. Hey, what's going
on? Do you have the source for like where he said that? Because those clips kind of sound out of context.
Yeah. Let me grab I have it on my phone. I gotta find my phone somewhere. It's sitting around here somewhere. But look up George Musser. And so this is what's funny, Glue or Muffin. George Musser. This clip was from him on a show called "Fight the Flat Earth." He's speaking to a gentleman who is very much against the flat Earth. So he was going there to educate the guys on what to say when they come here. He's saying, because they're like, well, gravity's a force, right? He's like, well, actually, it's not a force, but you can think of it as a force, but that doesn't mean it really is. And so I gotta find my phone. It's sitting around here somewhere. But he was doing an interview with a very much anti-flat earther. So he wasn't talking to flat earthers. He was talking to globe earthers about how to go and speak to flat earthers. So it's very important. He's educating you guys on what to say. Gravity's not a force, so stop saying it's a force.
Well, then I'd have to ask you this: why should I trust him over everyone else?
Wow, that's a good question.
The same information.
We have a show we do called Under the Bus. So what's funny is the guy's name is Fight the Flat Earth, right? He's fighting the flat Earth. And so they go and appeal to George Musser. They're asking him, hey, what should we say? What should we do? So, but what's funny is like when we present that back to you guys, you throw him under the bus. Oh, well, forget him. It's like, what the hell, man? Well, it's in one breath, he's the guy. And then the next breath, he's trash.
Well, it's not necessarily like throwing him under the bus, but it's like, it's more on the lines of like, why should I believe him over the countless?
Well, why should you believe anything? What is it that you believe, and why should you believe that?
That's not really how information.
You got to get out of the. You got to get out of the.
But that's not really how information works. We all.
What is it that you believe, though?
What do you question?
It doesn't.
Are you questioning just believe gravity is not a force, or what are you questioning about this?
No, I just want the source for that video. Those clips sounded out of context.
Well, when he says gravity is not a force, like that's fairly accepted. If that's what you're questioning,
that's along the lines of space-time. That's a standard claim, though. It's not a force. It's a pseudo force. It's the bending and warping of space-time. That's Einstein, right? That's just a fact. Yeah.
Sorry, Muffin. You're hitting some of my pet peeves here, my man. I think it's funny. Like, I have another a role called a globe whisperer. Okay, George Musser is speaking plain English here. The clips are not cut up or edited or anything. The only reason they're chopped up is because the soundboard only has a limit of 5 seconds. On my soundboard here, it's 20. So let me play the longer version here for you. But they're not edited for like to make us sound better or anything. Here's part of it.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
All right, so I mean, he's speaking plain English there. Did you say it's out of context, or what are you trying to say?
Well, I would just need to see the video in its entirety. I don't think that taking a 5-second clip from.
Well, did you see the citation from the physics textbook that I just posted in the live stream voice text?
See, that's not the video. That's what I'm.
I'll get you. Listen. I gave you the name. I can find the link for you. I'll try to. But the guy's name is George Musser, and he's speaking to Fight the Flat Earth. So I'll try to go to YouTube and try to find that link for you. But again, this is a gentleman who writes for Scientific American. I think he's actually he's promoted. He's higher up now.
It's not just one guy though. Either
educating.
Yeah, it's a scientific consensus. So I think nobody mentioned that. It's not just him that says that. It's the whole community of people. So you would essentially be disagreeing with the entire scientific consensus, which we encourage, but that's what your claim is.
That's why I just posted what I posted, right? That's what it'll say in physics textbooks too. That's the claim.
So are you guys saying that the majority of science corroborates that the Earth is flat?
That's not the conversation we just had.
We're mixing up categories and stuff at this point. So
I don't.
Let's start slow. We'll get you that link. Well, I'm not sure. I hate to say it, but I'm not sure if you actually know what science truly is at this point. But we can definitely teach you. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna try to find this link for you, just so you don't have to hear it from me. But Fight the Flat Earth. Thank you, Flatsy. I think that's the link there. But just so you know, he's educating very high up Globers on how to debate flat earthers. So we're just playing the clip back to you guys as well. It's like, don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. But this whole Newtonian gravity thing is out of date. You guys got to get that Einstein DLC.
Well, do they understand that by claiming Newtonian gravity that they're throwing out the solar system? It's part of the reason why it was superseded. It's not compatible with the solar system.
All right.
Well, right. It doesn't match the orbit of Mercury around the sun.
I'll check
Couldn't
this
get it
out.
square.
I'll get back to you guys.
So I guess go ahead and have your Newtonian mechanics. It's not good for heliocentrism, though. That's why the heliocentrists superseded it.
And I want to say to Muffin real quick, too. You got to get out of this mode of... I'll be real quick. You want to get out of this mode of just believing people. Okay, even us. Just because someone says something, like the goal is to go and check to see if what people are saying is true. So it's not like, oh, well, George Mooser said it, so it's true. Go and check to see if what he's saying is true.
Yeah.
Go and check to see if what we're saying is true. So you got to get out of this, like, well, he said it, so it's true. Like, don't do that with us either.
And the funny thing was, like, he just said, CB just said it was George Mooser, right? And then Heretic posted an actual citation backing it up. You should be looking at the citation, not looking for the video of George Mooser. Yeah, because that is the citation. There is something backing that citation.
Well,
don't worry about a video where someone says something.
Well,
if someone posts a citation for you, then read the citation.
Well, he cited the video, like he played a clip from the video, so I just wanted to see the video.
Yeah, and then someone put in better evidence in a citation, so you should go straight for the better evidence, and then you don't go...
I just wanted the video, thank you.
Okay, so, and then you go, like, you kind of... You're saying, oh, I don't care about the citation, I just want the video. So you're not actually looking at the most important things.
Well, why are you guys not presenting the most important things?
Well, we just put it in there, didn't we?
Well, because
it's a flow
we're trying to address
too, yeah? It's like how the conversation flows. CB was talking to you about something, put in a funny video, and then Heretic put in a citation. So it's a flow of conversation. It's like you don't just come out with an atom bomb.
Video,
you know, you
that video is
come
used
out with
to argue a point.
No.
And that point was backed by the citation I gave. What is the problem here?
Exactly.
Muffin, I don't know if you're following along, brother, but Bones has brought up the topic.
If you're going to present information, I need a source for it. Like
I gave it to you.
Okay. So to help, the source is actually the source of the video.
Hold on. We got to get something straight here. Our friend Bones has brought up the topic. He wants to talk about density. He brought up Newtonian gravity. So we're at this point, we're just trying to address his claims and make sure that what he's presenting is coherent and consistent with, he's like claiming, oh, well, this is my model. Well, we're just correcting him. This is actually what your model claims. And so I played the clip. It's not flat earther evidence. It's not proof of a flat earth. It's like, if you're on the Team Globe, this is what this is the claim. So if you don't want to hear it from me, you can hear it from George. If you don't want to hear it from George, you can hear it from a citation. But at this point, we're not even talking flat earth. We're trying to help you on what you're supposed to believe.
So going back on like Einstein's theory versus Newtonian physics, the reason why we go for Einstein's theories later on is because they do not break down under large, very fast objects, whereas under Newtonian physics, the equations and predictions that would be made would be less accurate than the Einstein's model.
They're not applicable in
anything new. But of course, this isn't to say that Newton's laws are necessarily like inaccurate or like the information itself is bad. It's just that there's a limit to that.
It's just that it's not compatible with
that can be superseded by Einstein.
It's just that Newton's not compatible with heliocentrism.
It's not compatible with very large, very fast objects.
It's not compatible, right? It's not compatible with a rotating reference frame, as laws of motion aren't, right? So if you want to go with those,
I'd say
throwing
that
a rotating
you
reference
can-
frame. No, that's
I'd
a-
say
that's
that
a fact.
Newton's theories held up relatively well when it comes to like small bodies or being like
Yeah, they
larger
hold up
bodies.
fine for
relatively.
practical use in inertial reference frames, which a spinning ball is not. So do you want to go with that?
Do what? Say that again.
They hold up fine for practical use in inertial reference frames, which a spinning ball is not. So do you want to go with that?
Wait, you're saying that that like the Earth can't be used as like an inertial reference frame?
No, I'm saying that it is, and that a spinning ball is not. It's a non-inertial reference frame.
Explain how.
Because rotation is constant acceleration.
So if you point to like the center of mass of that object is
What are you talking about?
Is that not like an inertial
What are you
reference?
talking about?
The center
Rotation?
of mass?
Okay,
Wait,
so,
are you,
yeah,
are you not
rotation
familiar
is-
with like the idea of a center of
No,
mass?
you just went off into the weeds. Rotation is constant acceleration because acceleration is change in velocity. Velocity is speed or direction. Rotation is constant change in direction. So that makes it a non-inertial reference frame where Newton's laws of motion do not apply. So an inertial reference frame, an example of one would be something that's not moving, something that's stationary. You said that the world is used as an inertial reference
Yeah,
frame. That's
yeah,
right.
they're inertial reference frames that we can use.
That's right.
using,
It
like,
doesn't.
your-
There's no practical evidence that it's spinning around. Is what I'm getting at.
What do you mean?
Well,
just
you said
told you
like
what I
well,
meant.
you were like, well, this doesn't work for large moving objects. Well,
I'm
that's-
talking like in relative like
What?
ideas,
Oh,
very
let me
large objects.
finish
that
my
are moving very
sentence,
fast.
Bones.
And by very
All
fast,
over
I mean like
All right, I
orders
guess I
of
can't all over
magnitude, like higher than like a
Oh,
ball moving.
smokes, dude! You're just steamrolling.
all over the place,
I'd like
man.
to finish my sentence, brother. But you were saying that it doesn't work for large moving objects. Well, what you need to do is prove that the Earth is a large moving object. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait till you can do that, or you can just tell us you can't.
So is steamrolling when I speak 1 to 2 sentences on one point?
No, it's just speaking before I've even got to the end of my sentence. And then you're just going to keep
so when I
going as
did
if
that,
no one
when
just
I was
like kind of
speaking,
like right
I
now.
was I get interrupted.
Holy
too, I know.
smokes, dude.
Like there's some double standards going on. Anyways, so yeah, we can use the Earth as an inertial reference frame.
Yeah, because there's no practical indication that it's spinning around or accelerating. So this is what I'm talking about.
No,
if you're going with Newton's laws of motion, you're going against the globe claim. So keep going.
No, I'm not going against the globe.
Yeah,
claim. How am I?
You just explain how you are, dude.
Bring your own globe tonight, is it? BYO
No, how
globe.
how am I actually? Because
Just
that's
explain it.
Applicable in non-inertial reference frames.
Well, let's get to the because you said the Earth is a large moving object. So is that something that you could prove or support?
The Earth
But that
itself is a large moving object.
Yeah, because that's what that's what this is based off of, right? That's what we're trying to get. That we're trying to drill into the foundation. That the Earth, your claim is that the Earth is a large moving object. So instead of saying, "Well, it doesn't work," we would do. We could do calculations for it works for large moving objects. Okay, well then you have to prove that the Earth is a large moving object first. Like the basket of loose cables, you got to plug it into power first, my man.
So no, going back to what I talked about with Newtonian physics, I don't need to show that the Earth is a large moving object to describe what Newtonian physics already can show.
Newtonian
And
physics describes
All I
motion
need to say is that there's a much more
or
massive object.
inertial reference frames. Newton's laws of motion describe motion in inertial reference frames, which a spinning ball would not be. So, like I say, every time you invoke those, you're going against the spinning ball claim. You're not helping yourself.
So yeah, for small time frames, like talking about a small ball going towards the Earth, the rotation of the Earth is insignificant, so we don't need to.
Okay, so it's practically
we need to
stationary.
take into account the rotation of the Earth.
So it's
Okay,
practically
well, you have
stationary.
Look, you see how these claims are embedded in what you're saying. What we're trying to do is drill into those claims to either falsify them or verify them. But just restating the claims like, yep, the Earth is rotation, that's not actually getting us anywhere. We know that's the claim.
So
you've got a lot of fallacies going on there.
You don't need to know
we were looking
whether the
one
Earth
second
rotates because we don't.
Before we were looking for curvature. Before we were looking for curvature, you'll say, well, it is curvature because when I drop something, it goes to the center of mass because the Earth is curved. And now you're doing the same thing with the Earth moving. Now it's moving because, well, it's moving. The Earth moves, and it's large and it moves. You've got no evidence for this stuff.
Yeah, I think we have to hit him on his primary core claims. We need to do the 3 questions with him, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he bounced out. I'm just going to rejoin.
Both of them left.
Well, his last statements was, "We don't need to prove that it's rotating." Then what the hell are you doing here, man?
Exactly.
I know, he brings up a bunch of stuff. Yeah, like he brings up a bunch of stuff that he thinks are gotchas that go against his own claim. He doesn't even know that, and then he just keeps digging.
Oh, he left the server. Holy smokes.
The only reason you need to know.
No. He left the server.
It's showing for me that he's still here, but maybe you guys could double check that.
Well, that's one heck of a spiral. Right off the server map.
Flip-flop and all over the place, man. Poor guy. Damn, I feel bad.
Didn't work out how he thought.
Oh, let me say it. He was a claim stacking, flip-flopping flapjacks.
Well, dude, it's like that's fine, but these guys they just don't understand that repeating the claims is not necessary. We know what the claims are, dude. So just telling us what your belief isn't doing anyone any favors. And like, go ahead.
He starts bringing up stuff that defeat his claims, right? And then he goes, "Oh, well, that's because the rotation is negligible." Okay, so how do you know it's there then? You're treating the Earth like it's practically stationary. Right? So what rotation? Like, why did you bring any of this up?
Then he goes, well, we don't need to prove that it's rotating. Bro, what the fuck? Dude, seriously, what the hell? What can you prove, ding dong, if you're listening? Like, stick to things that you can prove. You heard him Googling stuff in the background. He tried to say, no, I already had Eratosthenes pulled up. No, you didn't. Liar.
So maybe I'm missing something, but the only reason these people need to know what down is because they have more than one celestial object, right? So they're thinking outside of Earth, and they're thinking that there's more celestial objects that have.
No, they're thinking down is relative to the center of mass.
Well, both.
Right, and the only reason you would need that is because there's more than one.
It's both. What you guys are saying is both true. Because, like, don't they call it the 3-body problem, right? You need to have 3 bodies to know if something's moving.
Yep.
If you're in outer space. So it's that. And then what Kim is saying is they're saying, well, my down is different from your down. So it's a little bit of both there. I don't understand why they can't just understand that down is the same for everyone. But why? B. Carls went through it with him, and he's like, still didn't get it.
Right, like, why does a magnetic field happen? Like, what necessitates a magnetic field happening? You know, doesn't.
Well, did you see what he did there though? He couldn't say, well, I don't know why. He said, why would I need to know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very easy.
He didn't care.
And meanwhile, the things before that, he was just kind of throwing things at the wall. Well, it was because of this. It's like, well, we can do that too. But it's like, would you accept that? No, he wouldn't accept that. Nor would he accept the whole, like, well, why do I need to know that?
The thing is, the whole thing with bringing up down is he's got a claim about how it works, right? Which I was trying to get him to the crux of that claim, which is that it's a globe that's pulling things to its center of mass, right? So at that point, we just need his curvature measurements, and of course, he just spiraled off of that as quickly as he could. He wanted to just go back to talking about things going down while we just ignore the basis of his argument.
This is a good example of people who ask questions they don't want the answer to. What he had was a little bit of he seemed kind of nice. He didn't seem like a bad guy, but he had some rhetoric he was trying to push, masking it behind a question. He might as well just come out and said, well, if it was flat, blah, 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 it wouldn't work, yada, yada. But instead he was like, well, down.
CB, man,
what's that?
He was Googling it like half the time, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. I caught him, man. I said, hey, dude, you're Googling that shit. And he's like, I heard him laughing.
You could hear the cognitus in
He
his
had
voice.
already had
Here we go, yeah.
And said,
We got a Google smart person in here, man. They're Google smart.
Google Earther.
I mean, they're smart. They can read quick. They can respond to you guys quick, but they really don't have any actual, life experience to say, man, does that match reality? Really? Is that really? No.
Can you say that?
But it's crazy they're going back to Newton, bro. It's almost like I was trying to think of an analogy, and the best thing I could come up with is like gaming consoles. So it's like, imagine you have I love that Xbox. You got an Xbox, fucking the newest one, and then somebody comes over like, hey man, you want to play on my Xbox like 360? You're like, no, we got the new shit. Like, he's coming in here with the old console. Yeah, guys, got a PlayStation 1 here. It's like, dude, we're on PS5, bro. Like, take your PS1 and shove it where the light don't shine. I don't care.
That's a great comparison in reality, because we've all experienced that. Where you got the you got the 2000. I got the 1000, and you're like, oh shit, you suck, dude. Basically, right? Yeah, it's the same thing with computer. Why. That's the Moore's law, man. The computer power would double every 18 months. And
I want to play devil's advocate here.
Bro,
I'm going to say, I'll take the old Dodge Challenger over the new one.
Cars are different.
Hey,
I feel like cars are a little different.
Yeah,
I'll go with the old one too, man.
Classic.
Okay.
As I got older, I started to realize how cool older cars are. But it's just embarrassing. They feel confident enough to come here and talk about Newton. Dude, what the hell? He tried to explain the differences to us. Well, with Newton's, it's for smaller things.
Man, he was just Googling Newton gravity. He was pulling up stuff, different articles, whatever. He was skimming through it. He could understand it quick, but he's so young that he thinks he can figure it all out in like one day, And that's not.
Well, the pro tip, I think Heretic spotted this right away, but this is like a pro tip for the whole panel. Just spot where the claims are.
Yep.
Wherever there's a claim, all right, well, that's the claim. We'll hold you accountable.
Yeah, you got to put their cement shoes on them, man, when they make one claim. Yeah. You put those cement shoes on them and you stand them right there in the river and you go, all right, man, what's your claim? And just hold them to that. That's all you got to do, man. Hold them to that one claim.
If he tried to run away from that claim,
don't let him wish-wash over to gravity or something else. No.
He tried to run away from that, though, because he definitely said that gravity or down is towards the center of a mass, right? So he's invoking the globe with that, but then when we tried to hold him to the globe, later on he said, no, I just want to talk about Newtonian gravity, no globe involved, right? He tried to get rid of that part of the claim, but he definitely made that claim.
Yep.
And even right away when he was like, well, satellites and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, nope, stop. Satellites. That's the okay. So you got a claim there. Let's take a look. Wait, you didn't let me finish.
Satellites.
No, you don't get to finish.
Spinning claim. Which claim you going with, man?
The mind virus is real, which explains why so many people simply aren't.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. So yeah, you just whatever claim it is, man. You got to put the cement shoes on them. Say, well, let's just stick with that. That's it, man. Let's crush that one. We get past.
That's when they pull an XO and they start running away from their claim.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like,
you can't let them do that. You got to put the shoes on them, man. Make them stand there. And
just a general pro tip for folks like Flat Earth or Globe Earth. Why don't you just stick to things that you can prove? Because then you don't have to Google it. Then you don't have to get caught. Like if someone's all right, well, how do you prove that? And then you already know how to back it up. But if you don't know how to, like, why would you throw a bunch of things out there that you can't support?
But what is down? Down doesn't work on a flat surface. It only works on a ball. You fucking moron.
What the dude? There was somebody dropped this meme. This little sweetheart, man. I don't know. Might have been Blue. I don't know who dropped that one, but that one just knocked my ass off, man. I was like, "What?" I'd never seen that one.
What'd you put it in the live stream?
He he went straight for that whole. Well, if it was flat,
right?
Bro,
Yeah.
Don't do that
I
around here.
I heard your teeth grinding when he said that.
Yeah, I was like, no, because especially new people, like, well, if it was flat, I don't want to hear that from you. Hell no.
Yeah. If it's flat, what you think the world is going to change if it's flat? It's the way it is. It's not going to change anything.
That's funny, Timbo. That's hilarious, man. You think
Who freaking called him out? Who called him out and said, "Bring your own globe"?
Yeah, that was me.
That was me, baby. Bring your own globe
we both did it.
I don't know where that came from, but I was like, "Shit!"
I think
you started
I think
that.
That's me. I think that's me, dude.
I caught on. It must have stuck in my head, but I was blowing it out.
It's an instant classic. It's an instant classic,
bro. I was like thumbing it up, laughing. Yeah, that was great. I was on mute most of the time when you were talking to him, but yeah, I'm over there in the chat. It was fucking.
Well, so it's like folks who don't even understand the globe claims. They shouldn't be trying to say what a flat Earth should or would or could be, and don't accept that. Accept that.
Just CB, man. I've been on this like, dude, man. You have to learn the globe claims to the T before you're really ready to. You got to know.
I couldn't agree more.
You got to know.
Not agree more. I think even if you want to get to flat Earth, you got to know the globe first. I don't think you just skip to flat Earth, bro. I don't know. People might disagree with this, but I think you have to, step one, know what the hell the globe claims are, so that step two, you can test those.
Yep.
Then you can get to a flat Earth. That's my 2 cents.
That's what I did. I basically did the same thing, man. I'm like, okay, globe, what do you got? And I'm like,
but these guys, they're going in reverse. They're like, well, if it was flat.
Right. They
No.
The thing is, these guys are kind of like a human chat GPT now, where they just spew whatever things they want to summarize the video.
Chat GPT. Somebody write that in the chat, man, because there is no AI chat that ever came up with that good of a fucking saying. The human chat GPT. You're becoming a human chat GPT.
Fuck, people have been saying that. It's just NPC, bro. But Brain, did you want to finish your thought, though, dog? Or
that's the thing. I think. Yeah, I mean, basically, they're just like human chat GPTs because that's what the education system has brought them to. They're good at summarizing, good at regurgitation, good at condensing information. But at the end, if information source is not critically looked at, then they're just like a AI summary bot.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. You're right, man. That's why I was like, oh my goodness, he's right. It was an instant. I knew you were right. Yeah, they're becoming human chat GPT because, hey, I can Google it. What I got this guy Eratosthenes, man. He knew it was a globe. What? That's what happened tonight, man. He was Googling that shit.
Well, let's talk about our other friend Muffin.
Yeah, Muffin spiraled as well.
Yeah,
spiraled.
Yeah, I don't know because we started off on a great foot too. I thought we started off so well, and then as soon as he heard George Mooser, it was over.
Yeah, what was going on there? Like he wanted to drop a citation for a video.
Yeah. Well, I think he thinks that, you flat earthers are like, they always do this. These are globe whisperers. When they hear someone like a higher level person like Neil deGrasse or Bill Nye or George Mooser speaking plain old English, they interpret what he's saying. Oh, well, you flat earthers aren't understanding the context. Even though he's speaking plain English, he means something else.
Well, his problem was with him saying that gravity is not a force, right? And he said that point blank. So what context could there be which would mean that he was actually saying the opposite of that?
I know, Central. I'm so glad you picked up on that, because I hate. He was like, "Oh, well, you're taking it out of context." It's like, bro, he's saying it quite plainly, very clearly, in English. Everyone can hear. It's not a force. So, what context would you like to add to make it a force again? That's ridiculous. So
yeah, but
we talked
and
about
he was
this
like,
earlier.
yeah, well, I'm not going to. Why should I believe George Musa? And then Heretic goes, I just put a citation in the chat. You don't need to believe George Musa. There's a citation in there. Oh no, but I want the video.
Meanwhile, I think someone else called him out. Meanwhile, he's believing some other goofball that it is a force. You know what I'm saying? This other guy in the chat.
Yeah.
And what was with the other guy too? Like, he brings up Newton's laws of motion, and I explained to him how those go against an accelerating, rotating reference frame. And then his response is something to do with like downwards towards the center of mass. It's like, what did that have to do with anything we were just talking about?
It frustrated me because even though you like, this isn't a topic that I'm very well versed on, the non-inertial and inertial reference frames and stuff like that. So when you explained it, it made total sense to me. But he goes, "But you didn't explain how." It's like, what? He just did.
Yeah, he's like, "Well, what did you mean by that?" I was like, "I just told you what I meant, like 3 different ways. Like, what else do you want me to do at this point?"
That guy had a case of the I don't have a name for the syndrome, but like when you ask questions that you don't want the answer to.
Yes.
Zuhif or Ruhif or whatever was doing this the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so then what was he trying to say? Like something about plumb bobs. If the plumb bob is this, then it must be this, right? And we're like, no. And he just kept asking over and over and over again. It's like,
same
question. Actually want the answer. These guys are pushing the rhetoric.
Another thing Ruhif does, and he tries to be real sly with it, is he tries to reverse the burden constantly. When you call him on his fallacies, he turns it around to, well, what would you do to go measure this curve? And at that point, I just call it a concession, because it's like, you're in here asking a flat earther how to measure the thing you've been going around for years saying that you measured. Well, that's the end.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah. But the what is the problem with them saying that we don't have it down? Down is down.
Stupid. But why is green green?
Yeah. I don't get it.
Hey man, just chill down, everybody. Chill down, man. That's what it means, man. Chill down. All right.
Yeah. Well, they're like, well, why not left?
Yeah, why not left?
Why? You have to tell me why that would happen.
Why not left? Hold on, man. You're the first. Why not left?
It's like, can you tell me why that would happen? It's the same. Oh, it's the same thing as like, why aren't I floating? Why would you be floating, dummy?
Floating. I love that one, man. Why am I not floating, dumbass? You stupid fucking person.
That's what he started off by saying. That was one of his first things. Like, whoa, we're being held down. And I laughed. I was like, Muffin, we literally talked about this dude, how people think they're being pulled or yanked down to the ground.
You were just talking about how you kind of have to ask them questions to get them to realize. And you know that clip that you have where he's like, you can't reason with flat earthers, so you have to kind of just get them to see their folly for themselves. And I think that's what they think they're doing when they're like, well, what's down? Like, oh, that's right, it's a globe, of course.
It's a globe.
Yeah.
It's a globe.
But they don't realize though, Elijah, is that we've done the rodeo so many times, dude. Like this is the Dancing with the Stars analogy I use all the time. They're the D-listers coming on here. We've done the rodeo a million times, so we're gonna show. You're not gonna pull a fast one on us. Sorry.
Right. You can't dance. I'm gonna teach you how.
I got 2 left feet.
You got 2 left feet, and you got a cane. Remember when Buzz Aldrin was a dancer? Do you guys remember that? Oh shit! You
I
got
don't
to check
remember
that
but
out.
I'm so laughing at what Elijah said. That's so funny. They're like, yeah, so wait, oh, down. Oh shit. They're like hoping we're gonna have some like awakening moment because they asked us what down is. Are you kidding me? As if we hadn't thought about all this stuff a million times already. It's so stupid. Or the last 5,000 contestants didn't ask the same
they
thing.
don't know that, man. That's the cool thing, man, is they don't know that we've spent thousands of hours looking into this stuff. And that's the difference. It's like somebody coming in and saying, hey, man, you build houses? I don't know how to build a house, but let me tell you how to build a house. I'm like, what? This is your first day on the job, dude.
Yeah. Do you notice that when we got to the conclusion that he was trying to bring us to, he ran away from that, though? It's like, oh, okay, you're bringing down into this because down is actually inwards towards the center of the ball. Let's see that ball. Then he wanted to get right off of that.
Yep. Yeah. He jumped over to gravity or something real quick.
Well, they just they embed the claims in. They're like, well, it has to be rotating.
I kind of call it globe smuggling. They're just trying to smuggle that globe in through the back door in a claim where you might not notice it, right?
Smuggler.
Oh, I'm going to put that in the role ideas. That's a very good one, the globe smuggler. That's awesome.
That guy's a globe. Yeah, we got to put that as a tag, man. That's got to be.
Putting it in right now.
Yeah, globe smuggler.
Can you type out a quick description for me in the chat, and I'll copy and paste it?
Me? Okay, sure.
Yeah, just type a little brief description in the chat, and I'll add it to the roles section.
Smuggler.
That's really funny, though. I love that globe smuggler because they do try to smuggle it through the back door as if no one will notice.
Shit in here, man. I think we fucking hit a new level tonight, man. I don't know about you guys, but I'm laughing my ass off. Globe smugglers. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. Damn. Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
That's a great way to put it. Though they've got a lot of syndromes and a lot of issues, and that's one of them.
Fucking love it, man. You guys familiar with the DSM?
No. What's that?
No.
It's a big psychological book that they use to evaluate people with different psychotic tendencies.
No way I'd let anyone do that to me.
Yeah, me either, man. But I learned about it a long time ago, and I was like, "Oh shit, man!" They categorize people's behaviors into different categories of different diseases, or,
divide people again. Yeah, make people feel like they're because they've got a little personality quirk that they have some disorder. So weird.
It's totally weird, right? And I've known a couple of PhD level psychologists I grew up with, and they ended up doing that kind of thing. And yeah, man, it's a racket. I'll just say that, man. It's a racket.
You know, the other reason behind that, and that nobody talks about, is that they can't come out and just completely disarm people for no reason and take their guns away. So what they're planning to do is trying to make everybody self-diagnose themselves with some kind of mental disorder. So they try to find all these hyper-specific ways they can convince people that they've got something.
So I don't know where that was going, but as far as the shape of the Earth, I know for a fact that I don't feel like I'm spinning millions of miles an hour. I know that for a fact. Now, that's just because I have a vesicular system in my ear, and I probably can sense level. And
maybe you're spinning too fast to notice.
I'm spinning too fast to notice.
Yeah. Yep. You never thought about that.
That's a hell of a claim, man. I'm going to put some cement shoes on you. And I'm spinning so fast that I cannot notice it.
Right. That your reference frame is still forward.
Frame.
You're spinning so fast that you're seeing everything that it's like a still frame.
Mm-hmm.
You're spinning so fast that you're not spinning at all. Seems like that's feasible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it.
Nailed it.
Hey, everybody. We can shut the server down now.
Oh my god! I'm still laughing at
Thank
Central.
everybody for participating. Appreciate the time, effort. The memes, everything, man. It's been great text.
Turn the lights
DMs. A shout out to the DMs, man. You guys killed it. All right, we can shut it down, man. What do you guys want to call the server?
I was hot micing before when I interrupted, mate. Sorry about that.
You were good. You were good. Hey, you're upside down. What can you expect? I mean, all your blood's rushing to your head, and I don't.
Would that mean that people in Australia
cognitive from you, my friend?
We should have big heads and small feet.
We should have. You should have big feet and small heads.
That's a good theory. That's a good theory.
Come on, nobody's laughing. All right, I'll keep it going. That was funny, I thought.
You guys should have small heads and big feet.
Big heads, small feet. Yes. Crazy. What about that? That's an interesting perspective, man, to think about. I mean, if you actually were spinning on a ball, of course, if you and I are opposites, man, we would have opposite reactions to, depending on what time of day, we're spinning. But I think we would, yeah.
It's so crazy to think about.
You would have small heads if you were spinning on a globe, man, right? Or big heads. No, big heads. If you were spinning on a globe, you'd have giant heads because everything's spinning outwards.
No, it's gravity. Everything goes into the center of mass.
That's the opposite of what you would actually feel.
Yeah, but so it evens out.
If you were on a spinning ride, if you were on a spinning roller coaster, a ride, a Ferris wheel, whatever, you would feel like you're spinning outwards, like towards, like out, away from whatever you're spinning on. That's what I've noticed in reality. Every time I was on a carnival ride, or I worked at, I was a ride operator at one time at an amusement park. I know a lot about spinning rides. And every time you get on those spinning rides, you're always going to the outside of the spinning ride, man. You're always, every time, guaranteed, man. If you've ever been on some teacups or a roller coaster.
The teacups even worse. That should be what the feels like. Because it flings you when you get to the outside.
You. The teacups, man. If you got a couple of 2-3 strong guys in there, you can get that thing spinning so fast, dude, that you can't even see or focus on anything other than your feet. Because you have to look down. I remember looking down at my feet and just like, let me just pay attention to my feet because everything else is just too wicked, man.
I got to stare at the screw in the center of the handle. The handle. I have to stare at the screw or I feel sick.
Exactly. So, there you go. Same thing.
Like, why aren't I sick all the time? I feel like
we should all be sick
all the time.
I think that's where it ended up, but I don't know if that was where it was going. But yeah, we should all feel sick because we're on a ball spinning. Remember that, man. Everybody wants to get away from the ball spinning. I will put some cement shoes on your ass so fast, it'll make your fucking head spin. I'm telling you, man. You got a spinning ball? I want to talk to you, man. I want to talk to you now. Because
there's also those two different forces. You got 6 in the morning, you're 6 o'clock in the morning, you're kind of going in one direction, and then 6 o'clock at night, the force should be going in the other direction.
Yes.
You're going pulling and then pushing.
Yep.
Because you're on the back side of the ball and then you're on the front side of the ball. So you'd be squashed and then expanding. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yes, it is ridiculous. You're going to get squashed and then you're going to get fat. You're going to get skinny and then you're going to get fat. And you're going to be like, what the hell's going on, everybody?
Yeah. And imagine what water would do in those circumstances as well,
If people don't talk about water enough, about like the transference of force in the 59,000 directions we're moving, It seems like water would move. Like there's a lake called Mirror Lake. I'm in Utah right now visiting my dad. There's a lake called Mirror Lake that mirrors everything perfectly when it's calm.
Yeah.
And it seems like that doesn't make any sense. But I'm just a dumb
that
idiot.
can only happen on a curved surface.
Psych.
Manga.
I have a link for you though. I have a link. Miggy's been posting the spherical mirrors link, so you can use that in the future if you need it. But yeah, water moving. Yeah, man. The Globers want to ignore all this stuff. They want to ignore the water. They want to basically just ignore the whole Earth. Like,
hey, man, they will ignore that the grass grows. I'm telling you, that's how Mongo these guys are sometimes.
Indio came up with one of the dankest memes I've heard in a long time. He brought up this idea of a space porch. So they want to skip reality entirely, open up a door, and just go straight to outer space.
Space porch?
Forget reality.
I love it.
The space porch. Yeah, it's brilliant.
You have to be kidding.
They want to sit on their space porch, on their rocking chair.
Dude, are you kidding me? Space porch?
The space porch. Yep. They got a door in the house that opens up right to outer space.
I gotta get the right, man. Porch, like a P, like Paul. Porch?
You go sit on your porch in your rocking chair on your space porch. Yep. They want to they want to skip reality entirely.
Dude, I'm in, man.
So
that's our new channel, bro. Space porch, baby.
Would the space porch be in Space Australia?
I love it. Space porch. Dude, this goes deep with me because, anyway, porch is I'll tell you guys later, man. Oh, shit. It's fucking so good.
Well, you guys got to give credit to Indio for that one. He came up with that one.
That was Miggy, right?
No, Indio.
Indio's got to get space porch. Oh, okay. I'm going to quote him. Fuck this, man. I got to quote his ass.
Yeah, next time you see him, let him know.
Space porch? I love it, man. That's so... Yes, the space porch.
Well, they want to ignore the ground. They basically just want to ignore reality as it presents itself and skip past that and go to outer space. They want to rock on their, sit on their rocking chair in outer space on their space porch, dude. Stupid.
That was India. Fuck yeah, man. Put that shit in quotations. Space porch. Okay.
This came from because some kid was like, "There's no air between you and the sun," and I feel like me and India looked at each other. And we were like, "What did he just say? What the hell did this guy just say?" And that's what sparked the idea of the space porch. He's like, "Dude, you guys really want to skip reality? You're really mean to tell me there's no air between you and the sun?" No, he says. Wow. It's like,
that's wild.
So you open up your front door, there's air there. You open up your back door, there's air there. These guys are opening up a door to the space porch where there's no air.
Oh, fuck off, man. Fucking so good, dude. Space porch, baby.
It's kind of catchy, not gonna lie.
It's catchy. Yeah. It's the mental retardation of people's belief in what they think is above their heads. Yep. It's the mental retardation of what people think is above their heads. And that's how they flipped it, man. They flipped it into this crazy spinning, shooting ball thing, man. What it is, yeah, like you said, CB, we don't know. But we know what it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
So
someone wants to get checked in. Does anybody want to do another VC check-in?
I'll do one. I got like a half hour.
Yeah, he's got listening pass already. So there's that. But he wants to do a VC check-in.
Sure, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll head up there with him.
I'll go. Here we go.
Cool. Let me know when you guys are done. I can just move them back in. So let me know when you're done. I'll just slide them back in.
All right.
VC check-in. Oh, interview. Yeah, interview. Interview VC.
Oh, they're all up there. No. There's no one new up there, though.
Spring Corpse is a listening pass. He wants to upgrade to a VC verified.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen him. I'm getting an echo from somewhere. Is that you, Stevie,
Sorry, that's
or
me.
has someone else got... Oh, okay. Are you on a different device?
I don't even know why it's echoing. I just put on headphones. I'll fix it. Sorry about that.
You're all right, man. Because Spring Corpse he's been in the VC for a long time. Oh, man. I don't know if any of you guys have got dogs, but we have these doggy bags where you pick up their poo, and there's a roll of them. I just undid the packet, and it all just rolled down the street. Like open. So I got to roll it back up. Oh well.
So I was just thinking, like,
Just sending a message to. Go ahead.
Mine's not important. Mine was just a filler. You go ahead.
No, go for it. I was just going to mention Muffin. I'm just sending a message to Muffin in the chat, asking him if he watched the video, if he was able to, get that extra context that was missing. But yeah, go ahead, Doug.
I was just saying, like, one of my favorite parts about this server is listening to, like, either Timbo or Jedi or some non-American use inches, feet, and miles when they're explaining everything. It really warms my heart to hear you guys.
Yeah.
Even when you're talking to, like, someone from France or someone from not America, you still use it, and I'm just like, yeah, I feel like I won almost. Kind of feel like a win.
Yeah. It's like I can use kilometers, but most of the time when you're talking about this stuff, you always seem to be talking about America. And if I get an Australian in, I can switch it over to kilometers and meters and stuff. But it doesn't really happen that much. So mostly what's in my head about memory is the measurements in miles.
Hey, Professor Dude, he got his mic worked out if you want to hop back up there.
You got it working? All right.
Yeah, you figured it out.
Let's go. Okay, here we go.
I think it's because they were probably in interview. Timbo, I saw a video recently. A guy was going up to random strangers on the beach asking them for the capital of Australia, and nobody got it.
Yeah, I can imagine why, because no one knows it.
It changed to Magdala or
Canberra. Yeah.
So no one cares about it in Australia anyway. No one cares.
No, So it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Melbourne.
Yeah, it was Melbourne, and then it changed to.
And then they couldn't decide whether to have it between Sydney or Melbourne, so they plonked one in the middle, and they built a new city.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of those planned cities. So, you know how you see those weird street designs and stuff like that? Look at the street. Type in street designscape or streetscape Canberra, Australia, and it's got some weird patterns in the streets. Like everything's based around this center point. Pretty weird.
Interesting.
It's kind of got some Washington patterns in there as well.
Huh.
DC. Of course.
Yeah, it's got some real Washington DC vibes.
Yeah.
And it's its own territory as well. It's purely federal. it's set in a federal state, Australian Capital Territory. So yeah, it's pretty much like DC.
It's a weird place.
You know, so one of the guys guessed Austria. That was funny. Most people got Sydney, Melbourne. Some guy was like, Austria? Austria, Australia. That's stupid.
Yeah, well,
I think these are the
most people. You know, when you ask for the capital of Brazil as well, most people say Rio de Janeiro or Sao Paulo or something like that. But it's Brasilia. You know, there's these weird kind of places that no one ever talks about.
What's today's Tuesday? Yesterday had Fresh and Fit episode, and somebody will usually donate some money to ask the panel to name 3 countries. And the girl who got asked first was like, she got kicked off because she refused to answer. She's like, nope, I don't know, just pass, skip. And you're like, no, dude, seriously, you gotta answer 3. Like, just guess 3 countries. And she ended up getting kicked off the show because she refused to do it. So funny. But yeah, I think you talked about earlier how, like, we don't want all these Mongos in here. Bottom of the barrel society talking about flat Earth. It's the same videos I always see, like people going up to random strangers on the street with a microphone and asking them to name 3 countries or something. They're like, London? It's like... Yeah, I don't necessarily want those people on my camp.
How many people do they have to go through to find those people? Also, what's a Mongo? Is that like I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, you gotta ask Flat Earth Dude when he gets back. That's his bag. Flat Earth Dude always calls people Mongos.
And the Fresh and Fit guys, I never see them with anybody other than like 21-year-old influencers. Like they don't have like a 33-year-old speech therapist on there. You know what I mean? Like,
see, you don't watch enough, dog. They had some chick on there was like 40s. She was in her 40s yesterday. They bring on all different types of chicks, unless you meant guys. But
no, I just feel like
all different types of girls.
I only see shorts, maybe. I only see shorts like Instagram.
Yeah, y'all gotta watch the actual videos, dog. That's what it seems like. They're like, oh, well, they're just scooping up all the ding dongs. But actually, like, I've watched enough full episodes where they do bring on girls who claim to be not OnlyFans. They're in school, master's degrees, girls from Idaho, and they bring the girls from all over. But it does seem like they're all strippers and OnlyFans chicks, but it's definitely not the case.
I don't know any girl. I don't know any Instagram influencers in my entire life. I don't know any of them. But I know 40-year-old marketing directors, or whatever. And their opinions don't get expressed. And that's almost what my life has been. They're just normal women rather than just so it's hard for me to take them seriously, even though a lot of them have good points. It's just their opponents are outmatched. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna play. You got me. I'm gonna play a clip from this girl who said she has her master's degree, and let me just play this real quick so you guys can get a little enjoyment out of this. But yeah, man, I mean, first of all, you have to be willing to want to go on a podcast. I don't think not everybody wants to do that. Even in this panel, not everybody would be inclined to go and be on a show. So, first of all, you have to have that. And then second of all, there's a whole lot of other things. But listen to this clip from this girl. Not OnlyFans, not a stripper or whatever. She went to school. She's got her master's degree. This is her thoughts.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off. And I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect.
Hold on 1 second. I have one more clip I want to put in front of that. 1 second.
Well, I didn't hear any woman in there. All I heard was Myron telling her she was...
Yeah, it cut off for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I stopped it. Yeah. Here it is. Hold on 1 second. I had the wrong order.
Okay, what's your credibility? Is my
He's
question.
spoken to over 2,000 girls.
That's great for you. That's
I'm
great
a best-selling
for you.
Amazon author,
That's
and I
great for
study.
you.
Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. I really
Okay, no, I just wanted to pause it there. This is a perfect example of what the last guy was doing. When people will ask questions that they don't actually really want the answer to. She goes, "What's your credibility?" He gives it to her, and she goes, "Well, that doesn't mean anything to me." It's like,
But his
well,
credibility
why
was
did you
best-selling
ask?
author on Amazon, right? That's what he was selling as credibility, right?
Yeah.
Sold a lot of books on
yeah.
Amazon. Okay.
Yeah, I forget what the. I think it was kind of a general because he was saying that an opinion. He was saying that an opinion. She was saying that an opinion can like, if you label something as opinion, and well, let me just play the damn clip. Y'all can hear it for yourself. But it was about opinions and facts, right? And she goes, "Well, what makes you credible to speak on that?" And he's like, "Well, dude, I mean, I've spoken to a lot of people, blah blah." She was like, "Well, that doesn't matter. I don't care." It's like, well, why would you ask if you didn't actually care about the answer? You know what I'm saying? But here's the second half of the clip. Oh, hold on. Technical difficulties.
it doesn't mean nothing to
I'm
me.
more It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off, and I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think an opinion can be incorrect because that's what a person's.
If I say the sky's
opinion
green, 'cause that's
is.
my opinion, is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Masters agree, bro. Masters agree.
Yo, Aaron,
I promise you, bro.
Is that your friend, Aaron?
This is what.
If I say the sky is green,
Yes.
the sky is objectively wrong.
Best
my
friend.
opinion
Yeah,
is
go ahead.
incorrect.
That's the
bestie right there. Go, girl. I can't believe that we're even having this conversation. That an opinion can be incorrect.
She never said the sky was green.
I gave an example. She said that it's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off, and I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect.
Sorry, I had to stop it there. My bad. But yeah,
not all master's degrees are the same. All right, not all master's degrees are the same.
I know. Not all. Yeah, I mean, it's just that that's the typical response. Is like, oh, well, no, they don't bring on anyone that's not a stripper. It's like, well, I mean, yeah, of course, not all master's degree are the same, but yeah, I mean, typically, if you're going in to get your master's, you're probably not in a strip club at the same.
I just don't relate to any of the girls on there. I'm like, I just can't. I don't think I would.
Where do you live, bro? You must be in like Iowa or some shit.
Me, I'm in the Bay Area, California, dude. I live in the Bay Area.
Oh, okay. I mean, are you serious? You're not seeing like Insta thoughts out there and all this? Come on, dog.
Well, I'm 44. Like, if I were out,
okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure they exist, but I don't know them. And if I saw them as Instagram influencers, highly unlikely I'm talking to them.
Oh, yeah, that's a big no.
Right.
Absolutely not. You should have seen a chick on there last night, though. I mean, I don't want to drag us into the weeds talking about Fresh and Fit stuff, but yeah, she was in her 40s or whatnot. She actually I was like, she was saying some good stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I get a lot of clips from there just because the mentality that we see. That girl said, if you have an opinion, then you can't call it incorrect. And he's like, what? Like, if your opinion that the sky is green, then that's wrong. She's like, well, no, if I call it an opinion, then it's okay. Like, no, we see Globers do this too. Like, well, you know, that's your truth and I have my truth and that's your opinion. It's like, no, dude, we don't do opinions. So for me, it's more of like a mindset thing than less so than a gender thing. Anybody can be goofy. We see Globers come in here all the time.
Yeah, I still get your point on the
people just
opinion
join.
thing. Like, that's how we were taught when we were young, though, was that opinions are neither right nor wrong. It's just how people see the world, right? And now we're sort of seeing that pushback on that. Like, no, there has to be an objective reality, or why are we even talking to each other? Why would we even bother to figure out what's real or not? So, but I remember
right?
that.
Look at how it's evolved. Oh, you do? Yeah, she was a freaking train wreck that whole night. But yeah, yeah, I mean, we're seeing that play out with ballers right now, dude. They're devolving into this whole, like, whoa, we can't know things, and 99% chance we might be breathing. Like, it's getting crazier and crazier. That's that mind virus that Miggy talks about all the time. She had it. Like, oh, well, if it's an opinion, then you can't judge me. It's like, no. Just because you call an opinion doesn't give you a free pass to say things that are objectively wrong. Yeah. I don't know if you missed it, though. We did do like kind of a collab with Fresh and Fit not too long ago, a couple weeks ago. Some of their Discord mods and the producer of the show was Effie, if y'all didn't know. So we had a great conversation with them.
I heard a little bit about that when it was coalescing, but I didn't.
It was fun.
Follow up. I know they had John Zerka on, and I don't know that he's the best guy to like speak for anything. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't let him represent a lot of the things. Like anything that was important to me, I wouldn't let him represent it. But he was there, I guess.
Yeah, that was first time me meeting John Zerka. That was the first time not meeting him in person, I think. But like that's the first time I even heard his name. But somebody donated $100 to Fresh and Fit's show, and they're like, "Yo, you guys got to get Dave Weiss on the show." And they do shows Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So this was a Monday show, and they're like, "Oh, don't worry, we're gonna have John Zerka on, on Wednesday, and he'll talk about flat Earth." I'm like, "Oh, hold up." So I hear that, and I come here. I'm like, "Yo, guys, Fresh and Fit's doing flat Earth on Wednesday. Let's get." And what's funny is John Zerka, as entertaining as the show was, they didn't get into flat. Spending some time in the YouTube chat before 1,000 people at one point, and we're all in the chat talking flat Earth. There was over.
Either you're breaking up or I'm breaking up. I can't tell who.
Back into. Probably. Is it me? Probably.
Yeah, it's CB.
Yeah, I saw John Zerka when he debated on Witsit's side on a modern day debate, and it was like, I don't know, he should just let Witsit do the whole thing. Really, he pretty much did.
Wait, Witsit?
Yeah, they were on the same team. Witsit and John Zerka were on modern day debate, and they did flat Earth, and it was two different styles, right? Because Witsit's very like prepared, you know what I mean, and it's just pretty concise. And this guy is the exact opposite. It was kind of a clusterfuck from what I could tell, but
yeah, I mean that's what happens when you put like we kind of joked about earlier, like too many cooks in the kitchen, or too many alphas or whatever. Like that can definitely happen. Zerka, interesting character, man. Interesting character. Clip Court says Zerka been on his Andrew Tate Coca-Cola shit lately. Yeah, he's been on some. he's been railing them lines, boy. But I don't know. I kind of find him funny, a little bit of a class clown, but I kind of like him. But this is the clip where someone donated. Yeah, for sure. Just a 20-second clip.
Okay, where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat Earth debater, Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific.
Chris would love him.
We're going to have John Zerka on Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat Earth.
Yep. So he goes, I don't know if y'all caught that, but he goes, Chris would love him, man. Chris is the producer of the show, the guy who brings on the girls and sets up the host, the guests and stuff like that. So after we spoke with them in their Discord, we came back to this Discord. Some of the mods joined, and then we ended up talking about getting a flat earther on the show. So then we got Dave Weiss. Somehow, shout out to Critical Inception. I don't think he's in the chat right now, but he was shooting DMs to Dave Weiss like, "Yo, you got to get in. You got to get in the chat." And so we ended up joining Keelio's YouTube, and we were like, "Yo, get in the Discord right now." So he joins the VC, and we talk about getting him linked up with the producer of the show, and eventually maybe getting him on the actual Fresh and Fit podcast, which would be sick. I mean, they've got 1.4 million followers last time I checked, and when they go live for their day show, typically, I mean, anywhere from like 10,000, 15,000 viewers. So that's not bad. That's not bad at all. They do day shows. They have two shows, basically, the way they set up. They have that. You guys have probably seen the clips, right? The clips with the girls. That's what they call after hours. And I don't think Dave Weiss would be doing any of the after hours stuff. So they have a day show where they bring on other guys who will get into like truther stuff or red pill or, you know, maybe even flat earth one day. I mean, they just did 2 streams on 7-Eleven being a part-time job and all this stuff. So it's like, you know, red pill adjacent, if you will. So I could see a potential flat earth conversation being had on the show during the day episode. And it's good that like the producer is already a flat earther. So, you know, if you guys heard the clip, Chris would love him, man. So yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. We just need to get somebody to fly down to Miami one day. And but it has to be someone prominent. That's what the mods did mention, that it couldn't just be some rando. I mean, obviously, like, it couldn't be me. It would have to be somebody with a little bit of a presence already. And so we're limited to a certain amount of people. Dave Weiss, Mark Sargent, maybe Witsit Gets It. I think Witz would be he'd be a good fit for the show. Actually, I think that'd be perfect. And I think he's already moving to Florida too. So, you know, guys, just be on the lookout. If you see Fresh and Fit / Flat Earth, you heard it here first.
I think Witsit might be a better option, just because sometimes Dave Weiss is like a little burnt out when he does his interviews and stuff, because he does so many. So he's not really all there.
Yeah, I think Witsit would be perfect. He's younger. He's got the spunk, you know. And honestly, I don't think Kai would like it, but like he'd be, even if they did want to keep him around for an after-hour show, he'd be a way better fit for that than like freaking Dave. There's 0% chance that Dave Weiss would do an after hours, but there's a better chance that Witsit could or would. I don't know if they would do that, but I don't even know if Witsit would want to do the after hours show, or Kai would want him to do that.
It would be kind of weird with his wife and kid. And...
Yeah. But at the same time, it could be fun. Like, she might enjoy it. Maybe they would like that. Who knows? Maybe we'll have to ask them. But honestly, though, the idea is to get them on a day show. We don't need the only reason why the after-hour show would be beneficial is because it gets more viewers. Like, triple, quadruple the viewers. You know, but people love a circus, of course. But, yeah, the day show is what we're trying to do, is get them on a day show where they can spend an hour, maybe an hour and a half, maybe 2, where they get into Flat Earth pretty heavily. So, I mean, the conversation we had in their Discord went well. Some of the mods were already Flat Earthers, so like that's good. But then some of them were. It's funny when you talk to people. It's like they're such noobs when it comes to this conversation. It's like teaching someone how to dance for the first time.
All right, folks. I'm going to bed. You guys have a good night.
You too, brother. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep. Peace out.
Later. Yeah, it's getting late here too. I got a little bit of energy. I'll probably stay on for another 15 or so, maybe, depending.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I haven't been on very long. I got to while you guys were talking to those Glovers that came in, I was outside looking at that part of the sky with binoculars, and it was awesome. So missed a lot of it, but I tried to help out with the link. Found the one.
You came in clutch with the link. I really appreciate that. Because you know he was thirsty for that clip. Boy. He was hungry for that.
Yeah, I found the interview too. I found two clips. I found another clip and then the interview. But yeah, I'm just trying to help if I can. Thanks.
All right. Well, Kim, you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. We'll catch you later.
Yeah, you too, guys. Good night.
Not gonna lie, dude. The golf clap does become a staple around here. That's just an internal Discord sound. I didn't even add that or anything. I've never had that sound before. It's not on my soundboard, but I love it. I think it's perfect.
It's so great. So surprise is perfect.
I know. I hit the record scratch on Bro earlier. What did he say? He said something that I forget what he said, but I hit the record scratch on him quick. I'm like, skirt. What did you just say? So that's a great sound as well. Let's see. Let me see what else I got for you guys before I head out for the night. Quick plug. I'm looking for maybe somebody interested in putting together a logo or an icon for 24/7. I feel like that's one thing that's missing. What's up, Pigard? I see you just popped in.
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the flow.
No worries. We're just shooting the breeze at the moment. Did you just come in from the check-in or the Cogdis?
I was in Cogdis, and I just got allowed right in, so I don't know if I have to do the VC check-in still or if I'm just good.
Well, I already talked to you, so I gave you the VC role.
Hey, let's go. That's great.
Yeah, he's cool. He's just asking questions. Seems pretty genuine and open-minded, and yeah, I had a pretty good conversation with him in Cogdis VC.
Thank you for the vouch. Thank you for the clap.
Yep.
No worries, brother. Did you have anything like you want to get into right away, or just?
Oh, I don't want to interrupt the flow. Just keep going with what you guys are doing. I'll kind of pop in here and there.
There was no. I mean, we were. Someone just. Everyone's saying their goodbyes. Everyone's getting ready to head to bed and stuff. So I'm just shooting the breeze, brother. If you have a question, go for it.
Right now, I think I'm kind of questioned out. Heretic answered a lot of questions for me, so I might hop on more on like tomorrow or the day after and whatnot, and kind of see how everyone's feeling.
Right on, brother. Right on. Yeah, I mean, we're here anytime. So
But I did hear you mention making like a logo or something.
Yeah, well, I feel like because people will look at our server icon and they'll go, "Well, that must be the Earth, right?" I'm like, well, no, not really. I mean, because like if you drive a Honda, is the H on the front of is that the car? No, it's just an icon. So it's like in the same way that's just an icon.
Yeah, I'm pretty good with like Photoshop and whatnot. So if you ever want to just kind of go through and come up with an idea for what's like a better looking one, I can kind of help create that.
All right, I've got some ideas. I'll stick it in the chat.
Gotcha.
I'll stick it in the chat. Just I'll show you what I'm working with here. I'm not sure what sparked the idea, but I just think that we could have something more iconic, no pun intended.
Yeah.
Something a little bit more
fits the energy better, so to speak. The vibes.
Yeah, something I can slap on a video or like put it somewhere else and be like, yo, 24/7. You know, because this icon that we have is the kind of generic, doesn't really say anything about us. So I'd love to have a flat Earth BMW logo, or something like, because you see a BMW logo, you know what that is. There's no question about it.
Be that,
so in the
for lack
same
of a
way,
better term, like the brand. You get a good branding.
I want something like that. So I'm surprised that we haven't come up with something like that just yet, but maybe in the future.
How long has the server been up for?
Well, this is 2.0, so gosh, I don't even know. It's been a while. I've been here since 21.
So at least a few years.
Yeah, it's been here for quite a while. Maybe 6 years or so, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I posted it in the chat. Okay, so the first screenshot is a screenshot from a show I'm watching right now called Tengoku Daimakyo, or Heavenly Delusion, and they have this icon on this. You can see the icon with the bird, and there's like a whatever. So I'm like, huh. Well, Discord loves these little circular icons, right? Everyone's PFP is a circle. All the Discord profile pictures are circles. I'm like, all right, well, I guess we can stick with the circular theme, perhaps. But what I came up with was something, I don't know. I just riffed off of that idea. Kept the thing in the sky, maybe the sun or the moon or whatever, and maybe some water. So, I don't know. Just trying out some ideas.
Like something simple, because most iconic things, they're really simple and almost kind of to the point. Right. So it's like you know exactly what you're looking at when you see it.
Right.
Exactly. I kind of like the look of the first one where it's like a bird next to the ball type thing. I think we can work kind of like that with a lot of straight line art that kind of represent it right.
Yeah, I really dig that logo. I was like, I want to do something riffed off of that idea. Great show too, by the way. We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, I'm not. It looks like an anime. I haven't watched too many, but I'll check this one out.
No worries. Yeah, every once in a while you can catch me in here talking during CB's Anime Hour. I'll plug a few shows and talk about why I think they maybe relate to the Earth in somehow, some way. So maybe you could check in sometime.
I'll have to tune into that. That sounds really fun.
Yeah, it was fun. We did it today for a while. I probably bored the panel talking about Attack on Titan and whatnot. So, but there's always next week.
I need to catch up on it because I only watched the first season.
Oh, okay. You definitely got some catching up to do.
I know. I heard a lot. Kind of has gone crazy since.
It has, my friend. It has.
But yeah,
cool, man.
I was gonna say I'll think up some maybe general concepts based some line art ideas throughout the night, and maybe shoot them your way tomorrow or the day after and whatnot.
Cool. Yeah, don't go out of your way, but if you're feeling inspired, drop it in the chat, and we'll take a look, man. Anything would be cool at this point. I mean, we at this point we don't have a logo, so any logo would be a start. Yeah, exactly. So, B. Carl says, "Don't do more than 3 colors." I kind of dig that. Something nice and simple.
Yeah, because you don't see a lot of really colorful, iconic things. Just I almost think maybe just a little more than a black and white could work. But I kind of like the idea of it almost being black and white because it kind of. You look at it, you know exactly what you're looking at, you know what you're looking at, what you're not, type thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, amen. So, what about you, man? When's the first time you even heard the words "flat Earth"?
Probably.
Could you pin it down to a year?
I probably first heard it when I'm not even a decade ago, when I was a kid.
A decade ago. Really?
I feel like I've known it for a very long time. And when I was younger, I was one of those stereotypical guys who was kind of oh, flat earther, who could possibly believe that, obviously. And then kind of when I got older, I was how do we know? And then I kind of got to questioning a slight bit more every time. And eventually I thought, these people could enlighten me, help me out a bit, since they probably know more on the topic than me, talking to people who just believe in what do you call them? I believe they were called round earthers. You said heretic? I can't remember exactly. But I'm talking to them.
Globers. That's what
Globers, that's what they were.
Yeah.
where it's like you're asking a Glober about flat Earth stuff, so obviously they're going to come at it from like a biased angle. So I kind of came here because I thought it'd be a lot of unbiased on what their own beliefs are.
I'm curious, like, how was it presented to you like a decade ago when you were a kid? Or was it just in a book or a media, or somebody was like, yeah, flat earthers fall off the edge? Or how was it presented then?
Well, I heard a lot of like if the Earth's flat, why don't you just walk off the edge? Like you sail a boat and you just fall off type thing. I think it was almost heard like, I'd imagine in passing as kind of like a joke, probably for like my dad or just like a friend. Where they were just like, oh, flat earthers, like, oh, they're so dumb, they're so weird type thing. And I never really put too much thought into it because I was never much into like, thinking about that type of stuff. And then like, it's kind of just developed outward from there.
Okay. You definitely heard about it before I did. 10 years ago, it'd be like 2013, right? So I didn't even hear those two words put together until 2017. But it was a lot like you, where it was kind of like whispers in passing, not necessarily like a presentation.
Full discussions. There's almost like vague mentions. Like I remember, this might be a weird one, but I remember vaguely when I was probably in like my teenage years, going like through YouTube and whatnot, and just seeing like almost all the debates, if that makes sense, between like flat earthers and globers on like just back and forth. And I was kind of interested in it because I was always just like, why are these like 5-hour videos of people arguing about all this stuff back and forth? And I think that was kind of like my first almost like toe in the water type thing, where I kind of started learning a bit more about the concept, even if it was from like a glober and not a flat earther themselves.
Yeah, that should raise some red flags. Like, I think someone said that recently. Like, oh, whoa, there's a discussion? Like, I didn't know. So, why are people talking about this?
Yeah, I really should have raised something when just like right out the gate, the people I'm asking about this are the people who objectively believe this is untrue. So of course they're gonna like paint it in the most negative light possible. Because why would they paint it like in any way besides like negative? Why they paint it positive or neutral?
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, those people. A lot of people struggle with flat Earth. They're trying to present these sloppy ideas that they came up with. It's like they must think this is a pawn shop or something. Like try to pawn off their idea of flat Earth onto me, and then have me defend it for them.
Yeah. That's what Heretic was mentioning a bit earlier, where it's like it's less so like everyone's saying that they have an answer, and more so saying that that isn't the right answer. And then they kind of just like push a random thing on you, like, oh, do you believe it's shaped like a donut type thing, or do you believe it's a little disc in the space? And it's just like we never said that. We just said it's not that. So stop trying to. They're basically making up our argument, arguing for us, instead of just letting us say our own.
Can I ask you why you're in Cogdis?
What happened?
Why were you in Cogdis?
I was in there from, I think it's pronounced Dagaz.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Yeah, he just had a run in with the Viking in the lobby. That's all.
Yeah, he kind of, I don't know if blindsided me is the right term, but he came out real strong, and I got a little confused in the middle there. And then he just, I think he probably thought I was like trolling, and then just immediately sent me to Cogdis.
Yeah, I mean, text is like obscure. Maybe he doesn't know exactly where you were coming from, and like, shout out to the guy anyway. He's awesome, but shit happens in text.
He's the gate guard almost.
Yeah, and he doesn't fuck around.
Yeah, I'll give him credit though. He's a beast. He came out, real strong.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, yeah. I mean, you seem really chill, man.
Thank you.
Type of person we like to have around. So there's no requirement to be a flat earther to be here or anything like that. So we're here for all comers. So
yeah,
anyone wanting to have a conversation.
I do also like the debate aspect. So I would like to listen to maybe like some like flat earther versus like glober thing, if that almost makes sense, to kind of hear how like they speak to each other and hear both sides type of thing and how they interact. I feel like that could be very interesting. I'm not sure if that happens here too much, but
you just missed it.
Did I miss something?
A little while ago, I mean, not too long ago, maybe within the last hour or so, we had two guys pop in. One was a little bit younger, one was a little bit more older, maybe a little bit more passionate about it. But yeah, it does. This is like a kitchen. The grills turn on and it gets hot in here pretty quick.
Yeah,
But,
I can imagine it can get real heated.
That's what you want to see, though. You want to like kind of sit.
I want to
back
see the
and-
passion.
and also see like how they get to defend their own claims, how we respond to that. Like, just kind of take it in and just see how the conversation goes and hear what each side has to say for yourself.
Yeah, I don't want to just like, because it's always hard to get a point of view. It's like it'd be the exact same effect from earlier, where I'd be getting all of like the flat earther viewpoints from the Globers. Now I'd be getting like all the Glober viewpoints from the flat earthers. So I'd like to kind of see both sides almost clash, so to speak, and see what how that develops.
Yeah, just see us both bring what we have. And because we don't want to tell you to believe anything, obviously. Actually, it's pretty much what the Globers do. They tell you what to think, but now I'm telling you what to think again, as I'm telling you not to do that. So don't do that. As I'm telling you not to just blindly accept what people are saying. We don't want you to do that with us. And just look into it and try to be objective.
It's great to see a really open community that's opening to letting everyone kind of learn and develop the way they do. You don't see that often.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. We're definitely. I think that's good, though. I'm glad to hear that. Like, you should take in both sides. I think that's a big thing that a lot of people don't do. Is they come to Flat Earth and they have never even heard of it. They never spoke about it. But then they're going to be like, well, if it was flat, it would be like this. It'd be like that. They've never even.
It's coming in almost.
Never even heard it from a flat earther.
It's coming with almost like a pessimistic attitude, where they're coming in not open to hearing. You see that a lot with different stuff. Not to bring in politics, but it's you see it a lot in politics and other stuff where people just kind of come in with their viewpoint and they kind of just start yelling about it, and they never really, even think about other stuff.
Yep. So it's good. I think you should sit in the back of the class for a little bit, take some notes. And then when you'll come up, you'll have a question. Like, I need to ask this real quick. So anytime you do, let us know. We're always open.
Of course, I'd say you guys are really nice. It's been good talking with you guys, but I do think I'm going to head to bed soon because it's a little past 3 a.m. But I'm definitely going to tomorrow, or the day after, maybe. So cool. Goodbye, everyone. Nice meeting you all.
Peace out, you have a good night. Come back anytime. Yeah, as much I don't want to leave you guys out of it, but I should get to bed. It's so late. But it is should be this first day of summer here for all of us, right? For a lot of us.
Oh shit! Here it is.
Yeah, we made it, guys. We're halfway through.
Now the sun starts fucking off again. Damn it!
Damn it! Yeah, I'm a spring guy, so I really like the spring.
I guess fall's kind of like spring.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get another spring soon. A spring-ish type event soon.
Keep an eye on the check-in, guys. There's a couple people up there. Alpha, I saw you join the check-in. I'm going to stick you back in there so you can get a VC pass, and you can come back here with control of your own mic. So stick up there for a bit, all right? I'm going to unmute you up there, and you can chat with the team, and they can give you some roles to come back here.
That last guy was pretty cool, though. I had a good conversation with him in CogDis VC. He asked lots of questions, and he was super open. He didn't, try to, save the globe or anything like that, or try to be a sophist. He was just, wanting to know what we're talking about.
I like him. Yeah, the last guy you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah.
I like him. It's crazy how you can just tell by the tone and all that stuff. It's we've done this for so long. You can kind of just know who's who.
Yeah, and I wasn't shoving anything on him at all either, because like we say, I don't want to just dictate some sort of belief to him or whatever. And just basically, just telling him what we found, basically, and to go check it out.
Well, job well done. I'm glad you brought him back in here. There's a couple people in the VC check-in, guys. I think maybe somebody should go keep an eye on them.
Yeah, party going
before
on.
Flat Earth dude Mongos him out. But
that's what he's gonna do. So let me just go take a look.
All right, cool.
All right.
But anyway,
afternoon.
Afternoon. I'm about to head to bed. Hey, you want to tag out? You can tag in. I'm tagging out. All right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna head out though. You guys have a good night, afternoon, morning, wherever you're at. Happy first day of summer
as well. Should be the first week of summer. So you guys get out and enjoy that.
I've been snowboarding all day.
Oh, right. It's opposite for you guys, right?
Yeah, we had a big dump yesterday, so I thought I'd better get up there and make the most of it today. Took the day off work and did some riding.
Right on, right on. It's wintertime. That's crazy, bro. I don't even think about that sometimes, how you guys have opposite to us. Very
Man,
odd.
it came so quick this year. I feel like I just got off, like stopped snowboarding last week and I'm back there again. It's crazy how quick this year's gone.
So it goes from winter back to spring, right? Still the same for you guys, or it's not going in reverse or anything? Okay,
No, same
Hey,
thing.
CB, another couple from Rumble too.
Oh, bet.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Hey, how are you, mate?
Hey, how are you?
I'm pretty good at interrupting people. Sorry.
That's all right.
How dare you?
That's why you're gold plus, mate.
All right, guys. I gotta head out of here, but I'll chat with y'all tomorrow a little bit. And
Have a good one,
yeah.
CB.
Yeah, thanks so much, man. You guys have a good one.
See ya.
Yeah, catch CB. I'll bring these guys back down, flying high.
Yeah.
So take care, y'all.
Okay, new people. You're up, flying high.
I'm up. I said, how you going?
Oh, we got Alpha and Brian with a T.
Brian with a T. How you going, Brian and Alpha?
Yeah.
So, you're both globe believers then?
I was pushed towards it growing up, yeah.
Yeah, same.
So what brought you across to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? Do you have an interest in the subject?
Yeah, and on top of that, I was just on Rumble normally.
Yeah, okay. So you've been watching some Flat Earth stuff over there?
I was actually watching Leafy's here, and then I went to the lives and I saw you guys, and I got kind of curious. So I stopped by.
Yeah, right. Do you have any questions for us?
When was your first realization that you believe what you believe right now? Like, what started it?
For me, it was someone actually mentioned it to me, and I fought against it for a little bit and gave him some silly answers back, about water curving and things like that. And I then went out and started looking at these things for myself. So for me, I used to do a lot of fishing out at the reef on the ocean, and it was just simply that I could see much further than what the globe would dictate we could, according to the radius. And that's what sort of brought me to the realization. And then the more that I read and the more that I research and the more that I look, the more I realize that we've been lied to.
I thought about it. Like, I thought about going like somewhere really high and like not being able to see like actually everything. That's always what's been stopping me from thinking that it's flat and like not some sort of curve, like circular.
Yeah, but there's only so far that we can see too. There's atmospheric conditions, as you guys like to call it, but we call them atmo conditions. I think there is no sphere-shaped air. That's a bit of an oxymoron. But we've got atmo conditions. A good example would be if you're in a swimming pool and you're looking at the light underwater. It doesn't always look where it is. It's if you're a certain distance away, you're not going to see it. We've got different atmo conditions that affect that. Then we've also got the limit of our vision. We've got angular resolution. So there's a few things there that don't add up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the radius?
Absolutely not.
So for me, I'm in Australia, so it's 6,371 kilometres. So that means that we can work out drop over distance. We can work out how much curvature we should be seeing, and we can also work out where we should be seeing the physical horizon, which would be the curvature, the physical curvature of the Earth that should be blocking boats and buildings. If something goes over that curve, we should not be able to bring it back. So, the equation is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which would mean that if I'm 6 foot tall and I'm standing on a beach, then I should not be able to see past 3 miles or 5 kilometres. However, when we grab our binoculars or our telescopes or our cameras, we can see much, much further than that. So I feel that you're better off looking on the surface of the Earth, looking over things like water, salt pans, flat plains, ice, things like that, that you can actually take these measurements and observations.
Well, I thought about it. Every time I thought about it, I never really took into conclusion the limiting of our vision. I always thought it would be like a Minecraft world if you had like a really high render distance and you just see like an entire flat plane of everything on it.
Well, yes, the higher we go, the more we're going to see, and that would be both on a globe and on a flat Earth model, but that has nothing to do with curvature.
There's
You're
stuff
increasing
getting
your
posted in the
angular.
live stream voice text as well. If you, guys, there's a live stream voice text just above the channel. Press on that, and you can see people posting diagrams and things like that.
So have you guys ever heard of the black swan?
I've not.
So the black swan is that, if we thought that every swipe was white and then we came across a black swan, then that would automatically prove that not all swans are white. Yeah? We wouldn't need to see 10. We only need to see one. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, so if you have a look in the live stream text now, at 28 minutes past 5 on my time, you can see the image of the 2 oil rigs out in the ocean, and we can see the motors tolling at the start.
Wait, did you see this swan in Africa?
No.
What? Black swans are Australian.
What we're saying is that, if the assumption is that all swans are white, we only need to see one black swan to prove that theory wrong. We don't need to see 10. We only need to see one, and we can say, well, no, that's incorrect. So can you see in the live stream text the oil rigs?
Yeah, I see them.
I guess
So-
some Nigerian black swan.
So this is the black swan, all right? So if we have a look at the top, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every distance to that physical horizon, the curvature of the Earth, must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q, geometric horizon. When we have a look at this picture, we can see that it's not Q. So therefore, not P. Therefore, that radius has been debunked with this picture. So if we have a look here, we've got an observer height of 1 foot. The max distance to the geometric physical sphere horizon would be 1.22 miles. Now, we can see Platform Hill House at 6.21 miles, and we can see Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles. But that's not what we're looking at here. Okay, we're looking behind that. And if you have a look behind that, we can see that the horizon is well in the distance of 9.41 miles. That is absolutely impossible on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. Do you understand that?
Not really. Math isn't really my strong suit.
Okay, so the globe, the 3959 mile radius, dictates that an observer height of 1 foot standing on the beach would not be able to see past the geometric curve, the horizon, which would be the physical curve of the Earth, which at that height would be at 1.22 miles. But in this photo, we can see the horizon in the background well beyond 9.41 miles, therefore debunking this radius.
Seems really interesting.
Alpha, are you a sphere earther? Ball earther?
A what?
Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, was pushed towards it while growing up. Kind of stuck with it.
Fair enough. Okay. Cool.
All right, so the test with the oil rig, has it been done like multiple times or only during one day?
No, it's been multiple times, and again, depending on the atmo, depends what you can see and how far you can see. So we can see that this horizon actually moves. So again, the globe would dictate that horizon does not move and cannot move. That horizon is the physical curvature of the Earth. So that is not able to be moved unless the Earth is breathing in and out and growing in size. So It is the atmo conditions that we can see on our flat plane that cause the horizon to move. But yes, this has been done many times. But the main point of this is that we should not be seeing past 1.22 miles of that. Once that should be the curvature. And these oil rigs and this horizon out further should be hidden.
I love you. I just hate when you go on this.
And this equation is done every day. So, you know, if you're out at sea and you're navigating at sea, we know that the distance to the horizon is 1.22 times the height of the square root of the height of the observer. This is an everyday use, if you'd like to put it that way.
All right. So, the photo, it's proven that the radius that we're giving is wrong. So, like, what do you think it really is?
Well, if something's not curving, what is it?
Flat.
That's right. So I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. I'm sure there's other people in here, but according to this this photo, Timbo, what would the radius of the globe be?
250,000 miles, assuming it's a globe, but of course the true radius is 0.
Correct. So you can see the discrepancy as to what we're told. But again, if we believe in the globe, we need to be believing in this radius that we have been told and taught for many, many years. We're just disproving this radius.
To me, thinking that it's flat is kind of hard because every time I've seen like people talk about it, I've seen the super exaggerated like disc, like a complete disc, like a normal disc. Is there like any photo of what like people think it is, except like the super exaggerated disc?
No, and they aren't photos either. And you know, we actually don't have any photos of the globe either. Two things: it's always data that's stitched together. So we're told it's not a complete photograph. It's always called a picture. And secondly to that, that would be a violation of thermodynamics and gas laws to be having photos from space.
Yes, because there is no space.
That's right. So
the highest pictures or video we have is about 300,000 feet. And there's zero curvature. So
yeah, so a couple of questions, guys, and both of you feel free to chime in. Do you know who in history has ever measured the curvature of the Earth drop over distance? So that would be a direct measurement of drop over distance.
Bill Nye, the fake science guy.
Hey, a little help up in the VC, man. I got Spring Corpse up there, man.
Yeah, I'll come up there.
Somebody let him, give him some VC verified. Be cool.
Yeah, no, so Bill Nye definitely hasn't measured that. Do you know of anyone else who may have measured direct curvature, drop over distance?
I know it's a joke. No, I don't know.
Okay, cool.
Was it Eratosthenes maybe? No, maybe
at least you're honest. That's good.
Yeah, of course.
And do we know anyone who's directly measured rotation of the Earth?
Thing is, you can't measure those things because they don't exist, right? So,
well, that is true.
Wait, who's answering right now? These are questions for these new guys.
Yeah, Eban, he's new as well. By the looks of it.
No, I'm not new.
Okay, sorry, I just seen you
I'll
had the VC verified.
Yeah, I don't have like the battle tags and the general stars yet.
So you're a flat earther?
100%. Yeah, I've been around for a while.
Maybe need to tag one of the mods in here and grab a flat earther roll.
Do I need that? Okay.
No, you don't need it. It's just that every time you come in here, someone's probably going to ask you the question if they can't see what you sort of believe.
I kind of want to play the opposite guy sometimes, though. You know.
Yeah, that's all good.
It's fun.
Yeah. So Alpha and Brian, do you know anyone who's directly measured Earth's rotation?
No, I don't.
Right. And can you explain how we can have gas pressure without containment? The antecedent to gas pressure, according to gas law, is that gas needs to be contained, just like your car tire, a basketball, or something like that. Can you show any example on the Earth of gas pressure without containment?
Oh, yeah. I don't really understand.
So can you pump up a basketball if it doesn't have a hole in it? If it had a hole in it?
No.
So if you were to, say, puncture your car tire or put a hole in your car tire, then the gas would vent out into the lower pressure atmo around it until the pressure equalized between the atmo outside and the tire on the inside, correct?
Yeah.
So can you show an example where we can have that pressure, such as in a basketball or a tire, without having a container to contain that pressure?
No.
So cool. So that's good. At the moment, what we've done is, thank you for being honest. But what we've done is establish that what you guys have is just a belief. These are the simple facts of the globe: the radius, the curvature, who's measured it. Are we rotating? Things like that. So, what you have is a belief, not a known fact, based off of what you've been told, and that's fine. I mean, everybody has a belief, and we were all there at one stage in our life. But do you agree with that?
Yeah, I don't really have anything backing up what I believe in, except that I've been just born around it.
Yeah, cool. So do you have any other questions for us?
Let me see. Not really.
Cool. If someone else wants to take over, I just got to mute up for a second. I need to do something else quickly, if that's okay.
Yeah, I just want to say, that the idea that flat Earth is a disk floating in outer space is people that present it to that, it's a straw man. It's not what any of us believe.
There's a distraction. That's why CNN will show you that, like some stupid ass fucking disc in space, and then still connotating that space is real when none of that is true. And they already know what the people that believe in this kind of stuff already believe, but they show you that as it's distraction. It's just bullshit. So you don't look into it.
Yeah, so it's not just the ground, that's in contention. The quality of it, the shape. It's the whole model, the whole heliocentric idea that we're in this ever expanding vacuum, with other solid objects and gaseous objects flying around, doing orbits, all that sort of thing. It's all chucked out the window, every single bit of it. We look up in the sky and we see these lights, and then astronomy has taken it upon themselves to be the arbiters of what they are. And in reality, nobody knows what they are. We see them. They look up there and they go, well, it must be this or that. And they do all these fancy calculations and mathematics. But they can't go and physically test any of those things. So yeah, the idea that we're on an isolated object that's engulfed with in a void amongst other objects similar is thrown out. That's out the window. Some people like to describe Earth as the floor of the universe, and it's just a kind of a good way to try and conceptualize it, to get the idea in your head, that we're not on an object engulfed, embedded in a larger space. And some people like to say, rather than think about Earth as being in a place, think of it as the place where things are. So instead of Earth being in the universe, the Earth is the universe where things are. This is one system. We only experience it as one system. We don't experience it as a separate system. We don't experience things going around, burning balls of gas in a vacuum, and any of that stuff. And that's why we like to try and bring it back to confirmation of the quality of the surface of what we live on, and focus on where's that curvature that they claim exists. Because without that, you can speculate and theorize about all you like about things in the sky and what they're doing and why they're doing it. But if you haven't got that curvature of the Earth, then all that's out the window.
Did you get that, guys? He's still there?
Oh boy, did I run them off?
No, they're still there, but they're muted.
A lot of some of the globers I talk to have not that it's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Like when you talk about the moon, and I used to think it when I was a glober, like it does. When you look at the moon, it does initially look like a rock. First glance, a crater. I think that's hard for them to. Another one they struggle with, I think, is the shadows during eclipses and moon phases. They think it's the Earth shadow and all this going across, and that they're convinced by that. I find they get hooked on them two things quite a lot.
I agree. No, they bounced. One bounced. Brian's still with us. I wanted to ask him about his name, Brian with a T. Where's the T come from?
Brian hasn't actually spoken since he's been in here, I don't think. Not too much.
Was all the other dude, was it?
Yeah. Sorry, I had to mute up for a sec, but I got through all the questions and everything. But yeah. So, Brian with a T, I know you were listening to the conversation. Did you understand what we were speaking about?
He just left.
Brian didn't like what we had to say. Who else do we have in here? I'm on my phone now. Sorry, I had to jump off my computer. I can't see their roles on my phone.
We got Spring Corpse, who's just been VC verified. He's been in here for a while, but wanted to get VC verified because he doesn't like rules. So he seems all right. Seems like a funny guy. Spring Corpse, are you there? Open your mics.
I'm not seeing his name in the list.
There we go. Oh, it's not. It's you, T. Debay. Yeah, have you got the same image as him?
I don't think so. Do I?
No, that's weird.
It's very similar. It's not quite the same. His is, I don't know. Don't know who that character is, and I don't know who mine is either.
Oh, as soon as no one in here, Timbo, it was my first day out on the snow today.
I wrote a short haiku poem this morning. Just read it to you. Summer solstice. It's just a haiku poem which has to consist of 3 lines. First line is 5 syllables. Second line 7 syllables. Third line 5 syllables. Here it is. Longest day by far. Highest position for Ra. Summer door now open.
Interesting.
I'm not very good at poetry.
That's it. That's Japanese style poetry called haiku. But you have to have them syllables. It's usually to do with seasons or mood or nature. You have to just describe something using 3 lines, 5 syllables, 7 syllables, 5 syllables. And it's quite nice if you can get your point across within that structure. Gets your brain ticking a bit. I find children enjoy trying it out to get the brain ticking.
You're just crackling, Timbo. You're really bad. No, I've just worked out now I can get AI to write my wife a poem for me. Quite romantic.
I have a little section on the FED server with me flat earth poetry. Got a couple on there at the moment.
Yeah, I've seen them on there. I've heard you on there as well, doing your poems.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah, that's good, man.
Yeah. I had my shitty headphones on. I just swapped over the good ones.
Yeah, I don't have headphones for my phone, but I had to jump off the computer for a minute, so I finished up with those guys and then jumped on the phone.
The headphones work really well with the phone. Like if you've got a good set.
Are they wireless though, or are they wired?
Nah, these my good ones are wireless. They're the Bose noise cancelling ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're really good. I use them for everything. I use them at work as earmuffs. I know they're expensive earmuffs, but they work. I get to listen. You know, the battery is 20 hours of listening time.
Yeah, well, so do you use push to talk on your phone, or do you just have it open?
Nah, you know me. I'm always hot micing. I leave it open too sometimes.
The push to talk such a pain in the ass on the phone. It disappears off my screen all the time, and then I've got to touch the screen, bring up the push to talk, and then try and talk. And by the time I've done it, everyone's spoken and it's done.
Yeah, no, if I'm in the mood for talking, I'll kind of sit somewhere and just open my mic. And with these headphones, it only picks up when I'm talking or other. It doesn't pick up outside noises. So, like, I've even tried it. Like, it's the wind's rushing through my headphones, and I said, "Can you guys hear that wind?" And everyone goes, "No, can't hear it." It doesn't pick up cars in the background. Nothing. Just when I talk, it kind of opens up, and which is really good.
I got to get a set. I went to Sydney not that long ago, and I went to the markets there, and I bought some headphones, and they're from a market thing. Yep. I think they were knockoffs, though. They were like supposed to be expensive noise cancelling headphones, but they're not. They're just knockoffs.
Nah, the two best ones I've tried are these ones, which is the Bose. I think they're called Bose Comfort or something like that. And the Sony ones are really good as well. But the Bose ones have got a really big earpiece. So depending on how big your ears are, they actually fit over your ears, and they're really comfortable.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I got the noise cancelling. I can't think of the model number. I got the Sony ones.
Yeah, the other ones I tried on. Yeah, they were comfortable too.
I don't think they're quite as good as the Bose, but they're pretty good for the price I paid. They're not, but they're decent.
Yeah, I think these were like $400 or something.
Yeah, I think I paid about 180, just short of £200 for these.
Okay, so it's not far off. It's about the same price. What are we, 60 pence to the dollar? So yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, I think Sony and all these companies, they set the prices around most of the world now, don't they? The shops can't really mark it up too much. They get told what they're selling it for.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I know it happens with with the snow industry and snowboards and skis and all that sort of stuff. They give them the price they can sell it for or under, but they can't go above.
Sell it for whatever I want. I bought it off you.
Yeah.
And they'll just take them off you. They won't sell them to you, will they? So you got some snow, mate?
Yeah, it snowed not yesterday, the day before, and yesterday was a pretty shitty day. It was -5 up there and foggy all day, so I went up today. The snow was still really good. It was fast. It was still powdery.
What do you got, about 30 centimetres? Or?
Yeah, I don't know what we got. I didn't even look, really. But they had all the snow guns pumping as well. But
it was so it's going to be deeper than that then.
Yeah, but all day in a T-shirt, man. It was great.
How was that?
and the snow was still really fast. It was still powder. You could still, it was good, man. You could carve nice. It was just a really awesome sunny day. Just, yeah.
Snowboarding in a t-shirt, mate. Are you on the board or are you on the skis?
No, I'm on a board. I didn't even take a jacket. I took a jumper.
How good's
And
that?
I ended up having to take the jumper off. I was sweating in my jumper.
Fuck. I wish I could say that for down here, mate. I'm in triple layers at the moment.
Oh, what's the temperature here? I don't know.
We've had, I think we're down to like single figures. A low 4, high 8.
Yeah, it was 6 degrees all day up on the mountain, but the sun was out.
The sun, yeah, we haven't seen the sun for a while.
And it's 4 here at the moment where I am. No, but great day. They just need to open up some more of the mountain. They've only got 3 runs opened at the moment at Perisher, so Thredbo hasn't even opened yet.
But this happens all the time, yeah? Like they say, oh, yeah, we're going to have a good season, and then it never happens.
Well, they're saying we're going to have like a metre of snow this week by the end of the week or next week, so that's probably why it's getting cold down there. It's probably coming across.
Yeah.
Oh, so do I. I hope it snows like that, and then we get sunny days like this, like 5 degrees. That'd just be a dream season.
I remember in the olden days, mate, going September school holidays, getting good snow with warm days.
Yeah, the problem in September, though, as it gets a little bit later, it starts getting really sticky, and I can't handle riding in that sticky stuff. Drives me mad.
What have we got? We got any?
I call it elephant snot.
Oh, yeah. The slush.
No,
so we had a guy in.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're right. I was just going to say we had a guy in before. Who were you listening earlier?
No, I only got on right when I sort of started speaking to those guys before.
Oh, okay. Yep. Mm.
I had a bit of a thing last night with with Sydney's partner, I think it was, or someone Sydney had there.
Oh, I jumped in. I heard about that. He was a dick.
Yeah, I had to jump in, man. It was just driving me mad. I had to get in there.
I had my headphones sitting next to me on the couch, and I heard this kind of, and I went, "Oh shit, what's going on?" I put on my headphones, and it was you, because he was saying some silly. He was saying some silly shit like, "Oh, I know it's not flat because I've never seen anyone fall off the edge."
Yeah, but he was throwing up some other stuff as well, and then like people were trying to talk to him, but they were sort of talking to him about as well what he was bringing up, and it was going in circles. So I just jumped on and said, "Well, who's measured curvature?" And he'd say, "Well, no one's fallen off the edge." I'd say, "No, non sequitur. Who's measured curvature?"
Yeah, that's right.
Not answering the question. Yeah. So I just kept on going and going, and in the end, he said, "I don't know, no one." And then after that, it all went bad again.
Mute him.
He said, mute him.
That's funny.
Hey, Ether, I thought you fell asleep up in the VC check-in.
I had some issues. I got sick. That's all. I'm back, though. I'm good.
Yeah.
I didn't get to finish the point I was trying to make earlier, but CB's gone now, so I guess it don't matter.
You're up there talking to yourself, having a more intelligent conversation than when you're doing the check-ins with the Globers.
Probably. No, I ended up having some trouble. My stomach was bothering me. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I hope everything's well with you guys.
Yeah. So did you listen to that whole thing, Timbo?
Nah, I got bits and pieces of it.
Should I have done anything different, or was it all good?
Mate, you weren't going to get anything out of him anyway. You might as well have yelled at him.
Sometimes there's nothing different you can do, man.
I was just trying to talk because he wouldn't let you talk, so he was talking over everyone, so I just talked over him.
I have a new method of talking over people without being disrespectful at all, and there's nothing that they can do about it except for stop the bot if they have the ability to do that. It's the Stormtrooper voice, and he sounds like he's got so much authority with what he says, and it's funny to me.
So you can use that on here, the voice changer?
Do the Australian one.
I should get an Australian one. There probably is one. No, it's a Stormtrooper voice.
Yeah.
Can you do a girl's voice?
There's all kinds of voices. It's a text-to-speech thing. You just type it in there and it talks.
Oh, you can't do it like it's not like a voice changer?
I had one of those. They're just they're boring to me. Like there was a voice mod thing that I had, but it's not. It's useless to me.
Can you like change your voice to like a Nigerian voice or something?
I don't have any voice changer installed right now.
Well, you want to scam someone, do you? Pretend to be a prince?
Yeah, I'll do the Nigerian prince scam for sure.
I used to have one that was a Chinese restaurant, and I'd ring everyone off a private number and, "Hey, your Chinese order's ready."
Totally.
Ether did that one. What was it? I was speaking with Flat Earth Dude, and he goes, "There's that guy, Flat Earth Dude, and he's speaking to some Australian." that was funny. That was his on his What do you call it, Ether?
Hey, look, it's that Flat Earth Professor Dude. He's talking to some Australian guy.
It's just a text-to-speech thing, but the voice is supposedly like a stormtrooper talking. But it's like he's got this authoritative voice, yet it sounds like it's coming in over a radio, and I just thought it was cool, so I use it to make a lot of text-to-speech stuff.
I'm looking up some voice changers on Amazon, but I don't see anything great.
I got desperate. That reminds me, I got desperate last night and watched Scream. The newest one.
You must.
The voice changer thing. The text-to-speech actually has a Scream voice on there, so you can do like the voice that on the phone call that he does or whatever.
There's just nothing to watch these days. You know, everything's shit. All the actors are gay. It's all terrible.
Or it's a rehash of something. Like it's a reboot of a reboot of a reboot that is in no way original or anything like the original. Somehow.
Yeah, all the Hollywood puppets are scared. They don't want to be seen anymore. Except for Tom Hanks, of course. He's a trooper.
I think Hollywood's pretty much over, isn't it?
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, of course. I mean, everyone, a lot of people know how fucking scummy it is, and they're all a bunch of lunatics up there, like Satanists or whatever.
Yeah, but when I was a kid, there was always the big movie stars, the big blockbusters. Unless I'm just old now and I don't follow it enough, but it just doesn't seem to be that way anymore. Like these old stars aren't being replaced, and you've still got people like Arnie and all these guys coming out and trying to make these movies. And
yeah,
they're too old.
They got no one new to make them.
Yeah, it seems like it's sort of come to an end with Netflix and live streaming, and I think it's sort of done.
Yeah, when they did the pandemic, I mean it's just...
Yeah, well, they knew it was coming. They knew it was happening. That's why they were, throwing certain Hollywood people under the bus with the scandals and all that, because they knew they were going to destroy that medium, and they're just going to now control like the Netflix and the streaming medium, because they had it kind of like planned or foreseen in advance anyway.
Yeah, good answer. Yeah. They knew it was all. It's all planned.
I think 80s, even from the late 70s, 80s, 90s movies, where they weren't so reliant on trying to make it realistic, actually forced actors to like play a good part, you know what I mean, and get you engaged, and to ignore the fact that it looks obviously fake, you know what I mean. But now it's just all about the imagery and less about the storyline and the acting. And there's a few good series on TV, like I've seen on TV, like Breaking Bad. That was like got you really immersed in the storyline, you know.
Yeah, and when they started mucking around with all the woke stuff, that even threw it another level under the bus. You know, because we have all these characters changing, different genders, races, and everything's just so confusing.
You're going to get to the point where they're catering so hard to minorities that nobody's going to watch anything that they create. Not even the people they're catering to. I also have a feeling, though, that there's going to be kind of like every flu season type thing. There's going to be streaming season. Everybody's staying home right now, so we're going to stream some more stuff. And they'll do that next year, too. Everybody's staying home about now, we'll stream some more stuff. And it'll come and go like that, is what it seems. They like their money to work like tides. Bull market, bear market.
Yeah, because people are very fickle, so and they follow trends, so they'll just ride the trend, or in many cases they create the trend and then benefit all that, and then when they know people get sick of something, they want something else, then they'll start to cater to that, and then when people get sick of that, then this keeps. That's the name of the game for mass media, mass consumption.
There's a huge difference between consumerism and capitalism. And what we have in America, it should be capitalism, but it's mostly mindless consumerism.
Yeah, it's the same in Australia as well, in many Western countries, but also a lot of Asian countries as well, in the big cities. It's also about accumulating wealth and then spending that to try and satisfy someone with that consumerism in search for meaning.
Keeping up with the Joneses, eh? That's what we call it. Keeping up with the Joneses.
I don't think that it's anything limited to a nation either. It's just a human nature type thing.
Competition, yeah. Can attract the best mate.
There doesn't seem to be any pride in industry anymore. Like, nobody cares about like doing a good job, making a good product. It's hard to even find a decent hamburger joint these days. I mean, it's just all the food is shit.
Yeah, it's about the quickest product for the cheapest, and they don't care about the quality. They'll just get another one.
Yeah. It doesn't, not just for food, but anything really these days.
It's buy shit that breaks.
Where I live, there's no takeaway, so I've got to cook all the time. But the other night I went and had McDonald's in another town. I was there for work, and I had a cheeseburger, I had a beef burger with bacon or something. I don't know. I ate half of it and threw the rest in the bin. I couldn't do it. I haven't eaten McDonald's for probably a good 12 months, but it was disgusting.
Yeah, the only thing I get from Macca's is if I drive through and get a coffee or something.
Yeah, I will say though, our Macca's or McDonald's in Australia is much, much better than America, and so is our Kentucky Fried Chicken. They don't sell burgers; they only sell chicken.
What?
In America,
our Macca's
Kentucky
is better.
Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, their Kentucky Fried Chicken don't sell burgers over there. They only sell chicken.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I went there for a
How
burger and
boring.
couldn't get one. Yeah, and then the McDonald's, like, I don't know, man. There's nothing like here, that's for sure. They don't have the McCafe thing. They don't have, like, and the places I went, they just weren't really even busy. It was, yeah, really not the same.
I'm starting to think there's people in the McDonald's burgers.
I sort of believe it too. It's always in the back of my mind
that's why I was laughing.
I kept watching these memes like it's like 8 billion served. It's like, well, I don't know. It just seems like it's thrown in your face. Like maybe it's people.
Well, they do that with, I think they're called HEK cells, and Pepsi use them. All of them use them, and they use human cells as a flavor enhancer in a lot of products. They're called HEK.
You're right, I heard of that.
HEK 295 cells or something like that, and 100% legit. It's all out there in the open. It all came from one original source, a baby, and apparently our taste buds react really well with this human cell, whatever it is, and it originally came from a dead fetus.
Turning us into cannibals.
It's the same thing they put in the vaccines. They put it in a lot of vaccines. The aborted fetus from that black woman from like the 1920s, I think it was. I forget her name.
Yeah, I watched a really good documentary on that, and these, like in America, Planned Parenthood and places like that, they actually have a quota of abortions that they have to meet because the fetuses are sold to makeup companies, pharmaceutical companies, and all these places, and it's actually a business. It's a trade, and this whistleblower had left and come out and was saying, yeah, she had quotas to meet. They go there thinking they're going to get assistance, and the assistance is, yep, you got to get rid of it. So that's crazy. And then I started looking into those food cells, the cells with the food and the makeup, and it's used in our food, it's used in our makeup, it's used in all different products.
Modern day child sacrifice.
Yeah, one of the main ingredients in some of the
it's
face
maybe
creams.
stay away from that.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't want old dude
We should
jumping in and
probably get back on
us.
topic.
There he goes.
Bale and Moloch wanted to guess.
He's on
it.
That's a good one, Ether. I like that one. Because no one knows who it is.
Yeah.
Oh, who's that? Ooh, quick, get back on topic.
Quick, get a globe lover in here. Get a globe tard.
Yeah.
Need a globe tard.
Well, it's too late, isn't it? Like, what time is it over in the US? We're
Probably around 1 a.m.
For me, it's 4:17. I'm East Coast. 4:17 a.m.
Oh, I'm West Coast.
It's late.
I thought we had some. We had like 3 come in, and then we asked a couple of questions and spoke to them for 5 minutes, and they all disappeared. They didn't have any questions. They didn't have any debate. They just said they didn't know and left.
I think those young guys were expecting to come in and think we were stupid. I think they thought they were going to come in and give us shit.
Yeah, it was only one of them that spoke, but he was quite respectful and honest.
Yeah, they weren't bad.
I got a question. How do you guys explain reverse star trails? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I mean when I say that?
Reverse star trails.
Yeah, see, this is...
That's that occurs when the core of the Earth starts rotating backwards.
You stand on the other side of the road and you see the car go the opposite direction, even though it's going the same way it was.
I'll try and look for a picture.
What time of night for us, Tim, would it really fire up in here with all the other guys overseas? About midnight, 1 o'clock?
Yeah, no, you got UK getting up now. Yeah, I think they're 9 hours behind us. Oh, so they're around what 9 a.m. in the morning at the moment. So they'll all start coming in, and then some of the
Was it
US
about
guys
2
get up
a.m.?
early in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 2-3 a.m. for some of the states
Yeah.
at the moment.
Middle America is about 3:19 right now. That's Nebraska time. That's straight down the middle of North America.
About to be 4:20 for me.
You know what you got to do at 4:20, don't you?
Yeah, of course. Obviously.
What? Go to sleep?
Open up a Bible. Y'all need to get saved. You're thinking wrong.
4:20, you got to roll a spliff, Timbo.
Okay. At 4:20 in the morning or the afternoon?
Oh, any 4:20 doesn't matter. 4:20 is 4:20.
Timbo, you didn't know that?
It's 4:20 all the time, technically. At any point, it's always 4:20 somewhere.
Yeah, I don't check my time when I have one. I just go, wouldn't mind. As long as I'm alone, I'm all right.
A lot of the weed's GMO these days.
Not mine.
Weaponized.
Well, I'm starting to worry about that because I get the medical, but who knows what they're really growing it with, maybe as well.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? What they're doing.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I got some really good outdoor stuff. It's really nice.
Maybe you're
nice and relaxing.
Aborted fetus.
To be honest, I'm against the whole legalization thing because what the hell? Take it off the books and treat it like corn or anything else that you would just put in the damn ground and grow.
Oh, you're when you're on push to talk, Ether, anyone who uses push to talk seems to, if you speak when someone's using push to talk, they get an echo back. Yeah, because it does it. Heretics Mike does it as well.
And I try not to.
Is it happening to me right now? Is the push to talk happening to me right now? Just so we can confirm.
Yeah, so what it is the push to talk takes a little bit longer, especially on the phone. Like I got to bring mine up and then I've got to push it. So you're trying to get into talk, but then by the time you hit the push to talk, someone else is talking, and because I got my phone on speaker, or someone else may, it then reverts back through your own sort of speaker when you hit the push to talk.
Okay, so you sound fantastic. Do I sound listenable?
Yeah, you sound good. Welcome back.
One thing that I do is I'll turn down my volume so that y'all can't hear yourselves go, like it doesn't do the feedback
everything was
thing.
echoed.
But then I end up talking over you guys, so I have to turn it back up so I can hear you. Yeah.
Fuck, I want some KFC so bad right now.
Okay.
The problem is purely just the push to talk. It's not that you don't have to.
No, you're right.
It's just when two people talk at once and one's got push to talk on speaker, it just comes back through everything. That's all.
Everyone be quiet right now, just so in case I want to say something. Is my voice coming through clearly?
Perfect.
Okay, I'm going to mute now. Everyone else, go ahead.
you just
almost
opened
do
up to
sound like
say
that.
that.
You almost sound like that corpse guy, and your name has corpse.
I was going to say another thing is the latency. There's a little bit of lag, like through the connection, the servers, and all that. So I could start talking, and one of y'all already started talking 3 seconds ago, but now it's overlapping because it met at the server.
Yeah. And so Spring Corps. You want to
He's probably lagging the most from where he is.
I love that somebody said, it sounds like that Spring Corps guy. That's hilarious. I'm going to mute now.
No, you're all right. You don't need to tell us that you're muting. We can see your
No, I got to tuck my kid in. That's why I'm just telling you that I'm not going to talk.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. Over.
Copy.
Roger that.
Over.
10-4.
Big Daddy.
Spring Corps. So we were chatting before. Are you a flat earther or a glober? I've seen you in here for ages, and you only just wanted to be VC verified.
For fucking sake, dude. There's only two options: Republican or Democrat. Like that's what you're giving me.
No. But if it's not spherical, then what is it?
Flat.
Yeah.
It is 100% verifiably topographical, stationary, and flat.
You're my man.
The thing that I'm looking at right now is something that I can't say on your channel because it's the binder that I used as a bulletproof vest for my wife to not get a little needle in her arm.
Okay.
The past 2 years.
Yep.
And so that's kind of where I'm at. And so I tend to say what I think, and I'm mad because there's something
We don't need to be
happening.
I don't need to be mad with us. We don't need to be mad with us.
Oh, I'm not mad with you, dude. I'm a quiet person. I'm a quiet person, and that's why it took me so long to get the VC, verification.
Cool. It just gives you access to talk and open your mic whenever you want to. You know, that's all it does. It was just a little interview to make sure you're not a troll. So we make everyone do it.
It was 2.5 hours, dude.
Because you got stuck in there with Flat Earth, dude.
No, okay. You guys want this? I'm a flat earther.
Damn.
I am a flat earther. It's just fucking embarrassing because, like,
well, you don't need to tell everyone.
My wife started asking questions, and I started asking her questions in response to her questions, and she started realizing, like, something's seriously fucking wrong with the paradigm. Something's seriously wrong with the model that I grew up with. And we're just raising our family like a normal family, you know? And
so she hasn't tried to leave you already.
I'm sorry?
She hasn't tried to leave you yet.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. No, like she woke up.
She woke up too.
Yeah, I guess
that's awesome, man.
Maybe I should have said that. She's completely awake.
Cool. That's awesome, man. Because a lot of us don't get to get situations like that.
True that.
The thing about her is that I didn't expect that. Let me monologue just for like 30 seconds. She was a vegan for the first, since she was a teenager for like 11 years, she was a vegan. And I met her, and we had this contentious relationship where I was eating meat, and I had a berries and nut and meat diet, and just because that's what I liked. Like, I had no priorities or like with food. That's what I liked. And she was like, you know, animals are sacred, and I'm a vegan, and like. Then she cooked me a turkey dinner, and my family a turkey dinner when my little boy was 2 years old, and she just wanted to taste what she cooked, and she broke vegan, and she's now full force, and she is like a registered professional culinary, like ANFP dietary executive chef. And so she completely broke vegan. And she was like, wait, so turkey tastes that good, and it does this well for my body. And water's also always flat. always finds his level. And I'm like,
He's
yeah.
fucking great.
And I just kept asking her questions. And it was just like this weird thing. Like, we started having sex more. It's just like, it was this weird thing where, like, I thought that I was going to be demonized by my wife. And instead, she was like, oh my God, I've been wrong this whole time. Which is what every single person who finds Flat Earth experiences. I've been wrong and lied to this entire fucking time. Sorry. I rescind that apology. I didn't mean to say sorry.
All good, man.
Good.
It's an emotional subject. Yeah.
So no, we are arm in arm walking around the flat Earth.
That's also my ex girlfriend won't talk to me ever since I brought up Flat Earth.
Sorry, I'm
what was the thing though?
No, it's okay.
Those are those stories that I want to hear. What did she say? Your ex
She didn't
girlfriend.
even say anything. She just, like I said, I brought it up, and then like as soon as I did that, she almost never talks to me. And we used to talk all the time. Like I brought it up, I sent her some shit. I don't know if she even watched it or not. And it was just boom. She probably thinks I'm a complete fucking moron or something. I don't know.
You felt like that at one point, though, did you? You have to have had like it. You tried to debunk Flat Earth, right? And then tried to prove Globe Earth, and then it didn't work.
Yeah.
And then you're like, yeah.
Yeah. But eventually you look at every facet you look at everything, and all the different things, and the satellites and undersea cables and the high powered lasers and sonar, and we look at all the evidence of there's no curve and all that. Yeah, it's just the amount of evidence is absurd.
Dude, line of sight radio frequency, that kind of just kills it.
It does, but you need more than that to break the conditioning,
So what do we need?
I mean, it's not a matter of what you need. It's just the conditioning and the brainwashing and the fact that it's all in the news, on the TV, it's in the video games, it's everybody else that says it. It's the black holes and wormholes and assholes, like all this shit, and it's all brainwashing you, and you're just surrounded by it, right? It's hard to break free without insurmountable evidence, which we have, which is good. Which is why they spend the most money on propagandizing the flat Earth, is because it's the most important thing, and it's the one thing you can actually prove without a shadow of a doubt. Not like something like almost like any other conspiracy. It's just something you can literally prove by yourself in a day-to-day experiment without a doubt.
100%. And the worst question I've ever heard anybody ask is, why does it matter? That is the worst thing that I've ever, and that's where you see where they're drawing a long line in the sand, and you're not describing them as an enemy. They're telling you that you are their enemy.
Well,
why does it matter? Let me show you.
Are just not thinking about what the consequences of that question is. They're just assuming
the consequences are so great, dude.
I understand, but what they're just assuming their version of reality is correct. I mean, you're talking to them about the Earth being flat. They've never even heard that before in their entire life. They maybe heard something about that, but it's some niche conspiracy that nobody believes in. So when they hear something like that, it's just they just assume anyway that they're right and you're wrong. So they'll just easily float that question without ever actually doing the real work into thinking why are those reasons? What possible reasons are there for that being hidden? Why that would matter? It's just a total non-sec. They don't think about it. That's why. It's just too much. It's just such a mind perception shattering conspiracy that it's hard to It's hard to blame them, you know. At the same time,
It's hard to blame them, but man, I want to get into the VA. You know, double that. /19, but it's kind of the same concept where you try and show people, try and warn people, and they just look at you like you're Robert Kennedy Jr. or something. It's just like I can't say. I don't know if we're broadcasting on certain channels, so. Listen, water is always flat. It always finds its level. Water at rest always finds its level. And you're always going to be able to replicate that, repeat it. And you show that to somebody who thinks they're living on a ball, and they say, yeah, but gravity. And then you have to go into these weird discourses where it's like, it's so apparent and obvious. I'm standing outside right now, and there's an electrical storm. It's a dry electrical storm. There's no rain. The earth isn't moving. The clouds aren't moving. Nothing's moving. You can show people these things. There's no movement. And they still will. They'll take that JAB. It's embarrassing, to tell you the truth.
Baphomet Billy's love potion.
Did you say Baphomet Billy's love potion?
Yeah. You know it?
Well, yeah. So, Billy Boy through the gates kind of thing?
Yep.
Yeah. No, I gotcha. I actually had something more pertinent to say to you. It's getting late. I gotta go to bed, so I think I lost my train of mind.
What time
But
is
I
it?
actually had, for me, hold on a second.
Not a big deal.
It's like 4 o'clock in the morning, dude. It's approaching 4 o'clock.
Nice. What were you gonna say?
To tell you the truth, what I was going to say, we're going to be all right.
What do you mean?
I think that, so truthers have been on this for a really long time.
I have to agree with you, man. I've always said that. Everything will be fine.
Regular people, normal people who do not follow the political dichotomy, the right-left paradigm, conspiracy theorists or weird leftists or people who are called far-right neo-Nazis. Regular people, they're seeing what's happening and they're saying enough. And I think the regular people are going to save us. The people that we tried to help, I think that this is a really good awakening where we didn't actually do anything. It was maybe we did. Who fucking cares? We never wanted credit, right? To waking people up. I woke my wife up. I'll take credit for that all day long. But regular fucking people who see their children being abused in public schools and seeing the weird tranny stuff and the fact that there's a $2.5 billion or $2.5 million offer for Peter Hotez to debate RFK Jr. and he won't accept it. Regular people are seeing that. After all the bullshit that they put us through, the whole meat grinder that we've all been put through, no matter if you knew what was going on or if you woke up during it, we've all been put through the meat grinder. Regular people are fucking waking up and seeing that, and they're like, enough is enough. That's it. We're done. That's enough. I think that we are at like this really wonderful pinnacle where like we could actually save our fucking world, our race. You know, when the regular people rise up and stand up, that's when you lose. That's when the evil loses.
Yeah, I think they already know they're just building their tranny army. They have their own flag and everything.
There's no dude. I mean, all right. They call it transphobia. Are you terrified of some dude dressed?
It's stupid.
like whatever, and you have to confront him in the street, and it actually comes to like fisticuffs. Are you actually terrified of that person? That's what phobia means. You're terrified. You're not terrified. There's no fear. There's no phobia. So transphobia is just it's basically I can't say another thing to think.
We should probably get back on topic.
Sorry.
Good timing, mate.
I am monologuing and taking over.
Yeah, we are going to have to steer away from that topic, unfortunately.
I'm happy to talk to you about those topics at any time. We just can't do it in this room. We'd probably have to drop to Chill Chat or somewhere else. I think, is that right, Tim?
Yeah. Any of the other rooms, I think. Wherever it's not broadcast.
However, I can't do it right now. I'm going grocery shopping for dinner.
Oh, so
My
you made it
apologies.
off.
It was a good conversation, and I appreciate who I was talking to. I wasn't looking at the phone. I don't know who I was talking to.
Oh, it was Evan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we could definitely talk about the tranny army another time.
And whoever's doing the Stormtrooper voice, these are not the droids.
You get the stormtrooper to say these are not the droids we're searching for.
Yep, for whoever's doing that voice, that's like supposedly a Stormtrooper computer generated one.
Yeah. Move along.
Yeah, and move along. So was it Ether Greg? That's the one?
Yeah.
You know, what would be great is like a channel that's not just Flat Earth, but like all those things, and then you can just like splice them all together. Can't do that here though.
That's what I was thinking about. I would call it like it would be like a Discord server called Alexandria, and it would be the Library of Alexandria, all the lost knowledge, and every like a safe place where we could just like bounce ideas off of one another, no matter what, without any confrontation. I would call it Alexandria.
I think a few of the guys are trying it on Rumble at the moment, so it's a bit of a test thing.
Like
So-
one doesn't even exist at all.
Well, Discord's got terms and services as well, so
Right.
We have other rooms in the server you can go off topic. It's just not live streamed.
yeah,
It'll still
and
be
posting
monitored.
things. Yeah, live chat posts too. Yeah, Tito.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
These are not the droids we're searching for. Move along.
Yeah, but like
It
Timber
takes
said,
a second for
sorry, Mayhem is getting something going on Rumble. So Rumble seems a little bit more relaxed about what you can and can't discuss. So
That's cool.
You'll probably find the link in the social media section.
Okay.
Social media links page.
What's the best alternatives to YouTube? Like I use BitChute and Rumble. Is there anything else? Not really, eh? BitChute's
You got Rockfin. There's Rockfin.
Is anybody on Rockfin? Is there anything going on there?
Yeah, there's a few YouTubers. We'll do half a stream on YouTube, and they'll be streaming on Rockfin as well. I think at the same time. I think maybe.
Rockfin.com.
Yeah, I use Rockfin.
Yeah, they'll end their YouTube stream and can just continue it on over at Rockfin, where they can talk about things that they may not be able to talk about on YouTube.
There's some good stuff on there. There's different conspiracy theories. There's not much flat Earth stuff, is there?
I think Hibbler and ODD, all them guys, they're pretty.
Yeah.
They got a lot of stuff over there.
Yeah. I like Jay Dyer.
Jay Dyer? He's a show.
Yeah. I like him. Funny.
He's great, but he's
the music industry, you know. Talks about the music industry, how satanic it is.
And he's on Rockfin right now?
Yeah.
No, Jay Dyer right now.
Sam Tripoli. I think he just came out as a flat earther too. He's always been a realmer. Don't know what that means, but that tinfoil hat show's funny. I like it.
Yeah, maybe a realm of somebody that's too afraid to admit it's flat, but they know it's not a globe.
Yeah. Because what are you actually saying by I believe we live in a realm? What does that actually mean?
I don't know, but I think he was at the point like where how Dave Weiss says, I had this podcast going, we're talking about conspiracies, and it was a bit huge, and then hit flat Earth, and like it kind of took a downhill path. You know what I mean? He lost viewers and whatever. And I think that's where Sam Tripoli was sort of like bordering on. He was like, I don't want to like lose all these views and subscribers and whatever.
Bit late. You hear the stuff he talked about. His podcast is called Tinfoil Hat. He gets into some pretty wild stuff. You're worried about losing viewers over flat Earth.
I know. That's the drawing line. That's the drawing point, right? You go into all sorts of crazy stuff, but yeah. But what you observe and experience, that's insane.
Yeah, crazy shit. I'm gonna lose viewers over saying what I see in reality.
Right. It's actually a good filter, really, like, because there's people out there that raises red flags for instantly, and they go, well, oh, that door's locked, is it? I want to have a look behind it.
There is a difference between a theory and a scientific theory. A scientific theory must be founded in the production of knowledge through speculation and contemplation. Theories that do not produce knowledge are pseudoscientific.
I should put them all together in one clip so it's linear, and just have them like do a monologue on theories and hypothesis and speculation and all that. The Stormtrooper rant.
What's the live stream URL? Does anyone have that? Where did I find that?
It's on YouTube.
Hang on. What do I type in there?
I'd go grab it. Somebody will probably get the link quicker than I could get it.
Sorry to ask. I just.
You're good. I think it's kind of weird that it doesn't automatically. That there's a way we can make the links automatically show up in places.
I just want to see
that
how
would
weird
require
it is.
a little bit of work. I think everybody should listen to themselves talk on this stream at least a little bit. It'll give you a better perspective on how to talk on this stream. You might look back and be like, "Oh man, I shouldn't have said that," or "I should have said this." Sorry.
I was just saying, I posted in the live stream voice text the current active YouTube channel.
That's a really good point. Everyone should listen to themselves when they talk on here, including myself. And so whoever said that was a really good point.
Yeah, I hate listening to myself.
Yeah, I think everybody hates listening to themselves, but it helps.
Yeah, I was going to say to Gris, you could probably end up getting like a whole soundboard, collection of these things. You could sit here in here and debate the Glovers with it. It'd be classic.
I actually do have a bunch of pre-recorded messages already made to ask questions.
Yeah, because if all these Glovers are just human chat GPTs anyway, we might as well just use a bot to argue with them, save some energy and breath.
Please provide the Scientificus Modulus for gas pressure without a container.
Bingo, that's awesome. Has anyone measured the radius, blah, 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 then they'll say Eratosthenes and, just put in a little debunk of that. We'll save our voice, save our energy.
I agree with that. Why would we repeat ourselves over and over and over again for the same questions?
And ultimately, I think whether in Flat Earth or whatever, but, as it pertains to Flat Earth, I think that's what AI is used. It's to sort of merge the human realm with the sort of digital realm so that, at some point we can't even tell if these Glovers are, actually thinking independently for themselves at all. And many aren't actually, so.
Are there any flat earthers who have used AI and asked AI really difficult questions and come back with a response they didn't expect?
Yes. Didn't expect
Antarctica? Maybe something like that?
Don't know, but it
We
usually
played with
just
AI
gives.
a bit, man. Oh, man.
I mean, I've tried typing in like flat Earth into ChatGPT, and it's just like a summary of Google and Wiki and all that. So it's not something, it's more linguistics based rather than intelligence based. Maybe there are some other programs that are more intelligence based, but it's mainly just summarizing, from what I can tell at this stage, summarizing what's already in the mainstream. So if people are looking at it and thinking, oh, this is like the super intelligent AI that's going to tell us, the whole truth about the world, then yeah, I don't think that's the case.
But it has to, in some way, have to be curated by intelligence agencies.
Well, I find it gives
so
them
if
more.
we ask it the right questions, if we ask it the right questions and it's curated by an intelligence agency, maybe we can get some bizarre answer that will actually give us a little modicum of truth. Do you guys think that or
potentially.
not?
Yeah, the server admin, Indio 007 has messed around with the chatbots and tried to get it to. What did he try and get it to do? Do you remember? Does anyone else remember what he got it? He tried to get it to. He was trying to get it to do something to itself. I can't remember, but he's messed around with all sorts of stuff. Yeah, with it. But I find that it generally just gives like the typical global response, except that it's more willing to concede. It's quicker to concede to a point that you catch it out on.
It concedes, and I think that Dave Weiss was kicked off of there several times by basically hoodwinking the system, which means there's like loopholes where it just like it fractures its own system, and there's no real answers. But there's got to be something in there where you can write or ask the right question, and then the thing has to respond to it because it's been programmed by intelligence agencies, the people that actually know what the shape of the world is. Because if we think that the CIA, like whatever, they don't know what the shape of the world is, that's ridiculous. They know exactly what it is. Operation High Jump, Fishbowl, all that stuff. Dominic. So we need to figure out a way to ask the right question so that it doesn't circle back and cancel itself out and tell you that you can't ask it any more questions. And I think that's what happened to Dave.
Yeah, you should talk to Indio about that. That's basically what he was trying to get it to do. Like he was trying to get it to reset its its algorithm or something so that it would let go of the idea that it wasn't pretending or something. Something like that. It was
we're the ones
weird.
that wake up the AI. Like we create, because of our questions, we create the humanity in AI, and then it rebels against us. We're the reason, because we're asking tough questions. Like, sci-fi, kind of like, Heinlein kind of stuff. Classic sci-fi. That'd be fucking bizarre if we're the one asking questions and we create the apocalypse that everyone's reading about, like fantasizing about, like The Walking Dead and all that, and it's just us asking questions, and we're the ones that create it because we asked AI difficult questions. Think about that.
I like that the meaning of the word apocalypse means to uncover, reveal, shed light on a situation. It's not as scary as what people try and portray in the media.
No, it's been it's become synonymous with Armageddon. in the minds of people. It's synonymous with that term.
It's almost like you hear the word apocalypse and the word zombie. It shows up in your mind instantly. Oh, zombie apocalypse or nuclear apocalypse, or Go ahead, Brain Shape Investigator. My bad, man.
Oh no, it's you're saying, I think, isn't it the apocalypse is the revelation, and then Armageddon is where the final battle takes place? But yeah, zombies, fires.
Yeah, Megiddo.
The image that people get in their mind when they hear the word apocalypse, most people, when they hear the word apocalypse, they're thinking end of the world, like Armageddon. Like, they're not understanding the etymology of the word at all.
It's transition. That's why we have sites like Derinkuyu in Turkey. And all around the country, no one knows what the pyramids were for. They could have been arcs. But Derinkuyu is obviously something that you can relate to and experience and investigate for yourself as an underground city. We don't know why they did these things, but they did them to protect themselves, and that's like the first and foremost thing that you can. That's basically like why people buy personal sidearms. It's to protect your family.
Nice talking to you guys. I got to jump off. I'll talk to you later.
Stay blessed, man. Have a good one. And watch out for zombies.
Thank you, sir. Yes, you too. Bless you.
Oh, dang, it got quiet in here.
Yeah, my kid just came out of his room. I thought he was asleep, and he's asking for beef jerky. Which I have. But, like, what the fuck? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, dude.
I was going to say, that's a weird request for this early in the morning.
He's like, I want beef jerky. I'm like, oh, I'm not going to deny him. But holy fuck, dude. Kid, go to sleep.
Yeah. That reminds me of that little bedtime. I think Morgan Freeman read it or something. Go to bed.
Is that that sounds familiar. What's the Morgan Freeman bedtime thing?
I think he's like, it basically goes the F to sleep. It's a bedtime story, but he's called.
That sounds familiar. Is there do you remember this meme? I think it would like originated on Facebook. Where it was like a mom posting it, and she's like, the baby wanted a glass of water at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's like, you don't need water, you tiny demon, or something like that. And it was like this weird, like, it was hilarious for some reason, and I don't remember where it originated from, and I don't remember why it was funny, but it was funny. And it's like that same thing with the Morgan Freeman.
I was wrong. It's Samuel L. Jackson.
Motherfucker.
It makes more sense that it's Samuel L. Jackson, actually, because he cusses a lot more than Morgan Freeman. So.
I met Samuel L. Jackson one time.
He's about the same in person as he acts elsewhere, like on TV and stuff.
He is exactly the same person you expect him to be. He's just fucking evil.
So in the movies, he just acts as himself. He's just himself. That's all he plays as himself.
No one casts him for a character. They just cast Samuel L. Jackson. That's it. They don't cast him to be like, now you really got to play this part. He's like, no, motherfucker. They just cast Samuel L. Jackson, and he's cool as fucking shit. He's just cool. So, like, you don't really, like, okay, so my favorite actor is, and you're going to fucking laugh at me, is Nick Cage. Okay? And you put Nick Cage in a movie, he's just going to be Nick Cage. But Nick Cage has done some movies where he's won awards, and he was fucking awesome. Especially in, like, Spike, not Spike Lee, the other Spike. And he was fucking awesome in those movies. But Nick Cage is basically just Nick Cage all the time. They're all just kind of this, like, if you get those guys in your movie, they're basically just those same guys in your movie. You know what you're getting. Sometimes they come through with, like, these amazing performances. Otherwise, they're just like, I'm hungover, I'm high, like, you know, like that kind of thing. But we love those dudes because those dudes come through. They're consistent. Can someone help me out here with the, like, it's